Since I was born, but
and there it is, ding dong. So there it is. So you know, I was going to start off with this song, and I chickened out just at the last minute. I don't want to subject you to the to my feeble attempt at singing just yet. Maybe when I grow a bit more confidence, maybe I'll try that. I was going to start with Somori Adubo. You know, I was going to do that, but then at the last minute I bailed out. So at the last minute I bailed out, but certainly not bailing out on you, and hopefully you are not bailing out on me. So here we are again. Good to be in your company. Good to see you. And how are you? How was your day? You know, it seems like only 7 days ago that we spent Friday together, and here is another Friday again. So another weekend upon us. What do you have planned for the weekend? Barbecue season. It's meant to be summertime in the UK. But I don't think the weather quite got the memo because you're still having to wear a jacket often instances. I think today is the warmest we've ever had. Well, not we've ever had, though, but today has been the warmest yet we've ever had, certainly where I am in Kent. So summer in the UK is probably winter in somewhere like Dallas, Yeah, just all day. There's a window right behind me. I'm in my conservatory, by the way. It's a little add-on to the main building. So that's why I'm able to come out here and speak with you guys. But there's a window right behind me there, which I'm actually having the thought to close. And we're in the middle of summer, so you should think that I should be opening windows now. Anyway, you don't want to hear all that. So how are you? So another day, another cycle of going on within the Nigerian space. So we'll hopefully spend a few hours together doing as we usually do, messing around, joshing around, screaming and shouting, and then partying as friends. So that's what goes on here. But before we kick off anything, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. I told you I chickened out of starting with a song. There was a person that wanted to come on and I chickened out yesterday. So don't chicken out. If you've always intended to come on, now is the time to come on. Because if you've listened enough, then you would know that all of the rumors about the platform don't really hold true. It's a welcoming house for everybody, and you're welcome to come and spend time with us here. So come join by clicking on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Actually, let me repost it so it's immediate to hand. So let me repost this so it's immediate to hand. So what are we contending with today? So we're contending with a myriad of subject matters. A lot of it, of course, are subjects that are ongoing. Let me just bring a headline up that probably speaks better. So let me bring a headline up and let me say no to this. Anything that pops up on your screen, your first go-to is just to click on no. They're always looking to embed something on your screens. Rufai scolds Tinubu for holding grudges, keeping him in darkness, departs for Egypt after proposing Jafaru Sani as ministerial replacement. So I think pretty much all of you would have heard that Rufai somewhat seemed to have now turned that ministerial nomination, and he instead has picked his own replacement and presented him as a name. But what's led to all that? Hopefully we'll find out shortly. Rufai scolds Tinubu for holding grudges, keeping him in darkness, departs for Egypt after proposing Jafaru Sani as ministerial replacement. So there it is right there. And even before we get into the body of the piece, you can somewhat speculate to some of the grudges that Tinubu may hold against El Rufai. There was a time that El Rufai went into the heartland of Lagos to challenge. There was a time that El Rufai went into the heartland of Lagos to challenge Tinubu's dominance there, and it really threatened actually Tinubu's hold on Lagos at some point. So we find out exactly what's in play there. Only to go on from there to this. So now, this is a subject matter that we have skated round. We have skated round on this platform endlessly over the course of the last few days, especially after the ministerial nominees were made known. Ohaneze to Tinubu, it is unfair, only 5 ministers nominated from the Southeast. So yes, it's a revisitation of matters that has been discussed somewhat. But then, of course, the counter argument is, of course, politics is a cold and brutal business and a game of numbers as well. You bring your numbers and then you get rewards commensurate with those numbers. But is the reward commensurate with the numbers that the Southeast brought to Tinubu is the thing. The barest minimum, just the constitutional requirement and no more. Ohaneze to Tinubu, it is unfair. Only 5 ministers nominated from the Southeast. So we want to see then what arguments they are presenting then to convince Tinubu to think otherwise. A quick recovery of Nigeria's economy, my priority. So hopefully this will come as a great news to somebody like Ekene, who feels that Tinubu is taking his eyes off the ball with this military excursion that he seems intent on embarking on to a neighboring state. So refocus is what Ekene has always said, and it looks as though Tinubu has heard that plea. A quick recovery of Nigeria's economy, my priority. So it's a short read, so let's get it out of the way. President Bola Tinubu has reassured Nigerians that no stone will be left unturned in his administration's efforts to stimulate the economy and make it work for the greatest good of all. Tinubu said that every effort across sectors would be documented and periodically reviewed for performance verification and public presentation to steadily ensure measured growth and enhanced public enlightenment on policy outcomes. So let me just pause, have a sip of water, and then we'll just address what you just read. So now, quite a pertinent thing at Tinubu saying there. It's a marked departure from standard practice. So let's read this again, actually. President Tinubu has assured Nigerians that no stone will be left unturned in his administration's efforts to stimulate the economy and make it work for the greatest good of all. Tinubu said, so this is the paragraph now that really pops out. Tinubu said that every effort across sectors will be documented and periodically reviewed for performance verification and public presentation. So performance verification, any one of you that has any one of you that has held a job for more than 5 minutes, you know that a fortnightly one-to-one that you have with your immediate supervisor that audits then your performance in the course of those 2 weeks, the targets that you've met, what is impeding the targets that have not been met, the progress on the work that they are asking you to do. So all of those KPIs, they are being brought into governance, something that we never had under the Buhari space. Even Fashola, I think, came out that he never had a supervisory visitation or a supervisory invitation throughout the 8 years that he was minister under Buhari. And I think it's actually an accounting firm. KPMG is actually the organization going to coordinate that. So already serious people in charge of serious business. Tinubu said that every effort across sectors would be documented and periodically reviewed for performance verification and public presentation. So it's not only going to be reviewed behind closed doors. I mean, this is the literal reading of this, and this is my understanding of it. It's not going to be reviewed behind closed doors with an immediate by an immediate supervisor. No, it's going to be a public presentation. So let's say, for instance, a minister has been told to build a road that is 100 meters long. So he comes 1 week to tell us that he has bought all of the materials. So next week now when he comes, he cannot tell us now that he's buying all the materials again. He wants to then tell us the progression from the materials bought to now works being done. So that's the public presentation. So the public will also have oversight on performance. Tinubu said that that effort across sectors would be documented and periodically reviewed for performance verification and public presentation to steadily ensure measured growth and enhanced public enlightenment on policy outcomes. According to a statement issued on Friday by the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Ajuri Ngalali, Tinubu gave the assurance during a meeting with the Board of Trustees of the All Progressive Congress APC, Professional Forum APC, Professional Forum led by Bauchi State Governor Malam Issa Yagudu at the State House, Abuja on Friday. That read in a rather funny way That read in a rather funny way. This economy must recover for the good and greatest. This economy must recover for the good and greatest number of Nigerians, and we are seriously committed to seeing through a change for the better. So far, we have taken some baby steps and pushed some aggressive positions, the president told the APC professionals who had earlier pledged their support for the reforms. In his speech, Yuguda disclosed that more than 2 million people had been registered as professionals in different fields since 2018. He stood ready to provide structures for mobilization and sensitization on government policy. So refocusing them by Tinubu, of course, on where the priority is with Nigerians. So a refocusing by Tinubu on where the priority is with Nigerians. Justin Rufai withdraws ministerial nomination. So yes, somewhat of a repeat of a previous headline. A repeat of a previous headline, but this now a progression from our ongoing narrative. Coup, review your military threat, sanctions against Niger, Fulani group tells ECOWAS. So Fulani group tells ECOWAS, essentially Fulani group tells Tinubu is really the meaning of that, because people have abandoned ECOWAS and substituted it for Tinubu. A group, Kulen Ala Cattle Bearers Association of Nigeria, Kakran, has urged the Economic Community of West African State, ECOWAS, to holistically review its military threat and economic sanction against Niger Republic. A statement issued on Friday, signed by the association's national president, Honorable Khalil Mohammed Bello, indicated that Kakran is not in support of any economic sanctions against Niger. So, it will go on to give us reasons, but we know what is in play there. There's somewhat of a move to ethnicize. In fact, it's already ethnicized this now going on in Niger Republic. It claims that the sanction would be more harmful and disastrous to poor masses of Nigeria, and her neighbors than the culprits and their surrogates. We are against any military intervention by ECOWAS or European countries for the reasons that the said act would create more insecurity in Niger and Nigeria and other countries, as this would lead to unnecessary fights between the intervention groups, troops, and the Niger Republic Army, and the civilians will be deluded by the military, and the civilians will be deluded by the military under the cover of nationalism to join the fight as volunteers, he said. So this is it now. Hopefully there's no fires, no shots fired in this thing. It could so easily, even the Russians are warning against it. It can so easily spiral out of control. He added that the use of military in Niger Republic would also directly affect pastoral occupation in the entire Sahel region, as herders cannot freely move in search of animal feed and water points. The action will seriously lead to widespread terrorism, as well as proliferation of small and light weapons in the fragile sub-Saharan countries, Bello warned. Kakran appealed to the West African countries to review their military threat against Niger Republic and engage in a dialogue to resolve the political and military problems. So those are the Fulanis then coming out. Essentially, from all of that, you can transmute it to infer that those are the Fulanis coming out to want Tinubu. And if you don't believe that the Fulanis are coming out to want Tinubu, look at this. Very bad. Buhari's camp fumes as ECOWAS puts army on standby. So now Buhari now, through his surrogates, take a stance. As leader of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, set to crush Niger coupist Bashir Ahmad, an aide to the immediate past president, Muhammadu Buhari, has reacted to media coloration of the ongoing political instability in the troubled Sahel region. Our correspondents reported on Thursday at the end of his second. Let's get to Buhari's reaction. Right. Following the recent pronouncement on the next line of action to be taken by ECOWAS in Niger Republic, some people, including many of our media outlets, are busy driving the general public into a conclusion that Nigeria and ECOWAS resolved to use military intervention in the undoubtedly our most important neighbor. Very bad. We should be aware that war entails complex factors as seen recently in Sudan and the Russia-Ukraine tension. Let's also learn from history, like America's prolonged conflict in the Middle East. Peace prevails. So very bad seems to be Buhari's commentaries on the moves to go into Niger Republic. So very bad at Buhari's commentaries on the move to go into Niger Republic. Let's get this one out of the way as well, actually. Let's get this one out of the way as well. El Rufai scolds Tinubu for holding grudges, keeping him in darkness, departs for Egypt after proposing Jafaru Sani as ministerial replacement. And Nasir El Rufai took umbrage at the let's do that again. Nasir El Rufai took umbrage at President Bola Tinubu to his face during a pugnacious meeting at the State House earlier this week. Correspondents can report as per multiple sources briefed on the matter. The former Kaduna governor decried Mr. Tinubu's failure to be upright about any reservations the president might have held against his ministerial appointment as indicative of a suppressed animosity as the controversy over his nomination continues to drive ripple across. Mr. El Rufai specifically said it appeared Mr. Tinubu had reservations about me because you can't claim not to be aware of the petitions. According to the account of one of our sources, which was subsequently corroborated by another State House official with first-hand knowledge of what transpired at the meeting. Before Mr. El Rufai's remark, the president has said he was only waiting for a security report from the National Security Administrators before taking a final decision. But a seething Mr. El Rufai quickly interjected and informed his host that he had already decided to step down as a potential minister, as sources said. And by the way, this has been reported across a multitude of our news outlets, news platforms. Mr. El Rufai's brutal candor before the president startled people around the presidential villa. Correspondents heard, with many fearing the political fallout. So he doesn't want to make an enemy of El Rufai. I don't think he does. We know of his high level of competence, and Aso Rock Aid said of Mr. El Rufai, and the president would rather have him as an ally rather than even a cursory enemy. At issue have been the machinations of National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, who boosted the severity of a string of complaints against Mr. El Rufai's viability forest seat on the Federal Executive Council to oppose his security clearance. So I don't think that Nuhu Ribadu will be acting alone. He can only really be acting with the. If Tinubu tells him that he wants El Rufai, it will clear him immediately. It's just as simple as that. So let's not pajalobo for each other here. Okay, let's go on to this one. This is the Southeastern space. Southeast, Ohaneze begs Tinubu to give Igbo more political economic opportunities. So yeah, let's get to this one. Ohaneze in the Igbo worldwide has demanded justice, fairness, and equity in President Bola Tinubu's appointments, as the Southeast has the least representation in his list of ministerial nominees. We wish to observe that this situation was not caused by the current administration, but we, however, appeal to His Excellency, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to help. So that would be president, of course, but this news platform, they refuse to call him president, to help us remedy the situation and restore justice, equity, and fairness in Nigeria, the Igbo group said. So it is quite pertinent to note that they are not actually blaming Tinubu because they know that it's a constitutional matter, but they are asking for a bit more latitude. We wish to observe that this situation was not caused by the current administration. It's not actually even a matter of any administration. It's a constitutional matter. Ohaneze added, we pray the Almighty to bless and prosper our country, our Nigeria, and give our leaders the wisdom and knowledge to steer the ship of the Nigerian nation to peace, happiness, and prosperity for all Nigerians, irrespective of ethnicity, creed, and political persuasion. The group said they were disturbed by the president's ministerial nominees, in which the Southeast had only 5 ministers, and every other geopolitical zone has 9 or 10 nominees. Ohaneze President Emmanuel Iwanyawo expressed displeasure in a statement issued on Thursday. We therefore demand justice, fairness, and equity for every ethnic group in Nigeria, including the Igbo. So, especially the Igbos, you should say. Recall that the states and geopolitical zones were created by the military administration, stated the Igbo group. All honest Nigerians know that the Igbos did not play much part during this exercise. It added, as a result, the Southeast was shortchanged with 5 states, whilst other states have a minimum of 6. Ohaneze explained that the situation placed the Southeast in a difficult position politically, economically, and socially. Our political power has been reduced as we have fewer senators, and also in the House of Representatives, governors, House of Assemblies, and local government. Ohaneze said the Igbo group added that in federal revenue allocation, the region was denied commensurate revenue based on state federal board appointments and other resource distribution after being strategically shortchanged. So that is an ongoing narrative within that space. That's an ongoing narrative within that space. We're going to land on this, but I'll play this now after I come back from the Kegite break. We'll land on the local politics of our Edo State and the goings on there. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me. And I'm not even going to talk about the coffee. Just click on like, click on subscribe, and click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Let's hear from the Kega.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Rufai Latif keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo ṣòdùnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí èlé ìgbàlà tí èlé
àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
ìgbàlà tí èlé ìgbàlà tí èlé.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeje. So let's kick off the conversation. And I'm not quite sure how much of a conversation it will be. I've got Bishop and I've got Ajanle Koko. Anybody else that wants to come and hop on can come hop on. Let me post the hyperlink again. I'm going to kick it off with Bishop. But before I kick it off with Bishop, let me play you this clip on the screen as we wait in the hope that the room does populate. Let's play this.
Let me go back to the main issue. What really happened and created this problem. I proclaimed the House of Assembly. He was in Abuja. Before he left, I called the chairman. The chairman is here. I said, look, I want nominations for commissioners. What we normally do, we will sit down, about 5 of us, looking at the list, local government and local government, what have been submitted. Asked the chairman. That morning, I called him for the meeting. What did he say? He said he will not attend. That is why Isako does not have commissioner. He said he will not attend. I said, okay, well, let us go ahead. I will still give him that respect for us to consider when he's ready. He then went to Abuja. What struck me, and I've never said this to anybody, is that after I proclaimed the House of Assembly, we're now going to elect officers to the House of Assembly. He was in Abuja. He came back that day. Of the state. I get any information I need. But I have that responsibility to keep quiet and use the information properly. My deputy called a leader in APC, telling that leader that during the elections the next day of the leadership, particular speaker of the House of Assembly, that he has 5 members who are loyal to him, and that he would like the 7 members of APC to work with the 5 members of PDP.
Hello? Yeah, can you jump on?
This information will still be corroborated by somebody else.
Yeah, just jump on. I won't come to you,
Point,
just to make the place look busy.
I called the PDP members to my house just to familiarize with them. And as usual, he tried to barge in. I said, well, you cannot just come to my house. It's my private house. It's not even government house. You have to have the courtesy. But now it is my prerogative whether I want you to come in or not. After I heard what he had done, I said, you can't come into our meeting. We met, agreed. The next day, we went to the House of Assembly. He went there, and we did what we did. As far as I'm concerned, that was not working in our common interest. Why would the deputy governor seek to have another candidate, another speakership candidate, outside of what the governor wants? Are we working together? That is where I now knew that we had a problem. To say the deputy governor had become so desperate to take over that he would do anything, including carrying out a coup against his governor. How can you say you are loyal and you don't do that sort of a thing? What was kind of disturbing was the excuses he gave in his petition. This is a matter before the courts. I don't want to talk much about it. How can somebody swear to an affidavit right? A public officer with information that is patently wrong and false. Now we stopped him from coming into ESCO. Meanwhile, you attended that ESCO and you signed.
The supra party to which we all belong to is the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The political parties, even the rates of Campi and the Campi shows that of being the chief steward. The supra party to which we all belong to is the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The political parties, even the rates of Campi and the Campi shows that the only that is constant is Nigeria, not the political parties. To that extent, as someone who have had the rare privilege of being the chief steward at Osadebe Avenue, it's my wish that this government and even future government, regardless of the political platform, govern in peace and help to that we have peace and harmony. But what I read, if it is I was referring to about somebody going to court to complain about, quote, suspicion about being impeached, I don't know how courts adjudicate over suspicion. Maybe I'm a very poor legal student. I don't know about that. But let me say this. To say that somebody wants to run to APC is not a rehabilitation center. I can tell you that for free. We in APC, we are satisfied the way we are. We are happy in opposition. And we are not about to receive people who are coming because they have lost out. No IDP cap in APC. So my advice is those who are having challenges should learn to respect their bosses. And many of you will attest to this, and that is what gives me joy. I have always advised people, whoever you work with, be loyal. I was here, I was unable, whether I was right or wrong, it's a matter for individuals to judge. I was unable to support my deputy to succeed me, right? But my deputy never took me to court. And if there are people who profit only from crisis, they cannot have my support. And I also do understand, regardless of what anybody will say, I come from one of the clans from my local government. I'm not talking of Edo State now, from my local government. I come from only one of the clans. And even based on the principle of fairness, it would be nice if only my clan produced governors. But I know that Nigeria doesn't work that way. There are those sentiments that people feel at this level of development that things should go wrong. But I pray that God is able to help for us to all have peace. I don't wish it of anybody. God has been faithful to me. I didn't know how I could become a governor, and I didn't know how I could become a chairman. I also didn't know how I was removed as chairman. And now I don't know how God make me a senator. We had some city governors fail to make the same election. With beaver that doesn't allow you to cheat. You did it, and so I've learned to trust God, to take control. And we must pray according to the Bible. We must pray for our leaders. Regardless of what you think, we are joined by God to pray for our leaders. So in moments like this, all of you and all of us should pray for the governor of our state.
All right. So that's the local politics of Edo State, which we'll get to in a moment. So we've got Ajale Koko and we've got Bishop. So we'll see how it goes. Who is able to kick it off? Who wants to kick it off? Hello, can anyone hear me?
Let Bishop go. Is Bishop ready?
I'm not sure if he is.
I don't know what you mean that you're not sure if I am, but I'm here.
Yeah, you can go ahead if you are ready. Go.
Okay, let's kick it off. Good evening, Baba Janle.
How are you?
No, the network is a bit quirky.
For me, I'm hearing you and I'm hearing him very well.
Yeah, but we all right. Carry on. Let's see what we make of it.
Okay.
Start off with the El Rufai space. Who has withdrawn his nomination and proposed a replacement? Apparently, it was quite a confrontational engagement between him and Tinubu at Aso Rock. But so he's withdrawn his nomination. Put forward a Jafaru Sani to replace him from the same Kaduna state, of course, and has stormed off to Egypt. So what are you making of that?
Okay, let me start by saying good evening first, and remind our people, I know we are not many yet, to please click on the like button as we come in. And let me digress for 1 minute before I go on to that. You asked for some musical clips sometimes that you can play as an opener. I sent you the music, you did not even acknowledge it. Talk less of
when was that?
That was some few months ago when you were asking for some music that can promote what do you call it, Nigeria, whatever. I sent you a particular music.
All right, I'll have to check again. I'll check again.
Okay. Yeah, having said that, El Rufai, quite honestly, I read some of the few things, and I am not happy personally because I feel very strongly that El Rufai has a whole lot to offer Nigeria. A whole lot. His pedigree, his expertise, his commitment, his passion about Nigeria, and taste for excellence. I think he has a lot. So if this rumored whatever, whoever is playing the game behind the scene is true and they succeed, I think ultimately Nigeria is the loser for it.
Bishop, your network is quite quirky. Are you using Bluetooth?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can you do it directly? Maybe that helps better. We are hearing you in a quickie. Yeah.
I can't. If I remove my Bluetooth, I will not be able to hear you.
All right. Carry on. We'll see how we can manage it. Carry on.
So, if you are still hearing me now, are you hearing me?
Yes. Carry on. Yeah.
Okay. I just reduced my speed. So what I'm saying is that it will be sad for me personally if this manipulation, they were able to manipulate El Rufai out. Whatever they are talking about, we had a minister that became a governor for 2 terms. He's not on trial. If there were petitions, of course, when I will be having hundreds of petitions, some are sponsored, some are just maliciously concocted, and you were not trashed or dealt with. So if there were powerful hands behind the scene that want to make sure that El Rufai is not begging for a job, I can say that boldly. I've not benefited anything from him, but it's somebody that I've watched for some time, and I've seen that he's an asset to wherever he belongs. So I really hope that all these are just mere rumors, that it doesn't turn out to be that way. But we wait to see. I really wait to see how it plays out ultimately. It will be in the best interest of Asiwaju Tinubu personally and as the president of the Federal Republic, and in the best interest of APC to otherwise, there is a saying in Yoruba that you don't put fire. It's easier to put a snake under your pillow, under your mattress and sleep than put fire in your roof. If you are managed to take peacefully putting fire in your roof and going to sleep because of the role Rufai played, not only in the emergence of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the candidate of the party, but also the role he played in ensuring that they were able to what's that word now? To mobilize massively and galvanize support, even when all seems to be falling apart within the party and in Nigeria. So it will be in the best interest of the party to resolve this and do so very quickly. I think that's my take on that. But I want to believe that everything we have had is not true. I'm saying that very cautiously, but confidently too. That it's not everything that we have had. I don't think there was that confrontation, whatever. I think there were misunderstanding and there could be some, but I don't think it really has gotten to that level. So probably I want to leave it at that for now.
Hold on, that was actually from multiple sources from at the presidential space. So I think there might be some very yeah.
Hold on, it was only Premium Times that laid a claim to a source from within the presidential villa. Every other news now copied from Premium Times. Premium Times was the only one that said that exclusively.
How do you know they copied from them?
Some of them, of course, it's reported now. Yeah, you read some of them. I read some of them. Some of those, you will see that it was reported from the. They did not quote a source. It was only Premium Times that quoted the source. So, but that came from multiple points. Some people, some of our online journalists just think it's on online that they get their own news from, and that, of course, we see that. We've seen that separately.
All right. Thank you, Bishop. Let me bring Dewale into the conversation. See if he has Dewale. Let's hear from you. Let's see if you have a good connection.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfectly. Brilliant. So you are still in the conversation as well, Bishop. But let's also take your soundings on this space. It looks as though El Rufai has withdrawn his nomination or his intentions to be part of it, and now he's chosen a replacement. And from what we're hearing, it was quite a heated conversation between him and Tinubu. Some people were saying they were actually stunned just how aggressive he was.
Well, I first of all heard about this on Sleep TV this morning when the I don't know, I unsubscribed from them, but it still kept, I guess it's algorithm that is recommended to my trade, so it kept showing up. Well, I think Tinubu should have done enough to protect him if he really badly needed him in his cabinet. What I see happening is more or less like humiliation that has been subjected to. He himself said that he doesn't even need anything, doesn't want to be part of anything.
Oh, no. Are you using Bluetooth as well?
Yes. Oh, you can't hear me.
We can hear you, but there's just that waffling sound, But carry on.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me take it off so that at least you can.
Yeah.
Can you hear me better now?
A lot better. Carry on.
Okay, so when he was subjected to, I mean, to me, I believe it's more like a humiliation because the government that proposed to put him in the cabinet should have done enough, do their due diligence, consult people that needed to be consulted. To me, it's more like humiliation because this individual has been minister in Nigeria before, and it was clear in every front. Recently, he was just relieved of his post as a governor of Kaduna State, which to me should have been an easy passage. But of course, the forces of the National Assembly are not relenting in ensuring that he doesn't get it. I think there's some powerful elements that are behind that. As for his his banter with Tinubu. Well, to me, whatever he says, I don't know how true it is. Um, I will believe that if I'm subjected to that kind of humiliation, I will react the same way. I will be furious because no matter what the National Assembly is holding, on his head, I don't think the executive doesn't have the power to wave it off. He just left a post as a governor. I know some people, maybe at the comment section or anywhere might be thinking that, well, some of the comments that he made, those are, uh, you know, enough to disqualify him as a minister. But yes, it's possible. But if Tinubu insisted that, or he put his foot down, that he wanted him in his cabinet, he could, as a wave of hand. But of course, he also cannot dismiss those powerful people, serving other powerful elements at the National Assembly. And with Apabio at the end of affair, he should have been protected. People that are even less, uh, not, well, I can't use important, but less known.
My goodness. Carry on. Yeah. So sorry, carry on.
Yeah, less known faces in National Assembly were given easy passage. But for someone who has been Nigerians have known, despite his utterances, because what I would like to know, Rufai has been in political space now for almost 20 years or thereabout. So I mean, by now we know who he is. But I've truly Tinubu needed him to be in his cabinet. Yes, we'll have protect him enough. But at the same time, him rejecting it's like saying, I don't even want it in the first place. So, eh, but the danger of reluctancy when you have someone who is not actually willing or eager to jump on the train with you, you can't drag an elephant to the stream. You rather let them be whatever they can contribute. They contribute. He had already made his intention known right from the get go that it's not interested in becoming any or holding any position. But Tinubu, I guess, due to favor or political favor or whatever he needed from him or from his own bloc, he decided to drag them into. But I mean, he worked for him during the primary. He put his foot down. And even the general election, he was one of those people attacking his own political mentor, Buhari. So I think he should have been protected enough. But now that he said he doesn't want it anymore, I mean, he has his a good ground to reject it. If I were him, I would do the same because to me that is humiliation. You are bringing me back when you have people who are just new to the political space. They have been given easy passage, told to bow and leave. So why should I be different because of what I said? Yes, I said those things. Everybody knows that Rufai is a loudmouth, and I believe that the executive and with the alliances in the National Assembly, they have enough to give him a soft landing. But it seems, even if they're going to pass or give him the nomination, they wanted to subject him to.
Hold on, Dewale. Let me ask everybody. Can everybody hear Dewale okay? Thomas,
Yeah. Hearing him well.
You
can hear him very well, not man.
100%.
all right. I think maybe it's my system. Carry on, Dewale.
Okay, so, but as far as I'm concerned, he did the right thing. I wouldn't want it in the first place. I wouldn't want to be subjected to such humiliation. As it has a ground to be mad at the executive, because why would you? You should have done your duty. You should have known who probably will post to my nomination in the first place. I mean, to be honest, Okudiakato for Tinubu administration. I'm not saying he's going to get it all right, but it's not. And the likes of El Rufai should have, become a problem for him to pass. Now, people that are even less known that will be sworn in as a minister, he will not be anywhere near the executive. To me, that is not right. And whatever it is that I'm reading here that due to grudges in the past, I don't know whatever he has with Tinubu or whatever. I don't really know. But for someone who have deemed it important enough to be part of his administration, I don't think there's any grudges that there will be more. But I just believe that I should have done more to, protect him enough not to have been subjected to the humiliation. But you know, they know how to do.
Do you think the Tinubu administration, do you think they will be the poorer for it if they don't have El Rufai on board?
Among all the 200 million Nigerians, they say, I mean, we can find at least 1 million of El Rufai. El Rufai is not the most brilliant politicians around or the most brilliant administrator or public administrator, for that matter. So I think, it's a privilege when you serve your country, not a right. You can throw your fist in the air, kick the hair, or whatever you want to do, or throw tantrum. It's just a privilege. And if you are called upon to serve your country, grab it, because among millions of Nigerians, to see you as being important, as something that you can contribute. I don't think so. I don't really think that, if Tinubu searched well, we have a lot of seasoned administrators that are doing very well at the private sector. But coming to public sector is a different ballgame, because not everybody can withstand the heat, the pressure in the public sector. Public sector is not about bottom line. It's about interest, people's interest, political interest. Fending off all those interests is another big issue. You can remain in the office signing paper all day, but when you have people coming at you and trying to take you down at all costs, then you realize that it's beyond just making money or being a good book. So, of all among the 200 millions of Nigerians, there will be millions of thousands of the likes of El Rufai. So you should see it as a privilege. But I think Tinubu, sometimes when you have your team and you wanted something, you wanted a team, and one of your team is sustained injury, it becomes it begins to try to see how you can bring in substitution. But sometimes you already have your goal and everything.
Dewale, are we to read into this that Tinubu does not actually want him? Because if Tinubu wanted him, then he would have facilitated for him, Are we to read into this that Tinubu does not really want him?
No, I believe he wanted him. I mean, look at the event that led all those days, even to the point that we've speculated, we've thought everything, and yet he nominated, he put his name there. He was among the first set that showed up there. I think he wanted him not to humiliate. Look at the incident that happens in the Kaduna when when they organized that symposium. He dragged him to the podium and publicly announced that he will, to promise that he will be part of his administration. I don't think so. I think he was Tinubu must have really not really pay attention to, or thinking that that such things will happen, or his handler didn't pay much attention to it, because I believe should have given them, given him in particular a soft landing. Because if he really desperately wanted him, I don't want to believe he didn't want him. Because if he didn't want him, why are you going all out? This guy's stuck his neck out for you.
Yeah, exactly. So that's because if Tinubu wanted El Rufai or as part of his government, then El Rufai will be part of his government. It would just tell Nuhu Ribadu to approve him, and then and then of course the Senate will just tell him to take a bow and go.
It wasn't security issue. Really, if you look at what was brought forward at the hearing, at the nominations hearing, it was more or less like a petition, and because you could see the enmity is palpable in that hall. You could see that a lot of people were against his nomination. It was all, even the party, the APC party, some of them were not comfortable with him. Maybe they see him as a liability to the presidency due to his public utterances in the past. But at least we've seen people there. I mean, I give you an example. Dele Alaki, somebody even came forward to say, you called these people a backing dog. And Apabio, kind of like gave him a sublanding by subverting that submission by the members. And they didn't question him further, right? So why should the LFI be different? but I could tell that there are a lot of people at the chamber that are not really wanted him, or perhaps they wanted to ridicule him, subject him to that treatment. But to me, I would have wanted after that. They can keep it. I've been more or less like a minister twice because I was in charge of BP, Bureau of Public Enterprise, and later on the mayor of Abuja. So, what else? You governor twice. So, what else do you need? I mean, if you have to embezzle money, you've embezzled money, so they can keep their position. So, but unfortunately, it happens and doesn't speak well of Tinubu's uh, uh, gang, if to call them gang or group. But at the end of the day, I would furious with Tinubu if I were Rufai as well.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring Mohammed into the conversation. So Mohammed, I'm still insisting that if Tinubu wanted El Rufai to be part of his government, then El Rufai will be part of that government. So he has essentially told Nuhu Ribado to hold him in abeyance. And so angered, El Rufai stormed into Aso Rock Villa and threw the ministerial thing in Tinubu's face, and then asked him to hand it over to Jafaru Sani. So is Tinubu's cabinet, if El Rufai is not part of Tinubu's cabinet, is Tinubu's cabinet the poorer for it? Starting from there. Good to see you, Mohammed.
Oh, okay. Hello, Maman. Hello, the panelists. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing okay.
We're good.
Yeah, that's good. My network was fluctuating. I didn't catch most of what you said, but I think it's you were asking whether or not Tinubu's cabinet is poorer without El Rufai, right?
Yes, correct.
Of course, to that I will say absolutely. I don't think a lot of people will say differently, because El Rufai might be many things, but nobody doubts his competence and ability to deliver. Like, he was Abuja minister for 4 years, but he is the FCT minister till today. Like, I don't even know who the FCT minister is currently, you know. But anybody, and he was there just for 4 years for one term. And in Kaduna, he has done wonders. So I go to Kaduna a lot. When I went the last time, I couldn't even find my way because of the changes there. So definitely yes, but what surprised me is to your question though, I think Tinubu really wanted him, and he wanted him a lot, because even before, just after the election, Rufai has been, just before also, he has been saying that he wants to go and do education, and Tinubu is telling him he should stay, he wants him to be part of his cabinet. Even that is even before, like, you know, the inauguration of Tinubu or anything. And Rufai, like in some of his, he does this weekly address to Kaduna, like Kaduna people in Hausa. So he always mentions it like, oh yeah, this is that. Aswaju wants him to stay. He's insisting that he has to stay. Like, Aswaju is forcing him to stay, but he wants to go. You know, he has been saying this, And I think there was a video recently that I also saw, even that publicly, Tinubu is saying that he should, like, he has to promise that he will stay. So this shows to me that I think Aswaju really wanted him to stay. But I'm also surprised. So I just want to ask something. Is it that they have not confirmed him, or they will not confirm? What is the stance?
They are saying there's some sort of a security clearance issue, which is holding his clearance in abeyance. And I'm not sure, El Rufai is a known quantity, so I'm not quite sure what security risk he especially presents. So that's why I'm saying, is there some form of reluctance on Tinubu's part?
So I asked one guy, one of my friends, maybe even some of you know him, he's quite popular on Twitter, and he's kind of, he knows a lot about this Asiwaju space, staunch Tinubu supporter. And like, he has a lot of sources in the APC. I asked him about this. He said that really, like, the power industry, like, there are some cabals that really don't want Rufai to be there because he will rock some boats. That's what he said. I mean, I'm not, you can believe it or not, but that's what he told me. He has his sources and everything. So I don't think it's an Asuaju issue. Absolutely, I don't believe that even for 1 minute. But I think there are people who don't want Rufai to be there because he is a known quantity, like you said. What security issue are you talking about? That he killed somebody, or what is the security issue? I mean, we have people confirmed that have more serious indictments against them. I mean, Pablo himself is not a clean person at all, you know.
What do you see the way out of this? How do you see the way out of this? Because when they were reading out the ministerial list, El Rufai was one of the star names that we identified on this platform. He, Dele Alake, Wale Edun, you know, and a lot of people wanted him to take charge of that, you know, because of course they're looking to converge the power sector with the energy sector to have that synergized and have El Rufai oversight it, and that seemed to excite a lot of our Nigerians. But now this, what's going on?
Really, I was also like in the ministerial list. El Rufai, I mean, at least in a lot of the lists, I don't know some of them. At least I would say I don't know about 50% of the people. Of the people that I know, I don't think anyone he will be among the top 3 in the list in terms of competence. El Rufai is a deliverer, you know, the person who, if you give him the job, he delivers, you know. If you see the infrastructural developments in Kaduna, you put together Namadi Sambo's time, Ramalan Yaro's time, Patrick Yakowa's time together, I have not seen the kind of infrastructural development that El Rufai did, even compared to these 3 combined. So he is a deliverer. I was also of the power sector. I think he could have made a huge difference in the power sector. Of course, he would step on toes and all. But what I want to know is, see, this is my theory. I might be wrong. What I think is that he has been always insisting that he doesn't, like, he wants to, like, there's a video of him in house. So he was saying that, look, how can you be, he was speaking very passionately, how can you be 63, have been minister at 43, and then 2-time governor, and then now I will come back to minister again? Does that mean that I did not mentor anybody, or I did not tutor anybody? How about other people that I've mentored? Can't they do the job? Things like, you know, he was saying passionately that, you know, coming back to me, he was just making the point that coming back to minister, it doesn't make sense and things like that. Maybe what I think is there was some resistance from some of the senators or cabals, or, you know, or whatever your view is. And then he's using that to back out or something like that. That's what I think. I don't think really that is.
Well, what are you making of what are you making of Tinubu's decision making at the moment? Because it seems somewhat feeble and meek, the way he's been making decisions and then reversing decisions, and then seem to be making hasty decisions and talking at a turn. Do you think there's a problem with decision making there with Tinubu?
So are you referring to the Niger thing, or what do you have in mind?
Well, I'm starting from the oil subsidies removed, which was ad-libbing on the most important day of his life. I'm talking about the 8,000 naira that was meant to go to the poor, which we now don't know where it is. We're talking about this ultimatum that doesn't make sense. We're talking about now rolling out troops that ultimately the Russians are warning you not to go in, by the way. They just, and then the floating of the naira, which is now somewhat, it is completely, it's just the decision making just seems out of skew. Do you not read it that way?
Yes, some I think, like for me, the one that I think is kind of shows a little bit of rashness in the decision making was the ultimatum, the 7-day ultimatum, although it's ECOWAS thing, but I mean, he had a huge part in that. And the floating of the naira, it's something like, you know, I honestly, I have to tell you, I did not predict that this will happen. when that thing, when they floated in, I did not predict that the naira is going to crash like this so precipitously. But yes, I think it's too early to tell. But I think that there is something about, he has not been in this federal space before. I think there are things that he believes in and he wants to do. He doesn't have experience in this federal space, and I think that inexperience is shown a little bit.
Do you think he needs a quick big win for people to reconnect people's confidence? Because I'm starting to get the sense somewhat, and we're only less than 3 months in. I'm starting to get the sense that people may start to, are they starting to lose confidence in him? Do you get that sense?
Yes, of course. This kind of things will start to creep in. Yes, people are beginning to, but some of the things like the subsidy removal thing, almost it's not really 100% his decision. Subsidy was already removed basically when he came in. I mean, the ad-libbing that you talked about, that's the only part that maybe he has some blemish there. But the thing is, I think he tried to do too many things so fast. He believes in those things like this subsidy, floating of the naira, these things. He's tried to do too many things in very short time without really allowing, he created so much entropy, and now everything is messed up and nobody knows what everything is, hoping that at some day, maybe with time, it will calm down. But at least now, this naira thing, really, I did not foresee what is happening right now, because naira is just
Mohammed, the international community actually foresaw it. They said the Nigerian financial space that it did not have the requisite sophistry to handle a free-based sort of currency doctrine. So they said Nigeria lacked the financial space of Nigeria. It lacked the sophistication for a floated naira, and that is what we're seeing. So if the international monetary space could see that, why couldn't Tinubu and his team of experts, some of the best brains Nigeria have to offer?
Wow. So the thing is, yeah, for me, I like, for example, the way that I do things, I'm a more cautious type of person. When decisions was going to affect millions of people, I think you should take your time, have staunch supporters of it, have staunch, detractors of that position, let them, you should foresee, you should hear all sides very well, get the best brains of both sides, feed them very well, and do everything taking into consideration the concerns of both sides, and then that's how you take the decision. So when the naira was floated, I asked one person, I said, well, why wasn't this done before? For me, I was asking, I asked many people actually, what was the wisdom of not, floating the naira before? Why didn't the previous government do it? Having official rate and then parallel market rate. What was the wisdom in that? There's a lot of corruption going on there, but I was always asked, I've not had a good answer to that, maybe because people I asked are not knowledgeable in that space. But really, the floating now seems to be a really bad decision now, the way that things are going. If you say the international community foresaw it, then I think care should have been taken. And
it's not a decision that he can reverse, by the way, because if he reverses it and then pegs the naira or subsidizes it in some sort of form, then that window of free flow, a lot of people would have made a lot of money, and then he will stand accused of corruption.
Yeah, I mean, the dollar, the official rate and black market rate was a cash cow for many people, I can tell you. Somebody actually offered me, just bring your money, send me how many millions he told me, and then, I will give you at 600, and then you will sell it for, at that time, I think dollar was, what was it? I think he said 500. Basically, I said, no, I don't. Because it just seems to me that there were people that had open access to the dollar at official rate, and then they will be selling it for profit. There was a lot of corruption going on there, but still, I still would like to hear the side of the people who support the view that the naira should be subsidized in that way. But to your point though, Tinubu he tried to do many things within a very short amount of time, and those things, each of them are big things. They are not decisions that should have been taken lightly. Like I was on this show when you were discussing the removal of the subsidy. I said that they should have been removed sequentially, and the way that it was done, even though it's not his fault, I have to reiterate that, like, it was already removed in a way, but a lot should have been done, and more discussions should have been taken, should have happened before those decisions have been taken place. But you are onto something, one man. When like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things like happening, and people are not so sure about this, with time, you see that the confidence of the people is going to, even his supporters, the confidence is going to start to drop in him. But let's wait for him to gather his cabinet and.
Alexander is asking you to. Alexander Gomez is asking you to speak up a bit. Speak up a bit to this space. Speak up a bit to the Niger Republic space. Review your military threats. Review your military threats. Sanctions against Niger. Fulani group tells ECOWAS. So, of all of the bad decisions, this may well be the worst decision, or probably the best decision, depending on how it plays out. So if they can go in quickly, have a surgical strike, remove these characters, and set that country on the course of our democracy, Tinubu can write his own check. He will be the darling of the international community if that happens. But if they go in and they get locked into some protracted war, and we start to see images of babies and women, then that will be the damnation of him. How are you reading that space and the warning from the cattle herders?
But I have to be honest with you, one man. The second scenario is more likely than the first. Never has there been a military, intervention with the intent of restoring democracy, and it just went, smoothly. You just go in, take out the bad people, then restore democracy and come out. That scenario is, I will say, the chance of that happening is less than 5%. More likely than not, what will happen, once there's intervention, you will see the images of babies, like you mentioned. The people that you supposedly are going in to give democracy to, they're the very people that are going to become your enemies. See, one man, I was in Russia when Putin first went into Russia to take Crimea. I was in Russia. I was listening to Russian news in Russian. I know all the propaganda that is being laid out. At that time, even I was convinced. The point that he was stressing the most is that we're not against the people. These are the same people as us. They are like, you have to know, I don't have to explain to you the ties between Ukraine and Russia. So he's saying that it's just this bad government. There was a military coup, unconstitutional coup. We're just going to go and, because of that, that's why we're doing what we're doing, this and that, this and that, this and that. But once war happens, what you said is the babies, you will be smashing, the images of these. The people will just start seeing you as, now, I don't think Ukrainians hate any nation more than Russia, even though with all the ties that they have. This is the more likely scenario. For us, and for this Niger thing, one of the key questions for me that I want to hear is if you think of it in terms of, if you set aside that we want to restore democracy and all that, if you think of it in terms of what's in it for Nigeria, you'll see that the justification is really not strong. If someone attacked our nation, you see, that's strong justification to go to war. If someone did something against us, it's more of a justification. So if somebody did a military coup, yes, it's bad, but to commit your soldiers and to this justification, if you get what I'm meaning, the justification is not very strong.
You know, there is just some sort of a justification. You know, we already have problems coming from that cusp with the banditry, the insurgency, that because of just the porousness of that border, of the borders between nearly 1,000 kilometers of borderline, completely unmanned. So we already have problems with the insurgency just wading in from that space. So if that space then falls into the hands of some elements that have no proper structured association with known governance or civilized behavior, just a bunch of military men, if it turns essentially into somewhat of a semi-failed state, then that is an existential threat to Nigeria. That's an existential threat. And also that culture of military is something that Africa wants to start to reverse.
Yeah, I mean that is an argument, but one man, like, military rule does not equal chaos. You know, military rule does not necessarily. But once we go in there, that's definitely chaos. Like, refugees in millions will start to flood into Nigeria, and we'll have a major humanitarian crisis in our hands on top of the ones that we have. So what you're saying is, yeah, it's an argument. I mean, I understand it, but if, like, it would have been stronger argument if the people that took over were some terrorist group or something like that. This is the military of the country we're talking about. It's not really, you know, I mean, Nigeria, for most of our history, post-independent, we have been under military, you know, military rule one way or the other. I mean, imagine when, let's say, IBB takes over, who took over from, okay, I think Buhari, when he took over from Shagari or something, some other country, external country, comes to invade Nigeria. Do you think that we'll see them as freedom? We'll see them as people who are trying to liberate us or something? You know, military rule does not always equal chaos, but once you start war, all the things that you are saying potentially you are trying to curb, you will just precipitate that. You know, refugees, number one, you know, and then all sorts of problems. So
one more, can I interject? Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to just add to your response to one man, where he talked about the border being porous already, and we're having insurgency and all of that, and then as the justification for why we should wage a war. Actually, it's not. It's actually a reason why we should not, because if you go into that war, what you're going to do is that whatever you're complaining is whatever problem you're talking about now, which is insurgency, porous border, you're only going to make it worse, because these men, or rather these military boys, all they're going to do is that if you feel you're going to overwhelm them, they're going to throw in arms into the hands of Nigerians and say, fight for yourself. And then all of those arms and guns and everything, after that war, that fight, all those things will remain in the hands of people. Those guys are going to be insurgents, they're going to be criminals, they're going to be bandits, and they're going to be pouring into our nation. So that is creating more problems for yourself, apart from even what my brother said in terms of refugees and all that. That is just creating chaos, you know. So that's just what I wanted to add.
Yeah. So that's a good addition too. But I think what one man was saying is not like it's an argument, but it's not a potent, like, you know, it's not, you know, if and when and maybe, and it's a lot of ifs and when. But once war starts, all these ifs become definitely, like, all this chaos will be definite, it will be real. So I think if you look at it in terms of
do you think do you think where the situation is now, the ECOWAS space are led by Nigeria, they are irreversibly set on the course of some sort of military action unless these people back down? So if these people don't back down, because the whole world is monitoring that space, if these people don't back down, then there is no way that they cannot go, that they will not go in. Are they irreversibly committed to that course of action?
I think the way that they announced like 1 week ultimatum was unwise to begin with. I think in a way, I think Tinubu, he knows the backlash that he's facing here. I don't know about other ECOWAS countries, but I think if he doesn't, stand up to these ECOWAS people, if it is true that they're the ones pushing for this, they are just going to trick us into like some commitment, and then they will just back up, because as we know, we will be the ones bearing the brunt financially as well as in other aspects that we already mentioned. So it's not irrevocable. Like they said 1 week, but the 1 week has passed. What have they done? Like there's nothing like irrevocable. Like what I would like to also one other complication to this issue, this coup. We're not even sure that this coup is unpopular with the people. Maybe the people of Nigeria even support this coup. You see, in which case that complicates the whole thing. Like then you are saying that you supposedly want to bring them good democracy and liberation. When if the people support it, then what's your business with that? So, and from the looks of it, they actually support it because they see Bazoum as somebody who is subservient to the French and things like that. So for us, at least if I were PBAT, I would have used this Senate rejection as an excuse to tap out, like Obama did when he said that he's going to go into Syria when the Senate rejected it, too bad, we wanted to do this, we wanted to do that, but the Senate rejected it. And then in Britain also, they took a vote, I think the members of parliament, they rejected that they should not go into Syria. But it has not stopped them from going in on other occasions, but in that specific time, they used that as an excuse to back up. I think we should have done something like that and pressure the junta to commit to a timeline of election, and then we just leave. I mean, it's not the justification, like what's in it for us is not really clear. That's why we should not, I think we should not commit to this war. It's highly unwise. It's not popular, and we don't have a clear exit strategy. All
right. Speak to us a little bit about this headline on the screen, and then I'll go on from you to Baba. But I want you to hang around for as long as you can, because there are other topics I want you to speak on as well. But to this topic, Ohaneze to Tinubu, it is unfair. Only 5 ministers nominated from the Southeast. So I suspect we already know what you have to say. But what would be your response if you were Tinubu to that comment?
I don't think he should respond, first of all. I mean, these are not the kind of things that you want to respond to. But I think the Ohaneze, they should understand politics more. Like, see, I don't agree with like political paybacks. Like this guy worked for me. That's the only reason why I give him this. I don't fully agree with that. But it's a reality. Like there are people, like 99% of the Southeasterners, I think, let's say 97% voted for somebody else. It's not really, you cannot expect then that you will be given more than what the Constitution requires. I mean, I understand where they're coming from, but they should really understand also that if for example, if Obi had won, don't expect Rufai to be in his government. Don't expect Matoli to be in his government. He's not going to give them anything. So it's just politics. I don't think it's something like really against Southeast or something like that. It's just the politics of it. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Your voice was quite low. Are people sleeping where you are? So you don't want to wake people up, have you?
Yeah, I just came back from travel actually. So yeah.
Anyway, exciting.
No. Just between two cities in the same country. Not anywhere exciting.
There's this Yoruba man from back in the day called Olabisi Ajala. he's a bit like you. He went around the world so much that they sang a song about him. Ajala traveled all over the world. So look at that. Mohammed the Traveler. So stay with us, Mohammed. Let me go from you and bring Baba into the conversation. See if he's ready. Baba, are you ready?
Sure.
Baba.
Yes, one man. Good evening, everyone on the panel, and hi to all our listeners. How are you, one man?
I'm good. All the better for you being here. So all the better for you being here. But I can tell you somebody that is not in a good mood is your former president, Muhammadu Buhari. Very bad. Buhari comes fumes as ECOWAS put army on standby. You know, the reaction of especially the North, but Nigerians in general, it will be a real political gamble if Tinubu goes in.
I don't think Tinubu will go in with all the pushback from Nigerians, all manners of group. Actually, it's not even the wise thing to do at all. But I've been expecting Buhari to talk since this imbroglio started about 2 weeks now. But he didn't say anything. But what fly over most of our heads was that visit of Remi Tinubu to Buhari last week. As to say, I just felt I should come and say hello to him. I was not fooled. And I think it's got to do with the Niger debacle, actually. I'm reading Buhari's body language on that visit. I believe, actually, that he is not pleased with Tinubu's stance in the Niger Republic, because whether we like it or not.
Baba.
Hello? Yeah?
Do you think if for a national issue, a national security issue like this, the only person Tinubu could send to Buhari is his wife?
Look, why do we Nigerians like to actually frown against such things? Hillary was almost like Clinton's right-hand man. She presented a bill, the health bill, if you remember, even to
presentation of health bill is different. This is a national security.
No, it's about trusted aids. You can send your son, you can send your wife.
For national security, that the wife is not even clear to discuss.
Well, she was a senator, and I think if there is any confidence at all, most of us, I think, our wife knows us in and out and stuff like that. So I wouldn't frown at that. We have the habit of, Trump has the in-law and the daughter in the cabinet. That can't happen in Nigeria.
Those were granted security cover. They have their clearance. But for national security issue like this, that the wife would be in the best position to go and discuss with Buhari. I found that a little bit hard to
that is my own take, and I don't think it's national security. Maybe they are privy to some information and say, look, take this message to Buhari for me and let him know. It's not everything you can talk on phone. And the weight of the person you send on an errand at times will determine how the receiver of that person will react to the message, because the value placed on the messenger is very important as the message too. So that's my own take anyway. People may think it's wrong, but I don't.
Sorry, can I come in?
Well, it's too early in the day. Come in anyway.
Sorry. Yeah, I support what you're saying. I understand my brother, the prince, worries. But we should take it like this. When it comes to national security, there are some ways you have to send some message to soften the person's mind, or coded message to certain people before you send the main message. But Remi Tinubu going to meet Buhari is to first soften that space before the actual message comes. Remi Tinubu did not go see Buhari on the capacity of taking message to Buhari. But I think he went there on a political move to at least calm Buhari minds down first before the main message would get to Buhari. So I don't think we should worry too much about remitting movies in Buhari because he didn't go there on the capacity of an official move to go see Buhari, you know. So that's my submission.
Exactly my take too, because if we look at Niger today, Niger as of today is about 27 million people. 21% or 7 million of those people are Hausas, and Fulanis are about 6% also there. So if northern Nigeria were to be a nation, I know southern Niger will be part of that nation, actually. So they are one people. And besides that, the Kupists are Hausas. And let's figure that out. The guy who left is a Difa Arab. You understand? And Difa Arab are just less than 1%. So it's about minority ruling the rest. But the thing I see here actually in this Niger matter, I watched the body language of Alan Ouattara yesterday. The way he came up, I think he's picking up the gauntlet, which is good for Tinubu if he can use the opportunity and duck out of the front line. You understand? When we were in Liberia, we were in Sierra Leone and Gambia. None of the Francophone countries raised proper hand. Let me put it there to show their power to align with us openly. You understand? So this time around, we are attacking a Francophone country, and we are maybe the citizens of Nigeria are saying no. They are reluctant, and Alan Ouattara is standing up. Well, maybe I don't want to use a language strong. Maybe he's standing up for France in this regard. So let him pick up the gauntlet. He has military men. Let him go. He's part of the problem. When he had problem with Gbagbo here, when Gbagbo didn't want to accept defeat, the whole world descended on Gbagbo. And Alan Ouattara came in. They will even say he was a Burkinabe from Burkina Faso. That was one of the things the Gbagbo people were putting forward. But here he is today. It's about, I think, going for his third term, which the Constitution of Cote d'Ivoire frowns again. And these are the kind of things that are fueling coup all over the place. You understand? I am not in support of Nigeria going to war. I just don't like it. Left to me, at this material time in our lives in Nigeria, I want us to look inwards. We have tremendous problems. I want us to look inwards and treat our wounds. When we are properly healed, then we can now showcase our strength and present a new look Nigeria. Today, the whole thing, I mean, I have trepidation about Tinubu's takeoff. Let me just put that as a takeoff. I put so much.
You know, Baba. When he first took off, he took off with confidence.
Yeah. And, I put much premium.
Yes.
But today, I don't know.
It's starting to falter. It's starting to falter, because, and that's happening.
You guys need to calm down. You guys need to calm down. Public office grant is not always that quick as you think.
No, but how tomorrow will be.
This man started on the fast lane. You guys said it was too fast. Now he's grinding because you wanted to take it slow.
I'm batified, you understand? But when I look at there are a lot of misfits in his. Look at Bajabia Miller, for instance. Look at Bajabia Miller. Look at that Ganduje. Look at what they did to that girl Shetty. I mean, I wouldn't stand for that. And I know. It is Bajabia Miller and Ganduje's work, even though Ganduje is coming out to say the otherwise. But one man presented a clip here when he was amongst his wives or so, and they were like laughing at the girl and things, deriding the girl. You understand? And we know that definitely Ganduje's daughter and this girl.
Baba, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, hold on. Let me insert that clip. This is Ganduje mocking that Shetima woman that was removed from the ministerial list. that's not it. I don't have it anymore. I suspect I deleted it.
Okay.
But
The daughter of Ganduje and that Shetty and the girl who eventually replaced Shetty, they are all classmates. So they at times little issues we don't know at times affect people's fortune.
Sorry, can I ask
nation's fortune? Yeah, go ahead, please.
The Gbajabi Amila and Ganduje laughing at the Shetty girl. What does he have to do?
No, Gbajabi Amila was not in that tape. What I'm saying is that there is nothing that happens that
my question
happens without the chief of staff knowing.
Hold on, Baba.
Yeah,
wants
let
to
me
ask
just
you a
ask my
question.
question.
Yeah.
So how do you relate that with what does that have to do with Tinubu's public policy, good governance, and issues on developmental policies in Nigeria? Don't you see that as internal politics within the APC and which Nigerians should not bother about? We have a bigger picture to look at.
Sorry, Baba. Let me respond to that, and then you come in after. It's about Tinubu's decision making. This is where the query is decision making. But Baba, yeah, the question was to you.
Yeah, you put it right. Took it out of my mouth. It's about decision making, and when one wants to come out, we should put our right foot forward all the time. You understand? But like for instance, I mean the oil subsidy thing. I would defend it till tomorrow that there was no right movement other than that very day, because we know the machinations, evil machinations that are mitigated against the subsidy over 12 years. You understand? So if he didn't do it on that day, when he may never be able to do it again. But at the same time, the foreign exchange thing, you understand? I can't fault him. I embrace it in the beginning, but of late, where the whole thing is running away, is becoming. I mean, I became a little bit afraid, because how do we stem the fast decline of the naira? At a point, I was saying
we're headed towards Zimbabwe, where they use wheelbarrows to buy bread.
At a point, I was saying, look, do we digitize the naira by removing 1 0?
Redecimalize
it by removing 1 0. And I said, how is that going to work without an economic team in place? And why can't he also appoint an acting CBN governor, a kind of international economist, eminently recognized by the Brentwood Institutes and stuff like that? Because 70 days now into the whole thing, I'm a bit afraid in the sense that here you have...
Baba, let me tell you one thing. You know, the governor of the Bank of England, you know, he's actually an American. So we don't necessarily even need to have a Nigerian to be the governor of the central bank. Is that something you would be receptive to if a non-Nigerian was?
They will throw the constitution at your face if you're trying to propose that.
in Nigeria.
That would be difficult. That would be difficult. But sorry, let me chime in a little bit. Omar, what you're saying is not totally wrong. But what Nigeria need now as a governor of central bank is somebody that have international appealing, that understand international monetary space, and that have influence international monetary space, that can actually cut a deal for this naira design. Not just one central bank director that was after Emefiele, you put it there. No, it does not have any connection internationally. We need somebody that can pull a force internationally to stop naira climbing like this or declining like this. Thank you, Roma.
All right. So sorry, Baba. So hold on, Baba. Let Bishop come in, and he wanted to actually come in before Uptown. Okay. So Bishop come in, and then round up that space, Baba.
Okay. Two things I wanted to say before. I don't know if I forgot to have. This Shetty clip. At some point, even though I felt very bad the way the thing played out, but at some point I began to read some of his opinion. Some of the things he said before about Shetima, I mean, not Shetima, about what's the man's name now? Ganduje.
Yeah.
About Tinubu, yeah. very derogatory things and smart, outright abuse and insults. Now, if you labor, you have gone back to, obviously she was against APC in that election, definitely, from those utterances. And somebody now bring the medal home, no matter whether it's silver or gold. But you now went and people with some machination, now smuggle somebody's name that did not take part at all. Rather than take part, she was even an
Bishop, we're losing you. We've lost you now. We've lost you completely.
I don't know how they managed to.
Bishop, we can barely hear you. No. Can anyone hear Bishop? No, we can't hear you.
No, we cannot hear him. He's breaking heavily.
Heavily. Yes. Baba, let me use this window to play these two clips that somebody sent in. One is the Russians preparing to drop nuclear bombs on Nigeria if they go to Niger Republic. So they're already sending in nuclear bombs to drop on Nigeria. But first, let me play you this.
TikTok. Now 5 million cash, 10 naira no give me.
But I give you money now. Go to us.
Chama afa na.
That's keep going on. How do you
I'm money but for man, I saw me boy ga banana. It's not again. Afa ngwa Fatima. Yes. I'm not Mohammed.
Are you serious?
Oh, so say you muta naibu.
People are naming the speaking go.
Ah, one day no na ifu go na ya na. Local government.
Local government also there.
Ah, Alhambra State. Oyaka. Ifu go na ya. Oh, Abu citizen of Alhambra State.
Wow.
Imela o. Magi waka igen na. I say, what's up, man? What do you get for us?
All right, so that's the Nigeria we want. I'll save that one for Pansat. Next time he's coming here to talk his rubbish. I'll save that one for Pansat. So somebody sent that in. I've not even seen it, but I'm glad we saw it now. But let me play you this in more serious space. Watch this.
See, while the talks were underway, Russia's strategic nuclear bombers, known as the White Swans, actually landed in South Africa. The 13-hour flight is being called a symbolic visit, or is it just another way for Russia to send a message about its capabilities? RT senior correspondent Murad Gaziev was there.
And we have touchdown. The Russian Swans have come to South Africa. Blackjack, NATO reporting name, officially the Tu-160, Russia's strategic nuclear bombers. This is the furthest south that they have ever been. We're closer to Antarctica than we are to Russia at this point. Now, ordinarily, a nuclear bomber doesn't make the most welcome guest, but this is a symbol of trust between Russia and South Africa. Now, you can love them or you can hate them, but this is a majestic aircraft. The world's heaviest supersonic military aircraft. This thing weighs in at almost 300 tons, capable of staying in the air for an entire day. We all have different definitions of what it is to be a friend, but if you're comfortable inviting a supersonic nuclear bomber for a visit, you're pretty good friends. We're going to go meet the pilots. They're pretty tired. This has been a long journey, but the press and these aircraft have caused quite a stir here. Dozens and dozens of journalists come to see the site. The press are very eager to talk to them.
There's been a sense of novelty, like entering uncharted waters, but I think we'll get to explore this part of the world too. We've seen a whole lot of various scenery. Our Earth is enormous, but for the most part we've been flying over the ocean. We have a tradition, just like the sailors, we congratulate each other when we're crossing the equator.
Firstly, I want to say it's a pleasure for us as South African Air Force to receive the Russian Federation Air Force to visit us Of course, the conditions of the Air Force Base Waterkloof in terms of the length of the runway, we made our planning and we are sure that the 2 bombers will be able to land and be nicely accommodated here.
The Russian side has been very, very careful to keep any and all politics out of this visit and its statements. But come on, we can read between the lines. Vladimir Putin is hosting dozens and dozens of African leaders. The world is changing, and Russia's message is clear. It's back in Africa. Old empires die and new powers are born. And for Russia, 21st century, Africa is the place to be.
Okay. So if the message doesn't get to Tinubu now, it never will. There's a new scramble for global resources. And when there's a scramble for global resources, it's usually a scramble for Africa. Ogbeni, it looks as though we're about to be recolonized.
Well, for me, I think it's a case of a tiger showing his tigritude. Apologies to, I think, Leopold Sédar Senghor, or was it Shoyinka? I can't remember. A tiger showing his tigritude.
That would be Shoyinka, isn't it? That's Shoyinka type language.
No, I mean, why didn't he use that on Ukraine? You don't just go about throwing nuclear bomb at people. So it's just blustering. I look at it. But when it comes to the present time, this is one of the reasons why I say Nigeria should just close doors and let us refit ourselves. Even most of our debt outside, yes, we are owing, and people are owing us too. I mean, Niger, Benin Republic, Togo, I mean, combined, they are owing. Even the debt of Togo and Benin is owed to private electricity suppliers from Nigeria. And this make me think that since government has removed their hands and switched off the electricity supply to Niger, if we are going to restore it, let's hand them over to one of the private companies in Nigeria so that that company will know how to collect their money rather than having our monies outside and the government-to-government debt. We don't want it anymore. Ghana for gas supply on the West African gas line, which Nigeria actually funded, they are owing us about $100 million. We need every penny, every dollar, every kobo we can scrap now. You understand? Because we are doing very, very badly right now. So going to another war, I mean, let Cote d'Ivoire pick up the gauntlet. I mean, it's a Francophone country after all. When you're in discussion with most of them, particularly in their territory, they always say, oh, we French. We are not like you. And I say, you French? They call themselves French. I can call myself English. I'm not English. You understand? These are the kind of people we are dealing with here. But I see benefit for us at the end of the day. Let's let the Francophone people do whatever they want to do to themselves. 14 of them have their foreign reserve in France bank, central bank. 14 of these African countries, all black. Algeria, I don't think. Tunisia, who were colonized also by French, I don't think they suffer the same things in the hands of France. So if they are doing this, maybe they will throw away the CFA and then embrace their own currency. Eventually, maybe that will make eco-currency of the ECOWAS happen quickly, and that will benefit Nigeria. So a lot of benefits, if we don't go to war, will happen on us. Do you know that Niger, they have oil. They take about 20,000 barrels every day. But even though they are landlocked, they lay their pipe through Benin Republic. So they export their oil through. And this disinformation where people are saying, why should Nigeria switch off the electricity? But we forget that in 2019 or so, they dammed the Upper Niger. Something we signed with them in 1960 that since we are having Kanji Dam, they should not dam. We'll be supplying them. They break away because China gave them 800 million and said they will construct that dam for them. And they accepted it. So they broke out of the contract first. So we are right to switch off the light even before this period of time. We should have switched it off. But when we are going to give them back the electricity, let's hand them over to a private company in Nigeria to do it so they can collect their money easily. Tinubu should remove his hands from most of these things.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Stay with us, Baba. I want to stay with that clip that we just saw because we seem to have glossed over it just a little bit. I want to bring Ogbeni into that conversation. That clip that we just saw. So that was a nuclear bomb jet that the Russians flew all the way across the Atlantic to land in South Africa. You'd have to be a bit slow of wit not to draw parallels between now that inaugural flight and the goings on within in the Niger Republic. So there's a new scramble going on, and Russia is determined to take a slice of the African space, and they are using nuclear muscles to send signals. What did you make of that clip, Ogbeni?
That's what we call show of force. If that clip is actually true, if the clip is not a old clip being circulated, because I don't trust social media, a lot of things you get there, one has to be cautious. So, but let's assume that that clip is true and it's recent, it's not a old clip. Then I will tell you is what they call show of force. It's just usually it comes from from the weak side, a weaker side. America will not come and be flying things around because he wants to tell you that I'm powerful. And I don't see Russia fighting.
But they do it. Sorry, they do it. When China and North Korea was flexing muscles over Japan, America sent a nuclear bomber to Japan. It took Japanese citizens to riot before they took that nuclear bomber away. There was no reason for bringing a nuclear bomber to Japan.
You mean North Korea and Japan?
Yeah, when North Korea was sending bomb up over Japan all the time, and Russia and China was having some issues over Japan, America sent a nuclear bomber to Japan to recruit candidates.
I'm only aware that I'm not aware of that. If you have any link, you can send to us. The only thing I'm aware of that America. Yes, you can send it to us. What I know is that America have they have a standby base in Japan. So I don't know why
they have 120 bases in Japan, but they don't have nuclear bomber.
There won't be any need to be sending anything down, right? Well, you can send that link to us and let me see. My point is
but back to that clip. If that was a recent flight, that's a nuclear warhead, by the way. Let's be clear on what we just saw. That was a nuclear warhead. That just that plane, it could wipe out half of Africa in just one flight. In just one flight, we saw what happened to Hiroshima. These guys are signaling intent. And Tinubu saying that the chancellors cannot come to Africa to take anything anymore. Hand they shake, leg they shake. He's not the man that is going to stop Russia if they want to come and take their slice of Africa. And it looks as though they are determined to do that. And the Chinese as well. There's a new scramble. We are about to be taken again.
I agree with you that there is this new scramble for Africa, and it's for economic reason. So you don't destroy a place where you are scrambling for. You know what nuclear weapon means? We all know what nuclear weapon means. It's a total demolition of a place. You can't get anything from any place you want. You're using it. So I don't see Russia, and that's why I call it show of force. And let me tell you, Russia will not even want to anger Nigeria for small countries that have little to offer. You see, people keep talking of uranium, and I keep telling them, do you know that space where you have that resources till today is being manned by the Western and Eastern forces till we speak now? It's not part of the place where the military have their grips on. So we should put all these things in perspective. So the question we want to ask you is, do you think Russia wants to be fighting on two ends? Do you think Russia wants to be fighting war on two ends? I doubt it. They've not won Ukraine war. Then you want to extend your war field outside Eastern Europe. Well, that's for that. I think in most time we overrate Russia. And I think Ukraine war should.
Yeah, but Russia don't have to be directly involved in Africa. They have military contractors that can just they use military contractors to take Mali and Burkina Faso. So what's Niger Republic, some backstreet country?
So that military contractor, do you think is only for Russia? Other countries have used them. Even the Western world have used them before. I hope you know. They've used them before, so they are contractors, like you call it. It's not only Russia. They are not only, their loyalty doesn't go to any of the bloc. Their loyalty goes to whoever pays them. So at different fronts, whatever you pay them, their loyalty goes to you. There's nothing permanent about their loyalty to Russia. After all, in the Ukraine war, at a point in time, they started acting against Putin before he put things in place back for them. So that's the way that work is, and trust the Western world. They don't see the Wagner Group as a threat here, because he who dictates what they call it, play the pipe, dictates the tune. So,
Obani, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, please.
By the way, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening to. Like, share, subscribe. Joel of Nashville.
Mazi, when are you going to add Mazi to your name, Joel? Mazi.
No. I'm okay with my name for now. Maybe when I get appointment in P2P's administration, then I can answer Mazi. Yeah. Is anyone here? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. All right, Obeni. Do you think Ukraine is winning the war, the war with Russia?
Is that question for me?
Yeah, for you.
Yes, they are winning the war, and I'll tell you the perspective I'm coming from.
Okay.
When Putin started that war, he gave them 5 days to end that war. Do you know how many months we've been into that war now? That war has not ended. That alone for Ukraine is victory. It means you underrated the country. You thought it's a country that it's a war you will end within a short while. But see how they've been pushing back. So me, that's victory for Ukraine. Victory in war doesn't mean that, you now demolish the entire place and you take over the entire place, or you are the one domineering or the dominant force in a war. No. When you are fighting a country you think you have a particular period within which to end it, and you realize that there are growing forces, and you realize that you are prolonging. Putin has extended his budget how many times on that war? Putin has engaged the Wagner groups on that war. Putin has released his prisoners in order to engage in that war, and he has sacked some of his generals, and he has lost his generals. That's a loss for a force, a superpower like Russia to Ukraine. That's my answer.
Because the reason why I'm telling you this is that, on paper, right, on the media, that's what they throw at us. But Ukraine is really, really bleeding on the inside. Look, we can also relate it to even the Nigeria-Biafra war. Yes, we put up some resistance, but how many people died? 3 million people. So that's the point. I think that is where I am coming from. The Ukrainians right now are just holding on because of the funding they're getting from the United States, right? But who are those dying? Who are those being bombed? It is still the Ukrainian people. The war, 90% of that war I said 98% of that war is being fought inside of Ukraine. So there is no way you will tell me that the Ukrainians are not bleeding. So I think that's the point.
Yes, in a war, both sides will bleed, both sides would count their losses. But what I'm saying is this: a superpower like Russia fighting Ukraine and set a target, and you have shifted that target severally, not with days, but with months, going to years. It's not a victory for Russia Putin cannot confidently stand before you today and say it's a victory for Russia. It's a victory for Ukraine because he underrated Ukraine and he's not winning the war. I would like to go back.
Yeah, go on. Go back. But I'm not sure that Russia is using its full muscles on the Ukraine for reasons that they don't want the pushback in terms of the optics if they use their full muscles.
Russia,
I think they're only using to yeah. Okay, go back to where you wanted to be.
I agree with you, one man.
Yeah.
One man, I don't believe that. That's what Russia wants us to believe. Each time,
one nuclear bomb and Ukraine is gone.
I mean, one man. Even Europe. You're talking about Ukraine. I'm talking about even Europe. He can end Europe in seconds. So I mean, it's just because of the optics. It's true.
Who is the person talking?
Joel of Nashville.
Russia will end Europe in a second.
No. But look at it. Look at it. I mean, Russia has like super warheads, nuclear warheads.
They all have nuclear warheads. You are making it sound as if Russia is the only country that has nuclear warhead. They all have.
Yeah, but Ukraine doesn't.
No, Ukraine doesn't. But
Russia have the most. Russia have the most nuclear warhead.
You said?
Russia have the most nuclear war. Russia have the most nuclear.
Hold on, what is that?
You see, nuclear war is not about who has the most. That's the mistake many people are making. Nuclear is not about who has the most. Nuclear war is about do I have? Do you have? Then we both destroy each other. That's what nuclear war is about.
Mutual assured destruction, MAD.
And that's why you see Israel would always be very watchful of countries like Syria in those days, Iran, and all these countries. And over time, you see Israel carry out sting attack on their nuclear plants. Not because he doesn't want them to have much. He doesn't even want them to have it at all. You don't build it at all around me. That's what Israel has been doing. So nuclear war is not about, oh, I have 10, you have 2. No, my 2 can cause havoc. Why your 10 also will cause havoc. So that's the way I see nuclear war. I may be wrong. I'm not an expert in that.
All right, go back to where you were with yeah, go on.
Yeah. So the point I was struggling to make here is that I don't see Russia fighting from 2 hands. To be too much for Russia if we can't win Ukraine and now coming all the way to Africa, intercontinental, to come and fight. Secondly, Russia understands that now is gaining some allies in Africa. He's gaining some allies in Africa. He wouldn't want to anger some of his allies in Africa. And bringing nuclear on Africa or using nuclear war or fighting nuclear war on African soil would trigger and anger a lot of even other countries that still have a bit sympathy for Russia. Thirdly, like I will always say here, who has Russia really helped even in Africa? You see, I've heard a lot of people talking about this Russia might. Some people very happy about Russia. Oh, Russia is Disney. For me, I see it moving from one slave master to another. They're moving from the west, are going to the east. When will Africa wake up?
Russia just wrote off 200 billion African debt.
23 billion African debt.
No, not 200, over 200.
Oh, really?
Yes, over 200. And on top of that, they are going to supply free grain, rice, and on top of that, to help to wipe off what do you call it, hunger in Africa.
Plus that, they are giving their own three-point agenda is they are giving us technology, infrastructure, and I think the other, I've forgotten the third one. That is what I think with grain, smart agriculture, smart farming. That are 3 things Russia put on the table for us. Any country does not have a technology and infrastructure and smart farming, how can they become a superpower? And these are the things the Western world will never give to Africa.
That's just
one man.
Yes.
You know our problem in Africa. Even the elites and the educated don't go back.
Sorry, 1 second, Ogbeni. Anybody that is not talking, keep yourself muted because your background fits into the carry on, Ogbeni.
You see, even the educated and the elites, it's so sad that we don't go back to history in Africa. When African nations started getting independence from colonialism, most of them moved towards the Lenin and the Stalins, the Soviets, this Karl Marx ideology and way of doing things, right? The Kwame Nkrumah days, the Mobutu Sese Seko days, those guys in Burkina Faso, in the 60s down to the 70s. They experimented it. They had Russia as their backbone. They were running things. But how did those regimes end? We should go back to
sabotage. Sabotage.
They were sabotage all those efforts.
So as the West died now, is the West still not in this world?
The West sabotage all those efforts. That's what we are saying.
So you think
that don't make it sound as if it was the system that was bad, that we couldn't achieve anything with that socialist. It was the West sabotage that destroyed Africa. And you know that too.
No, I don't know that.
You don't know? Okay. Who are the people responsible for this failure of all these francophone countries in Africa?
I'm not talking only about, you think it's about francophone.
No, answer me. I mean, are they not part of African countries?
I'm coming. They are part. You see. Yes. I don't do. I don't do
Nigerian country and some other African country. Who are the people behind coup after coup that derail our, the progress of Africa? Who are the people responsible for sponsoring all those coups and supporting them? One after the other.
I don't do strawman argument. Let's go on specific. See, it's easy to just pick francophone country and talk about that as in francophone country, No, let's go to specific. Ghana is an anglophone country. Kwame Nkrumah walked towards the Lenin ideology in Ghana. The first 5 years of independence of Ghana, they started borrowing. I hope you are aware. You will come and say, the Western frustrated the thing and
they were sabotage.
Let him land.
There's no one side to the story. Don't just say they were sabotage and you just force it throughout.
In Nigeria,
and that's why I said go specific. There are economists that have come to analyze this issue and told us that they were not just being supported by Western worlds. They were policy failure. And then the Soviet Union, who was even experimenting the communism style of thing that they were using, had not even been successful with it. So when you are borrowing an ideology from a place that, from the source you are even borrowing from, is not even successful with it, what do you want to make out of it? Some economists analyze that. So when you come and just say, they were sabotaged, it's so easy.
One man, we should allow us push it back, Ogbeni now. He's not the one that proves to this information.
No. Hold on, Ogbeni as well. What I'm trying to avoid is when somebody is bringing a thought to a crescendo and then it's chopped off all the way through. So let him land it and then you push him back. So land it, Ogbeni. Yeah.
So I read about I've forgotten his name now, a professor from Ghana, a very well-known professor, who tried to analyze the economic policies of the early days of African independence and came with this conclusion that it's a leadership problem, a policy problem, and lastly, it's a problem of transplantation of a system from where the system was not even really working. And at the same time, he made references to this bandwagon argument of, oh, the Western world frustrated them. It's a usual argument we find in the street in Africa. And we don't take responsibility for anything. And that's our problem in Africa. We see another man or another nation.
Are we allowed, though, to take responsibility for... You know that if we continue with the Francophone example, the stranglehold that the French have on those Francophone spaces is such that it doesn't give them the option of even having a thought, never mind taking an action. So do they even have the opportunity to take responsibility?
Woman, you see, I didn't narrow my analysis on Francophone. I started with Ghana. Ghana is not a Francophone country. It's an Anglophone country. Jomo Kenyatta made the same mistake. Kenya is not a Francophone country, right? Gamen Abdel Azil made the same mistake in the 50s. Julius Nyerere, Tanzania, made the same mistake. So when people pick this general argument of, oh, the same man in Congo,
Ogbeni, sorry, I can't wait for this. Your analysis is turning my stomach.
You have to wait. It's my space, please. Don't say
I know.
You just have to wait. Let me land.
I know.
Please, let me
With due
land.
respect, I want to ask this question before you land.
No. Let me land before you push back. You see, let me put out my thoughts there before you analyze. You don't analyze something halfway now. Something I've not even told you what exactly I'm putting out. So please, I beg you, let me land. Then you can now argue on it or you push back. Don't push back something that is yet to land. So what's my point? So my point is, it's not about Francophone alone. It's about our leaders in the beginning. And tell me a country where the sovereign style of leadership had ever worked. Not really.
China
is not. China doesn't take after sovereignty.
China is communist. Who says so? China is heavily communist. Soviet Union, USSR built China after the Second World War.
Who did you see beat China? USSR beat China.
USSR then, they were USSR, they were not Russia then, they were USSR then.
No, built China.
Who built Germany?
Let's go back to China.
Who built Germany after the Second World War?
Who built where? Germany.
After the Second World War.
You are moving from Germany. You are moving from China to Germany.
I'm just asking. Hold on. I said USSR built China after the Second World War, and I said make reference to Germany. So that's why I'm asking you. Who built Germany after the Second World War?
I don't understand your question. If
okay, after the Second World, hold on. Okay, let me put it straight.
Let me start with this. You know, I like tidying up my argument. If you're talking of China in the 60s, China had a leader. Their leader is Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong was the founder of
Chairman Mao. Chairman Mao. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, just a minute, please. Let me attend to something.
All right. So sorry,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chairman Mao you're talking about was a right-hand Mao with to Stalin. Chairman Mao actually was ruling on a Stalin style of government. They were allied. Russia, USSR gave Chairman Mao all the backing then to rebuild his country, technology and everything. So I don't know why people are just coming out to say where.
I'm not sure that you can say that. I'm not sure that you can say that Russia, USSR back in then that they rebuilt China. That's a big statement to make. And maybe they offered some satellite assistance, but certainly the Chinese were equipped to pick themselves up.
Chinese were broke. Dead broke in the 80s. From then to the 80s, they were under communists, and Russia helped them a lot, give them all the technology, everything back into rebuild their nation. Same with North Korea. This communist style of governance was not a failure. I think in the 70s, Yugoslavia and Yugoslavia were one of the richest economy. CIA sabotaged just to make a statement so that they can put Poland and other European countries out of it. Communism was like the rivalry for capitalism. So people just come out and paint communism as a bad thing, like it was just a total failure. No, it was wrong. It was all sabotage.
Yeah,
What
but even the progenitor. Oh, sorry, yeah, go on. Whoever wanted
what
to
is trying to make us to think, understand that communism is the best form of government. However, it didn't take account culture into play when it comes to practicing all this system of government.
See, Adewale, sorry, let me tell you something. Every country have a style of government to govern themselves that suit them. If you give China democracy today, the world will eat rat poison. Because of the style of government the Chinese have done. That's why we are having peace.
Hold on. China is a democracy, even though it's a one-party state.
Yes,
they still go through some form of electoral process to
same with Russia, same with then of communists. They still have process, but just one party government controls everything. Same with China, government controls everything. So people just say, people just say communism like no,
they have their own style of democracy.
All right, back to your Benny. Back to Benny. Yeah.
But Chinese communism is not the same as Soviet Union. That's what I want him to understand. If you go back to political ideology, Mao Zedong style of communism is not the same thing as Stalin and Lenin socialism and communism. They are different. They have different ideologies about. It's just like American democracy and where do I put Chinese democracy, because they practice democracy too. So you don't just pick because what they practice in America is democracy, therefore it has worked in America, therefore China also practices democracy. No, they are not the same style of democracy. So all these zim, they have their proponents, people who propagated them. They came up with policies, they came up with ideas, they came up with how political structure should be, how the economic development should be, land ownership, power sharing, and all these things. So they are not the same. But what I'm saying is this. I've never seen where Russia, if Russia is saying, oh, I'm writing up debt, I want to do this, it's another bait. And I wonder, and that's why I'm going back to the history of the 60s, the 50s, 60s, when we first got independence. And most of our African leaders believe, why do we need to still pinch our tents with these colonial masters that colonize us? Let's try other ideologies. And we had these young, vibrant leaders in Africa who believe that we can move away from this Western style of doing things, capitalism, we can do things together and everything. Kwame Nkrumah, for instance, shouted it everywhere. He always canvassed that the best way you can get Africa off from colonizing completely is through welfareism, socialism, and a bit of communism and everything around. But they had Soviet Union at their back. But what has Soviet Union offered? We come out and say, oh, the Western world frustrated them, blah, blah, blah. This is the common thing we do in the street in Africa. We never take responsibility for anything. We will keep saying, oh, it's because someone is frustrating. What is our leaders doing if they are frustrating them? So eventually you see all these policies fail, all these countries fail. And over the years, Russia is not writing off debt. Russia is not bringing food. Russia is not bringing medicine and all this. But all of a sudden, because Russia now wants to gain ground, they are fighting war somewhere. They need more allies. Therefore, I will now be supporting Mali, pro-Russia coup. Oh, let's extend it to Burkina Faso, pro-Russia coup, because two elements are fighting. Let's dislodge France, and then we take over the place. Zimbabwe, that Russia has been supporting over decades. What has become of Zimbabwe? Mozambique, that the same Russia has been supporting. Sudan.
Let me interject, Ogbeni.
All right.
You have said so much that you are painting a picture as if Russia is the worst of the worst. The system is the worst of the worst. Socialism is the worst of the worst. And African failure, you cannot. You don't want
to the one that
are you interjecting his interjection?
I want him to speak to what he disagrees with, not just to generalize everything he said.
Let me land. Kilo day. Again, land.
So,
So, I mean, so the way you are painting the picture is as if, oh, you don't want to, you don't want to see any kind of contribution of the West to our failure at all, as if we failed ourselves. There's nothing that the West contributed, in terms of the failure of many African countries. Look, Awolowo succeeded in the West. What system did he use? Is it not purely socialism system? Nigerian fought war, civil war. Who was the major supplier of weapons to Nigeria? It was this Russia. So, and we are in a world today where advanced country, even those of us that are not even advanced country, we are realigning so that we can be competitive in everything that drives this war, be it technology, be it military, be it economy. Country realign and realign. So if Russia is taking a strategic approach towards having more people on our side in this present world, where you see the gang up of the West, and with all the power of the West in this world, using all the institutions in this world to fight war against Russia. So what do you expect them to do? You want to say they are not doing the right thing? I mean, we should be fair and be balanced in our argument on issue. We should be one-sided, because the way you are painting it, you are totally rubbishing it as if they have not done anything good for African countries. When most of these African countries, all these South African countries, were waging war or fighting for their independence, when Nigeria was supporting them, which is Soviet Union supporting them too. And we see Cuba.
No, it was Cuba, actually.
Wait, hold on.
Russia was controlling Cuba now.
We saw Cuba as one of the Soviet-backed country. Yes.
I will report you to the Homeland Security.
Forget about that.
You know why? Because when you are filing your document, you say you are against communism, and here you are speaking glowing about communism. I will report you.
Okay.
Add this to it. Most of our industry that was built in the 60s, our railways, was built by Russia. Over to the
I want you to land.
Ogweni still has the floor.
So let me.
I want them to land so that I can join you on each of their points.
Yeah. So let me turn. So what I'm trying to say here is that we, for academic discussion, we cannot totally rubbish them. That is a total failure. We cannot do that. And that is what you are doing, Ogbeni. You are totally rubbishing them. You are totally rubbishing everything. You are totally saying that, oh, we should not even smell it. As far as Africa is concerned, they have done, as West has done a lot to help us in so many areas. They have done their own little bit too. And that little bit, you might say is little or this thing, it has helped us as well, contributed to our development as well. But you cannot say that the West have not contributed in larger terms to the failure of African states. Most of the African states that failed today, West was part of it. Francophone country, like I told you earlier, all the Francophone countries, none of them can stand on their own. Who is responsible? Is it not France? And even the Anglophone country. Which one of them that is this Nigeria that you want to talk about that is a success story? A complete failure. Complete, huge failure. Disgrace to humankind. What do you want to tell me?
All right.
Our failure. They are part of it. Don't exonerate them. Don't put the total failure on us alone. If they have allowed us to govern ourselves well without sponsoring coup, after coup, across African states, we will have been better than we are today.
All right. Let's give Ogbeni the full window to counter that. And then I want to move the conversation around, but I want to hear from you on El Rufai as well. So stay with us just for as long as you can, but answer Janleko. Yeah.
I've listened very keenly to Baba Janleko. You know, I love listening to him, particularly always saying that Nigeria is a complete failure. But he will still single out some of the past leaders and say, oh, they done fantastically well and success, da. And I wonder if those leaders lead a different Nigeria that Baba Janleko has called a failure, or is Baba Janleko just self-contradictory in his assessment about Nigeria. First and foremost, I don't see Nigeria as a complete failure. I see Nigerians as people who hardly assess their own home country objectively. They believe everything about their home country is evil, and everything about where they find themselves abroad is the best. I wish them well on that, and I hope our leaders are listening, and that should ginger them or prompt them to work more and harder. But for me, as a Nigerian and a patriotic one, Nigeria is not a complete failure. We may not be where we should be, but as of today, we were not where we were yesterday. As of today, we were not where we were 10 years ago. Nigeria has moved further than where we are, but not at the pace where we want. And I won't belong to the Indomie generation, the Gen Z, who believe everything should be rush. Tinubu has just got to the government, let him do whatever he wants to do. That's for that. Secondly, you see, Baba Janleko has just condemned the West for sponsoring coup to topple the first set of, many coups we've been having in Africa, in the Francophone part and the Anglophone part. But the same Baba Janleko is praising the coup in Niger. So I wonder whether coup is no longer the problem. The problem is the person sponsoring the coup. So if it is the Western world that is
didn't praise the coup in Niger. Don't say that again. I did.
Oh, you don't praise the coup in Niger.
I didn't. No. Don't bring.
Baba Janleko has once said here that those
don't
guys
carry out propaganda against me now.
Baba,
you said they were fighting for the right of their country.
You said they are fighting for their people.
Tinubu propaganda machine. You don't carry out propaganda against me.
You said they were fighting for their right.
You said they are fighting for their right. They should leave them alone. Is that not a support of the coup? Pro-Russia coup? So I begin to wonder, is the coup now bad because of the person? So the coup is good when it is sponsored by Russia, but the coup is bad when it's the Western. You see, look, Baba, this is my point. See, I'm not exonerating the West.
Okay, let me make my point on Niger. What I said is that on anything that we want to do on Niger, it should be through diplomacy and not the use of force, not war. I don't want war, by one African country. I don't want, Nigeria to use force against the second to the poorest country in the world, and against a country that is inseparable, undetachable with Nigeria. Going by historical history, family history, everything that you want to talk about it. We are like one country. Which tribe in Nigeria that you don't see in that country? Is it the Kanuri you want to see in Nigeria that are not there? Is it the Hausa people? Is it the Fulani people? Why must you wage war against them? On the pretext that, oh, because they plan coup, then we have to go and kill people there? I will stand by it and say it before anybody. That is,
Baba
use of force is wrong.
I agree. I agree.
Yes.
That's the point you
So,
made.
and that does not connote that, oh, I'm supporting coup. So, you Tinubu people should stop this.
Baba Dale
supporting coup.
Can you confirm to us that you said on this platform, and we'll look for it too? You know, we'll fact check. We are not, it's not, this is not show already. We'll fact check all these things.
Okay.
Now,
yeah.
Can you confirm to us that on this same platform, you told us that those military guys are fighting for their people?
Several times.
Well,
he said it several times.
Yes, that is the information they dish out to us.
Okay,
they said the country is heading towards disintegration.
No, hold on, Ajale Koko is taking you somewhere. So let him ask you the follow-on. Yeah.
So do you see, if they are fighting for their people, and I know you are a human rights activist, you like fighting for people, do you see that as you legitimizing or validating the actions of those guys?
I saw their people in their millions, or maybe you want to say it in thousands, trooping out in support of these people.
So
and
it's simple now.
All the hold on, and all the opposition party in that country pledged their support for the military rule.
Those are rented crowds.
Hold on.
Ajale Koko is asking you a series of questions. When he has the big land, then you can push him hard.
I don't want to call that. Let me. I'm answering it one after the other. So what we saw on the TV is thousands of people declaring support for these people, marching to the airport, to their stadium to declare their support. We saw the opposition party, the political parties, opposition party against Muslim, or what do you call it, declaring support for them because of the reason that their country is moving towards its integration and they don't want that to happen. They're saving their country. So what do you expect me to do? Do you have to have any contrary opinion against that when thousands of their people had declared support for them?
So good. Okay. So we won't be wrong if we say that. We won't be wrong if you say that you agree that what those military guys did by planning coup was right because we were fighting for their people. So you shouldn't take offense, or you shouldn't say
no. You are wrong to say that. It doesn't mean that because I am not supporting the use of force, you can't say that, yes.
Okay, Baba Jalen Koko, what those military guys did in Niger?
I have support for the military. I don't want military.
But Baba Jalen Koko, what those guys did in Niger, was it right or wrong?
Absolutely wrong.
Okay.
Absolutely wrong.
Okay,
the military should not intervene. Absolutely wrong. But
Okay,
here we are today. Hold on. Here we are today. Diplomacy can work. We have Hausa people in Nigeria that can speak Hausa to them. We have Fulani people that can speak Fulani to them. We have Kanuri people that can speak Kanuri to them. We are almost like one people. If not for France or this colonial criminal that break us into pieces there, maybe we'll have been one country. So what are we talking about?
Yes,
and
I agree.
They have family,
I agree with you.
They have family, they are intermarried between them, between the borderland of Nigeria and this thing. And this is a country that when Boko Haram displaced Nigeria and banditry, Nigerians run to that country. They save a lot of Nigeria. They harbor a lot of Nigeria in refugee camp. What are you talking about?
They have IDP camp there.
They have IDP camp there.
Even the DSS boss, his mom is from Niger, right? The Bachi guy. He's half Nigerian, half Niger. Bisi Yusuf, his mom is Niger, his father is Nigerian. So what are we talking about?
So Baba Dale Koko, my point, you just made my point. You make my work very easy for me. So the point is good. Everybody believe that negotiation should work, But the question I asked you, I remember that last time I asked you. So if we've been trying negotiation, nobody has sent military to the space, so we're all on the same page. But if they try negotiation and it doesn't work at all, do you think they should leave them alone?
Negotiation will work.
If it doesn't work,
it will surely work. If it doesn't work,
yes,
we have to continue to negotiate and play our diplomacy. We are big. I mean, both country, Nigeria and that country, we are in partnership, and we are the senior partner. And senior partner must always deploy that that supreme diplomacy to always play out the junior partner. We have a lot of things that we can use to bring them to our side. So don't tell me all this argument that, oh, if it doesn't work, it's just that lazy argument of people that want to justify the use of force to go and kill innocent people.
They've been trying negotiation. You agree that nobody has sent me. But the point is this: you see, government doesn't work on speculation like you do. Real governance, you don't work on speculation. You have your plan A, plan B, plans. You have plans ahead. And as a good administrator, sir, you don't work on speculation and say, oh, this would surely work 100%. So what I'm saying is, if it doesn't work at all, which you expect ECOWAS also to think about, because it never worked in Mali, it never worked in Guinea, it never worked in what do you call it? This Burkina Faso, it never worked there. They tried to negotiate, they did a lot of things, they put sanctions, it never worked. So if they are looking at last, if this thing didn't work, we will try. We will find all the top profile guys to come. But if it didn't work, do you still say we shouldn't do anything and just leave them alone because they are doing the right thing? They're fighting for their people.
Already, we have declared economic war against them. All the sanctions against that country is a war already. So we mustn't use military force, military war. We must not carry military war against these people. That is what I'm saying. We have already fighting war against them. It should be there.
So your point all right, all right. Let Ogbeni have the last word on that space. I'm conscious of how long people have been waiting. So we bring other voices in. Yeah.
You see, one man, I've been able to establish something through Babajanle Koko today, and that is to say that you see, sometimes when we are not in government and we don't find ourselves in public space, it's very easy for us to make some assertions. If Babajanle Koko happened to be in the shoes of Tinubu today, I know deep in his mind he wouldn't want to go to war, but at the same time he will be thinking this should be my last card in case everything fails. You see, so but it's easy because we are not in the public space. We are outside. We can analyze from online, and which is very good. It's good. That's what citizens do, and the government, people in government, leaders should do the governance. Is their business. So that's for that. I won't vilify him for that. But let me tell you, go and check how CFA franc of Niger is plummeting today. You can just Google and try and look at the graph, and you see how it's plummeting. The sanctions on them is affecting them already. Russia is not sending. I've not heard from news. I've been trying to watch. I've not heard that Russia is sending food and medicine to them now. I'm not sure Russia is finding a way to see how they can get energy, maybe alternative energy and others, as I speak today. But that same Russia will be fueling cool in Africa. People will be happy because, by the way, let me tell you, I listened to one documentary today, a bit old documentary about the tribal politics in Niger. And I also see
Russia fuel cool. Where did
Ajahn Koko, we must move on.
It's a pro-Russia coup, we all know.
Yeah.
All the coups that have been happening in Sahel recently in Africa, they are all pro-Russia coup. Because the moment it happened, you see their leader visiting Russia. So we don't need, it's not a rocket science. It's something you should know. That's where they visit.
Because they move away from colonial master to look for the new partnership.
Of course.
So that
means that Somebody must have empowered them to do that. They won't just go against their master without somebody empowering them to do that. Of course, you know that now. You know that. If not so, they'll be in trouble. But it's good. I don't have any problem with that. Let me tell you my own issue. The Nigerians are the ones suffering for all these things. Those guys in the military are not suffering. That's my problem. That's the major you have now. They're having food and medicine now. They're having electricity. All those issues are hitting on them presently. And who are the people suffering? The military guys are still enjoying in the palace. They will be there enjoying their life. The last food you have in Niger, it will be served on their table. If everybody is going to die, that food will be served on their table. It won't be served on the people of the poor man. So for me, what am I proposing? Try all your best, send all whatever you can send to the place to ensure that there is peace and smooth sail. They must leave that seat. They don't have any business doing there. Military should stay in the barrack and And you must keep your military guys on alert at every time on this issue, because you know that is your last card. Only a coward and I don't know how to put it, will be afraid of using military force when as your last card on issues like this, because there are a lot that is at stake here. At the same time, the general has to be very careful because of these two major blocks in the world, the Eastern and the Western bloc. And let me put the Asian bloc too, because gradually it's becoming a very serious issue in the economy, in terms of the economic space now in Africa. The Asian perspective block to this whole issue. We have to be very careful, but that doesn't mean we can't stand our ground. The ECOWAS should be able to stand our ground and face the reality of things that is facing them presently. Now, let me end it on this note. What is playing out in Niger doesn't just end in the issue of Western and the West and the East politics, or the issue of bad governance in Niger and others. Tribalism is part of it. Somebody can just go and fact check it and do a loot. I'll try and look for that video and drop it here. I watched a documentary of about a year ago about tribal politics in Niger, and the EU they've been arrested now. The EU that man has been having in that space. That man doesn't belong to the majority tribe, but he happened to belong to the ruling party. So he emerged, and that election slid into a rerun. But after a rerun, he still emerged. And the major opposition in the country are embittered. And what was the reason for their bitterness? The reason for their bitterness was, first and foremost, they believe that the president was actually a foreigner. They believe that the president was not indigenous of Niger, or part of the indigenous tribe in Niger, that the foreigner lord over them. So all these things played out in Niger. And so when you now see people coming out and people are validating it because people come out, it's just like if something like that, God forbid, happened in Nigeria today. I know a block in Nigeria that will run to the street and start rejoicing. I can be almost 100% sure of that. I know some headliners that will be on the street and be rejoicing and be validating the
Dual of Nashville is one of them.
Very proud. And Pansat, or what do you call that one? So,
and Baba Jaleko.
Let
Benny, I will repeat what I said to you. If coup should happen in Nigeria today, and the coupists declare oil or petrol subsidy is back, petrol price will go back to 179, or is it 197 that it was, and the currency that is free falling, easy, falling like pack of cards. Since Tinubu came in and said, okay, we reverse it to so amount to like 400 or 500, all Nigerians will jump on the street. Do you believe that with me?
And Nigeria will collapse within 6 months.
All Yorubas, Hausa, all over the country, everybody will jump on the street.
No, my section.
The savior have come.
Nigeria will
do you
collapse.
agree that with me, Ogbeni?
Can I respond to you?
It's Ogbeni. I'm putting it to Ogbeni. This is
Yeah,
Ogbeni.
yeah, all of us are listening now.
Okay.
Ogbeni, okay. That is good for you, Ogbeni.
Okay, no, I pass the baton to you. You can help me to answer, Baba.
Okay. I really wanted to ask, Baba guys, what exactly do we want? Realistically,
what exactly?
Speaking very seriously, do we want as a people? I'm coming. Speaking very realistically, not just of idealism, that fuel should go to 100 naira, and the federal government should be sponsoring dollar to sell at 400 naira or at 200 naira. How sustainable, realistically sustainable is that? Because sometimes there are certain things that when we... Yes, please. I'm listening. I said 6 months. That's how sustainable it can go.
Yeah, no, there's an economic argument for it, by the way, but carry on.
Look, I think we will be very lucky, extremely lucky, to get to 6 months. See, we put certain arguments out there many times. And when the argument of Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world, and some people ran with it, and we look at the indices, and it was a complete total lie. But because some people were running with it, this one that you just mentioned, we have practiced it, we have practicalized it, we have tried for not 8 years, not 10 years, almost 20 years. It is not sustainable. But
Bishop, you are breaking up. Bishop, we can't hear you. You are breaking up.
Because he's fighting with his phone.
Yes.
No worry, go ahead. I'll call you.
Land it, Ogbeni, and then I want to go to Uptown, who is running out of battery. Folly B, just to let us hear what is happening down in the deep east, in the deep west, and then Joel of Nashville, just to dabaru the whole space. Ogbeni land.
Why Joel of Nashville? Wow.
You're a landlord now.
Joel is a Dabaruist.
It was
Joel is Dabaruist.
Tinubu is not doing well. I tell you, what man? Tinubu is not doing well.
People are dying. People are suffering.
People are dying.
But let me quickly put this. The sustainable stuff they say is not sustainable. Oh God, please listen. It's not socially sustainable. It's not socially ideal. It's still the democracy and the capitalism that we practiced for 20 years. The fuel and naira that is still flying up, and we are shouting that it's not sustainable. Russia didn't give us that system. American and Britain gave us that system, and yet it's not working. Benny, please continue. We are waiting for you at the back of the stage.
One piece. I've said the one that you see. I love this platform. You say your own, I say mine, and you allow public to pick whichever one they think. They should
answer
pick.
my question first, so before you go to World Peace.
But I just felt we have spent like almost 2 hours on this topic.
No, I'm not
Yeah, go on. Land that point. I want to bring Uptown in. Yeah, let's bring Uptown in just to before it drops. Uptown, are you still with us? Uptown.
I'm here, woman.
Speak to us. Is that sleep in your voice, Uptown? Really? Are you back in Lagos, or are you still in the countryside?
Back in Lagos.
Look at that. I get about that.
Day before yesterday. I mean,
all right. Do you drive to travel, or do you fly?
I fly. One more.
Yeah, you don't trust the roads, Abby?
No. Sometimes I go via the roads. Sometimes I usually travel with my cousin, who is a producer. We usually journey together most of the times, and he loves to drive across the country. I don't do that.
I have a friend that he's gone back. He runs a hotel. So he says he would never drive past Ibadan. Just for safety. If they are having something to do in Akure or something, he will just send them money. But what's the drive like? If you want to drive from Lagos to wherever, are you in Umahia or something?
No, Anambra.
Anambra. What's that drive like? How long is it? And what sort of adventures do you have on the way?
I mean, it's a pretty cool ride from the last time, earlier this year. It was cool, better than the last time I traveled via the roads. But what is bad is Anambra to Abuja. That's a journey.
If people drive that, the risk,
Yes,
the bad roads and the armed robbers.
I had that journey sometime 2019, and I swore it won't happen in my life, and even my children won't do that. It's terrible. Maybe if we have a better road infrastructures later in the future, but it's a terrible journey. It's something you don't want to embark on. Just terrible. It's long and then it's terrible. It's just nothing fun about it.
What's the adventure with the checkpoints? What's the encounter and where does it start with the checkpoints?
I think that's the only annoying part of it. The checkpoints are really, really terrible, especially when you're coming down the eastern flanks. It's really, you go from just one point to the other and then you get stopped again. It's just the militarization is just a lot.
And you have to open your wallet every time, do you?
No, not every time. But some of these guys, they can be overzealous sometimes. But not every time. I think more just want to say. I think if you are maybe you're moving with a new car, a new vehicle, a newly licensed vehicle with a new license plate, and then you are in for a deep mess,
Oh, all right, brilliant. To the politics of it, what would you like to put to?
Okay, one man, I don't know. You guys talked about Rufai.
Yes, who seems to have is taking umbrage to the way he's been treated, and is gone to Aso Rock to throw the paper back at Tinubu's face and say, "Stop your ministerial position," and he has stormed off to Egypt. But will Tinubu's administration be for it if El Rufai is not part of it?
The first time El Rufai's case was raised on the platform, I spoke to it when we were talking about him being nominated as a minister and all that, and then with speculations of minister of power and all that, and even while emotions were running wild, I really cared little about the emotions, because I said that all the problems I had with El Rufai, I don't think I think Ministry of Power is probably the most safe place to put such a person. And again, I say that I think he's gonna probably do a decent job in that ministry. That was my submission then. But with what's going on now, obviously I'm not a fan of El Rufai. I think he's actually the most terrible politician in Nigeria. What are the facts on ground? Really very simple. According to the last information we got, I think he took the honorable path, which is to say, okay, I'm not taking again, since you guys want to. I'm wondering why he was even nominated for the ministerial position, and he even went through screening, and because most of the times here, according to the feelers I got, some people would be nominated, but they never even made it to the public list because they didn't even get through the security checks and all that before the submission to the Senate. But this guy was submitted to the Senate, came to the public, went for this, and then all of a sudden, the feelers I'm getting is that there's a huge new Rubadu effect going on there. And also looking at premium time, looking at some of the issues the security guys has raised, they are quite very competent issues, one man, and it's really something to worry about. I'm wondering, this guy just had way too much. I used to think Tinubu has some baggages, but El Rufai is just so condemned in terms of character. I think the only thing he has left in him is competence in terms of administrative competence, but every other thing that is required of a leader is
Which one is the most sorry, which one is the most abiding virtue, the overriding virtue? Is religious those commentaries that he makes, or his competence? Which one has more consideration? Him being a recluse with the mouth, or him being an effective administrator?
No, one man, when you're talking about leadership, you can never isolate something apart from leadership is a full package, and you must cross a particular threshold. You might not hit the 100%, but at least over the 50% mark. And if you're talking about competence and without character, one man, somebody's coming to say that El Rufai is intelligent, is book smart, therefore he's going to make a great leader. That is not true, because book smart does not necessarily translate to great leadership when you're managing human capitals, physical capitals, and several other things. When you're book smart, and guess what? It gets more dangerous when you want to crown a new devil for the universe and you look for a very intelligent person. In fact, the best way to keep universe safe if you are crowning a new devil is to look for a dumb person, so that at least he won't be so effective in his devilish agenda. But if you crown an intelligent person, very smart, whatever, crowning the devil to do the devil's job, is going to be perfect in carrying the devil's job out. So, and that is what NOI said about El Rufai. I think she said something about you have to be careful about smart people that are dangerous. Now, the issues raised about this guy is really very troubling issues. Do you want this kind of person on your government or any place in any government? It's very questionable. Even the competence you're talking about. Now, what are the security guys talking about? They're talking about issues ranging from corruption, countless cases in courts, both within and outside Nigeria. This guy has tons of cases in the International Criminal Court. He has tons of cases.
Who does? Who does?
El Rufai.
Which case does he have in the International Criminal Court?
He has cases that has been filed by several agencies, both Muslim and Christian.
Give us an example. Give us an example.
Wait, I'm coming. Wait.
I've never heard that before.
There's a Premium Times report here, and I can send you a link. I think it's today or yesterday or report or whatever it is, detailing some of the contents of some of the tons of
is the Zazaki matter that they took to ICC.
Yeah, that's part of it as well. But the issue we're talking about is that, okay, for example, within Nigeria, he still has the case of the corruption case filed against him while he was FCT minister, while he was at the BPE, and he took the case to court to try to stop the EFCC from prosecuting him. And I think recently the judge made a pronouncement that no, you don't have the right to stop the EFCC from prosecuting you, and that was the judgment of the court. And I think that case stalled when he became governor, because he gained immunity. Now he's off. I'm sure they're going to continue it again because the case is still there, and this guy has all other cases against him. So that apart from that, embezzlement is there, corruption is there, use of cronies and family members is there in those cases for corrupt purposes.
Is that not the narrative of every politician?
No.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm trying to go across the security issues here, and then I'll tell you about the narrative thing you talked about. We have issues of human rights abuses with what the guy talked about now, with killings of sons and followers of the Shiite leader. I think that's with the ICC. We have cases.
But that's not El Rufai space. That's the Nigerian army.
No. This cases were filed against this guy. You get what I'm saying? Because this guy abused his power.
Uptown. As a matter of fact, you see on that Zaki case, as a governor back then, he set up
Petition
panel of
that is before the Senate and with the security agencies here. Now, apart from
Uptown,
that,
you cannot hear.
Who's that?
This is Ajale Koko. You know, I said, you see, on the case of Zaki, he back then as a governor set up a commission of inquiry, judicial commission of inquiry, that how do I say it? They indicted the military. So he actually did the right thing as a governor. So it didn't. That case, the killing of people back then was not by him, but by the military, and he set up commission of inquiry, judicial commission of inquiry that indicted the military, and he submitted the report to the federal government, to Buhari, who did not do anything on that report. All his efforts for the military officers indicted to be tried were thwarted by the federal government, Buhari federal government. So, what are you talking about? That the ask case on
Rufai have a case for and against. Rufai has his good side and it has its bad side. Christian Union Association, as in the NGO part of it, they took him to court, criminal court for the killing of Christians in South Kaduna. They believe he has hands in it. Then there's a community in Kano, Kaduna. They all know this is the Zango community.
My brother, the issue is...
Hold on. The guy went to see, the king went to see Rufai and never made it back home. They found his dead corpse on the way. That community has took him to Islamic whatever, accusing Rufai, pointing great finger at Rufai. So he has many cases, good case, and had against two. So I don't know which is sticking him right now.
Okay, thank you for that addition. So the point I'm making is that there is just a whole lot. And the funny thing is that even looking at the tons of petitions, they're not just coming from Christians. So maybe we say this is just Christians against Islam. No, it's coming from both Christians and Muslims. Because even, and I've said this before, when people are calling Rufai a Muslim fundamental, I don't think so. That guy is not a true Muslim. Like my Muslim friend have told me, nobody sees him as a true Muslim. No Muslims. See, they know he just plays politics literally with Islam. That's all. Unlike Buhari is a true Muslim. This guy just plays politics. He's not neither pro-Christian or pro-Islam. But the thing is, even Islamic Human Rights Commissions was one of those that dropped one of the latest petitions to the Senate recently. And again, we are hearing from the security reports that this guy actually has a US visa ban. You know? From the... Yes. Poma, you need to read the Premium Times report. He has a US visa ban, and following his comments, you know, this guy even said, he was the one that made the comment of, if the EU come to Nigeria, they are going to live in body bags.
Yes, that was in 2019.
20, yeah. And a lot of anti-democratic comments. You know this guy?
If you want to quote correctly, he did not say if EU come. He said if anybody attempts to interfere in our elections, when we want to quote, let's quote correctly.
No.
That's equally as bad. I mean, it's just as bad.
I can't believe that defense came though, but...
the correction you made, it doesn't reduce it in any way. It's just as bad that if anybody interferes with the elections, they will live in body bags.
So they mean it's not only EU.
Why
so
we now say
you just broadened it, but the point is,
our soldiers will be killed. Why are we saying that? What we are going to the interpretation of what everybody is saying is that we want to go and interfere with jail, and that it shouldn't be. But it's okay for that foreigners to come and interfere in our own elections. Is that what you're saying?
all right. Thank you. But the point I am making remains the point I am making. And again, recently, across social media, you see the new video trending, which also my friend Jamal has also told me what he's saying there, which is same thing everybody's saying, where he talked about, he said where he was threatening his opponents in Kaduna, telling them that anyone that challenges his wish and will ends up bad. And he cited Yaradua. He said Yaradua fought me and ended in the grave. Like Jesus. Is there anything this guy have not said? How? Okay, so I mean, I'm really done with Rufai, and I think he's out, and that was quite disgraceful. But again, I think there are political.
Do you think he's out completely, or do you think they will negotiate him back into? Because I think that Nigeria loses if El Rufai is not part of Tinubu's administration.
One man, remember, let's not forget again that El Rufai has never really been a pro-Tinubu man. You know that, right?
Yeah, but that's good now.
Yeah.
That's good to have.
And this we don't know what he said about Tinubu, about godfatherism in Lagos and what have you, and all of that statements he made. And so for me, if even I'm Tinubu, see, if Tinubu really wanted El Rufai, all this story won't be working. All this story, I mean, he will confirmed. You get what I'm saying? So, but
So
again, I don't think he's.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Uptown, okay, I think you've answered the question I was about to ask.
I needed to clarify that. I don't think it's a case of Tinubu not wanting him, because we saw when Tinubu was like, you need to work with us in my decision order. So I think it's a case of Tinubu's hand being tied for some reasons here. I'm getting feelers from the issues with his speaker of the House of Assembly of Kaduna, and also from the angle of New Rubadu and several other political colorations to that. So I think it's a case of Tinubu's hands being tied.
Yeah, Uptown, I think, just let me interject. I believe what you are saying, because New Rubadu, Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, and El Rufai, they were together in school at Ahmadu Bello University.
Yeah.
For their first degree, they were together. So what went wrong that you knew who cannot call him behind the closed door and whisper to him so that they can tactically withdraw his name rather than this public fiasco and embarrassment that is going on? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think El Rufai is just blessed with book smarts. He can read and write as a technocrat, but he lacks one major characteristic of a leader, which is emotional intelligence and diplomacy. He does not have it. He does not know how to maintain relationships. He doesn't even know how to build it. He just acts like typical women. You know, women just, what I will get this morning and the evening, I can backstab you and then follow another friend that I just met in on Saturday. But the thing is that,
like that. Uptown. No stereotype.
No, okay. I take that back. But maybe bad. But I think you get what I mean by that. But I take that back. But the point is, yeah, I mean, this guy literally betrays everybody. Betrayed Obasanjo, Atiku, even Buhari, threw Buhari under the bus in Delhi because Buhari was already leaving as president. We are charging him to court. We are huffing and puffing. I mean, this is the guy that you literally rode in his back to be governor of Kaduna State.
No, but
you get what I'm saying? Will you have gotten to be governor of Kaduna State without Buhari's influence?
You just conflicted yourself now. Uptown, you just conflicted yourself. You said he has a relationship with Nuhu Ribadu, Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, and their relationship
I was not someone else.
Wait now.
You
said
no, I said that. I confirmed that.
Okay, but we know that he has relationship with Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, Nuhu Ribadu. Even when Sanusi was in crisis, he stood by him. When Jonathan sacked Sanusi was away. Rufai flew to Lagos. The same thing with Nuhu Ribadu, and they have kept their relationship for long. So how can you say he does not know how to manage relationship? So it's in the face of evidence. You are completely wrong, and I think you are just being sentimental.
No,
You
I'm
didn't
not being
stand back to show.
sentimental.
No, wait. Let me finish. I've been talking.
Let's talk on figures.
Now,
If you
didn't
want
stand back.
to make
You didn't
assessments,
stand back. You didn't stand back to stand objectively and assess him. This guy has
okay.
relationship, and his relationship has brought him to that point. He had a very good relationship with General Salami Abubakar. General Abubakar introduced him to Obasanjo. He still has good relationship with General Salami Abubakar till today. The only thing, and I know another person that is a bit close to me that I know he has relationship with, and that's Pastor Tude Bakari. As they say, he's a religious man. El-Rufai has gone to speak in later rain church. I can't remember how many times now that El-Rufai has been invited to speak there. And if you ask anybody in later rain assembly and ask Pastor Bakari, he will tell you no, El-Rufai is not. In short, it was El-Rufai. You'll be surprised. It was El-Rufai that it was Pastor Bakari that introduced El-Rufai to Buhari. And you will naturally think it should have been the other way around. No, it was Bakari that introduced El-Rufai to Buhari. And the point is that the only difference between El-Rufai and all these politicians that you call diplomacy is that no matter how close you are to him, if he has something against you that he feels that this thing is wrong and he's very, very sure that his position is correct, he will confront you. And if there's anything, he's going to fight you. He's going to fight you with it. He doesn't care whether you have helped him in figure everybody's shaking before you know. El-Rufai is one person that feels that what is true, what is fact is fact. We should not play politics, and he bring it forth. Look at the way he stood out. He was one of those that governors in northern governor that stood out and said, no, Tinubu should not be treated this way. Even though he felt that Tinubu was not a candidate, but he said, no, it should go to the south. Those are strong positions.
There's a lot of background noise coming through. So I'm going to mute a few people for Patrick to land. Carry on, Patrick, land. And then
those are very strong positions in the face of national crisis, things that would have been very contentious. El-Rufai stood out and stood up for it and said, no, this is not the situation. In the case of Yar'Adua, they went to school together in ABU. Yar'Adua was like a senior person to him. But Yar'Adua took some decision, immediately came in, reversing the sales of NNPC, reversing some other, and he was beginning to prosecute the two of them. So Ribadu and El-Rufai had to leave the country. So this is a man that feels that, look, I don't care whether you are my daughter or you are my child or you are my brother or you are somebody that's helping you, or if you are, even whether you are the president or not, he will tell you the truth. He was one of those I felt could look Buhari in the face and tell him the truth. And that's why I agree with one man that we have lost this guy. If he's in that board, if he's in that cabinet, he would have been one of those that would be able to stand to him, to Tinubu, and tell him, no. As powerful as Obasanjo was, in that cabinet, El-Rufai and Obi, I heard, and I've read some of the El-Rufai and Obi were the people who could look the man in the face and say, no, you are wrong. And because they say the man is really, what kind of statement is that? I'm a Christian. I belong to Christian, very strong Christian. If there's a sect, if there are sects in Christians, Christian does not have sect. I will be classified as someone who belongs to a very strong Christian sect. But I've listened to El-Rufai in churches. And I stand with him in some of the things. And even the things he said about Christianity, that was a response to the way my fellow Christians were handling the political issues in Nigeria. And some of us that were Christians, that are Christians, and had the opportunity to speak to leadership in some Christian group, we stood the same ground. And I said, look, you are going to awaken these people. And that happened in this election. And it is obvious that the Muslims, if they want to unite their forces, they don't need the Christian to produce a president if they want to.
All right, back to Uptown.
Okay. One more. I am yet to see anybody that defends El-Rufai that I can take away anything from what they say, but I'm looking forward to that day, anything convincing. But the point is, people talking about somebody is being a religious fanatic, and they say it's Christians that are pushing him to be. That is just very, very funny narrative. Christians moved you to move for Muslim tickets. Muslim, they vexed you, and then you said Muslims should be for 20. Come on, let's forget about those things. The point is that if you don't have emotional intelligence, it's a gift. Actually, you don't learn it in your PhD classes or master's classes. If you are not blessed with wisdom, that is number one. That is why when they asked Solomon in the Bible, what do you want? He didn't say, give me PhD, give me house in my Tama, give me this, or give me that, or give me arrogance, or give me ability to challenge everybody in the
They
world.
have my Tama in Jerusalem. They have my Tama in Jerusalem.
You didn't say
uptown.
People kill somebody. No, the reason.
Just as an aside, just as an aside, how much is a house in my Tama these days? Are we talking 2-3 billion?
I mean, it should be that high. One man. I mean, come on.
You are buying land, empty land in Matama. You can find 3 billion, 4 billion for your empty land. Not talk about the house on it.
Yeah.
I think
it's on the same level with Banana Island and some parts of Ikoyi. Woman.
Have we lost you? Uptown? Have you lost me? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
He asks for wisdom. Wisdom. That is 70% of a leader is wisdom. That is why in the past, the great leaders we had anywhere in the world, be it in ancient Greek, be it in ancient America, be it in ancient Africa, none of them had PhD. None of them have masters. None of them went to Oxford or Cambridge.
So is there any proof that Rufai lacks wisdom?
I'm coming.
Proof that Rufai
He
lacks
lacks wisdom.
wisdom?
In fact, the problem is that there is no proof that he doesn't lack wisdom. I think that's what we should be talking about, if there's a proof that he doesn't lack wisdom. But the point is, he does not have the wisdom, and he does not have the emotional intelligence. It's emotional intelligence that allows you to process things and know how to handle things.
Patrick, let him land so I can get to Foley. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, we allowed you to defend him, and sadly, you couldn't get any point to do that. But the thing is, wisdom, he does not have it, clearly. Emotional intelligence, he does not have it, clearly. Fighting with everybody is not a leadership quality. Causing chaos anywhere you enter is not a leadership quality. You so of this course, if you enter here, so anywhere you enter, everybody's complaining. It's not a quality of leadership. Let's not be massaging things here because of our emotional attachment. He has the courage to speak to Obama. He has the courage to unguarded statements are not qualities of leaders. Check all the great kings.
Uptown, can you hear me? Let me ask you a question. Can you identify 3 names on the Tinubu ministerial list? Just 3 that you feel are fit for purpose. 3 names.
Yes. Tijani, number 1, star minister. Bosun, the professor from the health guy, the doctor. Party. Yes, and Wale Udin. My three big names.
Okay,
those are my 3 favorites. Those are my 3 favorites. And
how much do you know about them?
What did you say?
How much do you know about them?
I knew about Bosun long before now. In fact, Bosun was, if Obi won this election, Bosun will be on that. It will still be on that ministerial list. So let's even keep Bosun aside from that. But the only person
it's trying to
recently checked, who I didn't know before, was the professor. Yeah, the only person that I recently checked is the professor, and I thought he had a very good, outstanding resume. And I think probably he's going to do well. I don't know, but it looks like he's going to do well. I also listened to him at the screening as well. But Bosun is my guy. In fact, when Obosun was appointed, I feel this guy was stolen from my team. But it's okay. Go and make us proud. That's what I feel about him. Wale or Edun, I think is good. I think he's going to make a good. He's a really reserved man. I knew his son. His son is an actor. He's a British actor. The man is quite qualified. So these are my 3 standings. One man on that side on the list. That list is obviously a compensation list, but at least we can still keep. 3, 4, 5 names.
Okay, round off your thoughts on El Rufai, and then we get to Folly B before he builds out on us.
One man, before he goes, let me ask him a question, please.
All right.
And this question goes for everyone on the panel. Who actually is against or pressuring Bats to throw El Rufai under the bus? Because I'm confused, honestly.
Ganduje.
alone?
Yeah, they are big rival. They are very big. They are super rivals.
Because months before the election, Bat wanted him so badly at Chatham House, at that campaign outing. And also, and if you talk about Nuhu Ribadu, they come a long way right from their university days. So what went wrong?
That of El Rufai and Bat, they are close. That is not true. El Rufai and Bat has been locked long before now. They only just became friends a few years back. Actually, El Rufai took campaign to.
You can be friends for someone.
There's a lot of background noise,
and it will be tight. I mean,
El Rufai took campaign to Bodyland. El Rufai took campaign. Hurry. El Rufai took campaign to Bodyland. They're saying, why would the Godfather control a certain state?
Oh God, what's going on? There's a lot of noise where you are. Sorry. Sorry. Pick up that question, Uptown. Bring it home, and then let's get to Folly B.
One man is really very simple. I made a comment earlier before this ministerial whatever, when people were saying that the superpower Tinubu was coming to the presidency with was his power to get the best brains and Star Team, Star Trek and all that. And when he dropped, even me, that is not an APC guy, was shocked. I was like, oh, wow, is this what you guys have to give us? This is the noise throughout the campaign. I can't believe this. But then I can also sense why that list is really that watery. Because I said it clearly that this man came into governance with way too much political conspiracies and way too much. If he wanted to get whatever he wanted to do in Lagos, it's impossible because the tide was too much against him that he had to enter into way too many political deals to be able to cross over. And this was going to affect his decision making when he gets there. And I said this before the election. Now it is playing out. Now suddenly you are seeing it is an El Rufai they want so much. Now he can't do anything to have him. You are seeing a minister being nominated, and then on her way to entering the Senate, say no, you are no more the minister. There's another person that is coming from that place.
Let me ask you a question. Do you want Tinubu to succeed?
What is the of all this political in fact, the only thing I was even banking on the Tinubu space was like, yes, I don't like your politics, I don't like your this, I don't like your that, but at least this one gathering of team thing people are talking about. Well, maybe that come on, people without certificate forgery. How can you nominate a minister?
Yeah, you're breaking up heavily, my guy.
Has been pronounced by the Supreme Court. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, well, it's breaking. Every second word is being cut off. But carry on. Bring it home, and then we move on.
Is it better now?
Yeah, much better. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. So I'm saying, how can you nominate a minister that has been pronounced by the Supreme Court
No,
and banned for 10 Supreme Court put him forward as a minister. Yes, now that's the case the guy had in Supreme Court because he had multiple certificate forgeries over back to back. They had to ban him. The other lady is there. A lot of people with cases in court are everywhere. That's why I even think Rufai's case is quite political, because if a lot of all those guys and ex-governors that had cases, that has pending cases in courts of, see the Zamfara guy, had cases in court and they passed through that whatever screening. So why didn't Rufai pass through? Because the guys on the internet, and this is really very saddening for me, on their course of defending Rufai, all of them is sticking to one point. They're saying, especially the ones from the north that are pro Rufai and some other ones, they're saying, how can they do this to Rufai? How can they do this to Rufai? How can people like Wike, people like all these other governors and all these other people that Suwaju put there, that all of them have corrupt cases, all of them have certificate forgery cases, all of them have this. So why is Rufai's own different? I'm like, wow, you guys are indicting yourself because you're defending Rufai. You're not telling us. So you're actually aware of the incompetence of those guys in that list. But now your case is not that. No, your case is that, okay, if all of them can go through, why wouldn't Rufai join them to go through? It's really very disappointing, one man. But I mean, it is what it is. Let's see what but on the
Uptown, can I ask you a question?
Go on.
Yeah, but before you answer that question, make adjustments so that we can hear you better. You are chopping off every second word. But yeah, ask him the question again.
I think
Uptown. Hello, Uptown. Can Uptown hear me?
Okay, ask me.
Okay, Uptown, well done. I've listened to your analysis, and it seems that you just you mentioned some few of the guys you know on the list, and then you just brush over others and you say, oh, say list for compensation list, or can't remember how you put it. Let me ask a question. I want to believe that you don't know up to 20 in the 47 list. I strongly feel you don't know 20. I can mention their name and just say a little about them. Am I right to say that? That you don't know 20 out of 47? Well, times
no, his connection is poor. Just make that assertion, and then we go on to Folibi.
So often I said you don't know 20 out of the 47.
No, nothing interesting.
You said?
No, I've gone to check them. Nothing interesting, most of them.
I said you don't know 20. Are you saying you know more than you know 20 in those lists?
And his connection is poor.
Okay, he has disconnected. But the point I'm trying to make is that,
go on. Yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make is that, you see, you make analysis on people you don't really know, and same you came here and told us that, oh, you may have certificate and have PhD and have all these, yet if you don't have wisdom and competence, it doesn't work. These people, you don't know anything about them. You don't know what they have done for themselves in terms of competency in their own field. Yet to come to say, oh, yeah, just list of compensation. I'm just trying to bring out the competence in your, the contradiction in your position. The 47 list you saw there, yes, in any government, politicians must fill some position. When technocrats, or I don't like calling it technocrat, competent ones who are chosen based on strictly on merit, will fill some positions. In my own little way, I know 10 major ones that I know what they have done for themselves in their respective field in life is enough for them to push Nigeria forward. So my point to Uptown is just, if you don't know too many of them, then don't make general analysis on the competence of the next cabinet.
All right.
One man, please. I will have to respectfully take my leave. I have to make some things for the kids. There's no problem. I will still be at the background.
Do you want to speak to us before you go, or do you have to go immediately and right now?
One man, it's okay. Today's topic. I mean, I felt like Alexander Gomez. It's just quite different for me. That we spend so much hours discussing the second most poorest country in the world, a country that even if we decide to go to war with, they won't be able to pay us back in 100 years. We have pressing issues in Nigeria, and your principal, President Tinubu, should be more responsible to the people of Nigeria than bringing up. Look at us. For over how many hours we're discussing issues that have nothing to do with Nigeria. In fact, the El Rufai question is quite important, because I'm not a fan of El Rufai, but he is somebody that there are people that you call the necessary devil. You know that for the fact that he is there, you will expect certain productivity. You see, it is not about what if he's going to be corrupt or not. Yeah, he has so many corrupt cases. Even when he was the minister of FCT, there were many cases of land racketeering, selling land to his cronies, to the girlfriends, side piece, family members. These reports are all recorded. But what did El Rufai do? Was that he returned Abuja to his original map. People have started building on drainage system, just like the one we saw in Lagos. People have started doing so many other things in Abuja. So that is the thing. But I was thinking that looking at that, I mean, I will always take an El Rufai over a weekend. Any day, anytime. You see, I don't. Wike did what he did in River State, but a lot of people come out. Oh, he built bridges, bridges. What about other areas of the economy? What about human capital development? What did he do in those areas with the amount of money coming to River State?
He built schools and hospitals and courtrooms as well.
Yes, but what I'm just saying is that what about the human beings? How many people got promotions in the civil service? What the people, the students, how were they taken care of?
Would you say building schools is part of human capital development?
Yeah, it is part of it. I mean, but I live in River State. So if you're talking about schools, I know that built many modern schools. So if you ask me, I wouldn't tell you that schools are not important. But the thing there is that you have to also concentrate on the human beings going through those schools. Because going to school is just more than a beautiful building. That is the point. I had a friend that has been there immediately weekend left. They made her a magistrate court judge. And she told me that in 8 years of weekend, nobody was promoted. So you have many of this rascality going on. But I will always take El Rufai over a weekend. And El Rufai not making this list. No matter how you want to spice it, no matter how you want to write it, does not look good. But I mean, it is what it is. They made a choice. So I will leave it at that.
Well, what happened? We can't hear you.
You can hear me?
No, it's gonna be weird, sort of squeaky voice thing.
Sorry, I don't know how that is, but I mean, Mama, let me just round up and let me not just disrupt the show. I'll be at the background listening. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Determined that we have somebody with a good connection at least. Today has been one of those weird sessions. Let's go to Folly Bees. I keep calling you Folly Bees. Maybe I'm missing Sally Bees. Maybe that's what's the thing. But Folly, are you still with us? Folly. Oh, all right. Let's go to Patrick then. Patrick, are you with us? All right.
Yeah, Yeah,
let's go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hopefully we can hear you with a bit more clarity. Since the start of the session, we've just been hearing quaking voices, but speak to us about the El Rufai space, which I know you're very passionate about. But it looks as though we might well have lost him because they are playing silly burgers with him. And you know that El Rufai is not the sort of man that has the patience for being messed about.
Yes, obviously. I just look at it and say, look here, what do we want? If the man is being penciled down for Minister of Power, and we think that the man is competent, how badly do we need power that will come and play politics with it? I just hope anybody that Tinubu puts as Minister of Power will do well. That's just the truth. If he's going to now allow sentiment and politics to now blind him and then be taking this decision, and mind you, this was also a man that stood by you. That's just the truth. He stood by him. And that's a support from a very strange quarter. You understand? And this man stood by you and he championed it, penciled down, mobilized people. The session they had at Sadana House, the meeting with the president, all those things. And those are the time he mobilized the governors and they mobilized together. They all stormed Eagle Square together. And every other person out there.
Patrick, would you go as far as to say if you removed El Rufai, Tinubu would not be president? If you removed his contribution, Tinubu would not be president?
It's a bit difficult, but it might have failed the primaries. That's just the truth. It might fail the primary. We knew that. I know that Rufai has capacity to mobilize too, and the other governors too. I think the people that really championed that mobilization were probably Ganduje, Rufai, and mind you, with Tinubu's case, Ganduje, Rufai put aside his skirmishes and the issues personal that he has with Ganduje because of Sanusi Lamido, and still went ahead to work with him to make sure that they produce Tinubu. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know how Tinubu will think that way. And if the man was telling him, even that before now, the man told him, I feel I'm too old to become minister. And I think we need younger people. The man is about 62, 63 now. And he feels that they need younger people. And Tinubu was even the one saying, look, you are not going anywhere. I just want you in that place. So it shows that Tinubu is a bit not very firm. He needs to be able to assert himself too. I'm a Tinubu person. This does not threaten my support for him or anything. But I'm just being objective. Now we have helped Tinubu. We have mobilized support for him to get into power. We are not going to be the one to
do you think Tinubu has balls? Do you think he has testicular fortitude? Do you think he can make difficult decisions?
I don't think he does now. I think he's a bit losing that ball. You understand? It does not make him less qualified than the rest because the other ones don't even have testicle at all. They don't even have anything. They don't even have the sack. Not talk of the ball. You understand? Because
sorry, Patrick. Do you think Tinubu can make clinical decisions in the manner that Buhari can? Do you think he has the decisiveness of a Buhari?
No. Decisiveness. You see, the point is this. If you like Buhari or not, it's okay. Very few presidents in Nigeria will have that level of decisiveness and sternness and just taking the decision, closing your eyes. Buhari had done that several instances. People will say all kind of things. He won't even hear. He won't even listen. He will just look at his position on though not very good, but look at his position on service chiefs. Look at the pressure. Look at this from every quarter. The guy he felt that was the decision he has taken, though it turned out to not be very, very good. But if it was a very good decision, that's how he would have stood by it and be on. As a president, you are supposed to be able to do that. But I think now I think now it's just unfortunate. And let me not say let me not say it's unfortunate, because I don't think the president of any country as an individual has intellectual capacity to rule a country. No single individual, no matter how competent you are as a president, can claim to say, I have the intellectual capacity to rule a country. No, no, no. Look at us now. We are fathers where we govern our home. If you don't have your wife, look at the kind of some very wrong decision you probably might have taken to just govern maybe 3 people or 4 children in your life. You understand what I'm saying? So there's no, you can now extrapolate that into the size of a nation. So I can't say that there's a president that has that intellectual capacity, one man, to rule a country. But I think Tinubu is beginning to show some deficiency.
Do you think it's a people pleaser? And do you think, and if you do you think that is his Achilles heel? Because
No,
I'm starting to think it's a people pleaser. He wants people to like him.
No,
do you
no,
think
no,
he wants people to like him?
No, I don't think so. I'm beginning to see some deficiency now. In deficiency. Mind you, I just said something earlier. It does not diminish my support for him, because even with that deficiency, he's still the best of the lots that we had. My support for him was not because I was crazy about Tinubu. If I had somebody that was better in that lot, I would have supported that person. Whether a person wins or loses, it doesn't matter to me. You understand? Of all the lots, it was still the best of them. But I think the deficiency of Tinubu is progressively emerging, and I think the very objective, sincere team around him should better manage it. If not, we have a very big issue on our hand. You understand? And it does not diminish him compared to others. I keep saying that, because some people might say that's what we are saying. No, the other guys are just not even there. Not even there.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Tinubu was the best pick of a bad bunch.
Yeah,
of a bad bunch.
lot. Yeah, that's the point. So my position is that if you're out to do a job, you understand, you're out to do a job, and you will do everything to get that job done, because you know the value of the outcome to you as a nation. Is like a man trying to succeed in a particular area. How far are we willing to go to ensure success? That's very objective. This Rufai that we are talking about today, if you line him up, whether morally, religious, sentiment wise, and everything, you cannot compare him to other people. Wike there has carried microphone and said Rivers State is a Christian state. Rufai has not said that. Wike, not once, not twice, not thrice, has carried microphone in his manner and gather his band to sing and say Rivers State is a Christian state. Said several times, I am a Christian, not by birth, by faith. My ancestors were traditional worshippers. My father became a Christian. When they gave birth to me, I was going to church. But when I got to maturity, I became a Christian by faith. So there are people who are in the Christendom. When I say I'm a Christian by faith, they know what I mean. So it does not diminish my Christianity. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not sentimental about it. You understand? The fact is this. If we want things done, and this is the guy that can give us the results, then what do we do? Now, they say, oh, Rufai has said this, Rufai has committed this crime. Tell me one crime that Rufai has committed that people like Tinubu have not committed. They say he has corruption case. They say he has this one. They say he has that one. Tell me, which one? Which one? They say they kill people. I'm not saying Tinubu has killed people, but the question I'll ask, I'm not asking. I'm not saying is, have they killed for him? Have they?
You are not saying that Tinubu has killed people. Don't say that at Rotimi Williams' family home. They will lynch you.
Rotimi Williams. No, Future Williams, you want to say.
Future Williams, I wanted to say.
Have people exerted violence on his behalf, even without his consent? I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. Those are questions so let me ask. So what has this man done? It's just they say, oh, the man lacks wisdom. I say, how? Okay, he lacks wisdom because you said so. Because Uptown said so. He lacks emotional intelligence. Can Uptown define emotional intelligence? Can he tell us the meaning of emotional intelligence? And he will now say he lacks. He says he's not a true Muslim. Is he a Muslim for him to be able to say that? Or is he Allah for him to now be able to now say this person is a true Muslim or not? What kind of statement is that?
You know, Patrick, there's a culture that is starting to emerge. I'm not sure if you are noticing it, but there seems to be a real push for the Tinubu administration to fail. But then if Tinubu's administration fails, it doesn't automatically then default the presidency to Peter Obi. No, it doesn't do that. So I'm not quite sure why people are so desperate for him to fail.
Yeah, you see, that opposition wants you to fail. You can't blame them. So it's left for Tinubu to now decide that he's not going to fail. So that's just the truth. I've just told you something. We have supported him to become president. Yoruba say they help people to get job. They don't help people to do the job. And when we help you to get a job, we should be able to tell you that you are doing well or you are not doing well. Why? That country belongs to us. It does not belong to Tinubu alone. He might have more investments there, but I have equal stake because I have a life. And that life is aligned and identified with our country. He has just one life too. The moment he dies today, he ceases to be a Nigerian. He's as useless as anything. Even a baby born the same day is better than him if he dies today. And that baby that is just a day old is more relevant to Nigeria than him. So he doesn't have a higher stake in the country. We can help you, support you, mobilize you, do everything at our own expense, at the detriment of our name and reputation, even within our faith and the Christian group that we belong to make sure you succeed. And mind you, I'm advocating for somebody who is a Muslim now. So if tomorrow I advocate for a Christian, nobody should come and criticize me. I'm advocating for somebody who is a Muslim now, but on the ground of objectivity and outcome. Who is a leader? A leader is someone who takes responsibility for results. A leader is someone who thinks decision through. He has goofed in certain area with the subsidy, the hastiness with which he did the subsidy. I'm not saying the subsidy should not go. The hastiness with which he did it, the hastiness with which they attack approaching the Niger Republic issue, the hastiness with who does that? You are an old man. Who is rushing you? So I am really not happy with him, with some of these positions that he has taken.
Yes, hold on, Patrick. You're not the only one that is not happy with him. Do you think people are starting to lose confidence in Tinubu? And do you think he needs a big win in order to reconnect, to recalibrate with the people? Because there's a sense that people are starting to lose confidence in him.
Yeah, with people, maybe. With me, no. He's not losing.
Yeah, maybe not with you, but with the abundance of and I'm not even talking about the traditional anti-Tinubu people. I'm talking about people in general. You hear for the B, anytime he comes, he can't get past just the level of difficulties going. So people are starting to lose confidence in the government, and of course, sitting on top of the table is Tinubu.
Folly is not a pro-Tinubu from time now, so.
Yeah, but he's a Showore man. So no, he's not a traditional. He's not an obedient.
Even if Tinubu decide to build skyscraper and give to people today, you will still not support him, except he does something like Ajale Koko has said by fiat. Just say $1 is 400 naira. I just laugh when Ajale Koko made asked that question to Ogbeni. I wish I was there. That's the most ridiculous question I've ever heard someone.
Baba died in his characteristic way.
I was trying to chat Ogbeni, say, that's a very ridiculous question. I put it in the chat.
You see, the problem is that you guys will not listen well when someone speaks. Benny was saying that if coup should happen in Nigeria, he knows a section in Nigeria that will jump on the street, or maybe he says some people, some particular set of people, and there is some kind that they are the one that will jump on the street in support of that coup, and not the generality of Nigeria. And I said, look, Ogbeni, if there should be coup today, and the coupists made mention two things. Number one, reversal of the petroleum subsidy to what it used to be, and
₦1 to 400 now.
Maybe to 400, or just below what we have today. That what is happening in our country is a scam, and it just
I agree with you. A number of people will
military will do something to justify why they took over government.
Power,
And
a number of
people will jump on the street.
Yeah, a number of people will be happy, not minding the fact that thinking about and thinking that, look, this is a lie, this is not possible. You understand? But they will emotionally just jump up.
That's what I'm saying. Yes,
okay, emotionally they will not even think through. This is a lie.
Anything being gonna go now.
Even if they
that's what is happening in Niger. He just validated our point.
Whether you people are not in the right position to tell them how to govern.
That's me. I stand with you. We are
don't
not
have the right. No country,
these people don't want democracy, so why are you
have the right to tell people how they should govern
themselves? Yeah, I agree with you. You can't do that.
You people don't know international law. You're just in your cocoon.
The law is for people.
Which international law?
Sorry.
Whatever happened to the countries in your region matters to you. That's why America keep watch on his region. That's regional politics. Don't localize it.
Africa ain't a region, Wabi.
Hold on.
West Africa is a region. They play regional politics. That's why you have ECOWAS.
So what's ECOWAS doing when those people were bundling, were taking all the resources, destroying and impoverishing the poor? What was ECOWAS?
My brother, you see, that's the issue. We look at ECOWAS only when there is trouble. ECOWAS has been releasing many communiques. ECOWAS has been doing what is mandated to do. We did the laws that passed ECOWAS.
No,
so ECOWAS should go on. ECOWAS should do what? To sanction Bazoum or what?
No. This is what I'm saying. When the French people were exploiting the uranium and taking advantage of the people of Niger, what was ECOWAS doing?
You see, you are coming from a very false background. The false background you think that's
Niger is a sovereign state. Niger is a sovereign
state.
So
Niger has suddenly lost his sovereignty now. You are now.
No, he has not.
No, he has.
He's still a sovereign state within the sub-region. He's still a sovereign state.
Which of you will I agree with now? Is it one man or you?
He's still a sovereign state now.
So
within the sub-region.
Why are we moving up? Why are we moving on it?
It's international law. You need to understand this first.
Law. Let me tell you.
See, let me start by this. What is your understanding? What is your understanding of ECOWAS mandate? Which law do you? What do you think the reason for ECOWAS?
Hold on, one verse at a time.
I want to ask you a question. Let me ask you this question: which international law gives a country the right to go and invade another country for whatever reason?
See,
which law?
I'm coming. See, wait, you see, you are localizing it. You see, when you're asking which section, which country, you are localizing it.
No, give us the law. Now,
the point is this.
Law. If you say it's international practice, I agree with you.
Let him respond now. Let him respond.
Let him give me the law.
Yeah, but don't talk over each other. Don't talk over
you see, some people went to law school, they went to go and study it. So it's not something you just wait now.
Let Patrick, please now. Yeah.
Pato, we are not fighting. We are this is a platform from enlightenment, and then
give me the law.
Just a minute. Give me some minutes. I need to attend to something. I'll be back on that.
You know the annoying part of this is Russia invaded Ukraine, and we are saying that Russia is bad. Now ECOWAS
Now
is
we are
trying to
saying it's
invade.
international law to go and invade another country. That's why I
The
want that
hypocrisy
section of
of
the
it
law.
is just funny.
One man, let me
No,
tell
no,
you.
no.
I don't even know.
Hold on. That's a false equivalency. What you just did, because the circumstances. Hold on. Now, the circumstances are different. Russia invaded Ukraine for reasons that is inexplicable, because they said NATO was having relationships with them, but with the Niger Republic, they've truncated democracy and they've gone against the will of the people of that country, which was vested.
But
The
one man, see
Nigerians.
it this way. See it this way.
Okay, what was
If you're
NATO?
saying
What was the reason for invading Libya?
How do you mean?
Yeah, the same thing. We have seen the West take certain positions for their interests, and when it gets to that point, they twist the system, they twist the rule, they begin to. At times they ignore the rule and do what they have to do. I'll make one statement, and that is the danger of intellect, the danger of attack, the danger of intellect. You see, when you are in a field of a profession, or you are in a particular learning sphere, people respect you because you are expected to have that knowledge. I'll give you, and it happened here on this platform. One day, we were discussing, and Babati happened to be a doctor too, was talking, and Nigeria does not have medical this thing. Nigeria does not have this. Look at, they just gave one guy injection, one of course, he just died. Because we don't know anything about it. We say, really? Simba just came in that day. From that day, I respected Simba, and we have been. I said, this guy, I think he reasons like me too. Simba said, which injection do they give somebody and somebody die immediately? Because Simba is also Simba is not just a doctor. He happened to be a senior doctor relative to this my other brother. And he said, no, he was asking, say, but Simba said, no.
Babati is a Babalawo doctor. Anyway, it's a Babalawo doctor.
Simba said, give me the name of that injection. You understand? No name. No name. But
there's actually an injection that they give someone.
One Simba asked that day. I don't know if Simba is here. Simba asked that question. I said, no, I like this guy. And if you know, if you notice me too, when somebody make a claim like that, I want to say, where? Because if you are in a position, we say, oh, you are a professor. We expect that when you make statement, it's a strong statement because we respect you. It's international. I say, okay, give me the section that says that you can go and invade a sovereign country based on these conditions. Then if you can't, then you can't use your authority. They call it authority fallacy or what, and I don't know all those things, philosophy, to now make a position and say, okay, because it has been, you cite some authority, and then you say it's like that. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. We don't have a right to go invade another country. We don't.
Did you follow the comment section? You know, sometimes when you follow the comment section, it's just okay. You may not see this one because it's on Facebook. So apologies, Des, but this is to you. It says, Des's interjection is always annoying. I'm not sure the guy is all right.
I know, right? I know that I get people worked up a lot, but it's all good. That's why I'm here.
I just saw it and it made me laugh.
that is why I'm here, though. You know, I need to make some people very angry.
Please, sorry. There's one man. I actually returned.
You're back.
Can you hear me?
You're back. Okay. We can hear you better. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to jump out and to know if my audio is gonna fix.
Let me give to him briefly then, woman.
Yes.
Okay, when you finish, I can come back.
Okay.
And hope Ogbeni will be ready for me then.
Yeah.
I'm here now. No worries.
Actually, when he finishes, hold on, Uptown. When you finish, I want to go to Folly B, who has been waiting, and then you and Ogbeni can have that conversation now. But, yeah, Uptown. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Ogbeni he's done with his final written address for you. You know, so
You know, Uptown, I wonder why people try to argue with Ogbeni on this platform. He argues for a living. How can you win? How can you win?
No, I actually have I have stuffs in the fridge for Benny, you know, a lot of stuffs as well. But then on a very good day, when you're done today, we will return for our match in when you told us on the platform about who is going to go for a rerun, that's not true. That's not what the constitution says. But then that's matter for another day.
Who is going for rerun? Okay.
Yeah, when we're talking about the rerun, you say that the law prescribes for only for the first and second position to go for rerun, but that's not true.
No, it depends.
That's not the position of the law.
Well, Uptown, maybe you need to listen to me. It depends.
So no, I listen to you. You didn't tell us that it depends anyway. When
no, that means
hold on. Let him clarify. Yeah, carry on.
That means you didn't get my point. If they nullify the entire election, all of them go back to contest. If they don't nullify all the election, what they simply say is that you're not qualified because of the 25%. If the issue is on the numbers of votes you gathered, that's not up to the requirement of the constitution. The first two is going to recontest, not all.
No, I contest that, Ubeni. On grounds of I contest that on grounds of, and anybody can go and confirm. I contest that on grounds of what the constitution actually stipulates for. For me, and what the constitution says is not that the first two we go for a runoff. The constitution says that the first person with the highest popular votes, that's highest numbers of votes cast, is the first person to go for that runoff. The second person is not the second person with the second highest votes. The second person is actually the second person that has majority votes in the highest numbers of states. You get what I'm saying? Now, when you talk about majority votes, what is majority?
Are you talking about?
They are talking about runoff, not rerun.
Are you talking about run or rerun? There is difference between the two.
No,
don't mix the two.
No. Let's not complicate issue for.
No. What are you? Hold on, Uptown. What are you talking about? Are you talking about a runoff or a rerun? Because those are separate spaces.
No. One man. Let me tell you, they're trying to confuse you and I. Let me tell you.
No. There's a distinction now. You're talking about a runoff.
One man,
not a rerun.
A rerun.
Hold on, this. Are you talking about a runoff or a rerun?
No,
which one are you talking about?
Myself, one more.
Yeah.
Can I do that? Okay.
Yeah,
thank you very much. First of all, I'm talking about a runoff. But again,
runoff. Okay.
Yes, again, a runoff. The position when put to us saying if you do not meet the constitutional requirement, if you don't meet the constitutional requirement, you don't go for a rerun, you go for a runoff. A rerun is when the election is being cancelled and every other person, including Sowore, has to get to the field again. A runoff is where the winner does not meet the cost. That's what I'm telling you now. But you're not trying to mix it up for me as if I don't know what I'm talking about. The thing is that what we're talking about.
We're asking the question: are you talking about the first one, which is rerun, or are you talking about the runoff? Which one are you talking? That's what we're saying.
No. I'm not talking about the rerun. I'm talking about the runoff. I was very clear. Rerun is not. I'm not talking about rerun. Is where they cancel the election. Every other person gets to the field. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the runoff, where you said if there is a runoff, that's if somebody does not meet the constitutional requirements. That means they have to go for a runoff, and then only the first and second candidates will go into the runoff. And I say, no, that's not true. When there's a runoff, that means where the winner does not meet the constitutional requirements, the winner goes through because he has the highest popular votes. And then the second person coming after him is not necessarily the person that took second. It's actually the person that has majority votes in highest numbers of states. That's the point I'm trying to make. No, Atiku does not have the majority votes in highest numbers of states in that last election. He doesn't. He does not have the majority votes in the highest numbers of states. Let me tell you why.
What are you saying now?
Wait, now let me tell you why he does not have the majority votes now. Calm down.
He came second now, and
he has nothing to do with seconds. Baba, there's nothing. It has nothing to do with second. That constitutional requirement has nothing to do with who took second. The second person,
he won in more states than Obi, isn't it? Isn't it?
it's not who
Hello?
won in more states.
He made the
It's not who won in
requirement.
more states.
Hold on. He had
No, he didn't.
He had 25% in more states than Obi, isn't it? And he had
It's
the
not who
majority
made
vote.
25% in more states. You're confusing it again. It's not. Let me tell you what I
Hold
said.
on.
It is very clear and unambiguous. I said that the second person going for that rerun is not is not the person that took second. It's not the person that
Yes.
made 25 in more states, like you are saying now. It's not any of these things. It is clear. The person that scored majority votes in the highest numbers of states. Now, what is majority votes in highest numbers of states? Majority is 50 plus 1. Yeah? That means he has 50% and above in how many states? Atiku has 50% and above in only 5 states in Nigeria. Obi has in 8 states.
That's not the interpretation.
Oh, that's disingenuous. That's not
What are you
interpretation.
talking
It's
about? That is
25%.
that is not what
One voice.
This is why you should go to law school.
that is your own
Disingenuous.
interpretation or the obedient interpretation.
It's
That's
not
not
my
what the constitution says.
interpretation.
The
It's
what
not
the
my
25%
constitution says,
is
hold
the
on.
threshold.
Hold on. What the position says that the person that will be the second in that runoff must have majority spread than it might not have majority vote. I mean second to the first, but majority spread like the 25%, more 25% in more states than others. That is the
Yeah,
person.
Ajali Coco is actually right there.
More
Uptown, that is,
25%
yeah.
in more states than others. That is what the constitution says. It didn't even consider a majority vote, but spread in more states than others. So what are you interpreting?
Uptown, the law.
That is
I mean, Uptown is.
Lekki Constitution law, Abi. Lekki Constitution law.
But technically, Ogbeni was wrong initially, though. But Ajali
I
Coco
wasn't wrong
got it
because
right. No, Ogbeni, you were
Tinubu.
totally wrong. No, don't even go there.
Okay, tell
You
me
were
why I
wrong.
was wrong. Let me listen to
For
you.
you to say that.
Maybe is that your default? Tell me why you said I was
For you
wrong.
to say that a rerun is a person that came second, or sorry,
Runoff.
or
Yeah.
rerun, whatever you say, is someone that came second.
It's runoff, not
So
whatever.
what they are saying is not necessarily the person that got second, because you can actually have majority of votes and you still come second. But the actual person that will do that runoff is what Ajali Coco just said. If you have the highest number of
you
25% in so many states, that's when you go
Yes,
for that
you
runoff.
are right. You are right, and I'm not wrong. I narrowed my analysis on this last election. I wasn't lecturing you on what the law says. I was telling you in this last election, if there is going to be runoff, Tinubu is number 1, Atiku is number 2 by that law. Atiku has the highest spread.
True. No, you're right there.
So
True.
that's my point now. And I said if there is going to be a rerun, all of them will contest.
Okay. One month.
Right.
Please, can you I crave your indulgence to do one thing. Can you hear me? Is 1 month there?
We all can, but carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm arguing with a learned colleague, Ugbeni. I don't know the witnesses he brought forward.
If they are lawyer,
if he was a lawyer, he would say you'll say my learned colleague, isn't it? My learned colleague.
My 1 month, you are our Lord. My learned colleague Ugbeni brought witnesses like Jan Likoko and all that, and all of them are conflicting amongst themselves. That's been ground for this qualification. But the point is, 1 month, I have your indulgence to allow me to provide what I'm saying. I'll provide it both in the letters of the Constitution, and also I'll provide it on a video clip won't talk about. I don't want to talk about the by lawyer or judge or whatever it is. And now I'll provide you a video clip of INEC. Let's now talk about the position of the election.
And your connection is not connecting with us uptown, which is a shame because we're really enjoying you.
We're talking about.
We can't hear you, man.
The possibilities of a rerun, of a runoff. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are, every second word breaks off.
Am I back? Is it still breaking?
Yeah, you are back. No, you are back now. Yeah, where you are now, stay there. Yeah, carry on.
Obeni and solicitors, they don't want me to submit my case, but the fact remains. 1 month, I want to tender. I want to tender an evidence that is going to shut everybody up. And I want you to allow me to do that, take a break of 5 minutes. And I'm not going to tender this evidence from interested party, be for or against. I'm going to tender the evidence from INEC, the umpire themselves. When on the press briefing, where they were talking about that they were ready for a runoff, and they have already prepared everything for a runoff. And then they were talking about the grounds for a runoff, according to the Constitution, and the two people that are going to go for a runoff and what they're going to meet before they go for a runoff. And it's very clear. And I have lawyers, I have other people that have talked about it, but I don't want to, maybe they are interested, but I'm not interested in them. Let's use the evidence from the electoral umpire. Can I tender that?
I listened to that from the spokesperson, that doctor something. I listened to go bring it. Okay. I listened to it too.
So I'm going to tender that evidence.
Is this Okonkwo or who?
No. It's the spokesperson for INEC.
The INEC spokesperson. It was clear and unambiguous about the grounds.
That's Okoye now. Okoye.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Okoye. Go bring it.
So I'm going to tender that evidence here so that but 1 man, I crave you. I mean, you are our Lord now, please.
How many times you going to say this now? Do it.
Wait now. Don't
1, 2, 3. According to Kulata, do it. 1, 2, 3. You said it. How many times?
All right. Do whatever it is you want to do, but we want to bring Folly into the conversation as well. But
actually, Obeni diverted what I was about closing my whatever, but Obeni, I had to chip that in. And by the time I submit that evidence, Obeni owes me $1,000 as compensation. That's the point.
Remember the last time you did $1,000 and you backed out.
It's a official. It's a official. But 1 month, really very simple on the Niger Republic issue. Is the same thing that we're having. And I heard you talk about, you say something about people praying for Tinubu to fail and his government to fail. I don't think it's very fair on the opposition, because when opposition say we are choosing leaders, when Nigerians gather to choose leaders, some people assess leaders and say, I have seen some reasons why I don't think I will support this person. I've seen some reasons why I will support this person. Yeah. And then when the person he does not support goes in there and he starts doing all those mess up that I predicted he was going to make. And then you come back and say, you that said he was not going to do it. And then I said he was going to do it. And then he starts doing it when he eventually gets there. And you then come to emotionally blackmail me that, you are praying for him to fail. No, I'm not praying for him to fail. I'm literally telling you that what I told you is happening. So that's the point for oppositions. But the point is that I don't want them to happen. I'm not the one that's making the decisions for him, but he's been making some terrible decisions. And no matter how much anybody whitewashes the issue of the strength of his ministerial list, I am not impressed. Uptown, I am not impressed. And one of the reasons why I'm not impressed is because I banked on that as the only thing that is even connecting me. I mean, obviously, everybody on the platform knows it's my number 2 man. That's the only thing that was connecting me on that number 2. So now that one is shaking, I wonder what's going on. But it's clear what I said before the election. I said, this guy is good, probably with the selection of team, whatever, how what have you. But then I think, as somebody on ground, I know that all the odds are against him, and the only way he will cross this odds, he has to rig this election, and then to rig this election, he has to make a lot of underhand dealings politically. And if he does that, it's going to affect how he takes his decision as a president. He's going to come to presidency with a lot of deals that it will even affect his own independent thinking. I said all these things before elections. I don't know why anybody is surprised now that they're not bringing. Lotta is saying I'm disappointed. No. Why are you disappointed? You get what I'm saying? We say these things before time that this is going to happen. These are going to affect his political decisions. Now you see the decisions he's making. First one didn't impress me. He chose Baja Biamela. I said it. I didn't like Baja. I didn't think Baja was. I think Fashola was a better choice. He chose him. They're probably the ones advising him now. Ministerial list is weak. The firm. He's not a firm decision maker. He's shown that over and over time, like knee-jerk reactions and what have you. And anybody that wants to have a little bit picture on, okay, why might he be doing that? It's one of the things I raised before elections. Simple. We might just see, and anybody that is coming to whitewash it now and say, hey, it's fine, it's okay, it's not perfect, no, that's not how you sold him during the election. Because people like us, if this was Obi that came into the fray now and said subsidy is gone, and said 7 days automatic, and said we are giving 8,000, no, we are no more giving. Everybody will rush to this platform to remind us on how amateur Obi is, how he's learning on the job, how he's unpresidential, how he can't take firm decisions, how he's a weakling. So let people not come now and turn it around to come and want to blackmail all of us. So that's the point. This guy has clearly shown a lot of signs that are not impressive. And for me, I have my reasons, and that's why I chose Obi over him. Simple. I'm coming. Let me
bring it home.
Yeah. Very simple. If you are checking why is he looking like he's learning on the job, ask yourself, has he ever been around the corridors of power in terms of the presidency, in terms of the federal? He has not. This guy has always been a state champion. You get what I'm saying? Even people that is trying to compare him with Obi and Atiku and all that, Obi has been a special advisor to the president on the economy. He has been on the economic team of the presidency. Atiku has been a vice president and all of those stuff. People like Obi, Atedo, Peter Said, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, they have all been there making economic decisions in the presidency level, even while he was a state governor. Tinubu does not have such experience. Obi was in the committee of the Sure P drafting, which was the subsidy removal program commission.
All right,
so
let's not campaign. Let's not do campaign again.
No. Because the person I'm answering, I'm responding to knows himself. So let it not surprise you. When we were making these leadership choices, these are things we pointed out. If they're playing out now, don't come and blame us. We didn't make them to play out. They're playing out because we saw these things. This is what this will lead to. Tinubu is good, but he does not have the popularity for him to for him to jump that. He has to rig the elections. For him to rig the election, he has to go into some deals. Those deals are going to prevent him from performing. It's really as simple as that. I am not impressed so far, and I agree with Alexander Gomez. He's giving 20%. I probably stand behind him at 19%. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. This would have been a glorious session, but everybody's connection is so wavy that like that excellent submission by Uptown, but it was just so wavy. But hopefully not wavy. Let's hear from Folly B, who has been with us all the way through, but I think we have him now. Folly, are you there? Folly B, our correspondent from Ekiti. Over to you, Folly B, as they speak on CNN. Over to you, Folly B.
Folly B is gone. You know, you will have talked now. You will have.
No, it was saying in the private chat that it says I'm here and I've been trying to get to him since. Folly. But in body, not in spirit. Let's come to you then, Ajanle Koko, El Rufai and his faith.
Well, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, the politics they are playing there, I don't really know. And nobody can understand it. But the truth of the matter shall come out later. Shall definitely know. They will tell us. Having said that, I think we have to give credit to that newspaper that brought the situation. I mean, that broke the news that something is happening between them. So, but let me ask you, woman, as Rufai spoken, I was hearing. When you were doing your reading, I think you said he already went to Tinubu and told him that he doesn't want the position, and somebody else has been nominated from Kaduna State. Is that a fact?
Yes, that's what's been reported. They said he actually let me just add very quick speed, just bring it to you again. It says Nasir El-Rufai took umbrage to President Bola Tinubu to his face during a pugnacious meeting at the State House earlier this week. Correspondents can report as per multiple sources are briefed on the matter. So that's what I was debating with Bishop earlier on, that it wasn't one person saying it is multiple sources. The former Kaduna State governor decried Tinubu's failure to be upfront about any reservation the president might have held against his ministerial appointment as indicative of a suppressed animosity, as the controversy over his nomination continued to drive ripples across. Mr. El-Rufai specifically said it appeared Mr. Tinubu had reservations about me because you can't claim not to be aware of the petitions. According to the account of one of our sources, which was subsequently corroborated by another State House official with first-hand knowledge of what transpired at the meeting. Before Mr. El-Rufai's remarks, the president has said he was only waiting for a security report from the National Security Administrators before taking a final decision. But a seething Mr. El-Rufai quickly interjected and informed his host that he had already decided to step down as a potential minister, several sources informed. Mr. El-Rufai's brutal candor before the president startled people around the presidential villa, with many fearing the political fallout. We know of his high level of competence, and Aso Rock aide said of Mr. El-Rufai, and the president would rather have him as an ally rather than even a cursory enemy. At issue have been the machinations of National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, who boosted the severity of a string of complaints against Mr. El-Rufai's viability for a seat on the Federal Executive Council to oppose his security clearance. Sources said Mr. El-Rufai met with the president shortly after correspondents broke the news on Wednesday that he had decided to step aside from Tinubu's cabinet because his nomination was withheld amidst a cloud of security concerns. He specifically blames the president for allowing Mr. Ribadu and other overzealous security aides to withdraw his security clearance and consequently allow rumors to proliferate about his status. Mr. El-Rufai is one of only 3 ministerial nominations that were withheld when the list of 48 were considered last week. The 2 others are Danladi of Taraba and Oketete of Delta, have not made relentless headlines because they are not as controversial as Mr. El-Rufai. But El-Rufai apparently, so he went to confront Tinubu is what they're saying, asking that he's no longer interested, but he brought with him a name, Jafaru Sani. So hopefully that is Jafar in the comment section so that we can go sweat him for dollars when he becomes a minister. So that's the latest development, Ajan Lekoko.
Look, woman, have to listen carefully to that reader. It appears to me that there is no iota of truth in all in what he just read to us. That he went to the president, people that were there, he confronted the president. That is not the way meeting between president and someone else. That is not the way, particularly at high level. It is not a jamboree. It is not a Bogboero meeting. So it's going to be president with him in his office. They can talk it out, and the only person that could be there maybe is the chief of staff, if necessary. If not, it's going to be president and his visitor. So all this that he expressed his anger at the president, and he said something to the president, to the surprise of every other person there. There's no iota of truth in that. I don't want to believe that. So, but what could be responsible if this report is actually true, that he has told the president that he's no more interested and he has nominated another person? I think there should be official statement to that. There should be official statement in that respect.
It's a developing situation now, so there might well be maybe in the news cycle tomorrow. But do you think Nigeria loses if El Rufai is not part of Tinubu's cabinet? Do you think we lose something if it's not on the team?
I would say that his vast supporter in his state and in his region, which is Northwest, will be very, very disappointed because it's...
No, sorry, Ajan Lekoko. I wasn't actually talking about the regionality. I'm talking about El Rufai as an administrator and as a performer. So will Nigeria be worse off for it if he is not on the team? So not his region specifically, but the country itself.
No, we're not going to lose anything. We have many people that are smarter than him that could be appointed to do the job.
To function at that level?
Oh, yeah. We have many Nigerians.
With the experience and the intellect and the fortitude.
Many. We have many.
Really? Name one.
Look, one man, it is not a matter of naming one, but it's a known fact that we have talent in that country. We have smart and very smart, intelligent, competent, a lot of them in that country that can be appointed, and we do a better job or a very good job to our expectation. I mean, beyond even our expectation. But because
but it's a case of either having Ronaldo on your team or having some guy that has the potential to be like Ronaldo. So if you already have Ronaldo, why not just have him on the team?
Well, I'm not saying that El Rufai is not an excellent administrator, or he has not done a good job before. But to say that if he's not on the team, we are going to lose a lot as a country, that is not true. That is not true. We are not going to lose anything. And that's why I was making my point. I was building on my point earlier that those that will be very, very disappointed are people from his region, from geopolitical groups, because they look up to his leadership and they rely on him they believe his presence in the cabinet is his presence in the cabinet represent their interests and will represent them very well. So they are the one that will lose most. So not the generality of Nigeria across the board. No, we are not going to. But the people from his what do you call it? From geopolitical zone will lose a lot because he's a guy that does not care what is it. He will say it the way it is, and he will make his presence known wherever he found himself, and he will represent his people well, and he will fight for their interests no matter what. You may wish to recall the way he fought for Tinubu, very hard for Tinubu, before Tinubu even secured the nomination of the party. He was in the lead. He was the one that confronted the cabal that did not even want the power shift to come to the south. They don't want the power to shift to the south. He, among others, in the north, particularly in the northwest, stood up against the presidency that, look, we are not like this. We in the north are not like this. We don't reach agreement and violate the agreement. And he was making a case then that, look, this is what they inherited from their the founding father, Sadwana, that they don't reach agreement with the other and violate. He said they don't do so. He said that is not who they are. They have reached agreement, if not written, but a verbal that, look, when we finish our own turn, the power will shift to the south. He stood up. He was the one in the lead, and he was the one reading, making statement publicly on the TV on behalf of other governors from the northwest, him and Ganduje particularly. But he was more present. He was more outspoken back then, fighting hard that the power must shift to the south. So if he had not for him and Ganduje, let me include let me not exclude Ganduje. If not for Rufai and Ganduje, maybe the power wouldn't have shifted to the south in the first place. And if that had happened, Tinubu wouldn't have been president of Nigeria today. So but we have to wait. All those
and you have to remember that Rufai is a very vindictive man. He's a very vindictive. He doesn't want to make an enemy of him. Rufai is a very vindictive man.
If you taka me a dagger, you are about.
Yeah, I would double you.
Double you.
Yes.
So that is the man he is. And if not for him too, during the crisis, I mean, what do you during the money exchange, or what do you call it? Money design.
Naira swap.
If not for him and Ganduje, that stood up very, very hard. He was one of the governors. Actually, he was their leader that took the matter to court. That the designing of the note and to give a time limit, such a short time limit, that is illegal. They took it to the court, and the court ruled in their favor. That
Tinubu owes that guy a lot. He owes him.
He owed him a lot. No matter what's happened, we don't know what is going on. But I don't want to believe that that report appears so crooked to me that some people will just sit down, let us think, and let us write something that can.
But
yeah,
the fact
Daniel,
that
this is why I'm puzzled. Exactly. I'm just racking my brain. Who are the people behind this? Honestly, I'm confused.
Yes.
Because it takes a lot to impress Tinubu.
Yes.
A man you introduce in London, a man you introduce in the outing somewhere in the north.
Yeah.
I mean,
And the
what
man that
happened?
appointed him,
What
he
happened?
appointed him. They invited him to the Senate for screening before they postponed him for the second screening. He appeared. I mean, we all remember that he went to the Senate.
you know, Ajanle Koko, the
Yes.
thing is, Rufai is somebody that has spent most of his working life in public service. So
Yes.
he would have had security screening when he was the Minister SCT, security screening when he was the governor Kaduna State, and all of this. So what happened between him finishing as governor of Kaduna State and this space for them to suddenly say that they can't? It's politics, isn't it? So it's dirty politics.
Let me tell you, people I suspect in all of this, because if Tinubu wants him, he will get him. Yeah, I think Ribadu, Bajabia Mila, and Ganduje, the three of them, no. Something is wrong. I suspect the three of them. And since Ganduje became chairman of the party, all these things started happening. Check. All these things started happening. Unraveling since he became chairman. It's like he's been waiting for that. And if care is not taken, Ganduje and Akpabio may bring this government down.
Ganduje, it looks like Ganduje is a very vindictive man. And look at the way he treated his boss, Kwankwaso. He treated him so bad in Kano State. He treated it, he roped him up with corrupt this thing. He stopped his benefit, the benefit that you enjoy after for being a former governor. He didn't pay him, which was illegal. He stopped it. And
sorry, Ajanle Koko, just 1 microsecond. Folly Beast has been speaking to us all the way through, but we cannot hear. So Folly, say something now. So everybody be silent. Say something now, Folly. You see, even you can't hear. We cannot hear you. That's the thing. Oh, sorry, carry on, Ajanle Koko. Folly has been trying to come into the conversation.
Maybe you should go out and come back.
Yeah, he has done that about 3-4 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nigeria connection, yeah. That's Nigeria.
All right. Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Carry on. Yeah.
Well, so you remember the way Ganduje treated his boss. This is the man. Kwankwaso is the first governor, I stand to be corrected though, that chose Ganduje, who was his vice when he was leaving, to be governor. You understand what I'm saying? Most governors in Nigeria since 19 don't like to choose their vice when they are leaving to succeed them. They don't like their vice to succeed them. We see what is going on in Edo State now. They don't like it. Their vice, most of the time, they ridicule them, they treat them like slaves. But Kwankwaso chose Ganduje. He nominated Ganduje to be his vice. I mean, to succeed him. And he gave him all the support to win. Only to win and get there and turn to enemy of your former boss. And he treated him so bad, he stopped all the payment for him, all his benefit that man entitled to. He made sure he didn't pay him. There was a time, you remember, one man, when he went for a rally, he laid Kwankwaso poster on the floor, and he was marching on that.
Oh yes, we played this here.
Yes. So that man, we don't know. Just like my friend that spoke a few minutes ago that Ganduje must be one behind this. What is going on to? What is going on against this thing? Maybe he's trying to. Maybe he's trying to. He's trying to kick out Rufai so that Rufai will not outshine him in that, as one of the political figures from the same Northwest. He doesn't want Rufai to outshine him. He's the chairman of the party. Definitely, everybody is the most powerful person in the party now. So if what do you call him? If Rufai had not have this problem and they, took him through the screening and as a minister, he performed very well. That can position him for presidency, for the position of president in the next 8 years from their zone. But Ganduje must be having some game. What can I do to kick this guy out of politics completely so that I, as the chairman of party and as an experienced politician too, can
you hear me now?
Can use
brilliant. We can hear you now. Yes, we can hear you now.
Can use the position of that chairman to connect with a lot of people across the country and then prepare himself well for nomination from Northwest after Tinubu's 8 years in office. So it might be there. We don't know. But look, Rufai, we want to wait. We have to wait to hear from him. If this thing is true, presidents have a spokesperson. I believe if our press is working well, with the news that is flying all over the place now, I think they should ask the presidential spokesperson to, tell us what he knows on this issue. So, but as far as I'm concerned, it looked too petty to me. I don't want to believe it. It's just like some guy just sat down somewhere, wrote something, and let us make it look real. And here we are on this platform and every other platform. People are talking about it. So that's the way I see it, Wama. It doesn't sound too real to me. It looks like a crooked story somehow.
All right, Roland. We'll get any. I think Prince Daddy actually wanted to come in. Prince Daddy, were you just mic checking, or did you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I have my Bluetooth on, so I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, I was gonna make a comment earlier. Yeah, what Angelica was saying about Rufai, I totally agree with. So perhaps another fake news, just like the Russian nuclear whatever you guys were talking about earlier. Like Russia is going to go to war over Niger. It doesn't even make any sense. They're transporting a nuclear weapon to South Africa. It's just a joke of a story, anyways. On Ganduje, I don't think it's behind it. What may be going on, if the story is true or not. Because Ganduje, unlike Kanu, that's a different ball game. I think Ganduje is more, is going to play the ball according to Tinubu. I don't think he's there to undermine Tinubu. And I don't know if he really has a beef with Rufai because they both work together for Tinubu, right? And Rufai is, quote unquote, is kind of doing Tinubu a favor being part of his administration because I think he wants to do something else, actually. So if he becomes a minister, that's a plus for Tinubu. And all this story about, well, I would say anyways, nominating somebody else on his behalf and all this story about, getting into a shadow match with Tinubu. I don't know all about that. I just was going to make a point about that. Thanks.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Folly, who I think finally has contact. So Folly, good to have you. We've been trying to come to you all the way through, but finally I think you have the connection. Folly B.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah.
So we were talking. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm listening.
No. You just speak to us. If you, we were actually talking about the Rufai space, but coming at whatever point you want.
Yeah, I was listening to one of my what's it called? Is it Pete? Is it Patrick or whatever? The other time when he was saying about me.
I think you expected me.
I will never support Tinubu. Even Tinubu is doing something good. I will never support him. I will never support him for any reason. But I just want to tell him that he should not see me in that way. This kind of person that I believe things that work for Nigerians at large, not for my own selfish interest or what I want for myself. So if anybody as a president is working perfectly okay, I don't have any reason to condemn that kind of person. But what we are saying here is this: we have seen all these things before we elect them. We know these people have nothing in their wardrobe to offer Nigerians, and somebody actually mentioned it that there is not any one person that can actually build Nigeria, that can actually fix Nigeria alone. And that's exactly what we are saying. The processing of our Nigerian politicians, they believe in compensation after the elections. So they always use what they have after winning the election. They always use what the tools they use during the election to bring them in on board to come and help them to work for them, for the government, not even mind whether those people are competent or not. So this is the reason why those guys always fail. And that is the reason why we are actually saying that we need to play the game differently by allowing another new set of people who are not politicians, but that mean well for the country, that will not do anything because of being a politician, because they are politicians, because they want to make money for themselves. People who can come into the system that can actually change the narrative. But unfortunately for us, we are not seeing all these things. We believe these people who are destroyed the past can actually guarantee the future that we want, which I'm not saying it happening. But this is the reason why somebody like me, would never support any one of them. We want a fresh breath, a fresh idea to set in, to build a nation that we can all be proud of, not politicians. So, but our politicians that we have here, they were using the position they have to compensate themselves, to enrich themselves more, to give themselves a kind of entitlement that we cannot even talk about. I was listening to that man then when he was talking about being in the system with Jonathan, being in the system with what's it called? He has been economy something whatever with Jonathan. But what are the results? Do we see any results? The reason why we are praising all those guys today is because Buhari came in and he performed woefully. Okay, and Tinubu has come now. He's doing the same thing. It's too early for us to determine whether it's going to fail or pass. But what we are seeing presently is failing already. So we are here praying for him, if God can actually use him to change the narrative. Because I don't know how this thing is going to happen. Because today, many Nigerians are not even going out again. And we are the ones that are supposed to be driving the economy of the country. People that are supposed to be driving the economy don't even have the capacity anymore to go and do what they need to do to drive the economy. So government policy alone cannot do it. Because when there is any policy you make and people are not going out to go and contribute their own quota to develop their own space for the economy to grow, it will never see the light. But today you put a load that is too heavy on the masses and you are expecting something different. I'm not seeing anything happen here, and I'm not seeing any change as early as possible as people think. But I pray that he actually succeed in his what's it called? In his way of doing things. But me, I'm not saying it. So I'm not a pro government. I'm not that kind of person that hate anybody in the government. I only want a country that things will work for everybody. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that was what waiting for. Let's say from enigmatic.
I think Kulata has been asking me one question like that you've been flashing. I've been saying it. If you may give me chance to just speak on that.
Yeah. Carry on, and then after you let enigmatic. Patrick that was saying he wanted to give you a beat down. He ran away. But yes, let's say from your Benny.
So anyway, I don't know if Kulata is still there. I saw him in the background, but I don't know if he's still there. He asked me if he said the ministerial list and everything stink. I think that was when I asked Uptown. I put it to Uptown that he didn't even know 20 out of the 47.
And it was challenging you that do you know any of them?
Yes. So yes, I know some, not personally anyway, but some that I've heard about them in their professional career field, not as politicians before they went into politics. First and foremost, we all agree there is no crime in going into politics. It doesn't mean because you're a politician then you don't have your own professional career. You don't have your own career that you've been building over the years. So, like I challenge Uptown, I can tell you at least 10 or 15 that can at least talk about their professional career that I know. People will not. Yes, some people talk about compensation that you have the lead, you are compensated, like my brother from Ekiti Foley just talked about. There's no country in the world I know where you have cabinet, you're forming a cabinet, and they are all people you don't know at all. Or you just go to the industry and you bring people that you don't, your ideology does fall in line, or people you don't know at all. You don't bring them into your cabinet. You bring both people that you know are politicians like you in your cabinet, and at the same time you look for technocrats and put them in key sectors. That's what they do in all countries that I know. I don't know of anyone where you just bring strangers or people you don't know because you just have their CV into your cabinet. You can put them in some parastatals and others where they're going to function, but not in your cabinet, because people in your cabinet are people that should be able to talk to you, look at your face and talk to you and tell you what is right and what is wrong, what you should be able to do. And these are the people that you are in the same field. Now, so if I have to pick few, I know when you say Wike, Rufai, everybody will say, and I keep still saying it. Rufai, yes, they say Rufai is dropping out now. We have not confirmed the news. Rufai himself has not confirmed it. The best we have seen in the public that he went for his interview. He went to be interrogated by the Senate, and he did a performance. And here I've said it. Out of the ministers we've been having in Nigeria since 1990 date, you can't count 5 without mentioning Rufai. And I still insist on that. So Rufai for me is a very good candidate on that ministerial list, except he's dropping out. I pick Wike again, which is my number 2. Wike is a politician, fine. We've all agreed there's no crime being a politician, as long as you are competent and you can deliver. As Wike delivered before, the answer is resounding yes. Wike is one of the governors in the this last regime that commissioned project his last day in office.
Sorry, Ogbeni, what about the criticism that his focus throughout the 8 years was just vanity projects, just flyovers and
what do you mean by vanity projects? Wike built hospital. Wike built, let me tell you a few things I know. In my profession alone, in legal profession, Wike built courts that were they were federal courts that were supposed to be built by federal government. He took it upon himself and built court. He employed more doctors. Go and check how many doctors that man employed. And he built quarters for medical doctors in his state. He built hospital. Wike built a law school and brought a law school to his state. He built all those infrastructures. So what else do you expect a governor to be doing? These are infrastructures that he's leaving office, but they are there for his people. One of the reasons why I still love Oshin Ekiti. You can say he lacks character, he doesn't have good character and others, but his infrastructures are there to speak for him to date in Ekiti. So that's the way I see the man, whether you like him or not. For me, he's a performer. When you bring the 36 governors of his own time, when you pick Sanwo-Olu and maybe one or two other, you must pick, Wike must be in the first 5 when it comes to governors that deliver in their state. I won't go to Umai. Umai also tried in his state. So the fact that they are politicians doesn't make them stink. Like Kulata put it, doesn't make them stink. Did they perform? My answer is yes. Now let me go to the space that I know very well. There's this man on the list, Lateef Fagbemi. He's not that popular. You know he's not popular, so you don't really know him. But I know him. We know him in the legal profession. He's one of our best in the legal profession. That was the man that handled Amisha and Omeya that removed Omeya from office back then. So if you go to law report, I don't think there's a way you will read at least 10, 15 law reports and you won't find the name of Lateef Fagbemi in at least one judgment. He's a core litigator lawyer. He's not a politician. He's a core litigation lawyer. His knowledge of law is unequal. And he's not a noise maker. You hardly see him in the media. He's a technocrat as far as the law profession is concerned. You won't see him in the media making noise like others do. No. He will go to court and do his case and leave. And he's an ardent observer of the rules. If you know him very well, he pays attention to detail. And his ethical integrity, everybody understands him in the profession. So as it stands, if you put that man in the position of Attorney General, I can assure you that you're not going to have another Malami. And this man is the man that have done good for himself in the legal profession already. He's a rich man. He's not a pauper. He's not somebody that will now get to the office and be using that to be looking for billions around like Malami and all others. I don't expect him to mess up. Yes, human being can change, but I don't expect him to, to mess up, because I know he's one of those in that profession that is, when you say somebody is client-centric approach, is Lateef Fagbemi, go and find a little bit about him and talk to some lawyers that understand the core litigators, the lawyers that actually do their core litigation thing. So that's Lateef Fagbemi for you. That's another man. There's another man there in my profession too that I know. He's called Tahi Mama. Tahi Mama from Borno State. That man was the DG of Nigerian Law School when I went to the Nigerian Law School, and I knew what that guy did in Nigerian Law School. Ever since that guy has left Nigerian Law School, now we'll be seeing a lot of rubbish in that school. And that is why you see they'll tell you 50, 100 people are having first class. We've even brought it to this place before, and we're discussing how can hundreds of people and we're having first class. It was when that man left law school that we started hearing about exam question leaked out, and you will dare not during Tahi Mama time. So that's a man you don't know. So people don't really know when you go and that's why I keep asking people, how many people do you really know in this list? In those days, you will know virtually all of them because they will all be politicians. But these are not the ones I'm mentioning now, are not politicians. They are just, in fact, do you know this Tahi Mama is the vice chancellor of Dati Babas University in Abuja when he retired? He was vice chancellor of Base University. That is Dati Baba University. So if Tinubu wants to be very vinity, you won't go for somebody like that. So for me, I think he went for the expertise he's looking for somebody that can represent Bonu. And then you look for expertise. And that man, very street man. The little I know about that man. Then there's another one I know. Who else again? This woman from Cross River State, Stella Okotete.
Okotete, but she's not.
I know Okotete school.
She's been put on abeyance. She's still not confirmed. But
oh, they've removed him. Okay, let me leave him. Let me leave her.
No, they've not removed her. She's not yet been cleared though. Well, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, so I know Okotete school in both United Kingdom and United States of America. It's not a regular politician you just talked about. In America, I know he went to this school. That school is a private medical school in America.
You are making a mistake. I think you are talking
about better.
I'm missing it, right?
Yeah, you are missing it.
Okotete, you are talking about better.
Okotete, she's a baggage. She's everything but what you are saying.
I'm talking of Okotete's educational background now. I'm not.
No, even our education.
So you are talking about better educational background, not Okotete.
Oh, it's better. I'm talking about.
Yeah. Better.
I thought that's Okotete now. That's the woman from Cross River.
No,
okay, let me leave her. Let me go to the one I know again, which is this guy. The guy is from my school, from Bafemalo University. In fact, he made first class. Adebayo Adelabu, that guy. That guy made first class.
We're talking about the criteria. If people who are not satisfied with it, they should go and read up now.
People don't know. That's my issue is that you don't know these people. You just brush them up. Adebayo Adelabu had first class in accounting from Obafemi University. Go and check it. That's the best university in Nigeria. I know it's arguable. People argue.
Forget about that one.
Kulata will agree with me. That's the best university in Nigeria. And for you to make first class from Ife, no be my money.
Great Ife.
Great. So look at it. Focus at it from that angle. And look at it. That's the educational background, right? Look at his professional background. That guy has been with, he worked with PricewaterhouseCoopers. And you won't tell me that somebody who worked with PricewaterhouseCoopers for almost 10 years plus is just anyhow person. No. Go and find out, at least know about PricewaterhouseCoopers before you. And later he worked in CBN, if I'm right. Can't remember. But I know he was also he was in all these risk management control in First Atlantic Bank.
He was executive director of two different big giant banks. They should go and read up. They should
read up. And that man is chartered accountant and a fellow of Africa.
And he was deputy central bank governor too.
Governor. He was a chartered
bank. Yeah.
And a fellow of ICANN. So what else do you need in terms of education, in terms of career, and then position he has held before? So I wonder, I don't know. Then there is this another man, that's the first class guy. There is this architect, this man from Jigawa, Ahmed. Forgotten this man.
Dangiwa.
Ahmed Dangiwa. Thank you. God bless you.
Sorry, can I say one thing? Anybody that is not talking, please make sure you're muted because your background noise comes through. Carry on, Ogbeni.
Yeah, they are helping me anyway. They are reminding me now.
No, they can unmute and then help you and then mute back. If you can hear, you can hear some whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then that's go on.
Okay, well, I know little about that man. People studying in America would know. I'm not sure he studied in UK, but I know he studied in America, both his degree and his master's. He went to University of Pennsylvania in USA, and he has been in private practice for a very long time. Before, I think they later appointed him as in a First Mortgage Bank later, but he was in private practice in terms of finance, mortgaging, banking, and all this. And he was a fellow, this institute. Institute of Credit Administration. The guy is a fellow. So I ask, what else do you need? You need somebody to have all the awards of this life. Academically, they've done good for themselves. And in terms of their own professionally and career, and you all say you want technocrats. So which technocrat again do you really want? I ask. Okay. He said I should focus, but don't focus on Yoruba. Okay, man, but Ahmed Dangiwa is not Yoruba now, Kulata. Then, okay, look at Professor Utsef, the man from Benue. That man is a PhD holder, he's a professor. And I know that man as a lecturer all his life. That guy has been a lecturer for almost 20 years. A lecturer of either mechanical engineering or so. So you are saying that man he has not done well for himself in the education career. So if tomorrow a Don in a university, a professor has been there for almost 20 years in engineer, and he's not an average politician in Nigeria that you know, and that's why many people don't know him. If they put that man in Ministry of Education, you think he won't do well? For me, because I don't know what Nigeria wants. I believe we do well. Okay, Wale Edun, let's even leave Wale Edun. We know Wale Edun's credential is there, very obvious. So I don't think there's anything we should need. There is this my party. What's his name? This woman that has a Matrix IT. Bishop, remind me.
Where is she?
Tunji Ojo now.
Oh, okay, BTO.
Yes. Tunji Ojo.
Yeah,
that
you waste your you just a cap for all these people. If you make you go and bring 10
my brother. That folk.
Yeah, sounding like a fanboy or Benny.
No, that folk is a professional hacker. It's a professional hacker.
Rational mind could not stomach it anymore. He's here to give you a beat down, but carry on.
Well, but he happened to be one of those who have one of the first to have indigenous IT company in Nigeria, Matrix IT, and he had it, I think, at age 24, 20 something. So
Nafuta boy.
You said?
Nafuta boy.
Yes, yes, I know now. Akure, right?
Yeah, it's a software engineer now. He was a consultant to a lot of multinational companies.
There was a time they even put him in a jam.
Yeah, let's skip it. They skip Yoruba people. Is there somebody?
No, before you let me land. Let me just put two more, please. Let me just put
take one from South, or if they have somebody flashing from Southwest.
Okay, let me pick. It's the ones I know that will pick now. Let me pick Mohammed Idris. You remember that guy? That journalist, that guy that has WeFM in Abuja.
Yeah, in Abuja.
That guy, he's doing his own journalism. At a point in time, he was the general secretary of this Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria. He has both FM, he has WeFM in Abuja and this newspaper, Blueprint newspaper. And he has been in the field for very donkeys of years. He has done well for himself in that aspect. So if tomorrow you put that person in maybe information or something, you think he won't do fine? For me, he will do fine. And lastly, another person I know is this woman in Aegis. He was in Aegis of Abuja when he first came. Imam Suleiman Ibrahim. Nice woman, a businesswoman on her own, doing her own. He has 2 masters. And he has 2 masters at age 21. I read about the woman. So my own is this: when people you don't know, don't just
that sounded like a Yoruba local list that you just gave us.
I mentioned Tahi Mama. Did I mention Professor Pate?
The token black man. The token black man.
Bonuma, Kanuri man, Yoruba. How did they relate? Then, did I mention Professor Pate, the Harvard man, both Harvard and Yale? He's part of Bill and Meligate. You don't even doubt that guy. That guy has been on malaria and polio eradication for many years, and he worked in World Bank. So what else do you need from that man? Then there are many non-Yoruba I mentioned now. I didn't mention Ikeruka, that woman that sponsored the low government financial autonomy under Buhari. Please, let people just go and do this thing. And if they do and they said it's not okay, well, fine. Whatever Tinubu bring, many people say no. But this is just for Kulata, so that Kulata just, I'm not sure if I've known so many in the list, but I think it signals a very good thing when you don't even know too many in the list. It means they are not an average politicians like it used to be.
But that was what people were canvassing for now, that they did not want traditional names. Now they've got non-traditional names, but they're still not satisfied. But I think Bishop wanted to come in. Bishop, you wanted to come in.
I just wanted to chip in what I have said here before. I use a small analogy, funny as it may stand, that people that hail Barcelona, Barca, for Messi for many years. But we have a team that has a Barcelona, that has a Messi and a Ronaldo and maybe Pate or what's the other name now. But we are looking for a team that has a level Messi. Where in the world we have a team that has a level Messi? I say here, more than 50% of the team assembled so far are people that you can take their name and qualification and what have you to the back. But people are criticizing because they want 100%. Now, people that are criticized because criticism is about the cheapest and the easiest thing, especially in Nigeria. Everybody is a professional armchair critic now. They can tear everything to shreds. You don't appreciate little effort. As far as I'm concerned, Ogbeni's analysis, same way everybody gave us several times. You said it over and over again. I think it's beginning to amount to flogging a dead horse. People that will never see anything good in certain individuals and in certain leaders, or even in Nigeria, will never see anything good. Begin to explain from now till thy kingdom come. They will always come back for something to criticize, to condemn, to upbraid, to malign, because maybe it gives them some kind of I don't want to use the word of the maybe it gives them some kind of satisfaction. Just look, I said to someone a few days ago, I said when this man, our man, the one in the Republic now, Sunday Igboho was fighting for Yoruba Nation. Do you think Sunday Igboho would not fight for Yoruba Nation and get Yoruba Nation and go and bring somebody and say, okay, you are a technocrat, come and lead. No, everybody wants power. If Sunday Igboho gets Yoruba nation, he will want to be the president. Will you not say because this is that? Because I can't wonder why do people say some people will fight for election, they will invest their resources, their time. Some of them are killed in the process. And after they now win the election, they will now go and bring some people because they have the title of technocrat. Are we saying there are no technocrats as politicians? So it's going to be a mix. That was my prediction. It is a mix. Just look at all the names you mentioned. Let's say 50-50, at least minimum. So do you just want politicians to win election and just hand it over to some random people? What is the criteria? What is the qualification? So for me, people that will continue to criticize will continue to criticize. Thank you already for the usual analysis. I've been dropping in and out, and it was coming an embarrassment. You know, the way I drop, and that's why I stopped coming.
Besides Ogbeni, you need a big war chest. According to Doyin Okupe, you need minimum at least $300 million to begin with when you contest Nigeria's presidency. So those who contributed the money, I'm making the call now for the governors being brought into the cabinet. They contributed a lot of money. And how else will you compensate somebody that brings money to the kitty? There's a lot of money to contest Nigeria's presidency. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring Enigmatic into the conversation. But Ogbeni, Kulata's real gripe is that there is no Ajebota that speaks Phone, a bit like Kemi Adeosun. That's what he wanted. So for speaking Ajebota, that's what he wanted on the cabinet.
Ironically, Kulata said he doesn't speak the Ajebota thing.
He doesn't the Ajebota on the list. That's his gripe. But Enigmatic, speak to us about the situation of El Rufai, who seems to have the hump and has stormed off to Egypt. So why are they holding this guy in abeyance and embarrassing him so publicly after all he did? And if you removed him, Tinubu will not be president after all he did to bring about this administration.
Thank you, one man. Please, if you don't love my voice, you know what to do. You need to jump out real quick. So, my regards to everyone on the platform. We are all Nigerians, at least the ones that we know ourselves. I'm not talking about the unpatriotic Nigerians or the ones who believe Nigeria is a zoo. So you know where you belong. So it's weekend for everybody, very relaxed mood. So let me just start by saying this. Oh man, the insufficient perfidy of El Rufai's traducer is mind blowing. Everything you just read or what you've read so far, I can tell you they are just what you call garbage, right, in the annals of Nigeria's political landscape. Of course, we all know El Rufai is a man that a lot of people are scared of. It's a thorn in the flesh of the opposition, right? The PDP and the PDP Light, the Labour Party. But like I always say, Labour parties, they are divided into two. We have the Labour Party one side, and we have the Obedient the other side. The Obedient, one of those people, and then the cabal, the Aso Rock cabal. El Rufai, I was supposed to toe a certain line, but they have this belief that he betrayed, their arrangement, and then he did not only betray that, he was more or less like a recurring decimal and a big figure within the opposition that stood against, quote unquote, whatever could have been their plan. he was in the forefront of the governors, the northern governors that challenged the northern agenda for presidency, that took the Naira policy to court, even when we had Atiku and this boy Obiu, supporting that. So what you are seeing now is Rufai is going through is, like I said earlier, his issues are multifaceted. But everything you just read, they are what you call propaganda. The same paper that you just read now, is it not the same guy that Obi said he was going to file lawsuit against? Has he filed the lawsuit yet? So you've not read it from Punch or from all those papers, and you can tell for a fact that there would have been an official, or an official communique to that effect, if there are anything. Is Rufai going through issues? Of course, there are, plethora of petition against that kind of person. You can imagine how many petitions will come from. You can guess from wherever. From Southern Kaduna alone, they will have a lot. I'm not privy to the petition, but I can tell you, if there's one person that will file a petition against Rufai, you can tell it's Shehu Sonny. Petition will be one of them, and then we'll have a lot of those petitions around the country. But the situation is politics. If it's not really about the petition. So, and then we should be very careful, one man. Do not forget we have a group now, the group that are so delirious to Nigeria, right? They are benighted in the annals of their intellectual ignorance, and the level of their odious vituperation towards Nigeria as a country is quite undignified. And then we should understand that they do have this malevolent nature, which is so ludicrous, right?
Sorry, enigmatic. Next time you want to come on, send me a text so I can notify everybody to bring their dictionary to the session for the session. Carry on.
Well, I believe we can. It will be so. It will be so irrelevant, right, to speak even about the, their truculent and their pugnacious and obtuse, inclination for propaganda, right? It is in this country that we had a group who actually more or less mobbed with the group that want coup for Nigeria now, that want Nigeria on its knee, that we had a president who was cloned, right? And people believe that. So we've had issues like that in the country. But
there's a guy called Professor Dataho that comes here till today. And if you come here now, he will still tell you that Buhari is a clone till today.
You can't be surprised. Some people, they do not have their mind again. They've been buried into the abyss of that echo chamber that nothing makes sense but the information they get from that echo chamber, right? It's so hypocritical when things pander into what is negative to them, or probably what is going to be a talking point. They will read it in the paper and they will take it hook, line, and sinker. But when you come with graphical details, right, analytical graphics to them, they will tell you, where did you see this? Go and bring your proof. Go to UNN or go to ICPC or ICC to bring your proof, when it doesn't actually align with their rhetorics. So what am I saying? Rufai, of course, there are millions of Rufai that will do whatever Rufai would do for Nigeria, but he has paid his price. And I challenged a lot of people on this platform the other day that put Rufai side by side, right, with your state governor, past and present, side by side, in terms of in every woman, on everything. Are you talking about his intellectual fecundity? Are you talking about his performance in offices? He has had the opportunity to spearhead. Tell me, any of the governor in the league of his governors, the set of his governors is if he's not one of the first three, he's probably one of the first five. And I'm putting Wike too side by side because it's so easy to criticize. But for you to have an objective criticism, right? Put yourself on the look at the mirror too and look at yourself. What has your governor done that could actually stand side by side with Rufai's performance? If you've been, like I always say it, if you've been to Kaduna State, pre-Rufai and then post-Rufai, then you will tell the story by yourself. Res ipsa loquitur, the fact speaks for itself. If the record is there for you at his position as Obasanjo's what Obasanjo's senior advisor, then when he was at the office of Bureau of Public Enterprises, and as FCT minister. How many of the people on this platform now who like to cry and whine about Rufai can, champion the cause of their governors like that? I mean, let's look at his capacity first. Are we talking about governors who are so even ashamed to come up with whatever degree they have? Are we talking about those? And it's a travesty to actually compare Rufai with individuals, or an individual who we all agree that is bigoted, a certain loquacious, blabbing, pathological lying mediocre, right? Do we want to talk about that person? Who you cannot attribute a mentee up to now. Go to Enugu there. I'll tell you 10 people that even Shimaroke Namani, that has been on a daily basis being vilified. What he did is there now. What he did in terms of achievement, structure, and then even is at least the people who served under him, and you can point to 3 governors after him, essays, all of them, House of Rep members, senators. So it's like I say, it's easy to criticize, but let's take what is happening with Rufai to the level of this conversation now. Rufai is having issue with top northerners. What is happening is more is a high level, a high wired issue from the north, from Kaduna politics, right? And then from around the country. And it's not that Tinubu is not doing anything, but when this kind of situation, you are the president, you've nominated. So if you know politics very well, you understand there's a certain man from Ekiti State. I think Ogbeni should know him. Prof, is it Prof Boris Ade? I forgot it. Yeah, I think he's late now, Prof Boris Ade. Obasanjo nominated him 5 times. They kept pushing him back from the Senate. And they told him, you have to apologize. He told them he's not, he didn't even tell them he wasn't going to apologize. I think he went to daily newspapers and he printed a whole page telling the senators they more or less giving them a middle finger. He was confirmed on the 5th nomination, on the 5th time that he was nominated by OBJ.
My brother, can I ask you a question?
You're breaking a bit, but carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Is this Bishop?
No, it's Joe.
Joe.
Okay.
So my question is this: do you think with this, because I've listened to you and the other guy that spoke that spoke before
Ogbeni,
you,
right?
Ogbeni. Yeah, you guys has eulogized all these our politicians as if they are made from the moon. I want to ask you: do you think, like inside you, do you think these politicians have the capacity to develop that country? Do you think?
Okay, before I answer the question, let me ask you this question first, and I would like you to in the last election, or as you stand now, who was which of the candidates was your candidate, and which political party do you support?
You see, if my candidate is Sowore and I still stand Sowore, okay. Do you know why I will pick Sowore for as my candidate?
Yes.
You know, because one, Sowore has the willpower. There's something like the willpower to change that country and to go after criminals. Sowore has it, but other politicians do not. Even Obi cannot even go after these politicians. We need to get rid of all these bad eggs in our midst to develop that. Corruption is what is really bringing that country down. And unless we get an upright leader that will start from himself, we now believe you trust the leader that this leader is going to do something. That is when we are going to have the kind of change we need in that country. Without that, all these guys are a bunch of the same kind of people. After 4 years, we'll still be here crying. Oh, they did not do this. They did not. They will have done this. They will. That's Nigeria is a recycled of criminals. That's what we'll have in that country.
All right, I'll take your point, and I will not discountenance your feeling, and I'm not going to even challenge or debate your conclusion. If you've been listening to me on this platform, right, you understand my feelings towards Nigeria politicians. The only thing that I'm mad about is when people are trying to single out one of those politicians, because as you are speaking now, I can conclude that I agree with you that they are all criminals, right? Right? Mr. Joe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So now we are on the same page. But out of that criminal, right, within the criminal enterprise, one of them will still be one thing or the other. But we agree that for ab initio, they are all criminals. Good. Sowore that you are speaking about, and that's why I say probably you've not been listening to me for a while. Sowore is my guy. If I have my way, Sowore will be the Nigeria's president, because I know toe to toe, I know what he will do, and he does not back down, right? So when we say we want paradigm shift in Nigeria, we should be looking forward to people like Omoyele Sowore, right? And then who again? Maybe one or two of those guys within Omoyele Sowore's political mental state. Now, why I say we are on the same page is because Sowore is quite different from all of them. It's not subservient to any of the establishment, frontiers, or is not linked in whatever way, shape, or form with the political system or the political class. That's why I appreciate your conversation now. But I wouldn't have appreciated you, and that was the reason I posted that question to you first, so I would know how to start my conversation with you. I was expecting you to say one of those people, maybe you mentioned Obi, then I will tell you you are not objective, but I can sense your objectivity 100% by mentioning Sowore. Sowore is a clear cut from the politicians. So when you have politicians, all we can guess for and all we can pray for is for them to do better than the other. We cannot expect something to come out, from core politicians, especially within such a political terrain in Nigeria. Because for you to actually successfully navigate the murky waters of Nigeria politics, you must be part of the system. Sowore is not part of the system. That's why it's very clear from them. So I don't know how to. It's not that we are eulogizing them. We are not trying to embellish them. What we are saying is, among these folks, right, they are still better than each other. Antecedents, right, track records, they are debatable anyways, track record and everything. I don't know your state, I don't know where you come from, but I always reduce things to the barest minimum. I always tell everybody, look at your state, right? Because that is the best thing to do. It's so easy to say Rufai, right, did not do anything.
Opani, please, can I come in again, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was listening to Arise. Was it yesterday night? I felt like crying. There's a young lady that she's a medical doctor. She came to Arise and she was saying there's this lady that died. I don't know if she was a medical doctor or what. That died in Lagos State. Yeah, that died in Lagos. He said the guy was
Yeah, this lady was now talking about the situation of things in Lagos hospitals. If Lagos hospitals are like this now, he said even hand gloves, all these surgical gloves they use, they don't have it in hospitals. They don't have anything. It's just an empty building. The girl was almost, you could see the girl's emotion. Then if Lagos is like this, how will other states be? That's what I started thinking about. Like my state, Imo State, if there is no surgical glove in Lagos, that means that there's nothing like that in Imo State.
And there will be no structure in Imo.
At all. Just if you now go through all this, you see that these politicians are they are criminals. I'm telling you, see, I live in China. I know what it costs to build a hospital here in China. It doesn't take that much. They tell you it's 1.something billion data, but they start calling billions. This thing doesn't cost anything to build a standard hospital in Nigeria. But
Bro,
people are eating the money.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. I think we are being sometimes we are being cavalier, right? And the serious nature of our conversation when we try to talk about Nigeria's politics and politicians as a whole. It's like we over exaggerate and overestimate our expectation over them, right? For instance, I like to put things side by side. I don't know. I don't want to get wrong, but I know China's democracy. If they are doing, I know they are not really doing democracy there. But let me reduce it to the US over here. US democratic system has been over 200 years. Nigeria, let's say from 99, it maybe barely 25 years. So we are still at the nascent stage of our democratic process, right? So if, by what you just said now, if a flagship state like Lagos State is still dealing with such, administrative, malfeasance in the structural, processes of maybe taking care of their citizens, what do you think will happen in other states? And I told you, we may not even have the structure where you even have the gloves in the first instance. So it is just the collective idea of what you are saying and what I'm understanding, that, of course, all our politicians, they are criminals. In this just recently held election, right? We had Atiku Abubakar. Are you telling me Atiku Abubakar, Kwakwanso, Tinubu, Obi, and who again? I think those are the four top guys, right? Look at the time they've been in politics. Look, they've been in politics for over 20 years, right? There are people on this platform that maybe 20 years ago, maybe they were 4 years old, right? Or maybe 5 years old, or 10 years old, right? I know how old I was. I know since when Atiku has been running to be president years ago. And all things being equal, there's every possibility that he's going to run in the next presidential election of 2027, right? And we'll have another maybe perennial presidential contestant too from 2027. I'm talking about Peter Obi now, because by virtue of what is happening, he's going to be in the league of perennial presidential contestant. He can except if he just say, I'm done, right? So when you look at all these things, are they actually running because they love Nigeria? If they actually love Nigeria, why don't you trace it back to what they've done in the past, right? So like Omoyele Sowore has thrown everything. He has given his blood. He has given his life.
My brother, I like what you're saying. Like this is a good conversation. I want to tell you again. You see, do you know why? It's because before I started following Sowore, I started looking at things that is really happening in the country. You see, Sowore is tired of this recycling of politicians and all this election cycle, the same people, the same thing. That's why Sowore was calling, let's have a revolution. When we have revolution, is not about because of this person. No, revolution. Sowore is actually thinking of.
Who said revolution?
Sowore said, let's have a revolution. Revolution and kick these motherfuckers out. Sorry to use that word. Let's kick these people out of the country. Look, man.
Hold on a second, Joe. Let me remind you before you can. So you know the same revolution that Omoyele Sowore was calling for, right? The people who actually hated to hear that or probably he was striking some nerves. Are you aware of the fact that those are the people now, the groups now that are trying to call for revolution in Nigeria after they've lost an election? They are trying to even call for coup. They will begging the army to take over.
I even blame Showore for even contesting. You understand? Because Showore like doesn't believe in that system. If you don't believe in that system, why going into that system? It doesn't. That system is just paddy system. Let's call for a revolution. I'm telling you, because look at what the Senate did. Akpabio was saying on live screen that they've given tokens into your listen. Go and come. These people are, you know what these people are doing? They are rubbing it on our faces. What can you do? You are stupid. You are hopeless. What can you do? That's what these people are telling us. And if we don't stand up now, we are done for. We are finished.
What do you think? Let me ask you a question. When he said that, what do you think some senators in that chamber could have done, or what do you think should have happened?
They would have impeached him immediately. I'm telling you.
Who?
You know, it is. You see, the thing about our system is so corrupt that even what Akpabio did, your
system is not connecting properly. It's a bit choppy. Can you adjust where you are so the connection can be better? Yeah.
So, Joe, let me just tell you this. Look, I understand your pain, right? And we just share the same. I believe we share the same sentiment about Nigeria, right? But why I actually align with your conversation is at least you are very objective that we have criminals, running the country, right? Except for Omoyele Sowore and a couple of them. So until you get to the office, you can promise, you can do whatever you want to do. But when you are part of the system, you've been, to me, right? You've defeated the purpose of even trying to paint yourself to be different from others, especially when those people who are actually clamoring for you or probably sponsoring you from behind the scene and then, openly, publicly, we can see what they've done, trajectory in the system over the years, right? What is special in any of these third force, right? That we can if Atiku had been the president now, and these are questions I want to be throwing to you now. If Atiku had been the president, what do you think Atiku would have done differently? If Obi had been the president, what do you think he would have done differently in 2 or 3 months? If Kwakwanso had been the president, what do you think he would have done?
You see, I was listening to this guy at Adewale. There's this other guy, SDP man, Adewale. You understand? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Adewale, yeah. They asked the guy, what would you have done with the subsidy? The guy said he was not going to remove subsidy. He was going to just clean up that system, that program, clean it up, because why we have all these things is that we know the corruption going on in that system. We know how it is. So it's not like everybody doesn't know what is happening there. The man said he's going to, immediately the man said that, you can see somebody actually making sense of what is happening in Nigeria. Everything is all about corruption. You understand? So when these are leaders that should come up, it baffles me, and it's so disheartening to see Nigerian youths, these same politicians in the 60s or in the 80s.
So, sorry, can everybody hear Joe? Because I'm struggling to hear him. Can you hear him okay?
It's fading out.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is this.
Let me just conclude my point, Joe, so we don't take the shine of the conversation. Let me just conclude my point. Look, as far as I'm concerned, right, it's easier said than done, right? First of all, in Nigeria as it is now, right, and at least we know we are dealing with criminals. But like I said, out of that criminal, with the political arrangement in Nigeria, one of them will surely become the president or the governors or whatever, down the trickle down effect. If you are not part of them, you can never be there. That's the point. So Omoyele Sowore, if he fails to be part of them in the next 100 years, he will never get. Do you think a certain OBJ will support Omoyele Sowore, or do you think all these Akin Oshutokun, right, do you think they will see anything good in Omoyele Sowore? No.
My brother, let me just come in. I will just leave you to that speak on. You see, this is something we do not understand in NACOD. You see, the last election actually gave us a clue that the people matter, if not because of anything that happened, like all these things. We know that the votes of the people can actually count if the people come out and demonstrate that, yes, we want this person. My problem with Nigerian youth is this: we know these people are criminals, we know they are rogues, we know they cannot do anything, but we just have this small tiny hope that, oh, maybe something will change them, maybe God will change them. This is where I don't even come. When it comes to all this, their nonsense, God will do this one, God will do this one. I don't even align with that. We know these people are criminals. What we should do is, oh, we've seen, okay, these people are a bunch of corrupt people. We know Adewale is there, Sowore is there. Let's see, in this too, let's see who we are going to go behind and make him the president of Nigeria. If they don't, if they fail us, we move to another person. That's how it works. But you see, these people are still. You see, I looked at Sowore's
I think we've gone beyond that now. Let's wait. The next election, 2027. Let's see if the youth, right, will not be sold a propagandist to be the face of the youth in the next 27.
Nigerian youths are hungry. They are not ready. They are hungry.
Okay,
they are not ready.
Then we can have this conversation until hell freezes over. It's not going to change anything.
Hold on, Enigmatic. Joe, so what are you proposing for the situation as at now? What exactly, what's the way through for you?
You see, for me, I know the line I'm going to toe is going to be really, really, like, most people wouldn't like it. See, for me, do I believe in this bunch of politicians that we are seeing right now? I do not have any belief in that. I do not believe they are going to do anything. Let's just move on, since we don't want crisis in Nigeria as of now. But for me, I want a revolution. But if it's not going to work, let's just 2027. Let's try and educate our people. Tell them the dividends of democracy.
Do you think there's a realistic chance of power being taken from Tinubu in 2027?
You see, the thing is that if we stand behind Sowore, the way Nigeria stood behind Obi, we're going to take these people. We're going to take these people out.
Hold on, Enigmatic. Joe. So now, Mahmoud Yakubu, after the judicial process is over, he's going to step down as the INEC chairman. So the next INEC chairman is going to be appointed by Tinubu, of course. The Inspector General of Police, of course, already appointed by Tinubu as all the security chiefs. So I ask you again, do you think there's a realistic chance of power being taken from Tinubu in 2027?
See, for me, what I'm going to advise Nigerians is this. If the electoral process is still shrouded in this secret whatever, this one, they will change laws, they start changing. If it's electronical voting system, because we have the tech. Nigerians are very talented people. We have the tech to do it. If we can vote electronically, even if Tinubu likes, he should appoint the whole country to be at the INEC. The people, Nigerians will take over the power, will take power from them. The thing is that we still let me tell you.
But Nigerians have not taken power from them in this instance. So why would they take the power for them in the next instance?
The thing is that Nigerian youth are not ready. Just look at the last election. They were still queuing behind all these old politicians.
So they'll be ready in 2027?
Because of
Joe.
You are living in a world of make-believe, is what I'm saying to you. But
if there's anybody that deviates Nigerian, Nigerian youth mind towards 2023, is Obi. I didn't Obi did not come out. At least we will have at least if you are not winning the election, we'll have a team that we can be pointing out to 2027 that we are going to get it right 2027. I did not leave PDP.
You see, my brother, let me tell you something. You know, most people don't understand what Obi did in that election. You see, Obi actually made us, the youth, understand that we could actually take, before the youth don't go out to vote.
They say, even if you vote, it's the same thing. But this election has shown, because nobody gave Obi that chance of getting almost 8 million votes, if there or 6 million, whatever. Nobody gave him, even before the election, people were just saying it's 1 million, at most 2 million. But he made that thing. So it has opened Nigeria, like it has made Nigeria to believe now that actually,
you know, Joe, I'm not going to give that attribution to Showore, to Obi. That attribution actually goes to Showore. It was Showore that opened up the Nigerian youth's mind to the possibilities of challenging authority. Because it was and it's that challenging of authority that has evolved on up to this space that we were. So that space was actually opened up by Showore.
The thing is that we are getting there. You see, with this thing that has happened in this election, we are almost there. What I encourage Showore should never give up. He's the see. If Showore plays his card very well, and we do our best too, everything depends on the populace. It depends on us. If we stand behind Showore in 2027, Showore is going to be our next president. And if they try to do this rubbish they did in this last election, that country will go up in flames. I'm telling you.
Enigmatic, I beg me to just come in quickly. I know I might still chief now. This idea, always arguments. That the youth, I think it was only Obi that the youth voted for. I thought or that the other people that voted for other candidates are not volunteers or they are not qualified Nigerians. They don't love Nigeria, or they don't. The only people that love Nigeria, that are patriotic Nigerians, that are qualified Nigerian youth, and the only ones that voted for Peter Obi. I thought it come back.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That's always been the argument.
I wouldn't lie to you. Remove money from Nigerian politics. You will never see anybody voting for these people. Remove money.
Look.
Remove money. The money they are sharing during the election. Don't allow them to share that money.
Every one of them spent money. Every one of them. I mean, we were there. Some people still go out.
Some people still go out to go and vote for other candidates without even expecting any damn from them. But all these people you're talking about, both PDP and APC.
That's not true. That's not true. Forget about it. That's not true. I contributed, donated money to a candidate that I believe in. And I mean substantial. I mean, depending on your level of what substantial is. I donated money, and I know other people that donated money to candidates that they believe in. Look, we have not gotten a perfect system. But because the perfect system or the result did not go our way, does not mean that other people do not have a right.
My brother, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Bishop, yes. His name is Bishop.
Bishop. Yeah. You see, you know Dubai.
Yes.
You've been to Dubai. Dubai doesn't have a perfect system, but they built that perfect city. You understand?
Okay.
We mustn't have a perfect system to build our country.
No. Let him make the point and then you counter.
What I'm trying to say is that when you see, I've listened to a lot of my brothers on this platform. They say, "Oh, America was 200 years this, America was this, America was that." You understand? Now, Americans, let's assume Americans didn't see anywhere to copy from. Now we are in the era where we could actually copy and paste. It doesn't take rocket science to build a standard hospital. It doesn't take rocket science to develop our power sector. It doesn't take all this thing to do it. But these politicians are not doing it. They are not ready to sacrifice, but they are telling the people to sacrifice. You understand? So my argument here is that our problem
our problem are not the populates. All these things, they are dividing us. The suffering of a Yoruba man is the suffering of an Igbo man. The Hausa man, the Fulani man, we are facing the same problem.
Hold on. Let Bishop come in when he lands. Yeah, Bishop, come in.
Okay, as they landed, see, we'll continue in this, continuous circle, endless circle of using comparisons that are not, you just compare Nigeria with Dubai now, and you just compare Nigeria with America, and you are justifying it by saying it doesn't matter, we don't need to wait 200 years. But there are certain things that are completely not comparable. Look, we have a country. We are challenged. Apart from challenge of what we have experienced before, we had a population that ballooned almost 100% in less than 30 years or 40 years. 1980, we were just less than 100. 1980 something, we were less than 100 million, about 89 million. Whether they say with argument it was overbloated or whatever, let's even assume that figure is correct. 40 years after, we are 200 million. I have given this example on this platform that go and take some of those countries that grew with us and see what percentage of population grew. We grew in such a way that we did not make provisions for the population growth because we have had a dysfunctional governance over the years with military intervention here and there that did not allow. So we've had challenges along the way. When we make some of these arguments that you are making, look at the income of Dubai compared to our own. It's just like a man that has one wife and 4 children, that is any certain amount, and another man has 4 wives and 50 children, and is earning the same amount, and you want them to live the same standard of life. It's not going to happen. And so sometimes, if we grow at our pace, it might be challenging. It's going to take time. But this wishful thinking as if we can just flick the light on and Nigeria will come and tell
that's not what he's saying. What Joe is saying is that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's not. Hold on. It's not any magic tricks to commission somebody to build a power station so we have electricity. It's not magic tricks. It's not magic tricks to build a standard hospital. We should have at least 7 world-class hospitals, at least 6 world-class hospitals in Nigeria for all of the geopolitical spaces, and then we should have just a stream of standard hospitals in that country. It's not a magic trick to build a road that you can drive on. These are basic things, and that is what he's saying. But let's bring rational mind into the conversation. Bring other voices in. Rational mind are coming.
I've not finished my.
Finish your thoughts because we've got Femi joining us for the first time. Rational mind is here. Kenneth, Solly, so many voices not spoken yet. But
let me just finish before I leave. So at least we understand the situation with Rufai now. So Rufai is still part of the system, and then moving forward to what the leadership problem in Nigeria. Look. As we speak right now, if I'm not wrong, Saudi Arabia, I think they produce 9 million barrels per day for maybe population of 30 million or thereabout. Nigeria, that is probably like 4 times or 3 times of Nigeria's production per day for almost 9 times of the population. Nigeria is well over 200 million now. So we have to always put all those things into consideration. But there's no nation without their own challenges. In America, as we speak again, they have their challenges. In Saudi Arabia, as glitzy and as flashy as it looks with all their stuff, they do not run. They do not have democracy, and they do have their own challenges, human rights abuses, and a lot of stuff. We know. If you go deep, or probably you know the story in the Middle East, especially in all those governments.
Enigmatic, can you give me 1 minute, please? Please, I'm sorry to.
Okay.
You see that argument you just make now that Saudi Arabia they are producing 9 million barrels of oil. We are making 2 million, and therefore we make lesser money for bigger population to their own, making more money for lesser population. Is it, why must we be slave to Saudi Arabia? Why must we stick our neck in that organization where a smaller country have to dictate to us on what, on how we should use our natural resources for our development if we have the right leadership?
Okay.
Russia is not one of, it doesn't belong to any goddamn organization. It can produce as much oil on daily basis. And we saw the way Russia was selling oil at discount rate. It doesn't respect any goddamn person when the whole world slam sanction on them. A nation that really want to develop, that have the right leadership, must not subject themselves to dictation on how to use their resources for their development by any organization. So that is where we fail. We can't, it's the bad leadership that we are talking about. We are not supposed to be member of OPEC. We should be able to get out from there if you have the right leader and use our resources to our own advantage.
But,
so
okay.
it's part of the bad leadership that we are talking about. So we can't blame. We can't hold, you can't use that argument rather to justify the reason why we are not making.
About I hope. Let me just say my point is not actually on the threshold of justification of what Nigeria is going through, right? But it's on the other hand, I see it more like contextualization of issues, and then within a certain perspective, where it actually boils down to the conversation around our leadership. Of course, you are talking about OPEC. Are we supposed to be a member of OPEC or not? Remember, remember, we have a government in power now that is less than 3 months, but we've been having government since maybe the 60s, right? So the absence of leadership, let me say, patriotism, and the intellectual understanding that even if we have to pander to some nations, right, we should still understand the fact that we have to be patriotic without our sovereign, survival. What I'm saying now is that as good, probably as flashy as even Saudi Arabia is, or as we see them, right? They do have their own fallibility somewhere. Like, I was trying to talk about their human rights abuses. I think Jamal Khashoggi, anybody can go read about Jamal Khashoggi, right? And what happened to him. We had a president in the US whose son-in-law was a senior advisor to the government, who made a deal of over $2 billion for behind the scene deal. So Nigeria is Nigeria. Are we talking about the Eldorado of Nigeria? Absolutely not. We are not talking about that. Okay, this is not about Tinubu or an Atiku or an Obi or Kwakwanso. We've concluded that they've all been in power. They've all performed woefully. We've had Buhari twice. We've had Abdul Salam. We've had plethora of leaders in Nigeria, and Nigeria is an oil-producing nation. There was a time that Nigeria was booming with natural resources like cocoa and all of that. But people do not want to hear, especially when their politics does not pander to what whoever is in power now. We are not talking about who is in power or what Nigeria needs to do or what country they are subservient to. This is not the problem now. The problem is now in the next, because we cannot expect an Eldorado in 4 years or in the next 8 years or in the next 20 years. So if we even bring Chiwore now on board, let's say Chiwore is on board, and we have all the Harvard-trained Nigerians, right? The Ivy League trained Nigerians.
bring them on board. Then you will still need even Nigerians, right, to be patriotic and to do their part, because you have to reduce everything even to the subnational. Look at each of the states. Go back to each of the states, Baba. Think about let's leave the federal government and look at each of the states. Look at the councillors. Look at the local government chairmen. Look at the governors, up to the senators and the House of Assembly members. The House of Assembly that has become an appendage of the executive, or the Senate that has become the appendage of whoever is the president, the executive. So when you look at all this, in the structural fragmentation that we have in our policy or in our politics, it will take years. Then we need people who can revolutionize that sector, the likes of Shiwore. And one man was asking us, how do we get those kind of people in power? Is Nigeria ready for those kind of... Shiwore was out now. What has Shiwore not proven to Nigerians? What has he not proven to be a patriotic? He left his family, he did his business and everything, right? But the bunch of the youth, they still killed behind one of the establishment, criminal. So what are we talking about? So when you look at all these things, they are multifaceted, right? We had governors who wouldn't conduct local government elections. So it means for almost 8 years of the administration, the local government administration rendered basically useless, nothing. And then we are talking about that kind of person, and people want to support that kind of person, and we are talking of Nigerian leadership. So you see, when you keep talking about the criticism of Nigeria, then we have to bring all these things into perspective and understand the fact that America does not get to where it is without their own challenges, and how to find a way to deal with the challenges. We've had people in Nigeria we've had Ganifa Wemi of blessed memory. We have Omoyele Sowore now, right? We've had a couple of patriotic Nigerians. Where are they? Nowhere. But as long as you are talking about Tinubu or Obi or Atiku or Kwakwanso, then they want to revolve, or they want to define Nigeria's leadership with those people. So until we get a person who has a revolutionary mindset like Omoyele Sowore, I don't think things will happen in Nigeria, because they are all in the same ship, all the politicians, as Joe said. So how do we differentiate, and how do we move forward? There's no way forward until we have Nigerians who are really patriotic. Not that when you run an election, the election does not go your way, you want to burn down the country. And Joe is here. I don't know if Joe will support, or if I should ask him, do you support people hounding and denigrating the judiciary or any institution of government because of an election? How would you talk about that? Is that not part of Nigeria problem? When things does not go your way, it's either my way or the highway. It's not mine, but I'm going to burn it down. And when you've already approached an institution of government to actually address the issue, but all over the place you are still doing what is unpatriotic. How do you define those Nigerians? So when I always start my conversation that Nigeria's political experiment is still at the nascent stage, we should just be giving, there's no way we'll not give them these excuses. They will have their teething issues, they will learn, and they won't learn. So in 10 years, in 20 years, even when we wouldn't be here again, we will see what they can do at that time, right? So people can like it or not. Go back to your own state and look at what is happening in your state. Are you proud of your governors, past and present? So let's start from the home state first.
But can I interject? Don't interject, because I want to bring Femi in, who is joining us for the first time. I want to document his voice just in case his system drops. But
thank you, Omar.
Yes, Femi, come in. Introduce yourself. Sorry, Folly. I'll come to you in a moment. And Rational Mind and the rest. But Femi, come in. Introduce yourself and come into the conversation.
Yeah. Hello. Hi. How are you? How is everybody doing over there?
We're all good. Good to meet you.
Same here. Yeah. I've been following you for a while, but this is my first time of actually coming into the StreamYard and all that kind of thing. All right. So what would you want me to talk about, though?
You can talk about the El Rufai situation, or you can talk about the goings on in Niger Republic, and there's a satellite Fulani group that has come to issue the warning that they should revisit the decisions because of the impact. So many things. The Ohaneses are saying 5 ministers are not enough for the Southeast. So take your pick, and let's hear from you.
Okay. So I guess the Ohaneses or whatever, these guys are just a bunch of funny people. Like you guys always say, elections have consequences. That's the truth. Okay, so you can't prepare you did not sow. You know, they have to and I guess, you know, you saw my name as Femi. I'm actually an Igbo guy. I'm from Imo State, you know, where so I'm not even
Oh, right. It reads as Femi, you know, so that's how I read it. But as
sure. Yeah, sure. That's my middle name, Olufemi, right? But I'm actually, so my mom
an Igbo man called Femi. What's going on?
No, that's what I'm saying. My mom is Yoruba, but my dad is Igbo, so technically I'm Igbo, right? So I'm actually from Imo State, right? But hey, so it's high time the Easterners start, you know, change their mindset when it comes to politics. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, and I mean, if it breaks, everything breaks, right? So that's where the problem is, as far as I'm concerned. They didn't do well in this in the last election cycle. You know, they should have done better than that. You know, so I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Bola Tinubu has just you know, made the what's it called? The constitution requires that, you know, you choose one minister from each state, and he's done that. So anything after that is bonus, you know. But if they had done better in the election, maybe, you know, they would have gotten, you know, more ministers and all that. I don't see any reason for complaints anyway. So, you know, so that's it. For Rufai, man, I think it's a big blow because, yeah, forget about, you might not like his politics, he's too brash and everything, but he's intelligent. You can't take that away from him. I was listening, you asked Baba Jale Koko to name somebody. He couldn't name anybody when he said, yeah, they have brilliant people. Of course, we have brilliant, but that space is when you get into that space, you know that this is not just your regular, say you work at GTB or whatever. That's it. The soap is very political. I was listening to Ajuri, the spokesman, this afternoon, right? And you know, so they interviewed him on you know, Morayo, the girls on TVC, you know, Your View. You know, they were interviewing this guy.
You know, I cannot stand those people, those women. Especially that one that wears the Islamic something. I cannot bear that woman.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, so they interviewed the guy, you know, they were saying, hey, that Bola Tinubu, you know, he should inaugurate the ministers, blah, 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 and all that. That when, you know, like they were trying to ask him when are they, and then the guy said, look, their palm sex are there already. So it doesn't mean that because there's no ministers, then the what's it called, the government is not rolling. The government is moving because they are palm sex. Those guys, they are there. The ministers will come and go. This palm sex will still be there. They're always there. In fact, he was even saying that most times when these ministers come, they'll still need to learn on the job. It was the PAMSEC that will still take them through. So it's not because there are no ministers, then there's nothing is happening. The PAMSECs are there, you know. So again, El Rufai, I think is a big blow for real because he's intelligent, he's bold, he's brash, he can take on anybody. I would have really loved to see that guy in the power sector, honestly. I would have really loved to see him in the power sector because those are the kind of people we need. Because again, experience, like my dad would say, you don't buy experience. Even if you go to Harvard or Yale, they won't teach you experience there. You learn on the job, you know. So I really don't know what's going on, but it's unfortunate. Maybe Bola Tinubu himself, I don't know, you know, because there was a time El Rufai was, you know, kind of tackling Bola Tinubu that, you know, because of his godfatherism status and all that kind of thing in Lagos State. Who knows? Maybe. Because I really just can't understand. I would have betted my life that he would make it. He would go through, you know, regardless of what the Senate, whatever petition that was written against him or anything. I would have betted my life that he would
I think pretty much all of them would have had a petition. I can't imagine. Do you not think somebody like Wike would have petition against him? And they all have petitions against them now. Who doesn't have a petition against him? It's political vendetta, isn't it?
I guess, but that's not what matters. Okay, in fact, forget what Uptown was talking about. He's not a proper Muslim, blah blah blah, and all that. Is he going there? Is that place an Allah Kuba place? Is he going there to be shouting Allah Kuba in the 5 o'clock in the morning? No, that's not. It's that time we even forget about all this religious thing and face governance and face the real thing itself. Those are the problems of Nigeria. Christian, Muslim, I don't care if it's Babalawo that is controlling the country. That's it's all well and good. They don't matter. All we need is a good country. That's what matters to a lot of people. So I think it's a big blow to Bola Tinubu, because I'm sure he probably really put his trust in him, in this guy, as part of people that would move his government forward. But I heard he's nominated somebody, who knows. And I want to share, he's also a builder as well, like Bola Tinubu. I know he's probably rebuilding some people, on the ground and all that kind of thing, because he's very cerebral and all that, so hopefully the guy that he's put his name forward could do something. We never know. We'll wait and see what happens. Yeah, the Niger space, man, I would think Nigeria should have just gone there and taking those guys out immediately. Do
you think it's too late now? Do you think they've left it hanging for too long? Because I thought if they had struck very quickly, they would have caught them, but it looks as though those people are settling in now and they are building allies.
I totally agree with you. They probably should have just gone there early enough to take those guys. What was all these?
Can I come in on this Niger stuff? I want to come in.
Yeah.
Please. Yeah. Okay. You see, the thing is that one problem with us in Africa is this: we do not know what is happening in Niger. We do not have the bigger picture of what is happening in Niger. Let me give you this scenario now. Niger produces uranium, and this uranium, it's sold in the world market, whatever, $280, $281. I do know what Niger gets from that money, $11. 11.
Do we have the fact?
It's there. Go and check. It's there. It's there. That's what they get. $11. That's what they get.
No. Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that from is what he's asking you.
Also, I don't think it's more than $200. If you go and check online, it's around 50 something. That has already been debunked. But they are still being cheated though.
Propaganda. I mean, are they stupid?
Okay. Let's assume I'm corrected now. That is 55. France is getting this thing at 55. They're taking it at 55 and giving what's his name? Niger $11. That's
their fault.
Excuse me.
That's their fault. It's like
my brother. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. Stop saying it's their fault. It's never their fault. Let me tell you. Did you know? You see, till date, Nigeria doesn't know the amount of crude oil that is taken out of Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have the number. It's just, this person, okay, you extract this from us, extract this for us, and they extract. They don't tell you the actual number they extracted, because Nigeria is not the ones extracting their oil. That's the thing.
That's due to corruption. Technology has gone beyond all that nonsense.
Let me tell you something.
Yes, sir.
See, Africans should liberate themselves from this colonial whatever. This imperialism, we should just remove ourselves from the. And what is happening in Africa now is the wind.
Hold on. That's just loose talk now. You say you should liberate yourself from something or the other. How do you even go about doing that? You don't have the accoutrements to make anything or do anything with whatever it is that you have.
One man.
I disagree with you. One man.
What do the people in Mali know about uranium?
Exactly.
They don't know anything about anything. These are just these are cutlass and hoe people.
Thank you. That's why I like Kulata. Kulata said, like, I think it was 2-3 days ago, he was saying something like this, like, what are the guys doing? You have this thing, but you don't know what to do with it. So do they, like you said, do they even, if they see uranium, would they even know what it is? You know,
My brother, why are we talking like this in Africa? So you mean excuse me, if we have uranium in Nigeria, Nigerians don't know what is uranium. They don't know.
Exactly, that's what we say. So whose fault is it then?
That's what you're trying to tell me, that Nigerians don't know what is uranium. Come on, let's stop saying
they don't now. They don't. Do they? Do they? They don't now. Let's not pretend.
Exactly.
Nigerians don't know.
They don't.
My bro, one man, no. Nigerians
We have uranium in the northern parts of Nigeria. What have we done with it? What have we done with it?
Exactly.
You see, we should see the bigger picture. The bigger picture is to destabilize Africa is for their gain. To destabilize Africa is for their gain. It's not your gain. When they destabilize Africa, see, you know Al Mustafa, former whatever to Abacha.
Yes, yes.
I respect that guy came to Brekete channel. There's this thing where this guy interviews
talking about uranium, California.
You understand? This guy was saying everything. Some people will think the northern part of Nigeria is very poor.
Is this the same guy that killed Kudira Tabiola?
Exactly.
Is now a hero? Is he now a hero?
It's not just revealing the truth. He was telling us what we have in the north and why the crisis are there in the north.
I beg.
All right, let Femi land, and then we want to hear from Rational Mind. So there's some structure. Yeah, Femi, back to you.
All right, thank you. So anyways, I think Nigeria should have just gone there to take those guys out. I mean, if you forget all this propaganda that people are jubilating and all that, like I can't remember who said it, and the person actually hit the nail on the head when he talked about Abacha back in the days and some Kanu guy that was organizing 1 million march guy. And if you saw that optic, you'd be like, oh, people are really supporting Abacha. But of course, when he died, everybody was so happy and everything. These are all propaganda. For me personally, I think those guys, those military juntas, imagine security guys, somebody that is supposed to be a security guard is now locking up his oga and everything. Those are just rata criminals. Go there and take them out.
Can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. All the politicians in Nigeria, shouldn't they be locked up?
It depends on what divide you are.
All of them.
I mean,
so because somebody is your guy, wait. Because somebody is your guy, they shouldn't be locked up again. That's your conclusion.
No. So I'm not really. Guys, okay, look at it this way. Military, they've been having military coup and all that. How far has it really taken the country? The whatever
that was in the past. You can't compare what has happened in the past with poor.
Yeah, you asked him a question, let him respond.
But it's not correct.
What's not correct?
The question is,
hold on. Let Femi land here.
Yeah, just
before you continue. One man, this is to you. I have my report today. Just a very few report.
Right. Yes, our roving correspondent in
Ongbona report.
Out of the press.
Those guys just saw advantage and they took advantage of opportunity and took advantage of I even blame those guys. How can you keep somebody in one position for like 12, 13 years? You should be rotating those kind of people. You don't give them that leverage. That's it. The guy, he's like a gay. He saw the opportunity and he took the opportunity.
But the guy has been very loyal. He has fought so many coups while he was there.
Okay. Okay. So at the end of the day, he now decided to do his own coup.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Do you know what triggered that coup?
It's always the same thing.
So you don't know. You don't know. But you are just making assumptions. You don't know.
It's always the same story. Do you know? Do you have a better information than we do?
They wanted the French to stop exporting raw materials. They asked them, wait now.
Hold on, everybody. So you were saying with sort of authority you don't know.
Exactly.
You don't know fully, Solly. what triggered that coup was that President Bazoum, he was looking to do a reshuffle in the security space. And this Tierney or whatever it's called, he was about to be shuffled out of his position. And that was and he decided to strike first. So that was what happened.
Well, that's not what he said.
Yeah, no, that's what they will say.
They say that in the public
Look at
space.
this
They
guy.
won't say that in the public space. They will always come and use France, uranium, blah, blah, blah. All this. I mean, every time when we were growing up back in Nigeria, every time we had a coup back in Nigeria, but it was always the same story: corruption, maladministration, bad governance, blah, blah. You know, it's same story. Nothing. At the end of the day, what happens?
Femi, I want to ask you a question.
Hold on. Guys, settle down now, please. Settle down. Let Femi land. I want to bring Russia. There's so many voices I will still not heard, so we want to bring other voices in. Femi land, and then we hear from Rational Mind.
All right, I don't. Let me not take much of your time, so that you can go to other people as well. That's fine. Okay.
All right, brilliant. Rational Mind, let's hear from you. Are you even there? It's quite unusual for you to be so quiet. Rational Mind. Yes, I didn't think it was.
Yeah.
What happened? Well, we've not heard a beep from you. You've been here for an hour and a bit.
No.
Is that a euphemism? Is that a euphemism for something? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just busy. Yeah, working from home. Yeah, doing some stuff. I'm turning in some reports and all of that. Yeah. I've listened to everybody because I just need that concentration for what I'm doing. That's why I just decided not to want to jump in. I wanted to jump in on Enigmatic when he was talking, and what's his name? Ogbeni. I heard when you made that comment. But anyway, I don't think I want to make any. Maybe not today. Maybe some other time. We will have time to trash matter out. It's just sometimes I will call it music, as they say. It's not about Dogo Turenchi speaking big grammar and all of that. It's people back home needs to understand the deception that we've seen over the years, not just with Tinubu, with all the political class in Nigeria, but the deception got to its climax with Tinubu, especially 2015. And we see how that culminated again in this last election. The propaganda we saw and all of that, how they sold this guy to us, sold Tinubu to people that they sold him to. It's not about just coming here, speaking grammar, talking like as if that's not what it's all about. It's about the people of Nigeria. It's about the future of the people of Nigeria. If I express a divergent view from yours, does not make me less patriotic than you, and I will not look at you as being less patriotic than me. It's just that we all have different views. We all have those whom we view as people that could move that nation forward. I've said it. I don't believe Obi is a Messiah. It's not a Messiah. No. But would I trust him over Tinubu? Absolutely. I'll trust him over Tinubu. Why would I trust him over Tinubu? Well, the records are there. We're saying I don't need to be sounding like a broken record here on your platform, man. We're seeing a state capture of Lagos. We're seeing how a state that should have been a model for the rest of the other states in Nigeria, hijacked by one man, and how they sold this man to us as a true Democrat, and he churned out his own version of his own democracy in Lagos. I mean, we just had somebody just said to us a while ago that on one of his TV, even this TV station that he owned, was it a TV station? I think, yeah, that somebody was crying that there was no single gloves I mean, this is something we've been talking about here on this channel. Yeah, some people will call us and tell us that yeah, you were not in Lagos. How would you know that there are hospitals that are functioning in Lagos? Come on, you just saw what happened that somebody died in a lift recently. What is going on? I mean, is Lagos State? Is that a blueprint that we want for a true democracy? I overheard your conversation here. Maybe I had a repeat. I watched a repeat broadcast, or how do you say it? I mean, the recorded one, or maybe live. I think I was hearing where you, one man and somebody, and Ajali Popo was having a back and forth with you people about why the kind of democracy we see in Lagos is not the way it was before the coming of Tinubu. Even during the military era, yeah, there was. I wanted to jump in that very. I wanted to comment. I just felt like I was just busy doing stuff here. I wanted to jump in. Even under the military, yeah, local governments were functioning. Yeah, they were functioning. Maybe not at the way you want it to function, because it was, as they will say, the Yoruba Logun. It's a military era, so the chairman, or how did they call them? I forgot the name they call those people.
Chairman, no, chairman.
Yeah, I think there was maybe you call them chairman or whatever, but then I think there's a
chairman.
Councillors.
No, not councillors. It's called, I think they call them maybe caretaker or whatever. I don't know.
They call them sole administrators.
So maybe like something like that. So
no. Rational mind. Rational mind. Before they created SDP and NRC, those that were appointed were called sole administrator. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, something like that. Well, something like that. Yeah. So I'm not talking about the states. I'm talking about the local governments. Local governments were functioning.
They were calling their own names, before we transition into. I mean, when they created the local, SDP and NRC, they call them chairman. Yeah.
Even under Buhari, when he was there, local government were functioning as a military head of state. Under Babangida, it was functioning. Under Abacha, it was functioning. So I don't know what people are talking about, except some people are just not. Was it our friend from Ireland, and he was debating that with you, and he said he was alive then. I mean, if you're alive then,
that was Remy Coca.
No, not Coca, not even Remy. Our guy from Ireland, not Remy Coca. I'm talking about
Akim,
yeah. And it was, so let's just forget that. So my point is this: you see, you don't run a state. You put everything to the center. Let the local government breathe. Like, let me use his own word. Let the local government breathe. Do not make local government as a place whereby you do your political machinery, whereby you garner votes for those people that will go into the House of Rep and they will eventually go into the state level. No, they should be used. You see, we don't need to be going back. I don't want to sound like schooling us on all of this. Some of us, we know what I'm talking about. So my point is this: Tinubu's Lagos is not a model for me for a true governance, a governance system that works, because we've seen it. Everything is in the center. BRT is operated by the state. Oh my goodness, who have you ever heard that kind of?
What state in Nigeria is a model to you?
Yeah, hold on.
Anambra is Anambra.
Tell us now.
Hold on. Let's not do this. You see, I don't want to be doing this.
I mean, you can put things side by side, and which of the governors?
I know. Putting things. That's why.
In this just concluded presidential election, which of them did not conduct local government election for almost 8 years?
You see, enigmatic. You
see, I mean, it's a question now. Which of them?
I don't understand. I'm going to answer your question.
I'm
not trying to.
So we can conclusively. I mean, you know.
Who tell you that we did not conduct the local government election?
I'm asking Rational Mind. He knows very well.
Hold on.
And
who said he did not conduct it?
Oh man, have I mentioned any name?
It's okay. No, you have not.
So. This already you are coming to say you did not. Did I say something? Did I mention a name yet?
No. It's not. So let me just say this. Let me say this. Enigmatic.
I say who tip the meat? You say you don't get salt. I never answer. I never talk any name now.
It's okay. Enigmatic. So my point is this. You see, when I started this my rant, I'm just saying I'm saying Lagos is a model. That's what we look at it. Yes, there is no other state that compares to Lagos. Yeah, there's no other state. None of them has come close to what Lagos State has been as the so-called model. But I'm just saying that even the model that we are championing about Tinubu Lagos, it's not even it's not a model that really works. It's only the model that works for him and his cronies, people that get contract or whatever, people that get. You see, I'm so tired. I'm getting sick and tired of having to be talking about this how governance works. Some of us live in America here. Some of us live in other countries whereby governance system works, whereby even to the very minute,
like San Francisco. San Francisco is working, and LA. Those places are working. And California, California, where people are stealing and they can't even get arrested.
Let's rational mind land.
Only if you don't understand the
using drugs on the streets. Can
you hear me, Solid? Let rational mind land. Yeah.
You see, we'd like to throw spanner in the wheel so that somebody cannot even speak because of you trying to make comparison. I agree with that enigmatic. Yeah, you cannot compare Lagos to any other state. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I would say. You see, I've argued this point here on this platform. I said my only reason for wanting Obi to lead that country is that I think at this point where Nigeria needs somebody who's empathetic, somebody who can relate with their sufferings.
My second question, please.
You hold on. Let me answer your question. Obi compared to what Tinubu did in Lagos, yeah, you cannot compare it. It's incomparable. But please let me say this. But with the kind of things that Tinubu had at his disposal, the wealth of Lagos he has at his disposal, what we are getting from Lagos is tokenism. By getting Simi, when they can't, some of us who are Yorubas, some of us, it means just take, make a hear word, leave me alone. I mean, BRT.
Rational mind, is that not the narrative of every state in Nigeria?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So no, stay where you are. Hold on, rational mind, because I want to just make one point. If that is the narrative of every state in Nigeria, then we are talking about relative terms. So in relative terms, is Lagos State getting more relatively from what it has to offer compared with other states? Or in relative terms, are there certain states that are getting relatively more from what the state has to offer than Lagos State?
Please, one man, tell him to answer my question, please. That second question is very important.
What's the second question? You ask me.
I said, okay, in this recently concluded election, right, we had 3 governors, Kwakwanso, Tinubu, and Obi. Which one of them did not conduct local government election for 8 years while he was governor? No excuses, so just...
No, let's not do bit of it now. Answer my question, rational mind, because that was a bit
as the story goes, enigmatic, as the story goes. Yeah, they said it did not conduct. Yeah, he did not conduct election.
Rational mind, if you allow me, I will answer him.
Okay, all right. Let me answer. Okay, just do that real quick, please. Let me just allow you to do that real quick. I don't know much about that area.
Okay.
Go on, real quick.
Obi conducted local government election.
So
forget about rational. I mean enigmatic. And Peter Obi before he came to.
That's a lie.
Let me finish. We
cannot condone lies on this platform now.
Let him land, and then you can debunk him.
You can go and check the record very well. He said he did not conduct local government election, but after in his 8 years of tenure. But you can go back, get your research very well whether he conducted it or not. You understand? Though he conducted it late. But what really happened? Let me finish. What really happened?
Hold on, please let him finish. Please, we must let people finish. Let him finish.
What really happened? Obi was impeached almost 3 times in his tenure. You know he's back and forth with PDP in Anambra State. But did the local government really work in his tenure? The local government worked more than other parts of the state.
No, that wasn't the question. Hold on.
Yeah, but yeah, I know, but I know.
Hold on. Don't take it into a new territory, because then you open up another. Did it conduct?
Okay.
Hold on. Did it conduct local government elections? That was the question. So if you are saying yes,
he conducted local government. You can go and check it very well. So if you want me to describe how,
don't worry.
Though you say let me not go there. But my point is this: he said, did he conduct local government election during his tenure as a governor?
Don't worry.
He did that. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Thank you. So don't come here and confuse people.
Okay, nobody is confusing anybody. If you're on this platform now, because a guy came maybe 2 days ago to say something about OT that was very clear to people who are political watchers. Again, if you're on this platform, right, Google it now. Did Peter Obi conduct local government elections during his period as governor? You cannot tell me he conducted local government election a month to the time he was about to leave office, and then he left the burden for his successor. Then you want to call that a Democrat.
But he said he did not conduct now.
Hold on now. And the excuse of not do what was the genesis of his fight with this man that is usually wearing this tall red hat.
Victor Ome.
Peter Ome. Go and look at what caused what started their fight in Abga. Go and check what happened. I'm not going to say more.
What happened? No, you can say that. You can tell us what happened. Is Victor who championed his campaign through this election?
Forget about
Are you the one that championed it? Forget about what? Say what you know. If you don't know it, you don't know it.
No, I've just told you now. I just told you. I'm not.
You said what happened between him and the Victor. Then who championed his campaign?
Okay.
In this election.
You are talking off substance, because you are talking about, because look, politicians.
First you said he did not conduct local government election. You didn't know what you said.
All right, we have to get back.
But I told you he conducted, and you said he conducted. If you want me to give you the reasons, if you want us to iron it out, yeah, we'll iron it out, yeah. But it's just that I don't want to take time. I don't want to take time off. I don't want to take time here. I don't want to, but you just ask a question. You just ask a question. You say, did he conduct local government election? I said yes, he conducted.
He's just one of the politicians, and we know he's a criminal like all of them. Don't be defending the indefensible.
You can continue to call him a criminal now. That is your own headache now.
Is he not one of them? We just
isn't your headache? Call him criminal. Call him whatever you want to call him. It's your headache. You ask a question. Did he conduct local government election? I told you yes, he conducted. Then what else do you want?
Sit down.
If you want us to iron the issue, we iron the issue. If you want to continue to call him a criminal, continue to call him a criminal. But as far as I'm concerned, P2B is the only governor today that is not collecting anything called whether you call it benefit and whatever. The whole Nigeria today. Tell me any governor that is doing it.
All right.
Tell me any governor. And you are calling him a criminal.
All right.
Jonathan is collecting money.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Back to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, back to you.
Yeah. So to your question, one man, I think you might need to just quickly rephrase that question again.
I can't even remember. I was just so soft.
All right. So let me just go on. So I think.
No. I was asking that in relative terms, who has performed better relative to what the resources of their state and what the citizenry got from it? Which state has performed better than Lagos State?
One man. You see, this comparison that we do, I mean, it's fair. It's fair.
No. You can't single out one person for a special standard that others are not held to.
Okay. Now this is the reason why.
So if you are saying this guy has done as poorly as you are saying that he has done, then you have to say he has done poorly relative to how others have done. And since we're in a relative space,
this comparison we do, I think it's a necessary thing we have to, because considering that they're all rivals in this last election, so we can compare them. What did Obi do compared to what Tinubu achieved?
Not just Obi, any of the 36 governors.
For me, I've said it on your platform, one man. I've said it that I know Obi has his own skeleton in his own cupboard, especially with that issue of the Pandora thing.
Sorry, National Mind, let me just say this.
Okay.
Leave Obi alone. look at all of the 36 states that we have in Nigeria, and let's go to the 1999 to 2007 class. So now, because that was when Tinubu governed Lagos State. So, or even let's take it from 1999 till date. In relative terms, in terms of what is available to the state and how the citizenry benefited from what is available to the state, because that is where you are standing Tinubu accused. So in relative terms, which state or which governor performed relatively for the betterment of its people in comparison to Tinubu? Because you cannot just hold Tinubu to one singular standard, because that would suggest a prejudice and a bias. So who are you comparing him to in order to conclude that it's no good?
One man, none.
Okay, I think he asked me that question, this guy.
That's rational mind, yeah.
So, you see, this question is a leading question because, like my friend answered, none. If that's my answer too, you will definitely say, yeah, you see. I mean, it's the best among all of them. You see, come on, you see, yeah, we can compare. I mean, if they're all rivals in this election, we can compare. We compare all of them, what they've achieved. It's 99 sets of governors. We can compare all of them. He seems to like outshine all of them because number one, like I said, it has a state that is very, very has a lot of potentials than any other state. No other state in Nigeria has the potentials of Lagos. Lagos has the big banks, the multinationals, the population, and all of that. The seaport, it's all. So this guy has all of these potentials to turn around Lagos. But my point is this. But what we got was not what Lagosians are entitled to. But did Lagos get a deal in comparison to other states? Yes, maybe better than other states. That's the answer you're looking for, one man. Yeah, compared to other states, it did well. I would say. But then you see this comparison. I know it's just a leading question. It's just leading me to want to like make your point for you, one man. But I would say yes. In his 99 sets, 2007, it seems to have been the best among them because it controls a state that has the potentials that some even 6-7 states put together cannot even get. Not other state like can equal Lagos. So, but the point I'm making is this, one man. Let's just set aside this whole comparison thing, which is, I think, when it's necessary, I will bring it in. We'll talk about it. But my point is this: that we are looking at him as a model. What he has done in Lagos, he wants to replicate nationally. So, if we say what we see in Lagos is what we should be expecting to replicate nationally, then we are doomed. We're going to see another state, another Nigeria, even though you already has captured Nigeria already. Then we'll be seeing another like Alpha Beta taking care of FRS, position of FRS. We'll see institutional criminality bring into the Lagos, into the governance in Nigeria, which already I can see already. So I don't want to start going through all of these things. But my point is this, one man. Nigeria is doomed. We are doomed. When you put an immoral person as the head of to lead to head the thing, that you can't expect anything. You don't give what you don't have. An immoral person, very criminal, that is hijacked the state to himself and put his own on this same platform. We've argued how he acquired the shares of he converted the shares of Lagos in Econet to himself in his name. How he turned Lagos to his own fiefdom, and you see we can go on and on this. But my point is this: what is the benefit to the common man on the streets? That's the question. Is that the best way to go about governance in Lagos? That's not the best way. It could have allowed the local government breathe. Let them start their own governance in their own minute space. Let them run their own city transport. Let them have their own refuse collection people that will go and let them operate. Let them function. Don't turn them to your another subsidiary of APC or AD kind of what's it called? Local government run whatever, whereby those chairmen are just there for the next election so that they can start galvanizing and start. That's not what governance should be. I don't know. Some of us, I've worked in many tiers of government here in the United States, and I know how it functions, how the federal, the state, and the local government function. And because our democracy is modeled after that of the United States. So we should expect the same system to operate. But because it's not functioning at that level as the one they replicated from the United States, that is the reason why we are having what we are having. A governor, we have to tell, we have to control BRT. We have to be in charge of refuse, LASMA, and we have to be signage. It has to be under the. Oh my goodness, what kind of system is that? It doesn't work. That is why we have local government. I mean, a few days ago, I was having this chat with a friend of mine about our kids going to school here. We're talking about bonds that the local government is, the city is trying to raise so that they can build new schools, build new classrooms, all of that. And this money is that is the city or like a local government. This is not even the state, a local government. They have to build new classrooms, libraries and all of that, some project they have to do. Now they have to transfer everything to everybody's tenement rate here. You have to pay tax.
Council tax, so much, yeah.
on your property tax. You have to pay that. So, and they've devised like, we have in this city, we have like 200,000 homes. They've done the plus and minus. Okay, we have to put like $500 on each property tax is going to pay in the next tax season. Then we are going to be able to pay the money we got from the bank as bonds to build this classroom. They can account for everything. Everything is just, it's math, it's arithmetic, it's so clear. And the parents are being called to vote or to talk about it. This is how governance works. I'm not saying there's no corruption in America, but even though there's corruption, like somebody was saying here a while ago, trying to compare America, like even though there's corruption, but the system still works to a large extent for the people. That's what we want. Not that one man would just, not you one man, one man would take over hijack the whole state and bring everything to the center so that he can control all the money going into that state. And then he can pull out whatever he has to pull and put some cronies there. They too can have their own courts. So he can now use them during the election and continue perpetuating himself. Come on, you see, life is too short for us to be doing all this. Look at our people back home. I can open my text, my phone here. If I open it for you, one man, you see the text messages I'm getting from home. People are just bombarding me. I want to do this, I want to do that. Am I your savior? They don't need me. They could. You see, that's what you see, one man. May God help him. May God help Tinubu if he succeeds this what's it called? This judicial case. But I know they will still take it to even though if he won the case, I'm sure these other people will take it to the Supreme Court. And if he lose, I think he'll still take it to. So I don't think appeal court is going to be the last we're going to hear of this. So people are just waiting to hear what they're going to say. But eventually, I think the Supreme Court will be the final decider, people that will decide on this case. But for me, I just don't see Nigeria moving forward. Talking about the likes of people that is going to work with him, they are all criminals. Akpabio has his own case. We know how he fought the guy that replaced him, and how he left PDP, and we saw all of these things. And now you see, sometimes I get so overwhelmed to want to talk about these people because I don't even know where to start from. But you see, my point is this: that Nigeria should just brace up for what is to come, what's going to hit them already. It's already hitting them. They will see what that is going to culminate. But my point is this, one man. Talking about the ministerial list, I'm not impressed in any way. I'm not really impressed because I don't even expect anything. Like I said, you don't give what you don't have. A man that is morally bankrupt will not think in a morally way. He will always think like, okay, the selfishness that he has always displayed. Because being morally bankrupt sometimes is not about being selfish. It's rooted in selfishness to some extent. So he would do whatever he would do just to continue perpetuating himself in governance. So woman, I know there's so much other people waiting to talk. I just want to rant. I just want to give my rant, but I wanted to go head and head with Enigmatic and our friend
Benny.
But I just let me rest because I wanted to Enigmatic came out the other day here and he was saying, I know Tinubu will not go to war. Come on. In fact, I only a few days ago when that news broke out. Was it yesterday when they said they resolved their final communique or whatever they call it? The guy read out. Okay, see, look at what it's saying. And when the other day we were talking about it, and the say, I know it was the obedience that were flipping everything around, spinning everything. We did not do that. It's what he said and what we heard. And that is what they repeated yesterday. Already the mass, they're already building up military at the borders, trying to invade Niger. So are we the one making this up? Even his own party people, they were against him. They were saying no. I mean, party people from North, they said no. Even the Senate said no. We're not going to support your war effort or your war going into Niger. So we don't cook up these things. For the fact that we don't see eye and eye, enigmatic with you on your views, doesn't mean that we hate you or we. It's about the people of Nigeria. We've seen it with Buhari, and we don't want to waste another 8 years of our lives. 16 years of our life gone. When PDP wasted the 16 years of their own. Another people come and waste 16 years of our life again. I mean, we're not getting younger. So I'm not less patriotic than you, enigmatic, and I don't believe you're less because I know you're passionate about Nigeria to war. That's why you say shit. Let's not go this route of every time we have to see their opposition as they are just they're irredeemable, they're just irredeemably bad, they're just bad people. They hated this guy. No, it is what we are passionate about to see Nigeria work. I, for one, I'll speak for myself. I want to see
Nigeria. You're not obedient now.
Like I said, I don't go by that appellation of being obedient.
So
I'm obedient inclined.
You don't have to worry. Don't worry. You don't have to worry.
Wow. So, but then it's just when you talk to people or talk of people.
Obedient inclined.
Yeah,
is that?
You don't have to worry.
That sounds like Diet Coke. That sounds like Diet Coke.
I usually put a proviso to it, right? Woman, right? You can bear me witness. I usually put a proviso to it. That Labour Party, they have different, they have different divisions, right? The rational ones, which we can call the Labour Party and the legacy version of the Labour Party, who are patriotic in Nigeria. They will not go and be begging, go to the defense headquarters to bring Nigeria down because they lost an election. They wouldn't be willing because they can't be in the court at the same time, hounding the judiciary, basically almost all the institution of government. And then it's so funny when they say they want their mandate. You cannot lose what you never had in the first instance. The constitution is there, right? You never had any mandate that you are taking back. Do you understand what I'm saying, one man? You must have had the mandate in the first instance before you can be kind of
enigmatic.
Obedience remind me of those armed robbers in Lagos that will go to people's house and tell them, you go to people's house and say, I've come to claim my property.
Hold on now, you guys.
Man, can I come in?
Hold on. Anybody, hold on. Let me answer anybody. Anybody, you need to understand when we say we want our mandate back. At least we've had when Tinubu was a candidate, we hear people say, "On your mandate, we shall stand." So mandate will not from don't.
Láti kọrin yẹn tán náà, láti kọrin yẹn tán. Oh yeah. Your mandate, Bola.
I read something real quick. I read something somebody said, why am I always talking about Labour Party? I'm not always talking about, I talk about Labour Party in good sense. Because in my mind, Labour Party is different. They've said it over here. Am I lying, one man? If I lie, jarrow me. They've said it that they are not Labour Party, they are obedient. So Labour Party, they are different from the obedience, right? And they said, why am I not talking about PDP? Of course, PDP, they are an opposition party, but have you seen them acting crazy the way the obedience are acting crazy, that they want to burn Nigeria down? Anything that will burn Nigeria down, you will never see Labour Party there. You won't see PDP there. PDP is in court as they are in court. But Atiku, who is even number 2, who should be crying every day, right? One man, have you seen something recently? They've attacked almost everybody. Fashola, one of them pasted or probably posted the tribunal chairman, Haruna Samani or whatever, and his children on the internet. So
yes, I saw that, and then they put bubbles on the children's face when they published it.
You want to think those people are not they are normal? You think they are Nigerians? So when you say why are we not condemning PDP? PDP, they are matured. They know how to handle their their electoral losses, and they know the appropriate thing to do. They know they're already in court. Any human being, any rational Nigerian at the level, right, at the level and at the sophisticated nature of Atiku will be surprised for Atiku to debase himself or his team or his political party or his base, right, to condescend so low to the point of these, national renegades that we have.
No.
We have them in America here. We have the MAGA Republicans and we have the Republicans, the real Republicans, and then we have the division of the MAGA. So the MAGA, they don't care if an American burns down. They just want their man who is running everywhere that he won an election that he lost for the past 3 years. So that is when we have to make this clarification. When I speak, I'm not speaking against Labour Party and I'm not speaking against PDP. I emphasize every time obedience.
Enigmatic. Don't you think don't you think it is like the anger, the people are pouring their anger over like years of misrule. Now the people are really angry,
Gentlemen, I want to get to hold on. I want to get to Ekene before his battery drops because I think he's been quite patient.
Okay. Yeah. But 1 second to answer your question. They are not the only one angry now. Do you think Atiku is not angry with the system or not winning the election or feeling cheated?
No, I'm not talking of the elites. I'm talking about the populace. A lot of people are angry in Nigeria right now.
Do you think Atiku does not have his own populace, quote and unquote, behind him that are not happy with the system? So when you say they are angry, you cannot be angry, right, and be absolutely irresponsible to the point that you want to bring every institution of the government that you seek to rule to its knees. It means you are not patriotic. You are not part of the system. How do you want to bring the Nigeria down because your man lost an election? And then under the constitution, he does not own the right to say they stole his mandate. They cannot steal your mandate when you never had it. The only person who has that right in Nigeria of blessed memory was MK Abiola, right? It was clear that he had the mandate. He was stolen. That is a different. So how can you compare that? Atiku should have been the one crying all over the place.
Again. Let's.
Let me speak now. Let me speak. I need to respond.
All right. Come on.
All right. Come in, Ekene.
But one man instructively, I did not call anybody's name. So if you agitated, that is your problem, not mine. I did not call Ekene or anybody. Ekene, I respect you. I did not call your name. So just take it under advice.
I don't know whether you call my name or you don't call, but I know the angle you are going to. You understand? So whether you want to call my name or you don't want to call my name, I came here for a reason. I come here for.
Hold on. Carry on, yeah.
I come here for Southeastern agitation, and what I've been hearing in P2B space. These are the two reasons I come. So coming to politics, people say you get what you contributed, or I don't know how they speak that English and all that. But for me, I'm not a lover of English speaking without action. I'm a lover of action, that speaking grammars and all that. You understand? I love people that take action, that want to solve problem, than speaking long English. In fact, I hate people when they speak long English and they don't have solution or to any problem. I don't like people like that. So what happened in the Southeast? That the politicians crying because they're not getting their share of what they want in this government, and I'm not troubled about that. In fact, I'm happy that they are crying, so they can continue to cry until they get to their sense that they need to come together and build the Southeast for us. And that is my position. Whether people like how, I don't care. I'm talking about Southeastern politicians. I'm not speaking about Nigeria now entirely. I'm speaking about Southeasterners now. So I will still come to that point of speaking for Nigerians. So once they come together to say, this is what we do to salvage the Southeast and make it prosperous, we have the capacity, I believe. Whether we are small, whether we are dots in a circle, that doesn't take that capacity away. Because when people begin to conquer their greed, their ego, that is when you see the society begin to work. No matter the grammar you speak, whatsoever, if you have not conquered your ego, if that greed is still there, if that ego is still there, that country will not work. Go and write it down, one man. The problem we are facing today in our society, greed, ego, is the most part of it. Just check all our politicians, the way they behave, and you tell me that the country will move forward. So when it is not going their way of interest, when they are not getting the portfolio that they want, that is when they begin to complain. But when the society, the common man, is speaking, you don't see them talk. They go to hide. But when they begin to share the national cake and all that, and they didn't get the equal share that they want to get, you see them begin to lament. So those Southeast, I don't care about their complaint. I don't care what is happening to them. I don't really care. They can continue to lament until they come to their senses. Building a nation is not a rocket science. You just conquer your greed, provide the necessary things you need to provide for your. What does it take to make a proper allocation for education, for road, and some certain things? You can still pocket some, but what does it take to provide those things? For me, government is not too hard. What is making it hard is because people want to satisfy their own personal desire. If it's not their own desire, they want to satisfy their family desire, and they want to satisfy their community desire. Then they forget the nation entirely. That is why the nation cannot work. The House of Assembly is there to satisfy their own desire. They always want to share the money. They want to go on a break. Email box will be sent to you and all that. That is all their concern. Once they get it, they are relaxed. Whether you sell for 1,000 naira, they don't care. But I feel for people that want to defend all that and speak grammar on top of it. You can continue to speak. We are here in Nigeria. I'm not going anywhere. We'll continue to iron it out, and we will succeed. So the issue of Southeast, I don't care. I believe that we have the capacity to make our people happy, whether Biafra or no Biafra. We have the capacity. You cannot tell me that as a governor, you cannot build a federal road. That's a fallacy. Who says that? You don't want to spend the money because you are waiting for federal government to give you the money. Then if they don't give you the money and the road is going down every day, you continue to look at the road and say that the federal government is not providing money to build this road. That is greed. It doesn't take you anything to say, let me just roll out something to construct the federal road, at least for the sake of my people. What does it take them? I know that the federal government will not come and kill them when they do that. Highest they will say, okay, we have done this. This is what we have done. We are waiting for federal government to pay us back and all that. But they cannot do it. They use that avenue to pocket money. And we come here to speak grammar. You understand? So we can continue to talk until every of our politicians conquer their greed. Once there is that atom of greed, it's just a simple thing. Remove your greed inside you. That greed is too much. They want to save for the 100 generation that will come after them in their families. That is what they are doing.
Which is not possible.
They are already doing it. They go to Niger Delta, the little oil they get there, they sell it, they share the money. They don't care to develop other aspect of infrastructure, of a way of generating revenues. What are you telling me? We have a lot of things to do in this nation to generate money. It's all about oil. How much is oil giving us in a year? But they concentrate on that because that's the easiest way and the easiest thing they can get. They go there, once they sell the oil, they share it. Even if Tinubu likes, let him give the highest allocation to governors. They will still share it. You will not gain anything in that state. So, coming to P2B, Enigmatic asked a question. Did P2B conduct local government election? I said yes, he conducted it. The only thing Enigmatic would have said, why did P2B conducted local government election few months before he left office? That would have been reasonable. But for you to say, did he conduct local government election? You are making a mistake. He conducted local government election. Then if you have said it like that and begin to say what happened and why didn't, and if you close your ears and said you don't know why, then you are being economical with the truth. But I don't want to go there because I know to you, P2B is a thief, it's a rogue, it's a criminal. But to me, he's my best governor. Nobody in my state, no governor has ever beat his record. No governor. Soludo is still jumping around. We're having an argument in our platform today. What is happening in Anambra State? The guys that went to Malaysia to gain the best student in Nigeria and all that, the record was given to the day before yesterday. From Anambra State, those are the schools that P2B gave back to what are they calling them? Missionaries and all that, and sponsor them. And those schools are still doing fine today. So he was trying to say, Soludo. I tell them, don't say that. Don't come to this platform and deceive people. What has Soludo?
For deeper life, for deeper life.
What? No, it's not that. It's not that Deeper Life girl. That was a record that broke out yesterday about a few students from Anambra State. They went to represent Nigeria in a competition. Just check the record. Those guys are from those schools that P2B gave back to the missionaries. They won. They were the first in position, and they came back. And people were celebrating them on Twitter and internet today and yesterday. And the guy was coming to say, Soludo, if I told him, if you say anything, I can bounce on you.
The school in question, are they running like private school or government school? Or how much are they paying in that school? Is it government school or private school? Or how much,
that's a government school.
How much are they? Is it government school?
But, yeah, well, when you come to Anambra State now, we don't really, because most of those public schools are now being managed by churches.
I understand what you're saying. We have the same thing. We have the same thing in my states. Okay, but the money that those children are paying is more or less they are going to private school, and they are paying it from their homes, from their blood. Okay, so we can't actually give that to government. We have to give that to the parents. Because I think I make a comment on that.
So let me finish. Let me finish. There are still schools that are paying money here that are not doing fine. So let me finish what I'm saying before you bring those arguments here. I don't like those arguments. What matters is that when you go there in that space, those public schools in Anambra State are doing very fine.
Do you know the state that started returning schools back to the missionaries? Do you know the state?
Enigmatic, I don't know, and I don't want to know. I'm saying what happened. I'm saying what happened. The argument we're having. You understand? And the result. So you can begin to tell me those states. I don't like to have the argument. Enigmatic. So what I'm saying is this. How Obi organized it and it began to work. And we are seeing the record today. Is what I'm concerned about.
Ekene, are you pissed off at me?
Yes,
Are you mad at me?
Yes. You speak evil or you speak bad of Southeasterners so much.
Oh, really?
Whether you like them or not. Yes.
Really?
Ekene?
Yeah.
Ekene, do you know the problem with our country?
That's fair enough.
You see, yeah, it's Joe speaking now. Do you know the problem with our country? and the populace. We have set a low standard for our leaders. Very low. The standard is very low. That anything goes. If they do a little thing, we say, oh, they've tried. After all, others weren't doing it. If others were doing it before, the standard is quite low for our leaders. That is why they are not.
And we have intellectuals, like Enigmatic. We have intellectuals like it because Enigmatic
people are so low. Look at
Enigmatic.
Look at
Enigmatic.
Hold on a little. Can I hold on? For example, in Imo State, this man Uzodinma or whatever his name is, he has been there for the past 3 years now. He's going to very soon. He's going to run for a re-election. And right now, if you ask him, "What have you done? What have you done?" He'll say he's trying to maintain security. He's trying to. He doesn't. There's nothing he has done. You can't even picture anything he has done in that state.
And the same guy is going to win again.
At the tail end,
that is the problem.
And vote for him again. That is
the problem.
I don't know the kind of mentality
They will not vote for him. He's going to win. It's not like they are going to vote for him, but he's going to win. That's the problem.
So and we have people like Enigmatic who have the brain to do research, the intellectual to do research. Instead of Enigmatic to come here to defend the poor masses, he's defending the politicians. Enigmatic, I put that against you.
Okay.
You are not defending. You are not defending the right people.
I take your. I respect your opinion, Ekene. You know, I respect your opinion. I mean, you're entitled to it, which is all right, no problem. But I do understand your passion. Okay, but you should understand the fact that having a divergent opinion or probably a dissenting maybe outlook of how you see things does not really mean it shouldn't be, let me say, reduced to having this probably hatred. If I say, for instance, now, I know a lot of people are not happy when I say I'm going to be the official Abia State reporter on this platform. I know, I know people are not happy. They will say, "Oh, he hates us in the Southeast. He does this, he does that."
Sorry, hold on, Enigmatic. If people can take us to 100 likes, that would be great. We'll be getting decent likes, but we've not yet gotten past the 100. So take us to 100 likes. There's more than enough people on. If everybody watching us now clicked on the like button, will well exceed that 100. So take us past the 100 likes. Back to you, Enigmatic.
So Ekene, of course, like I said, the beauty of democracy is having absolute respect and absolute regards to diverse opinions, and then that's why you will see me. I will laugh about certain things, even if I am not one of the politicians that is running for office. Right? Why should I keep myself for any of them? But what I will do and what I will continue to do is to see things, in my own way and say it in my own way, and then espouse my opinion without fear or favor. Of course, some people may not. When I want to have certain conversation, I like to have more or less like an abstract question first. When you talk to me about maybe Ekiti State, the first thing I will ask you is, have you been to Ekiti State before? So I will know the level of conversation I will have. But when you have certain level of conversation, but to other folks, they probably think, because I see people's let me say countenance most of the time. Am I mad at what you say about me? Of course, I'm not. I've never met you before. You've never met me before. I don't know you. You don't know me. But of course, this platform has brought us together, right? So it doesn't mean that I do not respect you as a man or as a human. But I always instructively say to everybody on this platform, except you come for my parents or somebody who is dear to me, then that's when we can have issues. But as long as you come for any, maybe you have a rational mindset that, he supports this politician or whatever, you come for that politician, or you think I'm going to be mad at you at that would be a waste of time. That is absolutely irrelevant to me. And that's how I love all of them together. Like, look, take it or leave it, right? I always say they are all criminals. Joe was talking about Shiwore the other time. I singled out Shiwore because of the way I feel about Shiwore, right? Of course, you are not happy about me talking about Obi here and there most of the time. And then I'm going to have more, my sins, right, is going to be higher now in the realm of the obedient on this platform, because I've chosen myself to be an official reporter of Abia State by way, by extension, Alex Oti. So
all right, bring us that report now. Bring us that report now so I can bail out and hand over to Mike. Bring us your report. What's the latest development?
But I have not concluded now.
Sorry,
Kenneth. Sorry, Kenneth. I'm not mad at you. If you are mad at me, it's right, no problem.
No, it's not. It's not the issue of being mad. It's just the issue. I want to, supporting a politician is not bad. You being a Bola Tinubu is not bad. Do you understand? But when we come to talk issue, let's talk issue. What affects our people? What will Bola Tinubu do? What has he done to make sure that he salvaged this nation? You see, when you come to this nation, to this Nigeria today, what is going on enigmatic. I don't think you can bear it. It's just that you are abroad. You understand? If they tell you to stay in Nigeria 2 days without electricity, can you do that? And you buy fuel for almost 600 and something naira for that 2 days. Can you do that? No matter the amount of money you are earning, it's ridiculous. If you have a car in Nigeria today and you want to drive it, no, it's not that I'm one of the people that supported him in removal of that fuel subsidy. But my issue now is that I want to see more of his policies that will cushion that effect. That is my point. I'm nobody's against Bola and all that. But you can speak, you can call Obi what you want to call him. I supported him, and I know the reason, and I know why. If you see, even if you don't know anything about Obi, know that the education system we are enjoying today in Anambra State was because of Peter Obi. No matter how people want to paint it. If you don't like anything about him, know that most of the general hospitals that are functioning in Anambra State today, and most of those infrastructures in our health system was because of him. No governor has added anything there. Obiano didn't add anything. It was the one he left that is still functioning. Even Soludo, the agreement they were asking today, Obi provided all those infrastructures, buses, renovated about how many thousand schools and all that. Which one has Soludo did? What has he done? He provided internet, computers around all the whole schools in Anambra State. What has Soludo done in that school aspect? He restructured the salary sector of Anambra State, their pension and all that. And it's still functioning today. Those workers are still enjoying those benefits.
But you know,
so even if you don't like, even if you don't like him for anything,
but you know, doctors went on strike under Obi, right?
Yes, even schools went on strike. But what happened after? You cannot just like what we are talking about Bola today. The situation is getting hard on him now. People are complaining. Let me finish. Just like what this thing might take us like 2 years or a year, and for him to get out of it. That doesn't mean that he didn't get in any bad situation. So what happened after? If he eventually, maybe at the end of his 4 years, we can say that Bola Lily did a wonderful job, because we're expecting that at the end of his 4 years, all this criticism we are giving to him, that he's not getting it right in fuel subsidy and all that, then at the end of these 4 years, everybody should be able to come out and say that after the whole said and done, after all the criticism, he has gotten it right. That is how you do. You don't just say somebody went on strike for this month, this and that, but what happened after?
Okay.
What infrastructure did he put in place and all that and all that? That is how to do criticism or enigmatic.
Okay, now I get you.
You understand? Because you know the man you supported today, you want us to support him. You really want us to support Bola, but you cannot take the fact that where we are today is very bad, and he cannot perform magic.
No. I'm not. Look,
you understand? So if you want us to give him that, benefit of that, which we are still giving to him, but we are still saying you need to do it more better. You need to do this. You need to do that.
You know what? I can guarantee. So, if Tinubu even perform, they will say
at the end of that 4 years. At the end of that 4 years, Bola is not able to get us back well economically, don't come and defend him.
Okay.
But if he does that, whether you are obedient, whether you are article and all that, everybody should be able to come out and say Bola has done well.
That's a lie. Not everybody will come and say that. Some people will
that is my opinion. That is what I'm
propaganda to
saying.
say he didn't do anything.
No, I'm saying what everybody
that is what he is recommending.
Yes, I'm saying that is what everybody should be able to do. I know that people will not, even politicians, because we will be here at the end of the day. Maybe Bola may build a refinery and things begin to get better and all that. Then you still come and see politicians and they maybe let me take Enigmatic the way he used to do his politics and all that, because I see him more as a politician than a Nigerian. That is how I say Enigmatic. Enigmatic, I'm sorry about that. You are more of APC than Nigerian. Somebody like Enigmatic, maybe let's say he's in PDP. You come out and begin to speak English. That refinery. So as the equation of and all that. Begin to speak instead of him to come out and say, yes, he has done well. He has built a refinery. He has given us electricity. Conclude it like that. Don't begin to bring the refinery was a higher equation and all that. You understand? People should be able to say Bola did well in this area. The economic aspect of it, he has performed very well. Maybe the electricity, we are able to get at least 7 hours electricity a day. Okay, let's give him more 4 years to see how he will. That is how to do to make a nation to work. Let us not spin things around.
Ekene, I get your point, your opinion, I respect it. I respect your views, and I do respect you as a person, because you are able to, ventilate your point, which you have right to, and you're at liberty to say whatever you want to say. Even about me, I don't have issues with that. Provided that we are talking about politicians. I will, like I said, you are at liberty to say whatever you want to say about whoever you have an inclination, right, to say, okay, this is who I'm supporting. Showore, they know my relationship with Showore on this platform. But when it was very clear that the youth of Nigeria are not ready for Showore, then let one of the thieves carry the day. So it is what it is. So people can say it the way they want it. You have to skin it back to the political trajectory of it. But I'll let you land so I can give my report about Abia State.
Okay, I'm already coming to it, but I want to address some issue. People say about I go to comment section, I see people complain about me complaining about grammar and all that. I'm not a hater of grammar. When you speak grammar, you use it to bring innovation, to bring something that is edifying and all that. It doesn't mean that I don't understand grammar. There is no grammar that I read that I cannot understand. People might not see it that way. I am more of a businessman than all these things. People like me, I said it here, I like action more than speaking grammar. So you can begin to comment or say whatever you want to say. Whether you see me as somebody that hate grammar. I don't hate grammar. But the reason I hate it is because in the Nigerian, even in our educational system, it's all about theories, no practical. And that is why we are getting down every day. Because if somebody like me today say, if I have the upper hand, I will be the one that say that, see, if you go to that school, you use Igbo to teach people so that they will understand it more better. That is what they do in China. But we come here to confuse ourselves. And the people that call themselves intellectuals will be there clapping. Yeah, you are speaking a very big grammar. Yeah, this and all that. But you are telling yourself that grammar is not knowledge. You can go and argue that. China today is what they are because they are using their language to teach their people. They do their business, they're intellectuals. We come here, we borrow English, we come here to use it to confuse ourselves. Even in our politics, we use it to confuse ourselves. So don't see me as if I don't. I might even be more intellectual than you that is commenting all that. So forget about it. Because once I can understand, once I can read and understand every English word, I can count my money, And there is no amount of figures you put to my face that I cannot say.
You are right. Spot on. Money is everything. Money is everything.
English does not cash check in the bank. It is the money you
so
have
if you think your certificate is moving me, for your certificate is not moving me at all. What moves me is your intellectual. What you will bring to the table with your knowledge. That is what moves me. Have the whole certificate in the whole world. It doesn't move me, my dear. So one man, continue. I'm okay by now. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. So the like button were about 15 from 100. So think of it like childbirth and give it one last push. So take us past that 100. So think of it like childbirth and give it one last push. As you listen to our roving correspondents are reporting from Abia State, Enigmatic, what's the latest development?
Yeah, it's very short, but thank you so much. My nature is so genial, right? Especially when it comes to politics. I'm quite agreeable to every opinion, but of course, you know how let me say intolerant people can be, especially when they feel when they feel a sense of antagonism against probably whoever they believe is their political signpost or stuff like that. No issues like that. I will not denigrate anybody by level of their benighted mindset when it comes to politics. Politics can, especially where we are now in Nigeria, it can be so confusing. And then, but you still have to understand that people are different. Some people have this obtuse nature of grabbing stuff easily that you are just speaking, right? I'm not here speaking on behalf of any political party or any politician. My job here is to be more or less we are all political talking heads, if we have to say it like that, right? So if you are new to this platform, you should have seen what happened during the peak of the election. Then you probably see the what God has blessed this platform with, set of intellectual mindsets. So that's by the side. Today, Alex Oti, the governor of Abia State, he has ordered that vehicles, parked by roadside, like by shanties and then, shops, other illegal structures along a certain street. If you are from the southeast, you know the Unkwegu down to Obakala and then Ohia Motor Park in Umaya. So he has given the order before 17th of August. They must all clear themselves out of that neighborhood, which failure to comply, strict compliance to that, vehicles will be impounded and shops probably be demolished completely. So it sounds very nice, right? I mean, this is a thumbs up for Governor Alex.
No, you are going to be doing that at the end of every report. So at the end of every report, I'm going to be asking you the question: is it a yay or a nay? So give us the report, and then you tell us if it's a high or a low.
Okay, this is a yay, but on the flip side, the hypocrisy of it, where I'm speaking to now. So, I will always speak to the hypocrisy of it, right? So let's flip the coin now and bring it to maybe Lagos State, where a certain pronouncement has been made, right? We would have seen some noise, some cries. So I wouldn't expect any noise in Lagos, maybe if this happened in the next couple of months or in the next couple of weeks when they start clearing, the streets of Lagos. And then there's this kind of strict compliance that has been laid down by the government. So I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't want people to start yelling that some people are being targeted because it is our brother, right? Quote and unquote, our brothers and our sisters, right? That will be having their businesses destroyed in the course of clearing this neighborhood in Abia State. So my people in the platform or on the platform from Aroshuku, Abia State, Enigmatic Ondi.
There you are. It's a year from Enigmatic Ondi. So a year from Enigmatic Ondi. Acknowledgements of the super chat. Ayo, he will get a mention, and he does. So that's Ayo doing as he usually does. Thank you, Ayo. And that's Alexander Gomez. So now this Eyo Adeoye joins that space. So well done. Kulata, as you know, when it's not on the screen, he likes to do it via that portal. And Eyoadeoye still haven't discovered that button continues still. Prince Daddy makes a comment using that function. Kulata continues his conversation still with her. And then the other Prince, Kulata, and the other Prince. So thank you for all that. Keep them coming. So I'll hand over to Mike. So before I hand over to Mike, just two things. When somebody is trying to land a point, please let them land that point before you interject them, so that they can at least land a thought. Then you can know if you're agreeing or disagreeing. And let's not have too many voices cascading over each other. Mike, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, over to you, Mike. Thank you, everyone. Join us tomorrow, same time, same place.
So who was talking? Who was talking? Can continue, Abby.
I think Enigmatic was talking. I don't know if he's the one talking. You see, Enigmatic, let me just, if you're still there, let me just address something with that thing you raised. We're not saying that government should not bring about structure and law and order in the city. So they call urban planning and all of that. You see, there's a lot of problem wrong with that country. I just don't see us even moving forward as a country. I don't know. We continue being a slump of some sort. How did we lose it that we don't have planning anymore? We don't plan our cities. We don't plan our towns. People can just erect structures anywhere, and even on top canal, go some places like in Badia, those areas like Morocco. I mean Morocco. In Ebute Meta there, close to that lagoon there, where they have this their wood. What they said is their wood. Go those areas. I mean, go to
rational mind. Please, do you know the reason? Do you know the reason? Rational mind.
What's the reason?
The reason why we see all these shanties everywhere and all these people building without no plan, all this is because of the government and the developers in Nigeria. You see, there is no development like housing scheme in Nigeria. Like just look at what Jakonde did. I'm not saying the government should do it, but the private sector should come in collaboration with the government to do something like that. You see, when you have housing estates for you see, even this land they are buying, build. There will be a time in Lagos, maybe the next 50 years, a lot of houses will go down in Lagos. A lot of houses, because when the population increases, there will be need for land to build houses. And then government will now start all those. If you go to like Ijesha, you'll be seeing all this downstairs. You go to all those places, you see downstairs,
Joe, you see, the bottom line is that you can criticize however you want to criticize. The bottom line is that why we find out rots in that in urban planning and city planning and all of that is because over the years we declined. We don't have leaders that are visionaries. We don't have leaders that have in their mind and their head a vision for a country that is structured. All they think about is they want to be president, they want to be governors, they want to be this, they want to be that, but they don't have any vision that, okay, if I'm going to this governance as a chairman of a local government, I want to make sure that my area, my own jurisdiction, there will be planning, the gutter, the drainage, everything will be done. They don't go there, they don't do that.
Can I come in? Add one idea like that. You see, you definitely made a valid point. We have leaders that don't have vision. They're not capable of, planning, or they don't know. They don't know what to do. Now, if there are citizens that know what to do, they actually have something pictured in their head. They have some kind of idea, vision. Why can't they now just present it to the government and say, okay, here's a vision, here's this, here's that, here's what we can do. Just work with them, and just show them. Or, kind of, for example, like in the West, right? When you see them create a milestone, like let's say they went to Mars or something like that, and then when you begin to study the origin of the idea, you find out that it was someone that had an idea in his mind, and then he approached the government like, you know what, we can go to Mars, and we need you guys to put funding into the research, And then they actually did the research and figured out to get to Mars. It wasn't a government's vision. It wasn't a politician that had that vision of going to Mars. It was just an American, regular American. There wasn't a politician. Just a scientist that has a vision of going to Mars. So he just approached the government, and the government was like, "Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe we can go to Mars, right?" So what if Nigerians that can have vision, that can have vision of how society can be? Maybe they can. I'm just suggesting, Sha. You know, I'm thinking we should start using another approach. This is our problem. I'm waiting for a visionary leader.
Hold on. You see, there's certain comparison that we cannot make when it comes to comparing certain things. You see, when it comes to urban planning, it is not the work of. Let me give you an example. Some small local government here, some small city counties here, they have structural engineers, they have architects they have all kinds of engineers that work for the local government. They have urban planners. These are people with either even master's, PhD. They work with some cities. So it is not the work of an ordinary man on the street to say, okay, oh, this is how we want. No, they will have to map their territory and, plan it. This area, these zones are industrial zones. These zones are residential zones. These are commercial zones. They have to map all of this. But over time, we decline in that because the focus of every person that goes into governance is not that they want to improve their environment. They just want to go there, make money, create name, and aim for presidency the next year or the next many years after that. They don't think about that.
But that's politicians all over the world now. They just get there and make.
America, yes. Listen, America did not. Other people don't go and say this is how we want to design our city. No, they don't do that. It is the city that does that. The city plans.
No, actually, it's a group of engineers, like sophisticated engineers, that actually come up with an idea and present it. Like actually, different people present their ideas, and the government look at the best and they pick the best.
Okay, cool.
Mike.
They don't work in isolation.
Listen to Rational Mind. Rational Mind is saying the truth. I'm telling you.
Yeah, we know now. Anything else about government. That's what you guys want to hear. You know? Government. You know, just blame. No. People should not take any part in why things is not working. Let's just sit down and give it to government only.
Mike, are you anti-people?
No, I agree that the government is jacked up, but the government is also part of the people. The government didn't fall from the sky.
Mike, please.
And we've been changing them, and every one of them we change came from the people. So I'm saying it's all of us. It's no longer one. It's not like government. They were born in a different world, and the people are born in another world.
They should share the money to us as well. Let's be spending the money together now.
Bro, do you know that most of the wait, hold on, Joe. Let me respond to that. Do you know that most of the money stolen, like public funds are stolen, actually stolen by people that are not politicians, people that are working in agencies and all this, and they are just the regular people. And that's the corruption is not just on the politicians. Everybody in Nigeria. Go to airports, go everywhere. Everybody's part of the looting. And majority of the looting are actually people in the lower part of the parastatals. It's not even people on the top.
It's still the feeling of the government that.
Who is the government? It's the people. Just say us. Let's not say government as if that government is one group of people that just came from the sky or came from somewhere else. It's
that
all
means
of us.
that is what we need. That's why we need somebody as a governor, in government that can hold.
We don't have to be in government to enforce a change. Just study this. My brother. Study.
Look at America. When you're not in government, you cannot hold people responsible when you're not in government.
No, we have to hold ourselves responsible. You can't say you cannot. Yes, it's your no. Every one of us in Nigeria, Africa, have to hold ourselves responsible for our place not advancing.
But
we can't sit back because you don't give yourself reason to do it. You don't give ordinary people reason to do anything.
Leaders need to lead as well. That's what we're saying here.
Let me get one thing straight.
Give me 1 minute.
Wait, Joe, you go. Give me a second. My brother, first of all, let's get one thing straight. Politicians are not your leaders. They're just policy makers. Let's get that straight. Let's get that out of the way. We are the only people that use that word leaders. I don't even see Americans calling for their politicians leaders. They just give when they become president, they'll say, hey, you have a job. They don't say he's my leader. Nobody see them as they are not leaders. They are just politicians, policy maker. Okay, get that and I'm gonna make policy to help this sector, that sector, whatever. So let's talk.
But they are,
How
but they
can
are,
we get rid of that word leaders?
they are leading it. They are leading a space. For
They are
them
not
to make
leading your
that
life.
policy.
No, they are not leading.
For them to make that policy, they have to lead.
No, they are
For you
not
to make
leading.
policy, for you to make policy, that means you are
Please,
leading. You are
can I
leading
come
them.
in? Can I come in? I was the first one to
Mike,
say.
let me say, Mike is making some sense. They are just there to make. They are making policies because one of the effect or whatever, whether positive or negative, we are getting in our economy, and it depends on the policy that your government makes. So he can make that policy to. You see what the two. There are two things about making that policy. That policy might be to favor his own personal interest or to favor the general public. So the idea for policy making and all that. So I understand Mike very clear, and we should understand it.
Okay,
These guys
can I come in? Can I come in a little? You see, when you got, like Mike was talking about when this rational mind was talking about regional planning, we have, you see, regional planning is not done by people on the street or ordinary people. Even this thing, it is done by the government, which maybe like let's say regional.
It's actually done by professionals like the architects, the engineers, civil engineers. They are the ones that do the planning, not politicians.
Government will employ them, put them in the ministry. In the ministry will now say, okay, this area is going to be residential area. This area, then they will now, developers will now come to the government and say, okay, we want to develop this we want to develop this estate, we want to develop this in industrial facility. Then the government will give them a go ahead. They will now go to the bank, get their money and develop and sell. That's what they do. But the government has to come up with that policy and has to come there and say, okay, this is how we want this area to be. And another thing I want to talk about is when you said something about their policymakers. Yes, they are policymakers. But that is the definition of Western democracy. Because the democracy we are practicing in Nigeria it defies democracy. Because these people are policymakers. They hold the resources. They have everything to themselves. It is what they give you, you will take. They are controlling everything. And then when you ask questions, they shut you down. If you go on the street to protest as normal sane countries will protest, they shoot you. So what do you want from the people? So that is why the people are so tired. They don't know what else to do. Some people say, hold your legislators, hold this accountable. How do you hold them accountable? People you don't see. If you recall them, you cannot recall them. There's no way you can recall them. You understand? So
I don't even elect them.
I don't even know if we are really practicing democracy in Africa. It doesn't make any sense in Africa again.
Okay.
You understand? So that is why you see people are always asking, what has because the government has to lead the way. You can't tell me to go to maybe Ifako. I go to Ifako and say, okay, I want to do an estate in Ifako. Do you think the government will just kick me out of there? But the government has to say, okay, these places are going to be residential areas. You go in. The developer, see, there are a lot of Nigerians that have money to want to develop in real estate. They will go into there and develop it. And that's it.
Before you go, let me ask everybody a question. Has everybody heard about it?
Can I come in?
You are going. I just want to ask one question. Let me ask you. Remy, have you heard about a town called Orania in South Africa?
No.
Has anybody heard of that town? Orania.
Yeah, I think I've heard about it. Yeah.
You heard about it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let me go ahead. I'll talk about it next. Go ahead.
Okay. What I just want to talk about is good morning to all everyone.
Good morning.
When we talk about government, we are not talking about leadership alone. We also include the people that live there, which are the citizenry themselves. And the bane of Nigerian problem is that since the country got independent, Nigeria was not planned. Most of the states were not really planned, and we don't have a real focus how we want to build each state. So that means from inception, they will already have a big trouble. And then, when we look at both politically, I mean, those people that have governed Nigeria militarily and also by constitutional means, and the constitution we have, and when you have to look at an history of a nation before you continue to castigate everybody. We never really practice one particular government for a long time before we change it. And if we do not change it, the khaki boys will come and kick out people, and they will bring out their own policy. And some of them, you cannot challenge them. But now, we are being in constitutional government for the last 23 or 24 years now.
and we can see there are pockets of development in some states. Maybe not what we really want it to be, because this might be diverse opinion. You can ask people from Ebonyi and Akwa Ibom and Lagos, and I guess most people there will have a satisfactory answer for you that we have seen development in their state. And when you ask other states, they will say they have not seen. So what I'm trying to say is that when you blame the leaders, the followership too must be blamed, because you cannot tell me that all those people you are blaming now have been in government for so many years. We have had new governors, we have had several new commissioners, several new lawmakers, and several new senators and the rest. And this also comes from people that we don't even know in 1999, and they have come on board. So the problem is this. Look, let's use Lagos for example. Lagos is doing a lot of construction and remodeling and everything. But if Lagos truly want to follow their total 100% master plan, a lot of houses will be demolished. So, and does that state have enough money to compensate everybody? I don't think so. That is one problem. Two, the institutions are not really working as effective as they should be. And the bone of it is that when you look at the whole everything in totality, you will see that there is emotion will run high. The judicial system will favor whoever they want to favor. So we have a lot of problem in hand. So when you blame your leader twice, I want you to also blame the followership once. I mean, if you put 100% blame on your leaders, the followership should also share the need. Some states, the followership, the citizens are so docile and they don't they don't hold their governor accountable. Everybody fold their hand. They don't really care. So far, it's my brother that is a commissioner. I'm getting my own share of it. So far, it's my sister is the chairman. I'm getting my own share of it. So in a nutshell, most Nigerians are not patriotic. Fine, the country has not been developing in the recent years because of so many factors. But if we are not patriotic enough, and if we continue to compare and contrast with other countries, your country will never develop. Because the same country you are comparing with, they also have their own trouble. Tell me which country doesn't have their own trouble today? They have their own trouble.
Remy, I'm happy this is coming from you, and I'm happy you've lived in China before. I want to ask you, in the 80s, when you compared Nigeria in the 80s and in China, because China started this drastic growth in the 80s after opening up. So when you compare these two countries now and how far they've gone, so you say, which country will you say has done more or has actually has done more for its people or for its growth than the other?
So when you juxtapose the two, first let's look at this from this content. What does how much sacrifice do an average Chinese sacrifice for his or her home country compared to Nigeria? This is a country that was total lockdown for 20 years. Nobody go out, nobody comes in. And everybody was put into work. And I mentioned about the Cultural Revolution. They don't care about the big grammar from enigmatic or the rational mind, persuasive or papa every time. They don't care who you are. They just send you back to the farm. You can be a top professor. Sorry, Mr. Professor, you have to go to your Ogbomoso village, or we are sending you to Ogbomoso village to become a farmer there. You can be a district head there, but you are going to the farm. So the people there, they love their country and they are ready to sacrifice. Those generations, they did not really enjoy China. They built that country for generations yet unborn. Can I and you here in this platform, can we sacrifice for the generation yet unborn in Nigeria? Everybody, that's a question you should ask yourself. I'm not sure whether we are really ready to really sacrifice our mind.
But we need a leader that can actually lead.
This is not about leadership alone.
No, leaders have to come
Let me
first.
not answer a question of Joel. The question is that China, that time, is a communist state. And that means whatever their leaders say is final, is authoritarian. And they love their people. Their leaders love their people, and they use an iron hand on them, which I think an average Nigerian cannot accept. because you start talking about your human rights now. Before you know it, you put it all over online. Before you know, you are going to be Biden in America to report. Can we sacrifice like them? I doubt whether we can. But what I'm just preaching here today is this: if we can come together, support the government in the government now, you can criticize them, fine. But when you criticize, offer solution. Because all what I've been hearing most time is lamentation, emotional angle, emotional talk from so many people. Give us solution. Not every time is leadership. When you criticize them, then you give us what we can do for the problem, and everybody will judge you about it. Not every time you come here because of your hatred or
Remy, can I interject you 1 minute?
Okay.
Yes, I have heard you talking about China, people sacrifice in China, Nigerians cannot sacrifice. Let me tell you, when leadership lead by example, followers will follow the same suit. But when you, leaders, does not lead by example, you are living a lavish life. And then you are telling followers to follow.
Ajani Koko, you know that politicians are not leaders.
Can I respond back to your question, Mr.
Who do you think who is fooling who? Who
politicians
is
are not leaders.
In a country that belongs to all of us, in a country where you, politicians, were elected to lead.
They are not elected to lead. They are elected to make policy. Come there and make
what are you talking about? What kind of useless argument
okay,
is this?
explain where they are leading you to. Explain.
What kind of useless argument is this?
Okay, Remy, hold on.
So who are the leaders?
Let's spin on that word and
who
lead.
are the leaders in the country? Who are when they talk of the leaders in the country? Who are
we are the only people that use the word leader. We are the only people. In other words, they don't use leaders. They don't use it.
Mike,
no. Wait. Give me a second. Ajani Koko. No. Wait now. Okay, you as an individual, right? Living your life. Tell me how a politician is leading your life to where you are trying to go. Tell me.
Okay. In what position? No. Do you
as a man, as a grown man?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. When you elected them to that position of responsibility, are they not the one that constitute your leadership, to direct you, to run your country?
No. You are saying you as a man. Tell me how.
Hold on.
Tell me how a politician is leading your life, your own life. We all have our life.
Okay.
We have direction. We have where we're trying to go in life.
Tell you. Hold on. The moment you elected them to that office of leadership, hold on. The moment you elect them to that position of leadership, that governmental position, you surrender everything about how you're going to live in your country.
Really?
It's in their hand.
That's not true.
Why?
No, that's not true. The Constitution, no. The Constitution is what determines how you live.
Listen. Can you listen?
I think
the rule of law is what determines how you live.
Listen.
Who is making the law? Who is making the law? Are they not the one making the law?
There.
Can you listen?
No, they make the law. They can amend the law. They can make the law.
Yeah. The moment you elected them in that position, to that position of leadership, everything about how you're going to live in that country is in their hand.
Wait. I'm making specifically about you as an individual. So your destiny, what you want to achieve in life is in their hand.
Mike, can I continue?
Please, let me just say something.
No, let me land. All of you have been speaking. Let me land now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you surrender your life to them because they will make policy that will drive everything in that country, and you have to comply. That policy will
they are policy makers, they're not leaders.
They are leaders. They are
where are they leading you to?
Because,
where do you want them to lead
where
you
they are
to?
leading you to? Okay, listen. I don't know why you just don't want to listen to the other. You don't want to get fixated to what you just want to believe. You don't want to believe in other
It's not about
people's opinion.
believing.
Okay, now why they lead you? If my president is leaving my country today to any other country to represent my country, they will call him the leader of Nigeria. The leader of your country is President Tinubu today. The foremost leader of your country is President Tinubu.
I've never seen them use that. Maybe in Africa, but in international state, they don't call you leader.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Okay. Can I just conclude?
This is English now. Go and look at your
dictionary. You can go back to which government or no government is functional.
Go and look at your dictionary. To go and look at the meaning of leadership in your dictionary. Then you will get it right. What is this argument for?
In my so as I was saying, so when you look at it, you compared both of them. Even in China, we talk about as at present day China, a lot of people are also started to grumble because the children of their leaders are also buying Ferrari. They are also using their money in America or wherever. But the point I want to say is that because the kind of democracy they practice, which to me is a mix of both capitalism and communism together. So that is what I think they are practicing. But one thing I love the country about is this. If we want to do something, the government is well focused to do it in time. Not in Nigeria, and they have a part-time legislator. Not in Nigeria, you want to build a bridge, you have to go to the National Assembly. And there will be a fight over it for the next 3 or 4 months. You should locate it in my place. It's not going to be there. Is this so many trouble? So by the time the government is even ready to do something, time will have elapsed. Look at, for example, China gave us a lot of loan to build our infrastructures. And some of us are saying, no, we don't want the Chinese loan anymore. It's not good for Nigeria. It's going to backfire in the future. But let me tell you a shocker today. China was able to develop because they also borrow a lot of money from the Western world, especially their local government, to build roads, healthcare, and so many other stuff. Most of their local government are heavily indebted. So my own philosophy is that borrow this money to develop, whether they build it for you with minimum of Nigerian presence there or not, let's build these infrastructures first. A country will grow when you have abundance infrastructure in rail, in air, on any infrastructure that will make your country be ease of doing business very well. So China did this thing from the interland. When they produce something to the city, is quite quick to bring it down there because they have good roads, they have good air support, their waterways are also very good. So you have 3 or 4 options to bring your goods from the farmland or from small town to the city as quickly as possible. And they continue to revamp and improve their infrastructure. The first time I was there, a train, I will just use Nigeria example, a train can take me from Maiduguri to Lagos in 28 hours. By the time I spent 5 years, that train was cut into half. That means I can go from Maiduguri to Lagos under 12 hours. As of today, I can go from Maiduguri to Lagos in under 6 hours. They continue to improve every now and then. And I think because the people there are very patriotic, they don't care whether they suffer for now, they suffer for the generation. But what I say about most Nigerians is that if I'm not there, or if I don't like your face, if I don't like your tribe, or so I must bring it down. So that is all.
It's not all Nigerian.
Remy, can you see what they did to Niger Bridge? Remy, you see what they did to Niger Bridge now? The Niger Bridge, second Niger Bridge.
Remy, please, I want to buttress your point a little, please, Remy, please.
Okay,
you see, do you know why China has been able to progress at that pace, at that has wowed the world? Their development has wowed the world. Do you know why? Because of one, there is punishment for wrongdoing. You see, there was an incident that happened. There was an incident that happened in China. That was like 2-3 years ago. This government official went to an accident scene, and he was laughing. You know, kind of. He was like kind of put a smile, and the people, you know, they have their own Twitter, Weibo. They have Weixin, they have all those things. They went on that man. They went on the man. Said, you came to an accident, whatever, and you're smiling. They have smiles on your face. Do you know what the government did? People started investigating him. They now knew he is a watchman. He loves wristwatches. He spends like thousands of dollars on wristwatches. You know that the right now he's inside. The government just picked him up and locked him up. So the problem with China is that they listen to their people, and there's
guys,
punishment.
Joe, give me 1 second. Remy, hold on. Give me 1 second. I want to find out who's still here with us and who's not, because some people want to come in, but I don't know if some people they are still hanging already left. Rational Mind is still here, and I'm pretty sure it's still here. Rational Mind. Rational Mind is not.
I'm still here.
Okay, yeah, here. Soli, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Soli, not fully. Soli.
Okay.
Soli. I don't think Soli is here. Let me see who else hasn't said anything.
Bishop.
Bishop, are you still here?
Well, let me talk. Never let me talk, please.
Okay, Bishop is there. Ekene?
Yeah, I'm here, but I want to leave.
Okay.
It's almost.
Okay, so Soli is. I think Tunaja wants to come in. Okay. Actually, yeah. Damn it, what's wrong? See, do my list. Okay, you guys continue, Sha. Continue.
Okay, so in a nutshell, there is punishment there because the kind of government they practice, which is, I said, is communists and capitalism together. So the leader, the head of state, the president of China, have this power. He can remove you, and nobody, no court in that system will say, oh no, you did not do it the right way, we are reinstating you back. It won't happen there. So when you are looking, they have their excesses too. But in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of being patriotic, and in terms of their institution working, their institutions are really working. So when I look at Nigeria, they say, there's unemployment in the land. I look at, we have a lot of people that graduate from the university. Why can't you just recruit them to the police? These are well learned, and you can retrain them instead of picking people from DS3 or even people that does not even have WAEC or some 5 credits in WAEC, recruiting them to the police. This is not done. You look for so many people outside that have went to the university. If you are an engineer, the first thing you must have in your mind is that an engineer does not stay in the office. Your work is outside there.
But Remy, if you recruit, let me tell you this: if you recruit graduates to police in Nigeria, they will not do anything because they will say they are senior officers. They will just stay in the office, and you will not see any police on the street.
So that's
one of the problems that we have.
That's not it.
So what I'm just
is Nigeria government. Is Nigeria government giving police
rhetoric right there?
Is Nigeria police giving Nigeria government giving police a kind of befitting work, the environment they are working? Go and see police on the road. You will see these people. There is not anything like you put somebody on the street, on the road. There is no shelter. Nothing. Rain is falling. There is nowhere to start to even stay for them. So you can't see any decent people. You can't see any decent people to go and join police.
Let me tell you, by the time we start, if somebody is talking and people will say we're anti-people, what we are seeing that you people refuse to understand is that we always talk about, we don't want to take responsibility for anything. Even if somebody stole something in Nigeria now, we will still find reason for that person to be stolen. I say, maybe because he's hungry, or maybe because the government is not providing for him, that's why he's stealing. No, but
Sorry.
at what point are we going to take responsibility for our own
But the
doing?
simple thing is what we are saying is very simple. For you to have a police checking point,
Because
you're supposed to
it's
provide
very
a
easy
kind
for
of
somebody to say you are anti-people, you are against people. It's very
if you
easy.
want
I
to
think
have
you are campaigning.
if you want to have a police checkpoint, I think you should have a kind of a little shelter for them where they can stay, where they can have their radio, where they can at least they can sit down and see what is going on the road. Not like you put them on the road without any care, without any provision for them, and you want them to perform. So you can't see people with people who really mean well to go and join police in that manner.
Guys, let's hear other voices too. Let's I think
let me
Bishop,
just conclude. 1 minute. Let me conclude.
Well, I mean, you have conclude, but you don't. You haven't concluded the last 30 minutes. Well, go ahead, Sean, go ahead.
It's not up to 30 minutes. I've not been talking.
I'm just joking. But go ahead, man. Okay, conclude quick, yeah, so other people can. Some people haven't said anything at all.
Everybody can have
go ahead. Yeah.
In conclusion, leadership and citizen, they must work hand in hand. It is high time we stop apportioning blame 100% to the leaders also, because from the leaders, the followership, the leaders come from the followership, whether you like it or not. The new set of governors, the new set of senators, the new set of they also come from the citizens, So at the end of the both of them should work on together, and there must be punishment. The institution of state should work. What Nigerians should clamor for now is that the institution should work, and there must be punishment for if you do any wrongdoing. Or instead of this lamentation every time, lamentation. No, we should stop it. If you are criticizing, criticize objectively, offer solution. Not every time criticize. What are the solution? You yourself that are criticizing, what do you have in your brain that you want to put across to the government or to the people in charge in terms of solution? Not every time you are lamenting. When do you want to lament? You want to lament to death? So at this particular junction, I rest my case. Thank you.
Does your leader in Nigeria even listen when you provide solution to them? Do they
you never provide solution since
do they listen?
We don't even have leader in Nigeria. We have conqueror. We have people
look at these people. They be talking as if we are living in we are not in Nigeria, and that they are preaching to as if we never live in that country. Do they listen?
We have people that just believe that they conquered and do anything with
you. Bishop, are you ready? Bishop, come in.
So I just wanted to interject the person that was talking about policeman and building. Ordinarily, policemen on patrol or checkpoint, if there is anything like that. Yeah, if they have a patrol van, it's not supposed to be a permanent feature. It's just
a patrol van that you're not fueling, that they have to go and collect to fuel the car. The patrol van that they are not fueling.
Are you sure that they were not giving them for fueling?
It's what we know. That is what we know.
It's what they tell you. It's what they tell you.
We have friends in police. We have friends in police. We have people in police. So it's what we know.
What they are making you to believe.
Is it Joe that is talking, right?
No, it's Joe. That's how he talks every time. Okay. It's Joe. He came here 2 days ago. He was lying, and then today he started with
Let me tell you something, Joe. Do you know I started this program today with one man. I was the first person with Adale Kubo. We have been dipping in and out. Sometimes I drive a whole 1 hour. I've been on the road all day, all through the time you guys were there. I started off from Nebraska this morning. Blair, there is a village, a city they call Blair in Nebraska. From there, I went to Iowa. I drove into Iowa. From Iowa, I think to Missouri. From Missouri to Kansas City. Kansas City to Arkansas. Arkansas, I just passed through, I believe Adale will start now, to Memphis and Nashville, Tennessee. I just crossed to Mississippi. Now, do you know there are several places that are there no telephone network? And that's why I kept thinking in and out. When people talk, they will give us the impression that everywhere in America, You just click like this. There is 100% network. It's a blatant lie. Am I comparing it and say, hold on,
which service are you using now?
T-Mobile. T-Mobile.
Then go and change to Verizon.
Why should I change to Verizon?
Yeah, because Verizon network.
Hold on. AT&T has the largest network in America, followed by T-Mobile. Because T-Mobile just got over another, what do you call it now? So they had about the best coverage. So don't tell me that. Verizon is nothing weird.
Well, what you don't know, you can argue of what you
because
don't know.
Because you are in Tennessee, Verizon is what is rating
that
in your
is
own
not go and get Verizon. Verizon, you will get connection in more places, particularly in rural area, than any other network in America. It's an advice. You are not supposed to take it. It's an advice.
Yeah. Baba Jalen, you're right. Verizon is the best.
I said, stop. Are you thinking? Do you think this is the first
don't take us to this America, you American people. Continue what you are saying. Don't let us argue about America, please.
Look.
It's an advice, Bishop.
No, don't worry. Don't tell me. I know this. You cannot compare Verizon to T-Mobile.
Okay, no problem.
Because you are using T-Mobile, Verizon in your locality area does not make it to be there are places you will go to. Verizon will not even spend network.
I second Baba Ajali Koko.
I beg you. He doesn't want to believe me. He thought that T-Mobile led by Verizon. Where is
Verizon? Even in Washington DC, whenever I'm under the train, I still have network. Yeah.
That is the power of Verizon. Wherever you are, rural area, anywhere, you get better service. They have wider.
We are not advertising network service here now.
Go people to sell their product. Can you imagine?
How much have they paid you, Abajali Koko?
They are going to pay Baba for this.
Don't worry, they will pay me.
Just your phone. Google day here. I've been waiting at the corner. Just Google the widest network coverage in America. If Verizon comes among the number 1 to 3, I don't know what I'll say I'll teach you, but let's do that. That's not my argument. My argument is that we have our challenges. I always say this. Our challenges is not the picking of our leaders alone. That's a fact. Because 90% of the time, those that are leading us are a product of our society. They are people's friends, people's uncles, people's husbands, people's wives, people's children, people's brothers, nephew, cousin, and what have you. They are a product. We are not bringing aliens. So when we talk of leaders, those leaders are being followers at some point. Do we need a thorough reorientation among ourselves? Everybody, because our level of patriotism is very low. And we are always quick to say, oh, what has the system done for me? Oh, what has government done for me? Oh, everybody, there is always a ready excuse to justify the reason why we are not doing what we should or what we. If somebody is not paying that, they say the one that they are paid, what has government done with it? You'll be shocked that they are vandalizing the second Niger bridge that we built through blood and sweat. And some people will still justify it. That if the youth have work and they are not hungry, they will not go and be vandalizing the bridge that are just been constructed.
They will suffer it now. Let them continue.
Hold on. Bishop, what do you
but what is responsible for it?
There is nothing will warrant them to go and destroy it. Nothing. Nothing will warrant them to.
They are not
you want to justify. You want to justify the fact that
nothing will warrant them to do that. Nothing will make them.
No, let's listen. Baba Jayoko want to justify it. Let's listen to him now.
Hold on.
It's because they are hungry. It's because government did not give them jobs.
I want anti-people.
That's why they are stealing.
We have a lot of
countries. If we have good government, they won't be doing that.
Even during protests, I didn't support you burning tire on the streets. If during protests, there are ways you can do your things without even doing that. Because once you burn tire on the streets, before the road will weak.
We have
and you're
a
going to
lot
provide
of
last.
country. We have a lot
Nobody
of.
hear me? Am I talking to myself? I mean, I don't know because it's too. It's
We
late.
can hear you. We can hear you.
So I'm asking Bishop a question. Where did you see any video clip of this destruction of the second Niger bridge? Where is that? Where do you got that message from?
Is there now? Why is that a question? That's not right. It's everywhere now.
I'm hearing it for the first time. I'm hearing it for the first time.
So if you're hearing me, just hold on. If you are not had it, hold on. Let me ask Bishop. Bishop, where is that?
I've seen it. Not only Bishop. I even saw it yesterday.
You are right. I've seen it.
He's on channel. He's on channel. He's on everywhere.
Oh, let me. Can I say something? Can I say something?
No,
please,
don't say anything. Don't say
please.
anything. Don't say anything. No, hold on. No, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything, please.
Okay.
The question I'm asking is, I think some people say they've seen it, but no problem. So I'm asking, the question I was asking is that when you said they were vandalizing second Niger bridge, I was asking, where is the evidence to that? Meaning, do you have any video trending online? Well, I'm not seeing anything. So that's what I'm asking you.
Of course, there is video. Federal about 4 days or 5 days ago.
If Bishop, I have it here. I'm watching it now. If I have a way of saying.
One at a time. Simba, let him land, and then don't want to be cutting people. When they haven't landed their points. Yeah, go ahead, Bishop. Land your points.
A few days ago on television, I don't know whether it was channels or Arise, the federal controller of works and some people went to inspect it where they were fully removing, cutting iron out of the bridge. They vandalized several parts of that bridge. So if you have not seen it, just Google or let somebody send it to you. It's not new. It's not a new thing. It's been on for almost 2 weeks. So if you have not seen it, let somebody send it to you.
Simba,
you are right.
Mike, Mike, can I speak?
Who's that?
Okay.
Who?
Joe.
Okay, go ahead now. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. You see, I saw that news on maybe I don't know one of those mainstream media in Nigeria where people vandalized those things on the bridge. But apart from that, the problem with us in Nigeria is this: we should be holding our leaders. I know it's a broken record now. It's holding leaders accountable for what they did. There's something Ajale Koko said here. Ajale Koko said, if you want the people to be upright, the people should follow. You should lead by example. And that, look at our National Assembly. Do you know that when I sit down to listen to these senators, I feel so ashamed of myself. That
you're always ashamed, but you cannot condemn the fact.
Condemn what?
The example they just gave now is so you cannot even condemn that. You still want to blame leaders for that.
You want to transfer
excuse me. Let me tell you what happened. What happened in that?
You guys should let him land.
Condemnable. I condemn it in totality.
Wait. Let Joe land before you land.
Sorry, everybody. Everybody includes you. Everybody includes you. We must have one voice at a time now. I'll advise you just to scroll back about 3 minutes, and then you'll hear what the audience are hearing. Just about 4 voices on top of each other. Just one voice, please.
Okay, let me continue, please. You see, I condemn that in totality of what you do not have the right. You do not have the right to vandalize government properties. You understand? So the thing is that let's put things in place to check all these things happening in our society. Let's put cameras. You see, in China, I don't like what somebody was saying, checkpoints. In China, I don't see checkpoints on highways. I don't see anything. Everything is camera. Speed limit is there. Everything is there. So we have this technology everywhere. Why can't we implement it in our country?
Hold on, Joe. Hold on. You say we have the technology. Which Nigerian companies manufacturing camera?
No, I'm not saying we. I'm saying the
we
technologies
don't have
are
it.
out
We have to
there
go and
for
buy
you
it.
to
Okay.
buy.
Okay.
The technologies are out there.
Simba, wait.
Can I?
Joe, does China
Can I
have to?
respond to Joe?
Wait, Joe, give me
Let
a
me
second.
give him a
You go.
practical example.
You are going, but wait. Does China have to go and look for somewhere else? Another country going to be buying all the camera they put all over the highways? They don't. There are people. Wait, Joe, hold on. There are people who figure out how to manufacture camera, and the government use their people to manufacture the cameras that they will use. We the people don't manufacture anything in Nigeria. But one government to what if all these other countries don't exist? We will still be asking for all these things. What if all these other countries didn't figure their citizens didn't learn how to make cameras or make all these technological things? We will be demanding our government to put it in place.
Rational mind. Sorry,
Simba, go ahead,
Mike, I do not agree with you. Let me tell you something. You see, when I came to this country, China invested so much in their automobile industry. The government supported it. The government actually put more money in automobiles so that they can, because here is a big market. 1.4 million people is not a joke. The market is here. So they wanted to tap into that market than foreign companies coming into and getting all this. They wanted to tap it. And they have to produce quality cars. So what they did, the government put more money in it. That's what I'm telling you. In this camera you are talking about, China actually started buying cameras from Japan and all those before they started manufacturing theirs. We have to start, because we cannot manufacture anything, so we leave our country like that. We have to start buying from people, install, and then we can actually move company from China here.
We will over import. We don't want to over import. It's okay.
Joe, let me give you what happened to me about 4 days ago in my farm. I have camera everywhere. And these guys, one of my worker came to steal some things in my farm. And you know what he did first? The first thing where he went to is the camera. He dismantled the camera and went away with the camera before they now stole everything that they wanted to steal. You see, these are the people that I'm trying to help. My life does not depend on that farm. And that's what you are saying, that when you are talking, you talk about what are you doing to even uplift these people that we claim that we love and we care for them on the platform, and we shout and shout and shout on behalf of them. I run a farm in Nigeria, and as at present, I'm just running it because I know that at least I have like 6 or 7 families that depends on that farm to feed their family. But they are not helping me. They won't help them. These are the people that I paid at least the minimum wage that I pay. At least as a private person, the person that is even carrying the sheet take up to 40,000 naira per month.
Please, I want to say something here. Just say something.
No, let me finish. I'm not running that farm.
Hey Joe,
Simba,
finish up so we can hear from Tunaja. Tunaja hasn't said anything.
Okay, so I'm not running, but I still maintain it because I know that if I closed it, a lot of people is going to suffer. But you can see what they are doing to me. So when you mentioned this camera of 18, up till now we are still looking for that camera. We can't see that camera to even look at the storage and everything that we can see from that camera. So what I'm saying is that in Nigeria, when we don't look at, I'm still maintaining that we have to be responsible. If you don't want to be, your responsibility, you are transferring it. That is one person that is not making you to be responsible. I don't think we have anywhere to go, because you cannot, with the level we are in Nigeria now, you cannot be telling me that we have to put camera everywhere to monitor government infrastructures, when people that supposed to know the importance of this infrastructure does not know it, and they are the one vandalizing it. At the same time, they'll be the one also crying for it. Does that make sense to you?
Hi, Tunaja, are you there?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
You went on another show and then
no, I'm here. I'm just listening.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, it's
What do you
quite
have to add there,
fascinating
bro?
some of the conversation regarding basically you are talking about systems and who is supposed to be responsible for it. At the higher level, obviously, the people that are running the system are accountable, and on a lower level, you have to also hold individuals accountable. In the end, when you want to hold people accountable, you have to decide which part of the system, how it was designed to work. You can, let's say, a programmer, most people will know what programming is. If you write a program, you know what the outcomes are. And people that run systems generally know what the outcomes are going to be. They don't just devise systems without knowing what is going to happen. So if you find that people are doing things that are violating the law, if you allow that to carry on, the people that are responsible for the system are generally accountable. Any profession, they will tell you to learn to take responsibility for what you've done. Don't make excuses and don't, you have to learn to fall on your sword. And the problem with Nigeria is that you have so many people at the top that are responsible for the system that are not accountable. And because individuals have control to an extent. Like in life, sometimes we think that we have total control. Some people are individualistic. They say, well, you have 100% control. And but in reality, it's an illusion. Because if you have 100% control, then how is it that people that are born in the South are generally Christians and people in the North are generally Muslims? It tells you that there are other aspects you don't necessarily control. And this is the duality of life. There are areas you control, there are areas you don't control. And the case of, let's say, somebody's vandalizing an installation, then you have to ask yourself, who put that installation together to allow it to be vandalized? Don't they know how this is done? And so you can see, I can see where Ajahn Lekoko is coming from when he says, okay, the leaders are accountable. But I also see where the other panelists are coming from when they say, okay, individuals have to be held accountable for their actions. Regarding the ability to create, when somebody's asking why we don't create stuff, the truth is we do create things, but the system is not designed to facilitate the further development of those things. We've seen a lot of young Nigerians. Sorry, let me finish my point. We've seen a lot of young Nigerians make things, innovate different ideas, but they kill it. I've actually been present in one technological competition that was done in Nigeria, and everybody that attended that competition said it was perfect. Everything went well. Even the people that were involved say it was going well. There was no way this is not going to happen next year. But they killed it.
Who killed it?
Whoever is in charge of the system, they killed it for whatever reason. That they like to give.
Yeah, a good thing you even now that brought me back to something I wanted to speak earlier. I think sometimes I remember. I think you guys talk about this in Kaizoyan show before. This town in South Africa called Orania, or is it Orania? White only town. Remember?
Yeah.
Orania. At least you know about
it. Yeah.
So it was basically a group of white men. They just picture, okay, we want to build a small town, a town for ourselves. And then they got together and built that town. Put everything in place, the very functioning town, privately owned. And they say, you know what? Only whites, no blacks. Legally, of course, you can't come there because it's privately, they privately built it in a sense. And then remember, I don't even remember where people were like, okay, why can't the blacks do the same? Why can't a group of black men get together and build a town, functioning town? And then when I begin to look into America, I begin to study how everything was coming about, and I begin to realize that a lot of actually cities in America were actually a group of men that came together, envisioned the idea, and brought it to reality. For example, Las Vegas. It was actually mafias that actually built Las Vegas. The people that believe in gambling, they just picture a city where they can make gamble legal, and they picture the design and everything, and all they did was just, present the idea to the government and allow for permits to go ahead and make it happen. And they made it happen. In so many towns in America, too, usually like individuals, they just have a vision of designing a town like this and that. And then they approach the government. The government just give them the go ahead. Usually the government put down the money and they carry out the building. So I'm like, okay, it looks like the people are the one actually doing the leading themselves to where they want to go in this advanced country.
But the government The government enable it, but in the case of Nigeria, you find that the government
no,
doesn't
but
enable it.
But wait now. The point is that the people themselves are the one with the vision of where they want to go. So that's the moral of what I'm trying to say. Like they picture something like, okay, I want to have a town like this. They picture in their head and they sit down, they draw the plan, put it together, and then they just approach the government for the go ahead. And then the part where they need the government, they tell the government, okay, we need you to play this part. So the government just create a policy to make it happen for them.
Okay,
But they first came up with the idea on their own. It's not like, you know, the government first enabled them before they came up with the idea. They came up with the idea. They came up with they came up with the idea, came up with the plan, and then they approached the government. So now in Nigeria, I know you guys will say government didn't enable. Have you come up with a plan and have you approached the government?
Yes, people have 1,000 times over.
Chunaja, please, I beg you. Let me address Mike on this topic. You see, Mike, sometimes you argue, sometimes I don't understand how you argue, but I can understand.
Well, I'm not arguing, I'm just presenting things.
Okay,
come on now.
Okay, fine. You present your whatever. All right, so you need to understand how governance work. Yeah, I agree with you that it is people that create these developments. I mean, they create these housing estates and whatever we have around.
I didn't say housing estates. Town.
Whatever you want to call it. No, we don't.
No, call it what I call it. Don't say whatever I want to call it. Keep the conversation based on what's actually said.
Let me address something.
Don't spin it. Go ahead.
Okay, let me give you an example. I work for a city here, and recently, because of the homeless crisis here, and there was this developer who wanted to build more low-cost housing for people, and they've been asking the state, the city, to give them that. They've been lobbying the Senate and all of that in the state here to give them that area, because where I stay here is a very, very green state. They love nature. They don't joke with nature. You can't just erect anything anyhow. So they've been asking them, lobbying them, even some of them, they've been financing their campaign and all of that. So for many years, they've been asking so that they could help limit the homeless crisis here. Now, finally, through the state governor, and they actually asked with the city and it's okay, we're giving you that plot of land, develop it. Now the point is this: they have the vision. They want to build housing estate, low-cost housing estate just to reduce the homeless crisis. That's a good plan. But look at how many years it took them, because the city was saying that area, from the mapping we have, it's not really designated for that. But they had to rethink. And say, okay, we're allowing you to do that. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: that they do not just go and just look for any land and say they want to do that.
Sorry.
They have to hold on. They have to work in concert with the city or with the county. If the county says that area is marked for development or is part of the development areas, they will let you do that. So you can't just say because you have the money, you have money bag or group of people, you just go and look for one land and start saying, no, you have to work.
But when did that say? Is that what I said?
Because your argument here, listen, your argument is that they don't need the government. Yeah, they need the government.
Is that what, can people help me here, please?
That's how you've been sounding. All this while we've been arguing up back and forth.
Yeah, your argument came as if that the people have to.
I said they came with the idea and they approached the government.
Yeah, so they have to approach the government. If the government does not give them the go ahead, because government has what they call development areas, they have areas that are mapped for parks that is strictly going to be future parks or whatever they have planned for that. You can't just go anywhere and say you want to build. There must be law and order.
But I didn't say well, first of all, so rational might not do this.
That's how you come.
I made it clear. I said people have vision. They had idea of something to do. And then they approach the government for the policy, approach the government for the go ahead for whatever the part government have to play.
You are saying the same thing. You are saying the same thing.
Thank you.
No,
you're telling me that's not what I said. I just said the people will just go and pick up something and start building.
I think where Mike is coming off a little bit is that he doesn't seem to realize that in the case of Nigeria, the government, instead of enabling things, they make it difficult for you to get to that, to actualize your vision. no matter how much you try to do it. So you always encounter the government. Like,
have you done it? Have you done it?
See, I'm telling you what I know exactly.
If you haven't done it, I don't want to hear what you know. Forget
that's
it.
exactly what I'm talking about.
You
So,
just being pessimistic.
Can you let me talk? I'm not being pessimistic.
Until you do it.
If you let me talk,
no, you give me a second. You let me talk. Wait.
I've done it. Okay, if that's going to satisfy you, I've done it.
No, you have not done it. No, Sunaja, Sunaja, until you draw a plan, a vision, a plan, a feasible, done a feasibility study and something feasible to do, and you've approached the government and they turn you back, and then you can come here and talk, and then we jump, we support you.
When I say I've done it, if you had listened, you will hear what I was saying.
Okay, tell me what you have done.
So I have time to tell you that, like in Nigeria now, you have to apply for end user certificate for so many things that you want to do. And when you apply for end user certificate and you cannot secure it, you cannot move forward legally. And there are many industries that are being held back.
So what is the end user certificate you apply for? What is it meant for? Tell us categorically.
No, why should I tell you? Why should I tell you? Do I have to answer you?
This is halfway
Hold on. But I'm telling you, if you don't want to believe it, it's up to you. I don't have any vested interest in you believing what I'm saying.
We cannot believe
you don't want to believe
that
it's up to you.
You are just giving us 10% of what happens to you.
It's okay. It's okay. If you don't want to believe it, you're allowed to. But if you think there is a reason, there is no reason why Nigeria is not developing compared to others. If you are trying to say our people are stupid, they don't know how to develop stuff, then God help you.
Nobody is talking that way. I'm just trying to tell us, if you are telling us a story, you better tell us what the end certificate is.
But I'm giving you what the end certificate is blocking people from developing things.
You are denied the opportunity. You are denied the opportunity. But
to Niger,
here is not a complete story.
To Niger,
go ahead.
I think maybe it's like it's a bandwagon effect that all of us is having. All of us, we believe stories. People say, okay, I've done this, but it's government. But there's no harm in trial. You can also try your own. Don't base it on what people are saying. If everybody is trying, I think at least 1 or 2 or 3 we get at least a leeway. But if all of us just believe that story that no, the government in Nigeria is not an enabler, whatever you have, they will kill it, then we have nowhere to go.
Simba, remember how that guy that came here a few nights ago that said he invented one app and he approached INEC and INEC turned him around and we told him to show us the app and this guy was showing up a website. We found out this guy was just bullshitting us, man. I mean, Nigerians need to stop all these things.
If somebody tells you something, for you to just dismiss it, especially if I'm
no one dismiss it. We ask for evidence. We find out.
I've told you now. There are governors.
Just make up things.
An example is that there are
give us concrete evidence.
There are governors that have applied for end user certificate that they didn't get it. That's how serious it is. Governors have applied and they didn't get it.
I have a story to share with you today, with everybody. I had a friend who happened to get the CBN Anchors Borrowers money. He got about 10 million. And today, this, my friend, is a big owner of a big poultry in Nevada. It's because he tried. He went to the CBN and sought for the loan. He wrote the proposal. Everything they asked him to do, he did it. And he got the money. So when you never try, but when you listen to other Nigerians, they say, no, they are just giving the money to the APC people or the people in government. This guy is not in APC. He came all the way from abroad to go and do the same thing, and he got it. So sometimes, like Simba said, if you never try, you cannot know. Like here in Finland, I discovered that 1 or 2 kilometers of road have been finished, tarred overnight. In Nigeria, why does it take us days, months to do 1 or 2 kilometers of road, for God's sake?
It's corruption. It's corruption.
I don't see when I see
that if you try
something. Can I
let's hear from Fatai. Let's hear from Fatai.
Hello. Actually, this I came in because actually I think a lot of time this argument takes a lot of space, and I didn't really understand really the point. Like if you're in a political debate, right? I mean, if you want to blame the people, or we want to let me use the word lecture the people that what is wrong with the people. I mean, everything have their own spaces. Like the argument about the people versus the government is capitalism versus communism argument in the 60s. right? Nobody says the people don't have to do stuff, but like most of things in life, everything is a synergy. And I thought to Nigeria, you were going on a good foot, but then you are making it about these license and no license. That one will always be here and there. But I think to Nigeria, your point was on point. Everything, it's what term did you use? Actually, I was impressed with the term you used, the duality, right? But that is really life. Nobody says it's not really an argument whether people have their part to play. Of course, people have their part. Nobody is going to argue against that, right? So it's a lot of energy spent on what nobody really disagrees with. Who disagrees that people have their part? Of course, people have their part, but it's a political debate environment. Right? So while all the energy is lost on blaming the people, if I want to blame the people, actually I know where to go. I will go to a cultural event and sensitize the people. I will go to a church. I will go to a mosque. I will go to rural areas. I will go to a town square. There are places to sensitize the people. Or if it's a political debate, I mean, why is it so much about blame the people? What about blame all the people stealing the money? This is the point of the political debate. What about blaming the people who don't create the environment? What about people who don't know how to create the environment? Whatever, America or anything, there is nothing America did that was all private. There was nothing the Chinese did that was all private. There's nothing anybody did that was all private. It's always a synergy. Everything goes hand in hand. If there's not an enabling environment, even if you are a genius, that's dead. There's no environment. Environment kills creativity. Environment enables creativity. It actually is the whole essence of entrepreneurship. If you're an entrepreneur and there's no environment, it's not like government should give you stuff. It's not really the point. But government should get out of the way, either by knowing what to do or knowing not how to destroy the environment. So I don't know. It's just like it's a whole lot of takes a whole lot of energy, and personally, I don't really know where the argument is going. If you were debating capitalism versus socialism, yeah, it would be a very nice debate, I would think. But other than that, I don't know. I don't know where it's going. I just wanted to chime in there. Thank you.
Thank you. So as I was saying regarding this, it's not that this thing, if the environment is not enabling for whatever reason, because sometimes it could be through licensing, sometimes it could be through practices, corrupt practices, sometimes it could be the fact that you need to bribe somebody, sometimes like Simba said, it could be somebody that is stealing this thing. If the environment is not enabling, there is no power supply, all these things, and there are people that are accountable for these things within the system. That is why when someone like Anyakoko says, you know, the leaders have to be held accountable. You can subscribe to that. But there is also the other aspect. For leaders to perform, the followers need to also hold the leaders accountable, because the system is meant to be checking each other. We are meant to check each other. And this is one of the strongest argument electricity made, that the House of Assembly is meant to be checked by the people. The House of Assembly checks the president, and the judiciary checks both of them. So everybody has a role to play. So when we see something going wrong like this, you can say, okay, we are all responsible for it. But when it comes to dealing with the problems, you have to know specific people that have to be held accountable for the system to deliver what we all want. So it's not black and white, where you just say, oh, everybody, this is some people are innocent and some people are guilty. We're all accountable to the end. We are all part of the system. But when it comes to fixing things, you're not going to come and hold me for not giving license to people when I'm not the one responsible for licensing. The people that are responsible for that, you have to target those ones and say, what is going on here? Why are you not allowing development within the country? What is happening? Or in terms of holding thieves accountable that steal, like from Simba and all the rest, why is the police not doing their job? Those sort of things, we have to start holding each other accountable based on this thing, the kind of outcomes we want. Question you have to ask yourself, that to simplify it, is to people need to ask themselves, what do they want? If they want to develop, then they have to start following rules. Rules-based system is how things work. If you keep saying the rules should not apply to you in one way, and or because it's your family member or because it's affecting you, then you are breaking the system. And people need to stop being selfish about things, because in the end, you just want life out of 200 million. You're going to pass on, no matter how much you try to preserve it, how you try to cheat, you're still going to die and go. But if you leave a system that is lasting in place, chances are that your life would not have been meaningless, and because you've laid a foundation for your children to go on to build upon to. So I think that is how people like me and people that are nationalists, they see this type of things, because you have to look at building for the future, not necessarily selfish about these things. In China, one lady, I will finish with this point. In China, one lady said, if you hate authority, you hate China, because China is based on law. It's based on rules. If you don't follow the rules, you can knock your head against the wall all you want. Nothing is going to happen. And you might even get thrown in jail if you break the rules. So we have to have a covenant amongst ourselves, or an agreement amongst ourselves, say we have to live by the rules. Anybody that breaks it is fair game, period.
Anyway, Tunaja, thank you.
Thank you, Tunaja.
But do you guys think? Do you guys think? Sorry, Mabinujo, for that. But do you guys think?
No, but one rational mind, kilo ball.
No, not much. I mean, I'm wine law on a Friday night.
Later the share now.
I can pour you some now. No, why did you Mogogoro? I'm drinking wine. Red man,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say something. Yeah, my video. You see, but then we talk about Yoruba people say anybody dash of any don't rent. I mean, you want to sew me a clothes, you want to sew me a cloth jacket. I have to look at the one you're wearing first before you can tell me you want to sew me a very good one. Now, the crop of leaders that we have in that country, do you think we can have this what Tunaja just said now, which everybody also subscribe to, that people need to be held accountable? Imagine Tinubu's son, I will bring Tinubu here, or this guy, what's his name, the vice president's son, or Akpabio's son, or any of the family member involved in something, a shady thing. Do you think the law will be able to prosecute those people? Because even these people we're talking about, they are also corrupt themselves. So
rational mind, let me give you an example. We have this is there in our electoral law that a senator can be recalled, a rep can be recalled from their ward. But that is when we talk about the people. Generally, I think all of us as Nigerians, we are corrupt. But even the people that sees these people as being corrupt, do they have the will? Because they are the one even collecting the money from these corrupt leaders. I'm very sorry to say this. They are the one that will go to them and say, I have a child that needs to go to school, I have to pay school fees. And those are the things that these people are using this money they are stealing for. They will be the one that will say, I have a wife that is pregnant, is about to deliver, that I need money. The kind of things that we put to our politicians, our things that we're supposed to be responsible for as individuals, we are not putting it to them as their own responsibility. And if you are not...
My brother, do you know why? Because they've captured us. They've impoverished the people.
Did you agree? First of all, did you agree that what I said is happening?
Yeah, what you said is truth. You're on point. But the thing is that when the people are hungry, you can virtually do everything.
If you are hungry, go to the farm and grow food and eat.
Excuse me, Mike.
Does the president have to come to your house and feed you, cook for you, grow food for you?
You're saying this thing because you're not living in Nigeria. That's why you're saying like this.
I get it.
It's not only Nigeria, poor in Africa now. A lot of people are going to see Nigeria. We are still a little bit better. Go and check a lot of Liberia, a lot of Sierra Leone. Go and check those countries. They don't finalize the government property because they are hungry now. Why are we defending something that's wrong?
No. Just hold on. Joe, are you listening to me? Is Joe there? Okay, you
Yeah,
at
I'm
least
here. I'm here. I'm
you
here.
are a Nigerian. Let us come to family level. You know, we always have this sense of entitlement. Maybe you are living abroad. You can tell me what you are facing for your family members. That they will be requesting for something from you that is not their right, but they will still put it as if they will make you feel bad that you are not doing it for them, as if it's an obligation that you hold them to do all those things for them. That is their right. That is God that make you like that now. Why are you behaving as if you are the only one that knows how to do it? That's why you are rich. You understand? You know, we always have this sense of attachment that even you know that the problem that you have, you are the one causing it for yourself. But at the same time, you don't want to admit that this is the problem I have and I have to solve it. You have to blame it on another person. You understand? We all agree we are bad leaders. And as Bishop said earlier, or Mike also, these leaders that we are talking about emanated from these followers, that were the people. And you can, as Rational Mind said, that you cannot give what you don't have. If you have a set of people that are already corrupt as followers, they will be the one that will emerge as leaders. Do you think? And that is why we said we all need reorientation as people, generally, from head to toe. We have to change our orientation if we need to move our country forward. That's what we are saying. Nobody is blaming, but everybody has to be blamed because we all contributed to the mess that we find ourselves in that country.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Simba, Joe, give me 1 second. Simba, see, you know the South African white farmers that they won't fit in Europe because Europe they don't have that good soil. You know, they don't. South African white farmer, and then the black farmer we say we give excuse that the whites control all the farmland, this and that, and that's why they are doing well. You know, last if the whites were not doing it, they would have been doing it. You know, but now, okay, that's the excuse of the black South African. Like the reason why the whites are doing it is because they control the farmland. They, so they make a lot of money off the farm of the land because they export so many agricultural goods, feeding the entire Europe. What about the rest of Africa that the whites are not controlling our farmland? You know, so I mean, like excuses, man. You know, because if the white South Africa were not there, the blacks would be blaming the government for not doing anything.
Look at what happened in Zimbabwe now. When Mugabe took the land from the white and gave it to the black, what did they do with it?
Even
when
Idi Amin
chased away all the
Zimbabwe
Indians. Sorry, before we start coming to conclusions, Zimbabwe was under sanction. It's not able to sell its goods.
Okay, let me give you another example. When Idi Amin decided to chase all the Indians and tell the blacks to take over, everything collapsed. Now the blacks are blaming government for things. Was it not the same government that the Indians were under? The same the Uganda government where the blacks, the Indians were under them, and the Indians were performing well, you know, at the running the industries and doing the thing. They were working hard. But then the blacks were complaining that the Indians are. Then the Idi Amin chased them away, gave everything to the blacks, and then guess what? They collapsed everything. So I don't know.
But think about it from the point of view. Most nations, they need a while to get going, whatever system they are building. And if you look at African countries, they don't get a chance. Before they do for 10 years, boom, they get disrupted. China didn't emerge overnight. It took 20, 30 years to emerge. Most of the other nations that emerged, that's how long it took, with a level of stability. But African countries have not been afforded that. Every time, look at Niger right now. This is the problem. They keep getting disrupted constantly because of the weak state that most of our nations are. I know that's why I keep talking about this, our security posture. If we don't fix our states so that they can be able to stand for a while, so that to allow development to occur, you're not going to get a situation whereby you see black people flourishing. But we have flourished in the past. It's not because we cannot do it, but it's just a matter of us organizing ourselves. Like these times are quite exciting times because there's an opportunity for us to actually make a difference for the future generations that are coming. And we just need to build a strong nation that can stand for about 20, 30 years without a lot of disruptions. And you find that development will just occur naturally within that system.
You see, there's this guy in the comment section, this whatever his name is, Niki. I don't know what the hell his stupid name is. The guy always comment me, you know, Okay, let me ask you guys. Like, people always say government have to lead everything. Okay, for example, so now let me ask: if we have to say want to create a lot of employment, who are the people that are supposed to lead the way in that?
The small businesses and
Business owners, exactly. Business owner, the entrepreneur, exactly.
Both sides, yeah.
Those are the ones, exactly. But you would tell me that it's a politician is going to lead the way. As politician going to create
sides. I said both sides.
Yeah, it's both sides. Yeah, I mean the business owners, they of course those with the talent, gift of entrepreneurship, they have to be the one with our mind that okay, this is my contribution to the country. I want to use this my talent or this business I have. I want to expand it, turn into franchise. I can employ people. Not only focus on me making money, but also focus on how I can employ, then create a business in a manner where I divide what they call division of labor, divide the labor. That way I can have more people employed. Kind of like Walmart. I don't. You live in the UK. In America, we have places, one franchise like McDonald's, Walmart. They keep building more branches and branches and branches. Not because they want to make more money, but because they want to create employment. You understand? So those are the people that are actually leading the way in employment creation in America.
Mike, do you know why they are building those things? If they don't
we go there, they got the government and
Mike, when they don't build those things, when they build, it's an expenses to the company. Automatically, they will not pay tax for that money. So if you allow that money to accumulate, government will come in and take everything, maybe 60%. That's how it is.
Don't tell me the only reason those guys are building more branches and branches and branches is because of a selfish reason.
Well, no,
it's even beyond that, brother.
Sorry, maybe I didn't land it well. Well, I said in Nigeria, we don't even know how capitalism functions. I keep on repeating it. Whether they lie, anybody can argue. So if you see the way they structure Europe, I don't know of America anyway. Even your own salary as a worker, it has a limitation. Maybe they will tell you pay so percentage. If you earn more than this, you pay more. Likewise for company, when you declare your annual report, final paperwork of a year, if your profit margin, what they call surplus, is big, the government will come in and claim a lot. So therefore, every company have a way of trying to save money in case if anything happens, they will reinvest this capital. So that money will become very low. So in the process, they are building the economy of the society and creating job. The government put these laws just to force people.
Okay, but Midwest. Let me ask you this question. So if, let's say, they are going to make 100 million as profit, and because of tax, because you are saying that because they don't want to pay that much as tax, that's why they are building more industry or creating more.
Wait. The government put that law. What is the essence of you losing that money to the government?
They still want to expand. It's not only because of that. Because if the government still want to collect tax, they are not going to collect everything now. Why do you need to just go and invest?
My dear brother, let me give you an example. Only employment in Sweden, just the way you are, and I don't know the job you are doing in Nigeria. Monthly, you will pay 60% of what you are earning to the government. I'm talking about employment here. Nigeria is not a capitalist country. It's a black market. Until we understand that, we are not going to move forward. People in America will also testify. People in America will testify. I know they also pay percentage. I don't know. In Germany, maybe it's 25%. But I'm talking about Scandinavia. Here you pay.
You mean tax?
Look at the way we pay. For example, now you say you have a poultry farm. You employ me as a cleaner there. Let me just say the job that can be available there. Maybe veterinary, doctor, cleaner, someone who take care of people who are qualified. You will pay 30% of my salary to the government for living inside Sweden just because you employ me inside this country. Then when you pay my salary, I will still return 31 or 32% again to the same government. Is that not almost something? You yourself, at the end of the year, you are going to calculate all these expenses. Whatever that is left, the government will still come and collect 60-something%. We don't know how these things work. These are the things that put pressure on you. How will you not be able to make more expenses because the more expenses you make, the more that your profit will. When you invest this capital into another branch, it becomes an expenses to the business. So therefore,
by the time you have another branch, you make more profit.
Right.
So
yes,
it's still the same.
You make more
my
profit.
brothers,
yeah.
But my brothers, and this is your brother from Sierra Leone. I apologize. I will make this quick. I've been listening to you guys for over 4 hours. Yes, with all that though, if you don't have the basic infrastructure, the reason that McDonald's is able to succeed and build a next McDonald's is because that McDonald's have power. That McDonald's have access to power. That McDonald's have access to water, right? That McDonald's have to those basics infrastructure. So they're able to grow, right? And Simba was saying something very, very true about the problem that he's facing with his farm, with our people facing the same problem. You know, it makes it so difficult, and with our place it's even worse because we don't have access to water, we don't have access to electricity, so all those are additional costs.
The reason why we are not moving is just the government. People blame individual. The government is not serious. Let me tell you, like Nigeria is not designed for somebody to contribute what is good. It's just designed when they put you in position, you feel your pocket. If you want to do what is good, there's no chance there. I'm just telling you the truth.
Let me quickly respond to Shaw.
This is my own belief. And this is my own conviction. And what I'm seeing, what is going on there. Yeah.
Okay. So Shaw, okay. You say the reason the McDonald's is able to build more branches and stuff is because of these reasons and that, because water, this and that. Okay. So you're saying in Africa, the reason one person that has one successful restaurant, right? The reason he can't open another branch is because of these things?
No, I'm saying that I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that not having that basic infrastructure make it difficult. But even if you do, the capital that you have, instead of doing 2, 3, it's only 1 because of the additional cost that you have to bring in to pay. You see what I'm saying?
Somebody is making noise. I think I don't understand. Where is this noise coming from?
Midwest, mute yourself real quick. Let me see. Sure, mute yourself for a second. Oh, it's one more Kumi. Let me mute Kumi real quick. Mute yourself.
Somebody is listening to another source. Is that echoing?
Yeah, that was Kumi. He muted himself already. Yeah. Okay.
I muted him.
Oh, you did?
See, Mike, the greatest resources as far as Nigeria is concerned are the diaspora. And the way to attract the diaspora back is infrastructure. If we have constant light, I keep on telling people,
indeed,
with the way people will come in, ordinary barber will start employing people. Because we have seen what is called business here. Some of us who God has blessed, whether it's small scale, whether it's a limited company you have run in abroad, you go back, you see opportunity in Nigeria. Now you look at Chinese. What are Chinese doing in our country? They are doing all sorts of business because the business there, you don't report anything to the government.
But hold on. You got contradicted yourself. Hold on. You said the reason we diaspora not coming back is because of light. But the Chinese are dead. They didn't say because of light, they're not coming.
You wait.
What's going on now?
Wait, let me tell you what is going on. Our country
it's just excuses we give. We don't want to go back. That's why. Yeah.
Okay, if you like, you cannot give us. Our country is so porous. If you know what those guys are doing.
Midwest, land your point. You said the Chinese are working, the Chinese are there in Nigeria running business.
Let me tell you what is going on now. You wait.
We in the diaspora don't want to come because there's no light.
Listen now. Listen to what they are doing. Their government has created a kind of, I don't know, a kind of an opportunity for people to see them as a great investor globally, particularly Africa. Not here in Europe as much. So now, when they come to your country, they will seize an opportunity to start one thing. But what is actually giving these people their money for them to return is an illegal business, which your government cannot trace.
Which what?
Example. Listen. Example. I will use my state and one place in the western state. I don't know which state in that Yoruba land. There is a place they dig pothole where these people have been mining and they have destabilized the forest.
So all the Chinese in Nigeria are mining, all of them.
In Edo, there are places where these people have been mining some good natural resources with government protection. The other day, they saw them with trailer and everything. My brother, a lot is going on. If you go there and go
The Midwest. When we are talking, let us be realistic. People that are running Chinese, you want to tell that the Chinese are running business in Nigeria, they are just using them as a face value.
As a common flag,
all of them are doing illegal business. Is that what you are saying?
A lot is going on that is
No. Don't let us.
Hold on, Simba. Let me help Midwest out. What you should be arguing is that what are the kind of business the Chinese are doing in Nigeria? When it comes to production, not much of production. They are into, for the large part of their activities in Nigeria and maybe in most African countries is that they are mining stuff, and it doesn't cost you much to mine. Just gather people together. They can bring in the machines. These machines are cordless. When I mean cordless, they don't need electricity to power them. It could be just excavators, tractors, and all of that, and they mine and they get what they want. But you see, Chinese manufacturing in Nigeria is very hard. The only thing you can say is maybe they assemble whatever thing they are selling within Nigeria. They bring them from China.
But the ones that I know, Rational Mind, the ones that I know, they have industries and they produce food. They also have restaurants that they open there. We have what is it called now?
But my brother, what of someone that have mined your gold, your diamond, taking it away?
Hold on.
We have money to cover up.
Wait now. Wait.
We have Nike
Don't
store,
let us. Wait. Midwest. What you are doing is not good for us. You started by saying they are doing business in Nigeria. And he said you are contradicting yourself because you said Nigerians find it difficult to do business in Nigeria and the foreigners are coming to do business. Then the next thing that you say is just to castigate them and saying that, okay, no, because they are doing illegal business. You didn't start by saying they are doing illegal business. You said they are doing business. You understand? So it's like you start giving excuses for our own problem. Let me give you an example about this last Eid Kabir festival. One of them approached me, Lebanese approached me, that he needed a land to rent, to lease, and he is ready to pay 10 million naira annually to the person that owns the land in Osun, Ondo, Osun, Ekiti, and Oyo State. Because I will have given him that land if he's in Kwara, but that is what he's requesting because they want to use it to produce broilers for people to consume in Nigeria. So you cannot come here now and be telling me that the business you want to do is mining. And this is the foreigner that came.
Okay, hold on.
Sometimes, no.
You're talking about.
Let me talk
What does it take to?
Sometimes, let me talk to you. I never talked since. Sometime early this year, Nike opened and installed in Ikeja. They make times 3 profits for the first 3 months. Now, I hear that they are looking for another plant.
They manufacture in Nigeria.
Let him learn.
You guys just come here like people are not making money.
Dude, hold on. Those things you talk about, Nike, do they manufacture in Nigeria?
We have Foot Locker. We have a lot of. It's like no.
Can we have a conversation here?
People come here now. It's like
hold on.
There's no any business.
The Nike you're talking about, Wakumi, the Nike you're talking about. Those things, are they manufactured in Nigeria?
I don't care, but there is a business.
Here you go.
They employ a lot of Nigerians.
Come on. Let us not do all this crap. Let's not do this blindless, mindless argument. You said they come to Nigeria, they bring business. Fine.
They employ Nigerian youths and they make profit too.
We are talking about production. So
the guy doesn't start with production. He doesn't say. He said
business. No, you are the one spinning it now.
I would like. Can you give me time to clarify myself? Okay. Let me clarify myself to you. You see, there are policies and principles that govern capitalism worldwide, and they are completely absent in Nigeria. Now, for example, someone established a business in Germany. When you run that business, at the end of the year, before you calculate your profit, the government will calculate it along you. A German government privatize railway. Before the railway calculate their profit, the government, you know why they're able to do it? Every single business is connected to the Ministry of Taxation, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Labor. If you open a barbing shop, automatically you are employed.
What is your Midwest? What is your point now?
Look at
What
my
is your
point
point?
now.
Let
Look
us
at my
do
point.
that
Look at
one.
my point why investors are not coming to your country.
Simba.
No,
Listen.
no. That's not where you are going. You are talking against yourself now, Midwest.
Simba, do you
You
remember?
said, how am I talking against myself? You are the one
No,
talking
but
against.
just
You listen to me.
wait.
Let me
Let me
round up.
give you.
Let us not put it in argument. I just put something before you, but you don't want to listen. In Nigeria, when your government is telling investors will come, this one will come. Why are they not coming? The reason is that investors cannot come and stay in your country. We are in a world where they can stay in their far away. They will log into your finance based on the code and they will see how their business is moving. Occasionally, they will send people to your country. When these measures are not there, none of them will bring their money to your country. The ones that will come and destroy your environment, like what the Chinese are doing in Africa. That's all. Is that business?
Can I add something?
A business that you don't know how they made their profit? Let me tell you, when you run business in capitalist world, your receipt for tissue paper, you will report it and keep it for 7 years.
Can I add something? I think you don't overstate what is going on in the West, because they too they practice a lot of socialism, mostly for the top. But regarding the Chinese coming to Africa to do business, their governments support them to go and do these things. And this is what we keep talking about, like, you know, in the context of Nigeria, where they don't even encourage our people to return. That said, Nigerians do return. Some of them do return to do. Proforce was one of them. They do return to Nigeria to do. But the numbers that are coming, it's a small number. So also the number of Chinese businesses coming to Nigeria. It's not like, you know, they are all flooding into Nigeria. There are not that many. Nigeria is not a very, very welcoming environment for business. Let's face it. And many African countries have not enabled them. Nobody wants to come to an environment where, look at the coup that just happened in many countries in West Africa. Who wants to do business there? You have a system that is very unstable.
But you are supporting the coup.
I'm supporting.
That's the thing we are talking about.
Why do we always understand things in one direction?
Oh, you guys are supporting the coup, but now you want the narrative to suit you. Now you are saying
no. The objective of the coup, if the objective of the coup is to build a stronger entity, why would you not support it?
Learn how to condemn things. That's where we will move forward.
What do you talk about condemn? I don't like these military regimes, but if the military regime is there to end the French oppression of our people, then you want to remain there. You're never going to grow.
Who will suffer? The people will suffer.
Hold on. Now I'm asking you a straight question. Are you saying answer a straight question instead of waffling? Are you saying that our people should remain under that French unfair colonial policies?
There's a lot of ways they can do that.
Let him answer now. I asked this.
Yeah, let me answer you. They can do that without not going through the coup.
Yeah, but instead of doing that, the leaders are inviting more troops from foreign countries into their country.
Okay.
So how are they going to do that? They are literally. You know, a British minister here talked about invading Africa in the UK here, and by the time the news came out, he had already sent troops to Africa. And how do you think they do it?
I never hear anybody say this to them. Do you guys?
Okay, you want me to send you the link?
Do you guys realize that in Burkina Faso now they have already stopped the radio station now. Nothing like radio station in Burkina Faso now. As I'm telling you, they are just coming. They will show them a lot of pepper. They will cry out. It's just step by step. They will cry out. They are taking all the freedom out of them. They were going to go deep more than that. Before they realize it's going to be too late for them. And they are going backward. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but the British minister that wanted to invade Africa, by the time the news came out,
they put them inside the darkness now. Nobody will know what is going on.
Can you listen to understand the gravity of what we are talking about here? The British minister that talked about invading Africa, he talked about the tactics that they need to use is by sending troops in for one purpose or the other. And by the time that news came out, the British secretary, not just honorary minister, it's a defense secretary that said this. By the time that news came out, he has already sent troops to Africa. And this is how they do it. They will tell you they are coming to help you with this. They are coming to help. They are invading you slowly. This is how we're colonized, and our people can't open their eyes to it. And when these young men in Africa decides to start breaking the chain and saying, you know, we can't have this anymore, then some people just want to condemn them for it.
To Nigeria, I want you to look at what you are trying to put across here. When you were talking some few minutes ago, you mentioned that how would somebody invest in a country that is not stabilized? Today, cook, tomorrow, cook. So the point I'm trying to tell you there is this: whether they like it or not, if you want your economy to improve or you want to develop, you have to do business with the rest of the world. If you just want to remain a country, and if you kick out the French, that means you are also allowing other Western nations to come in. So it's give and take. You kick out the French, the Russians, or the Germans, or the Chinese, or the Japanese, they will also come in. So you don't know what they will also bring in forth for you.
No, the difference is that they are not coming to put you under a system of colonial control.
How do you know that?
Do you know the scale of the colonial? No. The reason why you can be sure is that the French have enslaved and colonized our people based on the condition they laid out, and that the Japanese didn't do that. The Japanese, they have to trade. That's what these leaders are saying. They said when now they can trade whoever they like, they can buy weapons from whoever they like, they can basically do what they like. Before, they are not allowed to.
Is it so to Niger? Is it going to be under military junta that they can do business with whoever they like?
They will transfer power to democracy. They will do,
and they will transfer power back to themselves, right?
Even though if they do, democracy is democracy. They mean well for their country.
Power back to yourself.
Exactly.
If they do it that way and they mean well for their country, is good.
Exactly. As long as they have stability, that's what they need.
The question
but what is democracy where a president will wake up and close the border overnight? What is a democracy where government will wake up and saw all your foreign money you put in your bank is automatically a naira overnight? Will that country grow? Are we democracy?
Let me ask Nigeria my question. Nigeria, if you are a potential investor, and then you know that this is a military junta that a cook apple in that country, and you're interested in to invest there, and this guy, as a khaki man, suspend all the constitutional rules or whatever, and after election he became a president, he will become a president or whatever. So do you think if you are a genuine investor, you put your money in that kind of country?
No, you will not put investment in a country that is unstable. But
my question is not about being unstable. I'm talking about the integrity of their leaders.
It depends.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Yeah. Why would you care? Let me give you a proof of what I'm talking about. Let me give you proof of what I'm talking about. If you look at China, when Nixon went to them to have their rapprochement where they start trading amongst themselves, it was a communist regime. A communist is not even this thing at all. Saudi Arabia is not a democracy. And there are many countries around the world that the West trade with and work with regularly. Qatar, all of them, they work with them all the time, and they are all flourishing. So it's not necessarily about the systems of government or economic systems.
You guys do not understand the Chinese system very well. If you understand them very well, you mentioned that China is is a communist state or something like that. But remember, it is not even Mao Zedong that opened up their country. It's Jiang Xiaoping, and that was in 1970s.
But that is not the point. Were they not a communist state when Nixon went there?
They are, but the moment the moment they open up their country, that time through Jiang Xiaoping, when they open up their country, before the American or the Western nation agreed to come and invest in their country, they already signed a lot of bilateral agreement with America and the Western world. And this agreement favors the Western world a lot. I'm trying to tell you why they came in. It favors them because China is a cheap labor. And they took most of their manufacturing industry to China, because what they pay, for example, let's just for example, they are paying American maybe $10 as a minimum wage per hour. They are just paying Chinese maybe 0.5 cents. So you can see they find a cheap labor in China and they move en masse. They move there en masse. It's a lot of their industry. and they start producing in China at a relatively, not relatively, very, very cheaper rate. But the Chinese being very smart, that is why I also say if Nigeria is smart, because we have a huge population, they understudy their industries. And before you know it, they started coming up with their own industry, with their own factory. Initially, they produce a lot of fake products. And when they do that, they cannot take all these fake products to America or Western
No,
Europe.
it's not fake. You say substandard, not fake.
Okay, this is substandard. Thank you. Now, where can they take all of this product to? It is Africa. And that was in the 1980s, or in the early 90s and 2000, you see a lot of Chinese products, mobile phone, whatever, from China. And you guys say they are far, far inferior to the standard one from which they also produce in manufacture or assemble in China. So when you talk, you must know that the Western world, you don't just go to there and do business with them if it does not favor them. And mind you, to not conclude it so that you can have your own say, China never have that coup like that somebody is overthrowing this one. They are a relatively stable country, very peaceful, and in terms of security, it's one of the safest countries in the world.
Of course, because they had one of the largest militaries. See, let me explain this. I think when we analyze things, I don't know why it's like this. See, this is the thing I say we don't know how to control sometimes, and I'm trying to get people to understand this. Like we have been conditioned to think of economy as everything. And that's why whenever we talk about things, we make analysis, we always start with the economy. Just like some people in the north are Muslims, some people in the south are Christians. The conditioning is deep. I find it within our people. Guess what? I wrote just now on the, let's say, ChatGPT. I asked, why did Nixon think it was good to have relationship with China? And guess the first this thing answer they gave: counterbalance to Soviet Union. Guess the second one: geopolitical realignment. Had nothing to do with economy. You see how we think? We think economy all the time.
So you see,
And
when they said
then the third one,
counter the Russian power, how do you counter them? Tell me.
How do you counter the Russian power is having a better relationship with China, so you move them away from the Soviet Union. Okay, let me read it now. Then you want me to read it? It says one of the primary.
No, I'm asking you, what is a better relation between the America and China? What would you consider a better relationship?
Diplomatic relationship, trading, all of them put
so
together.
What you are saying
but you are not
Ogaremi, please let me just chip this one in. I met somebody here. He's from America. He told me that, look, the mistake they are still regretting today is that allowing that Communist Party to remain and why they were signing those deals with China. You see it now. So they are regretting it. Everybody
they did not have a choice.
See, you have Baba, you know why I respect you here too, Niger. You always refer to one thing, that colonization is coming to Africa, whether we like it or not, because we are unable to develop our military to secure ourselves instead of we to think together as one. Look at Nigeria. Yeah. Yoruba insult Igbo, Igbo insult Benin, Benin insult Hausa, Fulani. We are just pretending, whereas we are not able to cross out of that boss that they place us. They are still coming whether we like it or not. This Niger,
so you are
foreign power are behind it. Foreign power will invest. They will invest in uranium. The only investment France have in Niger is only uranium. Many players are willing to come in. That will not be difficult. There's nothing more than that there.
Yeah,
since colonization.
It's easier said than done. Like
do they manufacture toothpick in Niger? Do they manufacture matches in Burkina Faso?
Listen very carefully. You think it's easier like that? I asked you, Nigeria, a very good question. Would you invest as an investor in an unstable polity? The answer is definitely.
It depends on. No, we do. It depends on the resources. If it is natural resources, like a country, they will get in.
Resources and
if it is fight, I have something for them to fight. I will give it to them. All is part of investment.
At the end of the day, if nobody is willing to trade with you, if I'm willing to trade with you on your natural resources, I will get it very cheap.
No, it won't happen because there are people that have already made.
If there is competition,
France is buying like 200 and is giving these people like 10.
It's Niger. What I'm trying to tell you today is very simple. If your product is competitive, then you have authority to raise your price. And that is what OPEC is doing through their monopoly of
But
selling.
Ogaremi, look at it from this angle. Please let us not argue upon ourselves.
If not, a lot of people are
Mr.
not
Remy,
in your
Mr. Remy,
yeah?
you are as a
You can call me
Nigerian.
Remy, no problem. You don't need to say
What you are enjoying under the colonization of the British, the French colony, they don't enjoy it.
I understand. If
that civilian president challenge France impunity or France autonomous in that country, they will be the one that will change the regime immediately. It has been like that since history.
I totally agree with you with
listen,
please, I beg you.
Okay.
I totally agree that the Francophone country should find a way to let the France be so that they can come out of their shell. But you cannot tell me a military junta that we came in there and pretend that, oh, I have come to liberate you. Give them give or take. They are even worse because I made mention of something. If truly they love the Nigerian people, if they have planned that coup and then they set machinery in motion, everybody, we are here for 1 year. And after 1 year, we are going to conduct an election. And in this election, I, as the military head of state, am not willing to contest. Then I don't think ECOWAS have a right to go and talking about intervention or whatever. But when you don't have a clear-cut plan of returning polity to constitutional authority, that means we are having another Yedema in our hand. We're having another Museveni of Uganda in our hand. We are having a lot of people that will rule there for the next 30 or 40 years. What have they done for them? Look at Cameroon. The guy has been there for how many years now?
Who kept him there? Who kept him there?
So forget about
no. Just answer. Who kept me there? Ogaremi, just try and answer that question.
Midwest. So it's the French people that will come and conduct election in Cameroon. Are they not the same Cameroon that will be voting for him? A Cameroonian came here. Wait. A Cameroonian came here on this platform, and he was boastfully talking, say they are the one voting for the same president. That is the way they wanted it, and you will come here and be telling us that it's France.
My dear brother, I don't want to argue with you people.
We are not arguing. In addition, I'm a firm believer of one thing. First, remove the wood in your own eye before you talk about others. We Africans, everything we blame the West. What are we even doing to improve our own lot? What are we doing to improve our own country?
Let me ask Midwest the question. Midwest, is France on the ground in these countries, like right there on the ground, like just micromanaging them? All these Francophone countries are telling me that France is.
Wait, see the greatest challenge that they have that is different from Nigeria's own.
No. Just answer my own question.
I want to tell you now. Listen now, they are independent. There are clauses attached to it. All these Francophone countries, the head of their military is a France citizen. It's still there in their constitution. So there are.
Is an Oyibo man, eh? Midwest is a Frenchman.
Wait,
he's a Frenchman.
Yes, his head. Go and find out. Indirectly.
And the rest of the military are what?
Wait now. Wait, the second greatest challenge.
And they are all taking order from him.
Wait now. The greatest challenge they have. Cameroon, there is a France military base there.
Okay.
That one enabled them to change regime easily. Now, in all these Mali, they have. Côte d'Ivoire, they have. Senegal, they have. Partially that they maintain. Now, where they were not having is like this Mali and this Niger somehow.
So you mean their chief of staff is a Frenchman, a white man? That's what you're saying?
No, the army general.
See another thing again.
All the country, all the Francophone country.
Some of them have paid themselves out. Not all of them. Wait. Guinea-Conakry was able to pull himself out, and that one have a separate currency. Around 1970 something, because that one narrowly survived the attack that the French wanted to give to him. So they now put sanction. When you resist,
and so how is Guinea-Conakry now? Have they improved? Or how is the economy of Guinea-Conakry?
You waste. Look at the challenges Africans have. We should not be looking at
No. Midwest, you are drifting. And I don't like
you are the one drifting because you don't want me to explain something for you.
You cite you made the example
don't
of
be putting words. You love to hear yes or no. You listen to explanation a little bit. When someone stands for good and they put sanction upon that person, powerful people will come to struggle. It happened in Zimbabwe, and that was what happened to Guinea-Conakry, and maybe it will happen to Niger. But today the world is changing, because those days the world was only America and the West. When French tell America this is what I want, and they will support them. There is a place America will say this is what I want, the French will support them, but there are other players now. That was why Conakry found itself in those total mess. Now the entire French colony in West Africa, their reserve is in France, and they pay tax for that money. What are you saying? They don't have it dependent. Someone have to stand up. And all these military bases are always used for regime change. They remove Gaddafi so that they can create a mayhem in that Sahara, what is it called? That Sahara desert there. Now they have created it. They now have an excuse to come and be placing their bases in those areas. Do you think those bases are for your interest? Can't we stand up as an Africa? They are coming to your own country. Let our president, the name of ECOWAS, let him go there. He will see major players. I bet you, I pray for him to go. Let that ECOWAS really go to that country and see what will happen to Nigeria himself.
I think
what you are saying. Hello.
Can I just say something?
To Niger, please give me 1 minute to just talk to Midwest. Because when I said initially that you are drifting, now you said that if Tinubu should go in the name of ECOWAS to go and attack the anti-French, is not supporting the people that you're accusing. So what would be the outcome? Is not doing what is in their favor.
Definitely the way the thing is going, there's going to be a crisis in Nigeria. It's very unfortunate my country has said something they don't even supposed to say. French have plan A, plan B, plan C. They are not going to allow that country to succeed to kick them out, because their lifeline is there and it's in that uranium. Their electricity, almost 50%, depends on what is coming from there. They can never get it in any other price in any part of the world. And their economy, as we speak, is not stable. And they have a base there, and America is there with them. Two options will happen. Whether ECOWAS will not decide to say we are not going again, the French will look for the rebel, because they also have some rebellions there. They will set them free, give them what to make back by, and start crisis there.
So whether they go or not, it has a consequence.
That will not, instead of we Africans to unite and say, look, there is the need to negotiate French presence in the whole of West Africa. We will say we need democracy. Democracy that cannot provide primary school, my God. What kind of democracy? We know that the militaries are bad. They have to wake up. Are we in democracy? Everybody is running away. Doctors are running. Nigerians are looking for teaching job in Tanzania.
Now you are democracy now. So what we should be promoting in Africa now is military coup. Is that what you are saying?
What we should be promoting is accountability. They who gave you the democracy know it will not work.
Midwest, do you think we should have military coup in Nigeria right now? Do you think we should have military coup in Nigeria?
May God forbid. If that one happen, it's another fry pan. But our leaders should know that maybe it is already coming, what we don't want. Because those guys cannot just fold their hands, and why few individuals are just thinking only of themselves. They don't care about the masses. So that is not me and you that want it. Nobody pray for such people. But when the leaders are not ready to be accountable to their responsibility, it will happen.
They are even making it worse. What they are doing is that. Let me finish my point.
No, I want to ask you a question. That's why I'm calling you.
Go ahead
before you start talking. You know, you go to so many platforms, and you have this Pan-African exposure. I mean, as in you listen to some other nationalities. What I want to say, because 2 days ago I was discussing with a Ghanaian here, and she was telling me, I was even asking her, I said, okay, how is Ghana compared to Nigeria? And she was telling me that that Nigeria is better than Ghana. I said, what? What do you mean? She said, yeah, if you talk about security and electricity, that she can say that Ghana is better, but in terms of everything, that the cost of living in Ghana is far, far, far higher than in Nigeria. So I now asked her, I said, she also went on to say that, okay, even the electricity that they are not enjoying it, that majority of them cannot even afford that electricity. So I'm just looking at it widely in African context. Because it's like we have problems generally in Africa. Because even all those countries that we think they are enjoying, even Egypt, their economy is worse now. They are even indebted so much debt that their debt is more than their GDP. So what I'm saying now is that are we now, because of this evolution of military takeover all over the place, are we now saying that the best solution that we should have is that the military should take over all the country in Africa? Is that what we are promoting?
No, that's not what we are promoting. I think the state of nations, you have to look at them from the point of view of how stable and strong the nation is. Egypt doesn't need a lot of adjustment. Egypt is having a lot of problems right now. Their inflation rate is around 30-something%, and that of Ghana is 40-something%, while Nigeria is 20-something%. So you can see why some people say even Nigeria going through all this trouble compared to others is better. However, Egypt, amongst all of them, seems to have a stronger foundation. Egypt has a strong security base, has this robust development process that they are going through right now. They are even building their own nuclear power plant right now. When all them and other African countries went to the Russian-African summit, and they are the only ones that came back trying to build something. All black countries, none of them are even trying to build anything. Although Uganda seems to be talking about it, but they've not started. Nigeria, they are still in the feasibility study stage. They've not even gone out. So it tells you the fundamentals of the nations in terms of all of them. Egypt, it has a strong foundation. You can say Ghana does, but Ghana can flip around overnight because the foundation is not very strong. They don't have a very strong security base for it. The reason why they are enjoying right now is because of the protection that Nigeria and maybe other countries like the West is providing them. So in terms of whether they should go military, no, you will not recommend they go military. You will hope that the democratically elected one, if they value democracy, should be doing the job that they were elected to do. Because if they don't do it, eventually, they like it or not, whether it's military, whether it's a revolution, whether it's communism, whatever, one of those things is going to come and eat them, or colonialism, or in slavery, name it, one of them is going to come for them. Because what they are doing is standing their people down, not allowing the countries to develop. These leaders are, man, sometimes I feel like I use some strong language sometimes. When I watch myself again, I feel like I'm being very wicked. But they are wicked. Because look at our country now. The 4 refineries are not working. Yesterday they were talking to the government spokesman. They had to force him out to explain why our refineries are not working. And he said, in October, the Dangote refinery is going to come online. How about our national refinery? No explanation. No, we don't have any idea. Or maybe he's talking about our national refinery coming online.
I think it is refinery. I think the best thing is just to sell those refineries. We cannot manage that refinery.
Did you know what he said at first? He said, okay, people are under let me tell you what he said at first. He said, people are under the impression that if we have our own refinery, petrol price is going to come down. That's not what is going to happen. I'm like, is this guy mad or something? When you have your own refinery, you pay cost price. You don't pay profit. You don't pay for transportation. So cost is definitely going to come down. But this guy doesn't seem. He argued against it the first time. Said, "Oh, if you think that the petrol price is going to come down, it's not going to come down." But then later on, he went on and said, "Oh, yeah, it's going to come down because cost is going to reduce. Shipping cost is going to reduce." He started adding up all the things that is going to reduce cost. And then you see this kind of mindset. His first instinct is that it's of no use to have the national refinery. That is how these people think. They don't think it's important to have one national refinery.
Let me put this one. To Nigeria, please. Okay,
I'm about to get out, man. When you're done, can you shut the show now?
Yeah. It shouldn't be too long. Maybe 30 minutes. I'll shut it down. Yeah, that should be fine.
Cool.
Nice one.
You see, what I want to put there, my brother, you see, you have been talking about one thing. For a country to stand, you must invest in your military. The entire continent of Africa is still a later dog for anybody to come in. Such continent, it will be difficult for them to grow. If China did not develop its military,
you know why the Africans are not investing in military.
If Chinese did not develop their military along with their development, the West by now would have brought them down. Either they pieces that country or something else would have happened. They never believe. The Chinese
We don't have,
need
you know, the reason is this. We don't have the reason to do so. To Nigeria, like giving example of Egypt. Let me tell you, it's because of the location of Egypt that made Egypt to have that strong military. And it is the West that actually developed the military base of Egypt. Right from when the British colonized them, you know, the Suez Canal, because you know how important Suez Canal is to the economy of the West, both American and the Europe. And also, because of the strategic location of Egypt to Israel and even to the Saudi Arabia, they contributed a lot of money for Egypt to police that zone for them, because all the oil being exported by the Arab country, especially Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and so passes through that place, and they have to make this military of Egypt. So it's for economic reason that they made them, and it's not by their own volition. And they are enjoying a lot of to Nigeria. You can be with witness about almost $3 billion US give them every year for the military of Egypt. So they have a very strong military, and because of their location, strategic location, that is why they have the strong. The Africa would not have any reason. Nigeria, for example, we've never fought any war. We don't see any reason why we should invest in our military, and that is why we don't have a strong military. We're even lucky that we have what we have.
The reason why we don't invest, Nigeria as a government is not even designed to invest in anything to succeed. Can you point to anything that your government has invested upon that is working? So until we go back to the foundation of that country, we can't make elsewhere.
Yeah.
Whether we like it, for me, Tinubu, I did not support Tinubu, but I have never seen Tinubu as a bad person. Neither the one I supported as an agent, because the country originally the way it is designed. Look at, he came here, student, he want to help student, which is very good. Okay, I will remove the subsidy, I will save money. At the end of it all, how can he run there? I will dispose money, I want to help people. How can you do that? There is no foundation for you to reach your citizen in the first case. When you release this money, bam, you are not the one that is going to give it to Nigeria in their hand. It is people you are going to put in position. At the end, you will see the whole thing we messed up. So we are in a total, I don't know how to put it. We should go and check our foundation, because Mustafa confessed one thing, that there are powers stronger than Nigeria that say Nigeria should not have a refinery. And I am continuing to believe that testimony. Private one that they commission, there is already kele inside that private as we are speaking today. Not to talk of the government own. So Nigeria should check their, because the French handprint is very pronounced, but the one that colonized us, when they were even colonizing us, they did it indirectly. Our independent, everything we sign is also indirectly, and they are there with us doing all sorts of things. The globalization they put us, I don't know whether we know how this grow. We don't even know how they design those things. They just tell us this is how it works. If function like this, we agree, because we can speak English with them. But the bottom line behind those things, we sign so many things that we don't know. Okay, imagine Nigeria now, we pump our crude oil to go and refine it where? In a superpower country. Then we bring it and come and say, then if we build our refinery, do you know how many jobs, how many tasks that the government is enjoying for that money? Do you think they want those kind of things to stop? Either we go back to them and say, master, let us renegotiate on certain things. I think, I don't know, I'm not the president, because Tinubu owns this office. There are a lot of secrets that they will present before him, and he cannot tell the people. Every president have a national secret something, every leader. So once you enter office, they throw the fight to you. You are the one that will not continue to manage it. It's best known to him.
Midwest, I think you get it, and there are very few Nigerians now that are beginning to get it in terms of founding a nation. And if you want your nations to survive, you have to found it to be strong. There might be headwinds, like strategic headwinds, that also aid you, like in the case of Japan, because America needs them to counter China, South Korea, and Egypt, in the context of Egypt. But Africa is also very important. Like we are finding out now in in Niger, because they are worried now that they might be kicked out of Niger. And clearly America has made even an arrangement with this Nigerian military regime to preserve them there, because they know when they kick them out of there, they don't have a lot of influence compared to Russia or China on the continent. So we have influence. As a matter of fact, at this moment that we speak, we have leverage that we could use to say we renegotiate our position.
Very big one, yes.
And say, you know what, if you want to remain there, and you know Nigeria applied for BRICS too. So if you want to remain there and you want us to partner with you, we have to partner on an equal level. None of this nonsense where we want to buy Tucano, that is basically a World War II aircraft. You make us run around the rings like mad people. And Nigeria is as an important nation. If you want us to support you, you have to now start sharing technology with us, like you did with China, like you did with India just a month ago. They signed space technology cooperation with India. They signed this in advanced technology, including quantum technology. This thing with India. They are looking to build jet fighter engines in India. Build it in India. They are looking
But
to.
you must, you must have, what do you think we have that we can use as a leverage? Let me tell you, for example, Saudi Arabia. Let me tell you,
one of them. I
just
just told you
hold on. It's not by coup. What I'm saying is this: look at Saudi Arabia now. They have a young leader who is focused and it doesn't do anything free. He's using oil that they have as power. It's not military that is using. They use oil. Now, they are clamoring for them to increase the oil production. And they said no, they are even reducing it further. And you can see that the price of oil is going up in the world market. So they use what they have as resources that they have. And that is what they are using to bargain. And that's why Russia can come to them and say, okay, let us come together. And that's why America will always reckon with Saudi Arabia. So what do you think we have? Because we cannot be talking about military. Military will not be.
No. Let me tell you what we have.
What do we have?
Let me tell you what we have now. You see the generation that is growing up now. They are more or less becoming anti-West. And the chances for China and Russia to claim the whole of Africa from Europe and America is becoming very big. So those leaders like Nigeria president, if you come to an office, there are secret files that me and you don't know. And I think these things are tying the hands of our leaders. You may not know it. There are policies that they are not free to take. French handwriting is very open. That's why we are discussing them. They sign this, they sign that, they sign. You don't know what Nigeria have that is secret to them. They have to go back and say, this one, we cannot allow it to remain. Even we, if we don't talk, generations are coming. And when they come, you will lose all. These are good leverage because I don't think we are also free like the way we are pointing to French. I'm just telling you the truth. See, my dear brother, if you look at it, Nigeria has been pumping money into refinery. These things go here, go there. There are things that are happening. Look at that Niger Delta. All those ships you see that they are burning. Ask question, don't we have a bureaucratic procedure that before a ship should just come to our water territory, come and dock somewhere, they will fill it and they will start going to advanced country. And the money they use to pay for that is American dollar. You think big powers don't know? They know. Yeah. So these things need to be renegotiated. A president that want to stop, they may blackmail that person. Look at Tinubu. Tinubu has a lot of things with United States. They don't want to talk about it. Do you know the reason? They are coming to negotiate things. He should also prepare. You must do this, you must do that. If you fail,
can I list some of the leverage we have? Okay.
See, we always blame the West. Nigerians, the problem Nigerians are causing to Nigeria as a country, we need to talk about it. If you look, most of the problem Nigeria faces are caused by Nigerians. It's not the West stealing the oil.
What?
I said it's not the West stealing the oil.
I don't like someone like you that should be well ahead of this by now. You should be ahead of this argument. You should be ahead of this argument by now.
But they are not the ones. It's
they are
our people.
they are being enabled.
Yeah, but it's
They are
our
enabling
people
them to
doing
do
it.
it. Our people are the ones. What do you mean? Our people are the ones taking the oil and using the oil in foreign countries and selling it to themselves in
It's our
foreign
people
countries.
stealing the oil now.
So who is making the money
See,
from it?
my dear brother, you see, we can say we are bad.
UFC. Sometimes the
But
way you come
get
across,
what
sometimes
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
understand
No,
you. Sometimes,
but it's our people
sometimes I
stealing
don't
the
understand your kind
oil.
of
If they
reasoning.
don't steal,
get what I'm
if they
trying to
don't steal
present
the
before you.
oil, nothing will happen. Because
What
if
do
you
you
look,
mean not? See,
Wait,
hold on.
my
if you
brother.
look
See,
back, when Obasanjo was
we've
in
had this.
power,
See, you know what is disturbing me about what you are doing now? We've
yeah,
had this discussion several times. You know, it's not as straightforward as saying, "Oh, we all know we are responsible. We have to take responsibility for the fact that our oil is getting stolen and we are selling our oil at this thing. We don't have our refineries working, and all the problems we have. We have to take responsibility for that. But it doesn't mean there's not some other person that is not gaining from it, that is enabling it, that is facilitating it from it to happen. So this idea you come and
Okay.
start saying this either or, it's crazy. You should know better than that by now. It's not.
See, your
It's a
own,
feedback loop.
see what this guy said, Mustafa. He said the sin of one president was that he was trying to build the refinery in Nigeria.
Midwest, stop referring to this Mustafa. You are talking as if Mustafa
No,
is
when he
Mustafa
said
that was talking about California that doesn't exist. What are you talking? Forget about Mustafa.
Wait, my
Forget
brother.
about him. Was it not one of the problems that we have in Nigeria? Don't be referring to him as if he's a saint now. Why are you every time you mention Mustafa?
Allow him to use his own reference. If you have your own reference, you can use yours.
Yeah, that's serious to Nigeria.
When he made
No,
that
you have
statement,
to. You have to now. You can't, because if he says it by his own word, you will say, "How do you know?"
Message, not the messenger. Forget about the
Exactly.
messenger.
To Nigeria, look people to look at it from this way. When he made that statement, some people we may see it as nothing, but it has come to a point that we need to ask ourselves a question. Every government that comes to power want to give us refinery. It doesn't work. We even commission a private one. They are not telling you October, August, this and that.
They keep postponing it. This is the name of the game.
And I strongly believe that the hour has come. Everybody that is ruling Nigeria have a secret file of what make Nigeria. That negotiation with the power to be in the globe, what they want. That is why they need to renegotiate the terms and conditions that really give Nigeria their independence. We cannot see that file until you come to office. And I strongly believe there are files there that you cannot see outside.
I agree with you on that.
And many countries, these are top secret files. And every country have it. Like America boughting and relationship with Saudi Arabia, there is a file agreement. His relationship with China, Japan, I mean to see, there is a file. Even the Germans. What does Nigeria have with the British? Only your president and few people can see these top files. Now, there come a big challenge for us, my brother. I don't even believe we don't have good leader anymore. I believe we have good ones. The one you hope that is injured, that is coming, will still come there, may be worse than the one you have pointed to. I haven't get to that office. Because things are there that I don't know. But this is the hour that Africa can say we have a leverage. We must negotiate this. I will allow you to take this, but this must come for our people. Saudi Arabia is giving. That's why they progress. Qatar was giving. That's why they progress. The Japanese are still giving. That's why they are progressing. So our own, we need to negotiate what exactly we are giving. Or if we want to stop them totally, we want to shift to another direction, we should prepare and plan for it as well. Because it becoming very obvious, I will never, whether Tinubu fail or not, I don't know what the next agent will come and do. This is just the fact. We are already inside. Like for me, I don't support, I've never seen a Nigerian person that support the military, something that is happening. But our worry is this. If we continue like this, they must surely come. That's just the fact.
Let me just add something.
Yes, we will go to fire for nothing. Let these people negotiate the term of that country and be serious. Every penny that leaves our country to Britain, to France, the government is aware. To United States, all those oil they are taking in our country, America know when that ship left Nigeria. They know how that bunk of ego they leave Conde, because they know where it is going. That country is not a threat to them. They know you use and take buy with it. They want to take on scatter something. You know, people they wear something for body, go explode their body. If to say Nigeria come up for that thing, they will block that money. Knowing that these people will still bring this money in bulk to our place, they allow all these things to be happening. A president must go and stay inside river. Not be people you go send. So you can add to it, my brother. The thing is complex. We say Nigerians, your platform, they destroy all.
I think she should be communicating because the way you talk, people, a lot of Nigerians understand. You should be talking more to Nigerians, this in Midwest, because this message is something that people need to understand. We do have leverage. We are about to join BRICS, that is about to create its own currency, and if Americans want us to just align to them, then they have to make it worth our while. They have to share, you know, and this in partnering with us on an equal basis. None of this funny nonsense. And if they are not going to do it, which there is a good chance that they may not want to do it, and the reason why is not necessarily the individual's fault. It may just be a conditioning them, because they too have their own conditioning. It's not only us that have our own conditioning. They have a conditioning to see us as inferiors. They have a conditioning to see us as people that get less from them. And these are people that have enslaved our forefathers and colonized us. So how do you see them tomorrow just coming overnight saying we're going to have equal relationship? Chances are that they are going to find it very, very difficult, viscerally, to do. And if they are not going to do that, then maybe it's time we pack up. Maybe it's time we pack up our belongings and move west, east, and go headlong into BRICS.
To Nigeria, they say America, when you know what they did to Japanese. When you reach an agreement with people, the black people love the white people. We love the European. There is no way we cannot forgive those past. That is just the fact. But the thing is this. We cannot continue on this track and being able to forget those past. That's what is hurting France today. Because their own is visible. Our own, we don't know. Only the president can see that fact. That civil war we fought, now our own story with the talk. The British can tell us the genesis of those things, whether we like it or not. They can, without making a mistake. What is tying Tinubu today? All this confusion, if IMF is coming, if it's coming on the basis of that fight to Tinubu, they will push him up and down and he will be signing what's supposed not to sign. So I think they should check those fights that make us as a country. And look, guys, generations are coming that cannot take this, except you people want to lose totally.
Oh, no, the generation is already here. It's not even not coming. It's here.
It's already here. And it's already happening.
Communities reeling all over the world. They will not. They are not going to stand for this. And the beauty of it, the reason why it's happening now, is because the Chinese and the the Russians are there to back any side that wants to move in another direction. And because Nigeria has applied for BRICS now, we have options. So if the West choose not to want to do business with us in a more equal basis and in a more equitable way that we gain from what they are doing, then screw them, let them go. Then we'll go with the East, because if we go with the East, many African countries will come with us. As a matter of many African countries, I think 5 African countries already applied for BRICS. They will come with us, and then major Asian nations are already in it, including India, but India is playing both sides. So the point is that we have options. All the nations that used to be sanctioned, their sanction will be meaningless in the next 5 years or so, because now the BRICS currency will be there as a backup. Instead of if the Americans can put sanction on you all they want, it's going to matter.
What is the feasibility of this BRIC currency? Which one are they going to adopt a currency of a country among the BRICS, or they will bring another currency that is not in existence?
A currency that is not in existence, and it will not be national one. It will only be like a global currency that will not be, you know, the way dollar is. You can just use dollar to put sanction, or when it is value, other country will be paying the deficit. No. This one will be like for the big global currency that will be, you know, let's say if you sign into it, Nigeria want to sell crude oil and we will be selling in that currency. You see, it's a very serious threat against America and the Europeans. So why.
What's going to be the value?
See, the only challenge they have is
the only thing. You can peg it anywhere you want to peg it based on
they want to peg it with gold and all those things. They can do that. The whole global something average. The only worry is that there is a distrust between the two superpower like Russia and China. there are things they are unable to balance the way
I
America
think
will.
India is the one that is more of a problem. India is more
I
of a
don't
problem.
think so. I don't think so, because these two powers are still suspicious. You know,
Yeah,
America.
because even China and India, the economy is bigger than that of Russia.
Yeah.
And the Russia want to be calling the shots, so there's going to be a problem.
No, Russia doesn't want to call it shot. They all want, the one thing they are all united on is not easy. India is the one that is playing both sides. India is doing, like I said, they had a deal with Americans. The French minister went to India last year.
India,
Offering them
they
nuclear
are being
submarine.
smart. They are being
So
smart. They are
yes,
being smart about it.
if
They
that
don't want to.
currency
They
stands,
don't want to put their two legs there.
if that currency is going to fail, it's going to be because of India. India is the one that the West is betting on. The West is very clever. They like to go in between people and separate them. And
Divide
India is
and rule.
playing both sides.
Divide
Yes.
and rule.
And whatever India does, if they go and cause the sabotage of that currency, India will be forever cursed for what they have done, because they would have sabotaged all the southern nation, the global south, for a long time to come. So, and I don't think they are going to want to have that kind of reputation on their backside. So I think that currency is going to go through, and because they too need that flexibility. They don't want America to come at them and say you're under sanction and all
My
that.
brother, every developing country and want to be part of it, and the developed countries are waiting them, like China and Russia and the rest. They are already there. They are not going to back down. They will definitely forge a way ahead, whether India is in or not. By the time all the so-called poor country go there, they will become rich country as well. So it's going to be a challenge for America.
Why is Nigeria not calling for? Why is Tinubu not sitting up? Because he said it in one of his speeches. Let me finish what I'm saying. Tinubu said that he understands the injustices in the Francophone nations. Understand the injustices. That was as much as he gave it light about the colonial policies of the French. He could have taken this opportunity to say, you know what, all these things you are doing in France, maybe you should ease up on all these rules, remove them, so that we have an argument to say that this military regime should go away. And this is an opportunity to use that leverage against the French, but
I
they have not
think
started using it
he
yet.
has done his best. He has done his best. The only
What is his
mistake
best? To
let me
declare
tell you,
war?
my friend, it's one of the most complex something. The only mistake they make is to quickly use force to threaten that regime. That was the only blunder.
But why would you say he has done it? But he has not demanded anything to be changed.
My brother, they need to use that word because we are afraid of my country. Other countries are afraid. So, my dear,
but how about changing things for the better? Because in the end,
what they supposed to do.
Sorry, I want to be going now. I don't mind if we can share contact, please.
Okay, I will send my email so you can.
Okay.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
So
if you look at it very well, you will see that the only blunder there is that military. My worry is this, my dear. There is no way ECOWAS will go to that place. They don't even have the military to do that. And if France, they're supposed to send a delegate, negotiate with this guy how he's going to give power at least not is between 6 months and 1 year without contesting. It's kind of an agreement. Then they will not renegotiate that uranium between them and France again. It's too cheap. Or go away and let other people take over. It's like all Africans are not coming with one mindset now. And look, guys, this is a new generation. We love you, and we have to tell you the truth. Because
the French know that too, but they just haven't made any move. They need to make the move, change those things.
They refuse to make the move. Every one of them will be campaigning. Even this guy used it to campaign. The promo one used it to campaign. They knew that this thing is not, but once they get to their office, that's what I told you. When you are campaigning, is a different thing. There are top national sacrifice, my brother. You understand me? Once they let this thing before you read them, you discover things, it will not become so confusing. I don't know. Until it gets to this kind of a point, that is when the guy can now say, this must change. I don't know that you understand.
The reason why I say it is that go ahead.
Another problem France has in the Sahel is that they like to involve in selecting the leaders of this country It doesn't make sense. Allow the people to pick their leader. Sometimes if the people pick the leader they want, you see the French, they find a way to use coup or any other means to remove that leader. It doesn't make sense. That's the major problem in France situation currently now. Allow the citizens
that's
of
the
this
problem
country
now.
to
It
decide
defeats the purpose now.
their
The
fate.
French will not allow a leader that doesn't cut out to their policies to remain
At
in
all.
office. That's the problem. They won't.
None of them are surviving.
They are not exactly a democracy then, are they? So it's a pretend democracy that they use to weaken us and keep us underdeveloped. So this is why I was saying Tinubu should be arguing for removing these things now. Now you have leverage. Say, look
But
at all the coups happening.
my brother,
Soon, which will
Tinubu,
be
you are
removed?
talking. Do you know what Tinubu found in Nigeria top secret file?
No. I see whatever he has found.
Make him talk our own first, because if we stand, now we'll go to another mile.
No.
Because
You can negotiate all of them at a time. You can find top. The only file you will find is these are the agreements your forefathers, the people that signed independence, agree to. But you can say no. This is not going on anymore. We have the opportunity now to say no to this. We can move in a different direction for the future of our people. So it's not, you don't have to be beholden to something that happened 60 years ago. Many African countries have defied it already. So why not defy it? Eritrea is not living by it. South Africa is not living by old rules. What do you call it? Mali currently is not living by it. So you can decide that, okay, this is what benefits us right now. We are going to go with this one. We are not going to go with the old stuff anymore. And if you refuse to change it, I am going to go deliberately to go and join with other people that are going to work with me to progress our country. Because you can't, and the French are willing to listen. That's the truth of the situation. They know if they don't listen, they will lose out permanently to the West. So this is a good time to say, personally, I don't even trust them. So first thing, if I was them, if I was the leaders, I would say, you have to convince me by whatever you're going to offer that you mean what you're saying, you're going to change. Because the truth is, they can offer you something now, and when they get stronger, they will pull all those things away again. And then you are back to square one. They've done it to us before. They've done it to the Red Indians like that, and the Aboriginals. This is the name of the game. So you always have to be cautious about dealing with people. In short, the moment you have your own mind as a nation, you can start planning and doing things for yourself. And I'm not even sure. So these so-called military leaders that are taking over, I'm not 100% convinced that they are doing that yet. I see signs of it, but I expected to see more. I expected to see a stronger security posture. I expected to see more a revolutionary.
These young guys taking power. See what they want. They want another power behind them. They believe when any other power that is super like France is not behind it, they are not going to survive. And that is just the fact.
No, it's like that with all nations, to be fair. China emerged under the Soviet Union, and just how most nations emerge.
Yeah, so what they actually want is Russia. But it's very unfortunate Russia is bugged with this Ukrainian crisis. But nevertheless, Russia keeps demonstrating that it's a superpower. And my worry is this. If Niger descend into crisis, just look at the global crisis as a whole. When Libya was having a crisis, you see how different players came in. Russia came in, Turkey came in, Egypt came in, the French were there. The people suffer for nothing. Likewise, that of Niger. And if care is not taken, that crisis will now spill over to Nigeria.
If the West gets involved in Niger and the
Russia
other countries get involved, I think the chances of the Nigerian government falling just goes through the roof. Because that's why the Nigerian government has to prevent any action there. They have to tell them, don't even try that in our backyard. And if anything, maybe you should be considering leaving this area.
That's all. Now they want to be on the front line. I pity my country, my brother. If that thing happen, just forget it.
Because you can tell them that, you know what, leave. I will take care of it. If you want to be partner with me, arm me, give me all the weapons, give me all the technology, allow my refineries to function, make sure all these things are all this nonsense and the war of instability that people are waging against us need to end. Then we'll work with you. but you need to leave that place. We'll work with you to secure your interest there. And your interest is going to be trading with us, just like you trade with China and Japan, just like we trade with South Korea. Not this funny business where you just steal our resources and we are left destitute.
Okay, look at, do you know why most of these French colonies are pulling away? If you look at French colonies that are pulling away like Chad, the head of their military is no longer a French person. Those one, if you look at Algeria, the head of their this thing is no longer a Frenchman, but that of the Ivory Coast and Senegal, the Oga for all of them is a French citizen. These are the agreement. Yeah, the agreement is still there. So these two people are the one. They are not looking for, oh, we have a superpower. They are convincing Nigeria, we will back you, we will do it. But Tinubu has realized, because Tinubu has great people around him, but haven't made that statement. They still have to maintain that threat so that it doesn't look like a toothless, a whole president of Nigeria have said this, now he's backing down, you know. So
Ivory Coast is to fall. Ivory Coast is one of the linchpin of the French control.
It's one of the real giants in West Africa that is sustaining that of the French.
They almost fell, you know. There was a governor, it was a president before that was against France before, but the French, they said the French actually came in to help remove the guy in office.
You know the reason why they succeed? Russia has never made up his mind to come into the global.
Yeah, and during that time, America was quite supreme. During that time, Russia was still recovering from.
Russia was just confined to their Russia. You know, through this Syria war, that Russia now came back again to the surface of the world by deploying troops.
You see that's a very important point. You see, that's why these times are different.
Yes.
Like now, what the French did before cannot happen now. Because the French were able to come into the country and help remove that leader from office.
So
but now
easily.
if they try it, they're going to see Wagner there. They're going to see
this one now. Why this one is complex? If it is before, the French will go call American. This is my country. This is what I want. American will say yes, sir. Yeah. They just working hand in hand. But America is letting the France to know that look, Russia is not even involved in this coup. Evidence is very clear. There is nothing given to this youth. That is just certain, then you have a lot of job to do. Because the worry again is, if they start it, the way anti-France is going to rise in the Africa continent, it will go out of control. Go and mark my word.
Oh, yeah, I think it's already there. You see, let me tell you one other thing. This is why people should be careful whenever you hear peacekeepers are coming to the country, their country, or anti-poaching, or anti-this, climate change, when they are bringing it into your country. The moment they are bringing soldiers into your country, don't. Because like in Niger, one of the stuff that happens is that the American soldiers were coming in, saying they are coming in to help support the French troops. They are non-combatant. They are not coming to fight. But it turns out that they were actually doing a lot of fighting, killing people. And then they got killed. A lot of, I think about 4 or 5 of their soldiers got killed. And the reports, I was just watching it the other day. I heard about this thing when it happened. But I heard about it again recently when somebody was testifying to it. And what I got from that was they said they were there for peace purposes. They were not there to do any form of fighting, advice. That's all they were there for. But they were carrying out operations in the country. And you know, one of the ways they do it, they will say they are just going to have a meeting somewhere. They are going to have a meeting. The mission will be dictating that they are going to have a meeting, but actually they are going to carry out an operation. So it's just... And people, that's why I don't know why our people just subscribe to being naive sometimes. Like, you bring foreign soldiers into your country and you don't know what the implications are. It's an extremely dangerous thing. Not to mention your leaders going there to get
my brother. This is what you have been saying. I told people in another platform that look, colonization is coming. Let us be insulting ourselves. Edoma is mad, Yoruba is useless, Igbo is this, Hausa is foolish, this one is that. They are when they come, they don't care to know we see Igbo is Benin is Yoruba. What they come for is what they come for, and that thing will be colonization. With that, we like it or not.
Yeah, that's what they come for.
Global hunger is coming, and the way the reason will change when the economy become a place of a high level of challenges around the economy. They will change, think in a different direction, and in the process, they are going to clash. All of them are going to clash. And that their clashes will fall upon that continent that cannot defend itself.
Midwest, the thing is, I am thinking now that the West, they don't have the capacity to be able to colonize Africa on their own. And my biggest concern is that if they come together with, let's say, China, Russia, and India, if they unite, that is going to be the worst. That will be a day of the worst day for our entire race. It's even worse than when the British came before. So, and that's what we don't want. And this is why the BRICS is important. We need to be making moves now, because when the Yoruba people used to come to Africa before and they were divided, you know, the Portuguese will fight the French will fight the English, they were fighting each other until they got to Berlin Conference.
There are foundational problems in Nigeria issue because of greed of the black man. You see, power is our problem. Now look at Nigeria structure. When the North rule, the South will come and rule. We are not after the best. Now a Yoruba man is ruling. The Yoruba man to remain there for the next 8 years. We treat with caution, because there are other people from another region who want the power by all means. What they negotiate with you that is from the West, if that thing is of the interest of, I will told Jonathan was confessing one certain time. I will come to that one later. If that thing is of the importance of the interest of Nigeria, and they are telling you stop it, you refuse, they go and pick another person from another region and put there, and the person will say thank you. That's why you see our leader behaving like an animal sometimes. You don't even know what is behind it. When Jonathan was in power, Obama brought LGBT, that he should legalize it. When he refused it, that is when they started underground work how to pull him out.
Yeah.
There are a lot of underground channels that they lay. We cannot see them.
And they tried that with Israel. They didn't succeed. See, it's not everywhere they succeed. It's just that our leaders are so susceptible. They have such a weak nation.
See, my brother, see where our weakness lies. If we restructure this country and allow those regions where the resources, individual resources, to have a space in the bureaucratic procedure that allow those resources to be sold, it means anybody that is coming to negotiate will know that he has a lot of obstacles. You have to clear the one of the president. You have to clear the bureaucracy that involve maybe if we see our state or regional president. The president know he have to get down to maybe the local chief, which is just for example, no matter how small they are, like where I am in Sweden here, there are things you can negotiate in the federal. The local commune where we live can tell you this we don't want, and that's all. It died there. Don't bring this to us, or you cannot take these resources. They take you to court. You know what they did to us? They remove every power and give it to one person. So when they come for that person, they just grab the person, and that's all. We are not willing as a black man to spread that authority down freely. So
I think maybe we are. It's just that we have not arrived at that point where one opportunity meets consciousness, and for us to unite to do what we need to do. Because sometimes these things, the effects that create what nations go on to do is not totally in their control. It's also in the control of what foreigners do to them. Like, you know, when you look at the example of China and all the Japan, all the other countries that were invaded in the Second World War, and after that, even North Korea, South Korea, all of them are more developed than us now. And it tells you that one of the things that forces people to have a higher performance when they work together is because they are working together. They set their differences aside, and they are able to set their differences aside because they've just experienced something very, very transformational, like something very traumatic and transformational, to tell them, to let them understand that they need to solve this problem together. The problem is bigger than them. There's no way you have been invaded recently and you saw your people getting slaughtered, your towns getting destroyed, and then after that, the first thing you do is start fighting yourselves. You're going to realize that, okay, we have an enemy out there. We all need to band together and build something better for ourselves. And that is what every single nation that lost the war after the Second World War, they are all more advanced than us today. every single one of them.
See, my brother, you see where I'm pointing to? Let me break it down. I'm from Edo State. The largest gas production is in a local government in Edo. It is the federal government that have all the contract, how to sell it. My governor cannot say anything. Neither the local government where that thing is found. Is that not a conquest mind?
Yeah.
The European Union will just go straight to my president. That's all. What happened to my environment is none of their business. And I cannot even see the benefit of the contract. I don't know what they sign on my behalf. Is that how they govern their country?
Transparency.
If, for example, the federal government must account to my state government, and my state government must account to the local government. The local government also have a responsibility to account to all these government I've mentioned before. Do you think corruption will be easy? It will be not. So the situation we find ourselves is this. When they came, they met Benin, they met a well-advanced structural government that involve kingdoms and kingdoms and kingdoms with their king, but the center with the Oba, with a true advanced way of structure that provide development. They took all these things from us and go and place us in one federal. How will it work?
But you know that if federal government want to do anything in any state, sure, they do inform the governor of that state. The governor have an idea of what's going on.
Not on resources of Nigeria. The oil where Niger Delta, who gave it to people that owns it? The governor? Not on natural resources. They are just to tell you, we have sold this, we have given you this. This is what we are operating in Nigeria. I'm just telling you, it's only in the northern part of Nigeria where they see gold. They now say, okay, the state governor can mine it. And as they were doing it, bringing foreigners from everywhere, when those ones now mastered the place, they started kidnapping these people. And that's how that thing spread across the country. But we in the south, in your community tomorrow, you can see bulldozers everywhere coming. They will tell you they want to mine so things that they want to develop the place. They will put development and investment ahead. You can't even talk. Do you know how they have destroyed so many ecological places in my state? All these so-called Chinese, they call investors. There's a place they show in Ondo one day is now full of erosion. The old forest is gone. Abandon digger and the rest is that is a caterpillar. So you see the right of indigenous people has been taken. Babangida came to divide us to nonsense. And Nigerians who were there, who planned those things within from south, from east, from west, they were all greedy people. Without looking ahead what is about to happen. Now they have pieces us, everything just federal. They know very well once we tell the president this is what you will do. The president will do. Look at their laying pipe to Europe to sell our gas. My state governor don't even know. Maybe they will come and brief. He has no power to stop anything.
Yeah, that European pipeline is another leverage again Africa has.
Okay.
That's Nigeria has.
And it passed through Niger. So Niger have a leverage. They know what to do. So it's just a matter of time. You know. So my brother, I've also make my contribution.
Thank you all for coming in. And UFC, if you have something to say before we round up.
Yeah, I think we should hold our government accountable because I know some of you saw the CBN what they call it file that was dropped recently. Like the guy that was running CBN, he mismanaged that organization. So everyone in all sectors are just misbehaving, all the leaders. Did you know that the guy took a loan from JP Morgan and the rest?
Okay.
I think he borrowed up to about he borrowed up to about.
You mean the man they arrested, this Mefiele?
Yes. Without seeking Senate approval. See, our senator, they don't do anything. They just keep quiet.
My dear, if a Mefiele, wait, you're talking about Mefiele. If God allow Emefiele to open what your president have done, your ministers, your senate, you will work for your country.
Yes, he should do it because
before he could be able to do that.
In developed country, you will see leaders will resign from position if government force them to do what is wrong. You understand me? He gladly made some of these decisions. So we cannot just blame only the federal government on this. That guy.
Well, if you look at the West these days, though, even the West is getting corrupted by this thing. But however, let me make one comment about this thing that this is the main reason I actually came in, because of the main topic about Rufai. You know, I did say earlier on that the Rufai shouldn't hold national office. And for whatever reason, it looks like he has obstacles in his way now for not holding national office, because you can't, it would have sent a very bad signal if someone like Rufai goes on to hold a national office after he's openly declared that he has a religious agenda. When you have a national office, you have to lead people that are of other faiths. And if you openly declare you have an agenda, what kind of leadership are you meant to provide to whatever national office you are holding? So I think we should be discouraging people like that from coming into office. For whatever reason, let's say the reason why he didn't make it to being a minister is tied to that. It's something that we should welcome. The reason why I say it is because if it is not the reason, on every other matrices is a very, very loyal Tinubu supporter compared to the others.
The thing is that Tinubu is the one. He said that it's not going to work for any Tinubu government, but it is Tinubu that insists. Because I think they wanted to post him.
Oh, did you say if I say he's not going to work for Tinubu government?
Yes, he said he wants to retire and complete his PhD. You understand me?
Okay,
that's what he said.
Then why did he go and show up on for ministerial screening?
The president
they said that is the man that the Northerners are preparing after Tinubu.
Yes, but he came for ministerial nomination and he didn't succeed because DSS submitted a petition, something against it, and other people raised concerns. And I'm sure the concerns are around these areas.
Yes,
but
the thing is,
there's a larger reason. That's not the main reason why they didn't allow him.
Okay, what is the reason?
Because what I heard is that there's one ministry that the president wanted to appoint him to, the power sector. That guy, the way he run the things, he would have break down that sector and repackage the sector, the ministry again, and that would have cost a lot of that would have.
So that's the reason why. That's the reason why he didn't get appointed.
Because all of a sudden, a lot of people are filing multiple petitions. You understand me?
It could be that, but you have to. The only petition that can stand is petition that has legitimacy, and I think the only one that can stand is the type that is associated with.
Because what I heard is that there are multiple petitions, so the DSS need to go through all of them before they can clear the guy. So that will take time. So
the petition is tied. If the petition was just frivolous, they will not accept it. The petition has to have some merit. That's why he too felt like best to pull out than even go ahead.
Yes, that's why I believe that Tinubu doesn't want him to.
Tinubu doesn't want him. People don't want him because he's made those. I don't think any other person that goes about saying, "Oh, I have preference for Christianity. I want Christianity to spread all over the country," and we have actually done it. And then you want to expect to get nominated?
No. That guy was just speaking to. He was just feeding red meat to his supporter. It doesn't mean that guy will.
But sometimes the way you talk sometimes scares me. Sometimes I wonder where you don't appear to be a nationalist at all.
I've been following Rufai for a while. I know him. You understand?
See, my brother. How do you care whether you know him? He is making statement that Why do you? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he talks. He's actually done it. But he's actually done it. Why is sometimes the way you talk? I don't understand you. You sound like an agent or something. Sometimes like, it's weird the way you sound.
He done what?
He said they actually have executed some of the plans that they have, that they want to repeat it all over the country. How can you just sit there and say that's okay? The plan to Islamize this in political office.
To Niger, he said they achieved the Muslim. It doesn't mean it just yes. After all, they put Tinubu was Muslim. You understand me?
Oh my
you don't
God.
expect him to go out. You know, see, let's be honest. If Tinubu went ahead
No, you are dodgy. You are dodgy.
He would have win the election.
No, you sound dodgy right now. You really sound dodgy.
He would have win the election. Let's be real here.
Pretend as if you don't hear what you hear.
Wait,
I
my
can't
brother.
help you.
Wait, my brother. Let us be honest here. If you look at our country, that idea of conquest is really taking place. The foundation has been laid, and it was laid by Babangida, and now it's working for their advantage. But the thing is this, it's very unfortunate that when the Southern people have power, it's very unfortunate that they are using that religion as an excuse. My question is, Saudi Arabia is developing. Is it not the same faith?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, what is it called? Dubai and all the rest.
Dubai.
Why is it that only in Nigeria somebody will use that same faith? People who belong to that faith cannot go to farm. Women who belong to that faith are being raped in the bush. Women who belong to that faith are being kidnapped, be forced to marriage. My dear brother, is that what the faith stands for? The answer is no. But the question is, in every faith, the interpretation differs. Someone who is practicing deeper life of style of Christianity will see a Catholic and say this one is not a born again person. They also have it within their own. Indeed, those who are in power in the northern Nigeria have that conquest mindset.
And in the case of this in Rufai, he specifically talked about
said
it.
It's not only
how it was already
out of
done.
the abundance of
let me finish my point. And he actually went on to say they are going to do it all over the country. This is not. I don't understand how UFC can sit there and just
my
make
brother,
excuse for this kind of
out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. This is what they have. People of
it wasn't even a slippage of tongue. He was saying he said it twice. He made two different speeches and made those sort of statements. He didn't just. He openly admitted it. This is not even.
If you are a leader, are you not saying this? That indeed, this thing is going on. The foolishness of the certain people is that, come guys, why do we have states like this? Why did someone created this state for us? Now they have drawn a line. We have become so carried away with this line. We don't want to break this barrier and see how we can relate to ourselves and say, come on, guys, let's solve this problem. Only Yoruba people are trying. The rest people in the South, I don't know what they stand for.
No, I think every Nigerian is trying.
The western part of Nigeria, they are still trying on their own when it comes to let's put our heads together with Duni Buhari administration to date. I can still
South is doing it now. See, Nigeria right now, in short, let's put it this way, individuals are doing it. Rufai did not make it into office, did he? He didn't make it into office.
My brother, the South is doing nothing. It's even one of the worst geopolitical systems. We have never been tested as one. I don't know why they call us South in the first case.
To Niger. Let me say something. Festus Kiyamo said worst. Okay, what happened?
Who said what? Who said what?
Kiyamo, Festus Kiyamo.
What did he say? What did he say?
I said okay. Listen.
What did he say now?
Hold on. He and what they call this guy? I think Tinubu ended up not picking him. What's the name? He was a spokesman for Tinubu also. Both of them were the ones saying things about our Eastern brothers. You forgotten after the election. They were the one. You guys did many shows about this topic of the things they said. what they call this other guy? He was a spokesperson for, is it Bayo Noga or something like that?
I don't know him. I don't know who you are referring to. But what did he say though? I didn't know.
I cannot remember now, but I know they say something.
What about what? About what?
I think they even asked him some of the things he said. Then I believe he apologized in the Senate.
Yeah, but about what? He could say some rubbish stuff about the Senate. He could say some rubbish stuff about politicians. He may even say some stuff about individual this thing, or even condemn.
He did. Yes, he did. But I think the Southeast people didn't like it. I think the make it seem as if he's insulting the entire ethnic, the entire Igbo people. However,
Yes.
but
Asari Dokubo.
Yeah. No, not Asari Dokubo. Festus Kiyamo.
Kiyamo says a lot of crazy stuff, and depending, but he never talked about like orchestrating a plan to dominate some parts of the country. He's never talked about that, and he hasn't even talked about a plan that has already been put in place to dominate the country. So you can see based on tribal or religious lines. That's the difference. That is very what Rufai said is quite explosive. You are not seeing it, but the danger it is.
Their plans succeed in regarding the presidential election. Yes, they will succeed. For being honest, yes, they win.
And they also succeeded in Kaduna too, and he says they are going to replicate it all over the country.
Kaduna, sir.
He succeeded what he's doing. Yeah, in Kaduna, what he was, I told you he made 2 speeches. One of them was about the governorship, this election in Kaduna, where the other side that didn't vote him in, didn't vote his candidate in, actually voted 48% and 49% for his candidate. And he made them look like they are not, because they are Christian. He said, oh, they don't deserve much, that he's going to favor the side that voted for him. And he also said, he even admitted, you saw the video now, that he's going to be, they're going to be doing things saying that religion doesn't matter, but they know religion matters. So, literally admitting publicly that you are lying to people. It's like, you can't even make it up. It's like they put him on drug to go and say those things. I don't even know. As if people are not going to see it. They were videoing it and he was saying these things openly. How can you have that kind of person in public office?
Wait, we talked to. Okay, can you tell me if you have been following Rufai? Whatever he says and his action, are they the same? No. The answer is
actually
no.
They are the same. Brother, oh my God! This guy, can you just stop?
No, they
are not. This is not even. I'm not debating with you anymore.
Hold on. He was a governor for 8 years in Kaduna. The work he did there, you cannot just come and use because and focus on the religion and not the work he did there.
He did the work, but that is besides the point. He also did the religious work.
My brother,
I don't understand what you're going on about. This is not even a debate. It's just a waste of time.
But we should not be dwelling on religion here. Did he work? Did he deliver?
We are not dwelling on it. He brought it up.
Did he deliver in Kaduna? Yes or no?
I don't know what you call deliver. My brother, let's see it from this angle. My brother, let's see it from this angle.
Hitler did a lot of good work.
I don't know.
But he had an agenda. Hold on, Midwest. Hitler did a lot of good work.
Did he had an agenda in Kaduna?
No, he doesn't have to kill anyone before you waiting for him to kill people first before you get to that point. What do you think is going to happen? Hold on, Midwest. Hold on, Midwest. Let me finish this with you. I don't want the debate to go on. Hold on. Where do you think it's going to end? Hold on now. Where do you think it's going to end? Hold on now. Don't worry about what I follow. What some people say. Have you this thing seen? Where do you think this is going to end? How long do you think it will take for Muslim to be winning election before the other side pushes back? And you have an Islamic this already in Kaduna, people have died because of it. So for you to say he has not killed people, I don't know whether he did it himself, but people have died, and many Christian Kaduna people, villages have been destroyed because of it.
The clashes between Christian and Muslim in Kaduna is, if we check,
because he's the one overseeing. Was he not the one overseeing the state?
Those are more than 40, 50 years old crises.
Okay, 40-year-old crisis. He's the one overseeing the state. Making such a statement is going to help. Making such a statement is going to make it worse. So you can see, you have to connect the dots.
He was speaking to a group of
my God. There's nothing you're going to succeed. See, let me tell you something.
He was not campaigning.
This is the worst point you've ever made in all your arguments. I can't even believe you are even bothering at all. I can't even believe you are even countenancing.
Because I don't worry about all those things. Those are not the things.
No, you have to. Those are the kind of things you worry about.
We dwell on
my God,
and remove our eyes.
Something seriously wrong with you. You have completely lost all sense of credibility with me today, because the kind of statement you just made just now, it just shows you have little understanding of what builds a nation. You can't have people that are going around doing things that these things have caused wars in nations, have killed people, and you're here excusing it.
Hold on,
unbelievable stuff.
Hold on to Niger.
Something seriously wrong with you, man. There are certain things I'm passionate about. Something that can kill millions.
In
I'm not
America,
going to sit there and
did Trump implement any of those things he said?
Oh my God. Trump didn't have the power to implement. This one has already done it. How many are you hearing me? This guy has already caused a lot of deaths and has already caused a lot of religious division.
Okay, tell me what he did.
He talked about how he talked about how they elected Muslims into office and how they are going to continue doing it. So he's already done it.
Twice. Let me ask my brother a question.
Have a president, have a governor.
Let me ask you, Niger. What if Tinubu was not a Muslim?
Something is wrong with you.
What about? Hold on now. Let's use your logic. What if Tinubu was not a Muslim?
What if Tinubu was not a Muslim?
Just because
then he wouldn't say that. He wouldn't say that if Tinubu was not a Muslim. But Tinubu is a Muslim. What is wrong with this guy?
But if Tinubu was not a Muslim, I believe he would have supported.
What if he didn't say that then? What if he didn't say that?
He would have supported Tinubu also.
What if hold on? What if it wasn't even about what if it wasn't biased against other religions? So what if there's a lot of what if. It's what he is. That's what you should worry about, not what is not.
Tunaja,
Jesus
please,
Christ, I can't believe I'm arguing this our point with you.
Tunaja, let me also contribute here. Let us not to put this thing with emotion. See, my brother that is talking, I don't really know your name.
There are some areas that get emotional about.
I want to talk to this my brother that just make a statement about Rufai. See, my dear, it's only a layman that will say there is no agenda of conquest in Nigeria. The thing is this: that thing is real, and people are championing it. People are financing it. People are strategizing it. One, just look at day before yesterday. In Plateau State, a settlement was attacked. 21 people by others injury. Now people will be scared to abandon that territory, and other people will fill in. And this is exactly what is going on in the northern part of Nigeria. And those who are doing this back by, if you catch them, they belong to one certain tribe, and they belong to a certain group of people. It means there are people who are in charge that is directing them when to do it and how to do it. Let me ask you another question. You said it doesn't matter. Religion is not your problem. Just look at Nigeria setting. Can anybody, a Christian of a Fulani extraction, pick a Christian of Igbo extraction, Edo, Yoruba in the south and contest, and the Muslim will vote for that person? So when you are in the midst of people, you should know the way they reason and the way they see things. Respect them. This is the error we made from the foundation that is hurting us today. If we have respected this thing, we would have found ourselves in this problem. We said this one doesn't matter, this one doesn't matter, and that
he knows that. You are wasting your breath. This guy has been in so many discussions with other African countries. He knows that there's something wrong with UFC.
You see what I'm trying to
see what the other person accused you of the other day. There's something seriously wrong with you.
To Nigeria, hold on. We have left important issue right now. We are dwelling on religion. Me, I've told you many times on any of this platform, I don't care about religion. You people can dwell on that. I don't care.
What are you talking about? Do you understand? You even hear yourself?
I don't care.
Who said I'm dwelling on religion? I'm not dwelling on religion. Hold on. I'm not dwelling on religion. I'm dwelling on the fact that somebody is using it to try to cause problems.
Because people have been using it before.
See, you are not listening. If somebody is going to use religion, but that is what
use it.
Even about religion. This guy you have, I don't know what's wrong with you. See, this is one of you need to listen. This, I'm not just going to waste my time on this because this one is already settled. There are certain things in my mind that is settled. I can pontificate on things I don't know about, but this is settled. In nations, when there is religious bias, it can lead to all kinds of problems. And it's happened in Nigeria before. It's happening in many African countries, and it's keep happening in even in Sahel. We are seeing similar problems in Ghana. You are seeing it everywhere. When somebody is telling you that they are using religion to divide people, and you coming here to tell me, I don't care about religion. I don't care about religion from the point of view that somebody is practicing a religion, but I care about something that leads to instability in the nation. And if somebody is an agent of instability, I will have problems with them. Hence why I'm having problem with you right now.
See, you to Nigeria, you have been biased here. Obi did the same thing, but you didn't complain about Obi. But you want to instead of fight that you all love to
you see what this guy is doing now. You have shown your true color. There's something seriously wrong with you. Either you're an agent of the
these guys are politicians. These guys are politicians. They will do anything to win election. They will say anything to win election.
Now I'm beginning to see why.
Okay, brother. Let us also look at it from this angle.
This one is not the same. It's even
let me. What are the details? Was Rufai running for president? Was Rufai running for president?
Naija Watch. Let us look at it from this angle. I say Naija to Naija. See, you see, this my brother that is talking. Let us look it together. In Nigeria today, we have a profound challenges of insecurity. People cannot go to their farm. We now have IDP camp where people are being sacked from their settlement. They are now homeless inside Nigeria. And when you look at where those who went to their place to go and sack them, they belong to one sect, either religion, and they are affiliated in that group. The once they sack the people that is going to settle them are of the same that sect of people that sack them. This one is going on. It's not like a normal stuff to us. Now, Obi said his own, but you have no place where Christian or his group of Christian that they have been able to brainwash with any form of religional, doctrine that has been able to go and attack one village in the name of their own faith and chase people away. They are not in IDP camp. You don't have that. So now, when you try to say Obi said and Rufai said, when you compare Rufai on to where it belongs, where his faith belongs, you will understand that there is an action in the part of Rufai already, even before he said it. This makes a difference. So the truth of the matter is this, my brother. Our country is moving. We have a new president. Before he came into power, we're united, crying, restructuring. Constitution is bad. I don't see anybody talking about restructuring and constitution now. That's exactly what we do.
The kind of stuff Rufai said, if somebody come in the UK and say that, or in America, you end up in jail.
He will be jail.
You're not going to try that kind of nonsense.
He will be banned for politics forever.
Even if he didn't break any law directly, they will find a way, trumped up charge to throw against him because they will see as a threat to the nation. That's what they do. Because once you start posing a threat to the stability of the nation, they will look for a way to get rid of you.
If, for example, the Christians have a dirty of radicalization, do you know someone would have filled the gap to say, I am not the leader of also my own radical people. This is what we want in our own region. So, my dear brother, this is
not to mention the practicality. No, think about it now. Think about it. After he made that statement,
in reality, Rufai's statement has been in action for the past 13. In reality, they have been carrying it out for over 13 years now.
See, Midwest, think about it yourself.
Midwest, can you hear me?
Midwest, can you hear me? See, you think about it yourself. Let's say Rufai was appointed a minister. He has to go and control people that he talked about sidelining from office. He talked about completely sidelining most Christians from office, and he has to go and govern them. What kind of system do you think he's going to run? What kind of productivity is going to come out from that kind of organization where everybody is divided on and then the Muslims also know he's on their side in that organization? What kind of country are you? You're going to just run the country to the ground? It's like somebody playing for the wrong side. You want to run, you want to play for Nigeria, but you are wearing the jersey of this in Germany, and then the Nigerian people stupidly go and put you among their side. He's going to score against you. That's not how it works. If you want to be part of a government, you have to have an element of nationalist instinct, this drive within you. But if you have a religious supremacist approach, then you shouldn't make it there. Jesus Christ, you're just going to go and cause problems. If he wants to go and run his state, let him go and run his state, because his state is made up of, and the side of his state that he's going to run is made up of his own people. Then the other Christians can decide his fate then. But to go and hold national office where half of the nation is Christian, come on. That's where I draw my own line with people like that. And if Nigeria had hate speech law, he wouldn't even find it hard to be walking freely on the street. If Nigeria had hate speech law.
Relax. He was a minister of FCT 20 years ago. So relax.
How do you know some of the things he did? How do you know that some of the things he did were not colored by religious bias?
This is what happened during Buhari government. People were saying he want to Islamize Nigeria. He want to Islam. Where is Islamization now?
Buhari, no, did you hear me accusing Buhari?
Where is the Islamization
I don't know.
now?
I don't know whether you are having a conversation with some kind of immaterial creature. I'm sitting right here in front of you. You hear me talking about Buhari having an agenda? I never said Buhari had an agenda. Like you go on and say, I don't care about religion. Nobody's talking about religion. I'm saying somebody that is using religion as a tool to divide the country.
Agenda? Did Rufai tell you that he have an agenda to turn Nigeria?
He told you. He literally told you his agenda twice.
No, he didn't say so. He said,
"Oh my God, this guy! I don't know how you understanding was."
Muslim ticket, and it came to pass.
And he went on to say they want to replicate it all over the country. Did you hear that? I don't think you. I don't think you know what. Hold on. I don't think you watched. Did you watch the two speeches? Did you watch the two speeches he gave? I'm asking you a straight question. Did you watch the two speeches that he gave? Did you watch them? The two speeches.
Hold on. Me and you know.
No, answer now. Did you watch the two speeches that he gave?
Yes,
so that I'll be sure.
Yes,
so if you listen to the two speeches, you also had the one where he said, "We have done this in Kaduna now. We want to repeat it all over the country, and let's see what Khan is going to do. Khan is going to shut up." So see, this guy, I don't know what kind of sign you need to see.
Hold on to Nigeria. There are many states in Nigeria where you have Christian ticket, which is the governorship. You have Christian vice deputy governor, Christian governor. Does that mean that they are Christianized those states?
Oh my God, this guy! I don't know what you have comprehension issues.
Those states?
No, you are not listening. You have comprehension issue. It has nothing to do with what people are doing. People like sometimes like I don't have any issue with people saying, "Oh, he wants a Muslim ticket." It's a democracy. He's allowed to do that. What I have a problem with if somebody openly says, because of religious reasons, we are going to be doing this, and we are going to do it so that we take over the political space in the country as an agenda for specifically religious purposes. That is what I have issues with, because it's going to eventually lead to instability. People will die, literally die, because of that kind of talk.
It will not happen. Okay.
And maybe people are already dying because his state, when he was in charge, his state had a lot of bloodshed. A lot of bloodshed in his state when he was in charge. And you know, I was like, I wasn't paying attention.
It's no longer there now. Are there peace in Kaduna to speak now?
Believe you me, compared to what I used to hear before, it's not as hot now.
Because he was.
See, there was a time. Let me finish my point now. There was a time.
Did you that is speaking here? Have you been following Rufai politics before, or you just? Because I know most people just run along with what they say.
Hold on. I've followed his policy enough.
No,
I've heard him. Hold on now. Can you let me talk? You had a question. You asked a question. I followed his policy. You know, I know when he
Yeah.
said that they will form an alternative government
Okay.
if they don't give this in Buhari the leadership. This is a guy. Yeah. Thank you for coming in Midwest, and I really believe that your message. You need to spread. Yeah, let me say something to Midwest now. Can I finish with Midwest? Say I would like you to spread the way you talk, because people can understand you more than they understand me, and especially regarding geopolitics and what is going on. And I enjoy listening to you the way you explain some of all those things, and people need to hear that a bit more. So, thank you for coming in and sharing with us.
Thank you.
My
brother, you will say something for that guy.
Yeah. I said, which part were those states for come?
I'm from Benin on one side.
Oh, okay. Me
Which
too.
side for come?
I'm from Muromi.
Okay.
Yeah,
welcome,
but I
brother.
was born in Benin. Born and raised in
Okay.
Benin City. Yeah, Sakumba Road.
Yeah, I grew up for that too. So at the same place,
my area my area na Izoba for Sakumba Road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well done. So my brother, well done, brother. We'll try our best. Maybe they contribute here because that Nigeria, you see that as they draw that line, say bend they not there again. Now there and now this Wazobia people now go plan those things. So with Babangida, that they scatter this country. That's what we are suffering today. Now to unite us and put us together to come out with the governor where they give us, we go elect person. The money to come develop state they will give to them. You not go account to anybody. How will the state survive? How will it succeed? So we get a long way to go, my brother. That is constitutional. They just protect them. You can't go to court and sue him.
But I hear say Obaseki they work now.
For me, everybody get I know they work for my own side. Person where they work for his side, go see they work for that one side now. But everybody get right. To say person they work, they work. For my side, I don't see what they do. It's just they divide us, they scatter everywhere. Now so they come meet us. We not unite past this one when they come.
Even the Shaibu
fight about Benin. Go they fight Shomole.
Go
fight Shaibu. Fight Danobi. Fight Wike for River. Fight market women. If you want to go destroy the where kills our women, don't suffer abuse. Which can human be? Even the diaspora we campaign for and destroy their houses. That will not be fine.
Now we made a mistake. Now his senior brother is just as useless as Sam. His senior brother was the former, I think, director of NNPC, Gaius Obaseki.
And a group managing director those days, Gaius Obaseki. Yeah. They not get one thing what they do for us, my brother. They not get one thing they do in that land. They are now that already people now be our problem. They not we don't see all of them. May the next do they plan for this one where they come now? We want power to go.
Which zone did they go?
That one is a different topic of its own. Not that people are not considering the power to go to Edo Central, but the Edo Central can have it in a platter of gold. Definitely, people will definitely contest for it. And it's just a matter for the Edo Central to strategize themselves. After all, the ministerial position now, it don't go Edo North. So, governor don't already don't come on for that side. So what is going to be there is going to be Edo South people and Edo Central, but they will argue. But along the line, I think the party will reach a point where they will understand that look, let's support Edo Central person. This is what I believe.
Let's not do Edo politics here. And Amma, thank you for coming in, and I appreciate your time. I say Amma Midwest. Sorry about that Midwest. This there is this Hammer. He went and posted a topic, right? I think Hammer now. He posted a topic. I say the problem with the problem with LGBT. And he started a live stream 30-something minutes ago. He said the problem with LGBT, and the video is gone. It was like they cut the video off or something like that. What kind of stupidity is that making such a topic? That's just asking for trouble. That title alone, yeah, you're not going anywhere with YouTube with that kind of title, and then the video has disappeared. So,
but why are those people so powerful? It's like they are more powerful than any other person now.
Because there's an agenda out there now.
They will ban you and
But
take
that
you
is
out.
my point now. They don't tolerate the intolerant. They don't tolerate intolerance. If people are doing stuff based on a form of prejudice, they don't like it in the West, and they have very strong rules against them. Even if there's no law in the US against this type of stuff, saying oh problem with LGBT, but in terms of YouTube, because it's a corporation, they stick to it. So there's a lot of censoring going on in the West that we don't necessarily see. But if in Nigeria did that, dictators! They're dictators! They're killing us with dictatorship!
Because they have this idea that you cannot question them. That is why they keep demanding for more, going like deep. Okay, now they want to teach us.
You know, I don't want to make this topic about it before they go and remove this video too.
Okay, you are right. You are right.
Yeah. I don't want to step on them.
If not, they will kill this channel.
Go and drag him through the mud again. They will just accuse him of all kinds of stuff. So, but that said, anyway, this topic, I'm really worried about the way you tend to perceive it. I don't know whether it's a kind of awareness that you have, or maybe just where you are in your journey. You have to be careful about saying things. You connect things that are not connected, like saying, "I don't care about religion."
But
the topic is not about I don't care about it. Hold on. The topic is not about I don't care about religion. The topic is about somebody using religion as a way to cause instability in a nation.
Just because they create their people in a way they don't allow, they are not exposed. They created them in a manner that they can easily tell them this is what you have to do, and they have no space to go and question the thing you are putting before them. In other words, they don't have that space to go and verify whether it's right or wrong. They have just been programmed. A time is coming, what we care, we doesn't care. It's coming to hurt that country in a very serious manner, and it's already hurting us. If we are human, my brother, 21 people one day, 3 days ago, the country cannot be on the street to tell the government enough is enough.
You see,
it's to tell you we are not seeing it as normal.
We don't take insecurity very seriously in Nigeria.
See, this is the reason why I am 100% in support of state police. But you see, every other people are afraid of it. They say governor will misuse their power. No, I don't care.
I'm the only one that says it. Actually, most people are for it. I'm the only one I've heard say that.
Police. We should advocate for state police. Let's have state police. Let the people govern.
I think state police will come in Nigeria.
I am not against
come
state
this
police.
year or next year. It's going to come soon.
I am not against state police. But if the state police is still going to be created just the way Nigeria do their thing, it will also become problem.
A big problem. When imagine we can having state police.
When you want to create something, my dear brother, they should make it open for a reopen debate.
Yeah.
Those
I agree with you.
They should, so that then they will not be selecting how laws should be made. Their limitation, appointment, retirement, benefit. If these things are just open, it just be like what France is doing. The governor will put one person there, give him money, and be pumping that one to be serving him. Just the way your IG is serving your president. The head chief justice is serving the president. Just like that, everything will be serving only the governor there. And at the end, they will mess up the whole thing.
You know, from what you said, in the end, systems are self-healing. They will solve themselves out if they are not bleeding out. In the case of Nigeria, it's because we are bleeding out. Hence why we are talking about all these processes. No matter how much you do the process we are talking about right now, if our wealth is still being taken away, that system is going to break down. You can't have a body like a human body now, and you are busy giving it Panadol, giving it everything, while somebody is drawing his blood out. What is the use? The Panadol is not going to work because you need blood in your system to actually heal with the Panadol. So that is why everything you do in Nigeria is very difficult. We have to plug that gap where our wealth is being stolen.
To Nigeria, another thing we used to also observe, when there were serious crises in Zamfara, a lot of us didn't know what was going on in Zamfara until we discover it was because of gold. You see, most of these things that is going on in most of these states, if you take your time as maybe as an investigative journalist to do your work, you will find out that most of these things are because of resource control. It's about resources.
True, but it's a confluence of reasons that gets it to happen. It's like saying that like all these militants are serving they are jihadis, but they are also serving the interests of the West. So it's a confluence of things that come together to enable some things to happen. So let's say the resources is one of them, but yet some other people have religious agenda, some other people have tribal agenda. So all kinds of different things are coming together to create the effects we are seeing.
You are right, because if you look at it, you are right. Some of the imam or whatever, should I say, that preach all those hate speech. Some of them, you are right. That is their agenda. While some of the foreigners that use them to carry out all this rubbish, those are for economic purpose. They are just there to steal our mineral resources.
No,
No,
I guess so.
Zamfara was a shocker to me. I didn't know it was because of gold. If not because the federal government announced it was issue of
there are other minerals that are so many northern part states have a lot of minerals that is causing problems. They won't tell you. Most of the places they've removed, they remove villages and the people live in IDP camps. The areas where they used to live contain minerals that people are stealing from Nigeria. So I don't even understand. Yeah, go ahead.
The bad one in the south is that like in the south is the Chinese company. They will ship out the sand. Like they said, I don't know what you do with the sand. Don't you think some of those sand are mixed with gold, raw gold or something?
It's not necessarily raw gold. It's just the sand, the soil. They don't have soil. Sometimes to find fertile soil is not easy. There was a time I think US went to Haiti to go and take their soil too. Things that we take for granted, other people are looking for it. Fertile soil, they have used a lot of fertilizer on their lands, and so sometimes just to get the soil that they need to grow this thing, they have to come to Nigeria to take it, to fit their food. So it's crazy. Some of the things we take for granted that other people need. So let's see what happens. I think if there was gold in those soil, you will see Nigerians packing sand all over the place and they filtering it out. This is gold rush now.
I will go there to join them.
Everybody will be getting gold from the sand. They take the soil, they use the soil for different things. Sometimes they could use it for all kinds of manufacturing, but I think maybe most of it is used for agriculture. Actually, I think it's mostly for agriculture because their countries are a little bit messed up. The lands are contaminated and all kinds of stuff. So they want to take it. It's not they are not the first to do it. I've seen the reason why I know that is because I heard of the case of America. I think a Haitian that was telling me that America came to Haiti and took a lot of their soil from there. So even America, as big as it is, needs our soil too from foreign countries because theirs is not perfect. They put fertilizer everywhere.
But you mentioned Haiti. You see, Kenya is playing the big brother role that Nigeria is supposed to see. Nigeria, they fuck up.
Yeah, I heard about that. That Haiti is looking to send troops to Haiti. Kenya is looking. Oh my God! Oh my God! You see why I said Tinubu should increase our military size to 1 million? Because if we have 1 million soldiers now, 20,000 alone in Haiti is going to transform Haiti.
Yeah.
Because Haiti doesn't even have anything close to that.
Yeah.
Just 20,000, not to mention 50,000.
Go there and restore peace there. But you see,
stability.
Yes, our leaders,
They
don't think it's just about themselves.
They're afraid now. If they go and do that, America will be like, how dare you try to send troops to my backyard? How dare you? But he says, is Kenya not doing it now? But how many soldiers do you know that Kenya is looking to send?
Kenya is sending 1,000.
Kenya do like that 1,000 number, isn't it? 1,000 is supposed to solve everything. They do like that 1,000 number a lot. They should cooperate with other African countries to sell 1,000 or so. They need about 5,000 to make an impact in the country. If you ask me, they need about 5,000. And but I hope they are not going under UN because then UN will be controlling what they are doing, and believe me, nothing is going to change.
They said gangs are just controlling things there, criminals and everything.
They need to have bilateral. I don't even know why Kenya is the one doing it. Haiti, they are West Africans. Why is Kenya the one doing it? Why is Nigeria not the one sending troops there? Or Ghana? Or Ghana, that country is completely useless, really. All they do is talk with their 15,000 soldiers.
Ghana
With
only
15,000 soldiers. That's all they do.
Ghana, in their action, they only care about themselves, but they talk big. The thing is that Nigeria don't talk big, but sometimes we are the one fighting all the big. We are the one doing all the work. That's just the difference. Ghana talk big, but they don't provide anything like that.
Was I not the one that said Ghana talk Pan-African while Nigeria acts Pan-African? So
Thank you. Thank you.
That's the way I didn't put it. And the key for us is that if Tinubu, like I said it before, if Tinubu does what he says he was going to do regarding our security, I will forgive him all his sins. I'm willing to. Let Tinubu do anything else. First subsidy, exchange rate, whatever he does. As a matter of fact, he can even put Rufai in government. I don't care.
But
for that one, I'll forgive him everything.
So Nigeria, I haven't heard that Nigeria is subsidizing electricity. I didn't know that. I heard that recently. I really.
Electricity.
Yes.
Yeah, of course they are subsidizing electricity. Electricity. How can you look at the price of electricity in Nigeria and you don't know it's subsidized? There's some of the property in Lagos.
To Nigeria, what do we want to pay for that country? See, Nigerians, let's be serious. If we want our country to grow, we need to pay for certain things. We cannot.
We already know that now. We know that the problem is that the country, but who is doing it? It's not the people that are doing it. It's the government that is creating it. The government is the one that refused to stand the people up. I keep saying it. They stand our people down.
Yeah,
they don't want to let the people do what they need to do to develop. They keep stifling it whenever things need to happen. Can you imagine if we had our refineries working? We had power generation working. People will be willing to pay for it.
I want to say on this platform, I apologize to Goodluck Jonathan. When he wanted to remove that first subsidy, I was against it. But I think we would have allowed him to remove that first subsidy back then in 2012. It was.
You see that journey now. You have made a journey on it. So it's like people are not always where they need to be on time. When I went to Nigeria, I noticed it. I said, "Oh no, that it's like our economy is in a hole." I call it a sub-economy. It's not even a normal economy.
It's not a normal one.
Everything we pay for is under the price international. People pay for it because we are not competitive in any way from that point of view. Where the reason why I saw it from that point of view was that why I was thinking about it, that why is it that we don't have electricity? Why is that foreign company can't just come into Nigeria to start doing business? Then it occurred to me that given the price we pay for electricity in Nigeria individually, there is no way any foreign company can come to Nigeria and do business because they know nobody can. Yeah, they cannot pay for it. Nigerians can't pay for this thing, and that's when you start finding that it's almost like our government have submerged our economy. They've submerged it and kept it down. They kept the price of things down and they kept the wages down. So we have the worst of both worlds. Sometimes you can have the prices high and the wages down, but foreign companies can still come in and still found that business. Then the people that can pay for it will pay for it because the prices are high. But or you can have the this in the incomes high, but the price is down. That's nirvana for everybody. That's like Saudi Arabia. So you can have it one way or the other. But in the case of Nigeria, you have both of them. Price is down and income is low. It's like killer. So in a way, that's why the fuel subsidy removal is in a way is a positive thing from the point of view that price is going to go up, but income may remain quite low. But it's going to allow foreign companies to start becoming slightly more competitive. But because our currency is depreciating, that's another genius policy again. Tinubu has done. The policy is depreciating. If it doesn't stabilize, then it's of no use. It means that this removal of the fuel subsidy, the gain is not even going to be there as much. It's just people that don't know how to. I'm not even an economist. I can make sense of the flow of this in the profits and losses in these things, and how the so-called experts. I said it that when I heard Tinubu's spokesman speak yesterday, that scared me. It scared me big time because the way the guy talked about the Nigerian this in refineries. I was like, if it's like saying, oh, people are thinking that if we have our refinery, price is going to come down. That was his first response. So if he's thinking like that, you wonder why the people in the center don't care about bringing the refineries back online. That was his first.
To Nigeria, in my opinion, the refinery should be sold, and if they want to sell that refinery, it should be open to the public. Sell the refinery to private sector. Let private sector handle the refinery, because anything government handle in Nigeria is just a way to siphon money. They don't get anything done.
What has private sector done? Electricity is still messed up. Private sector is controlling it. The only private sector you can say in Nigeria that is relatively
private sector are just as incompetent as
So I think that's why, you see, from my point of view, this is why you need to get yourself out of the muck of these things. Because the way I look at things, I don't have to think about it. I just know. Because if you look at it from a macro, that's why it's always good to look at things from a macro level. Like you see the health of the nation, you can see easily. For me, I can see the government are failures, the private sector is failing, and where it is working. Like in the case of telecom, there's that you can argue that to an extent they are performing. The telecom area, they are trying to, compared to all the other areas, their services don't tend to go off as much. They tend to be more consistent than any other of the other services you have in Nigeria. So, but the power ones, oh my God, they are terribly performing. And in terms of refineries, I think the federal government should own some refineries because they need to compete. Otherwise, what you're going to have is that private sectors will create their own cabal and start setting price for the country as they see fit. So you can't have that kind of situation. You have to come, like, Nigeria, they have their own petrol stations to compete with. Otherwise, they will just be, the other people will just be setting their own price and causing problem for the federal government repeatedly. So, and you always, like Saudi Arabia, they own their own now. And they are able to run it very well. It's not that governments cannot run stuff. It's just that our country is completely sabotaged and undermined. Until once you take control of that, Nigeria can actually be a very rich country easily. Because once the refineries start firing up, then petrol prices don't have to be this high, given people's this income is quite low. Then you can rise when the income start rising and the country is secure for businesses to do business, and people see that in the next 10 years Nigeria is going to be stable. Tinubu has the power to do it, but these useless leaders, they come in and they just want to cause chaos. He has the power to do these things.
One thing I hate about politicians is that they always that's why I don't like politics. They always put re-election above it, because most time when they are making decisions, they have to think about how am I going to win the next election. And they normally not do work when they like second term, but the first time normally they always want to play to the gallery and make people happy. They normally get to do whatever they want to do when they win second term. So that's why I don't like Nigeria.
I can understand the need to watch this thing, because if you cannot make it to the second term, your agenda may not succeed. Then, if that is the point, if you are worried about it, then maybe you should worry about just doing 4 terms. Don't worry about the second term. Worry about accomplishing all you want to accomplish in the first 4 years. Because if you accomplish it, chances are that you are probably going to be elected anyway, because you have shown that you are capable. So focus on delivering for the people, then the rest will take care of itself.
And also, see, Nigerians are very, very they are understanding people. The reason why most Nigerians don't trust the politicians is that the politicians, they don't practice what they preach. You cannot say, okay, Nigeria should buckle up and make sacrifice, whereby you don't want to do the same thing. So they won't take you serious.
You see, now you see why most of the nations that emerged in the last century, apart from the ones being overseen by the West, were mostly like socialist, communist, or some kind of authoritarian. Because what the sort of regimes tend to do is they tend to show a sense of suffering with the people and feeling the people's pain. Even Rawlings was one of them. Rawlings was going, cleaning gutters with people, digging the ground, working with the citizens. If people feel the same thing with Castro, if people feel that you are with them, they are willing to make any sacrifice.
Yeah, you are right. Yeah. You need to be closer to the people.
Yes.
Yeah, you are right. If you look there, that's why when something is going on in America, you see the president normally they will visit there to to greet the victim or whatever that is going on. So it's normal, but in Nigeria, you just see leaders just feel of concern and see if the people they don't matter. It's crazy. Nigeria, see, one thing is I don't know what's going on in that Asoro. When people get to that Asoro, it's like they are living in a bubble. They don't see what is going on in the country. The thing is crazy.
It's very rare. That's why now I mentioned why the Tinubu spokesman. That's why when he said that stuff, I was like, wow, these people they don't have a clue what is going on. They are so detached. He doesn't even know that he's a traitor. They don't even know how far they are, how far they've fallen. For him to start with that comment, I just knew the mindset was completely off. Like he don't even understand the strategic importance even for strategic reasons alone of having your own fuel supply, your own refinery that refines the oil you get from the ground. For strategic reasons alone, he didn't even make that strategic argument. All he was talking about money, the financial argument. And when he made the financial argument, he ended up arguing all the things that was positive about it. Like, the cost they used to ship the items from overseas, the tax that is involved, the fact that you can sell it at sales cost price instead of for profit, and all the other things, and the fact that the company is owned by Nigeria completely. All the profit that comes from it goes back to Nigeria's coffers. The guy is completely out of his mind. I was like, what is wrong with these people? You can't even think rationally about stuff. Your first instinct is to say, having the refinery back. It means your mindset is not to bring it back. that is the mindset. Your mindset, your priority is not to bring the Nigerian refineries back online.
It is crazy.
Something that almost 90% of Nigerians want you to do. And you don't want to do it.
The funny thing is that as the refineries are not working, but they are paying salary. They are paying salary to people who are not who are not producing anything. I don't understand.
Yeah.
I think instead of paying people, I think they should just shut it down, because it's like Nigeria is losing money and they are not making money from the refinery. Just shut it down. Cancel the whatever, sack everybody, let them go, instead of paying people for not doing anything.
It's some crazy stuff. It's really some crazy stuff. Thank you for coming in, and I think I need to close out now because Dr. Damage is going to be coming
it's
on
like
soon.
Samuel is sleeping.
Samuel, are you there? Yeah, he's probably sleeping. Let me take him out and send him packing. So that thank you. Let me bring him back. Thank you for coming in, Samuel. I know that you probably gone to bed, and we appreciate your contribution and the fact that you came in. All right, bye. And UFC, thank you for coming in. Obviously, we had our disagreement regarding your interpretation of what Rufai did.
When is your next show?
I think sometime this week I will do one more, at least this week that is coming. But this weekend I might try. You see, it's because I'm hosting Dr. Damage's later in the evening. So
later in the evening. You can put it next week. You can put it next week. If that is the case.
I will do it next week, the coming week. And I have to find, and I'm trying to link all the channels together so that when we are streaming, it will be showing on either One Man and Dr. Damages and all the rest of it, so that everybody can be witnessing our conversations.
That will grow your channel rapidly.
Yeah, it will help grow it, and it will help spread the information, and everybody will be hearing from different groups now, not only Nigerians, also, other Africans and different areas. So, and I will even see what I can get to people like Diners and all the other channels. I will try to link up the places that I go to, so that we can be able to be sharing.
Diners, it's like this year it has been a busy year for Diners. We hardly come online these days.
Yeah, sometimes you get busy on the ground, and I might get busy on the ground too. So sometimes, everybody has different cycles.
Yeah, as we speak, he's in Nigeria as we speak now.
You see?
Yeah, it's in Oshun Festival.
See, that's good, and he brought a lot of people with him. and they are going to be doing their stuff on the ground in Nigeria. So that is how it is supposed to be, isn't it? You talk, you have a discussion, organize yourself, and get things done on the ground. And I'm really encouraged by the fact that the community seems to be alive to some of all these things now. You know, it's not only us talking about this thing. The stuff is speculated on the streets. If you look at what is going on in the Sahel nations, the people on the ground literally complaining about the French openly. It shows you what Dr. Arikana has done. That woman, she really opened a can of worms that has spread now.
Yes, so see, that woman should wash her back. Oh. Believe me, that woman, she opened a can of worms. Believe me. If not, see, she opened my eye. I didn't have any idea about all those things before, but when she explained it, I was like, wow.
And if they touch her now, they're just even making it worse for themselves. So I think they've given up on doing anything to her. If you kill her now, she's just going to be even a bigger hero than she was before. So it's not going to make much of a difference. I feel like now the movement has taken on a life of its own, because it's not only because of her, it's also because there was a time when if someone like her said something that she said, they will shut her down and they will shut the story down and it will not go anywhere. But there are forces also at play elevating the story to make it give it life. Like you have the Russians in place now, you have the Chinese in place.
Also,
you have BRICS going on.
You have platform like YouTube and Zoom.
Exactly.
And people can easily
to contain it is a lot harder now. You can't just contain this our stuff. The only way you can contain it is if you are able to deal with the Chinese, deal with the Russian, deal with BRICS. You can't, and that is where that's what is creating this atmosphere of opportunity and dynamism that is showing that our people are coming. I told you, if you are not being suffocated, you will see the consciousness is there. It's just that it's been suffocated before now, and the fact that we are having this opportunity to have this conversation, it tells you that we have an opportunity, and if we don't take it, that opportunity, that window is not going to open. See, the second video I uploaded online on my channel talked about this very issue. I said a window is opening. Are we going to take advantage of it or make the mistakes of the past? That was my second video after why we are so underdefended. So this stuff, I knew this opportunity was going to be coming up, like the leverage that Nigeria has with this in the French now and the Americans in the context of Niger. But are we going to take it? We could squander it again as always. I guess that's as good a point to leave it on as any. So thank you for coming in UFC, and we'll catch on. I know I'll catch you somewhere again sooner or later.
You're going online later, right?
Yeah. We'll be
is there any special guest coming over?
Not today, it's tomorrow. The special guest is coming over. Today is mostly have your say day.
Okay. Who is that special guest tomorrow?
I can't remember the name. I don't think he's a very well-known
Sam Amadi.
I'm trying. Yeah. I think you got that right, actually. Professor Sam Amadi. Yeah, that's him.
Okay. No problem.
All right, then.
I will join you guys later. I will listen to the conversation.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you for coming in.